do the harmonic.
No,
Okay, ready? Here we go.
it'll take too long
No,
because
take two. Take. Oh, okay, I'll take
I
two longer.
gotta
Okay,
take
fine.
the filters off. Yeah, so we'll get
Okay,
it at
look.
the end,
You
guys.
guys don't know this,
Yeah.
but Adam, he has all these like visual filters on to make himself look more attractive, and he has
Oh
to
my
like change
God.
them for the harmonic. No, I'm just kidding.
That's not the
Just
case.
kidding.
There's like a noise suppressor and a noise gate on, so.
Yes. Anyways, here now. It's your boy Piers Sitch here with another Sunday show. With everyone's favorites. He'll stay forever young.
That's right. Exactly.
Hope you all had a wonderful Thanksgiving.
Oh yeah, totally. I gave thanks for all kinds of things.
That's right.
I gave thanks for the fact that I hadn't seen any screenshots of the leaks. I'm still out there. Like,
you're still
like
here.
What on Twitter like this with my hands like.
You shouldn't have said. Oh, you should have said that. But anyway, okay. So
anyway,
today we'll not be talking about that.
Yes, we're not talking about any of that stuff. We're talking about interesting debate between Cenk Uygur and Hasanabi.
That's right. So on Thanksgiving, as tradition, Cenk went, Cenk, I guess, went to Hasan's house, and they had a Thanksgiving dinner, and they had an argument. And oh my God, it's like, for the most part, like obviously I don't agree with everything that Cenk is saying, but for the most part, Cenk is like pretty based, and he's just annihilating Cenk. And I mean, sorry, Cenk's annihilating Hasan and Hasan's entire worldview and essentially his entire audience. And it's so funny because, like, it just really shows you the difference between, the being like a Democrat and being a socialist.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. I can't wait to get into it because it is like so much of it is just a clash of worldviews. I just his belief that if you just ignore what he keeps calling right-wing framing, like it just makes it magically disappear.
It's
what is that?
Yeah, well, it's funny because like Hasan acts like politics is a single player sport. You can just ignore something and just keep going forward. It's like, well, no, there's another team there and they're going to keep attacking you and you need to address it. Obviously, the ignoring part didn't work. It didn't really work for Harris. She just kept trying to like not answer questions about her previous statements that were, pretty radical about the trans prisoners and and the open border stuff, some of the other statements that she'd made in the past. And that just, I mean, this shows that doesn't work. You have to come up with an answer to this stuff.
And they constantly just say that the right wing is lying. They're lying. They're liars. But when your real life experience intersects with things that they're talking about, you're like, no, they aren't lying. And Cenk just hammers him over the head with that again and again and again. But he won't acknowledge it.
No. And then, but like, the last thing I'll say before we start is, it's interesting because, like, people, you have like morality binds you and blinds you. So it binds you into a group together where you have some kind of shared morality, and then it blinds you to the faults of your own group. Unless, like, if they blind you from your faults of your own group against another group. Like, if you're all looking inward to catch the blasphemer, then you'll be like set to 11. But if it's you versus another group, you'll be blind to like the faults on your side. And another element of that is it kind of blinds you to like the way that a lot of the political conversation is structured now is built around sort of victimization. And it kind of blinds, and it kind of blinds you or your team to like when you're right or winning or the victories you've made, because then you can't claim you're the victim if you're winning all these victories. And Hasan he has like this worldview that I think he honestly believes this. He doesn't see it. He's blind to it. Where he keeps saying, oh, well, the right, they never give an inch on anything ever. And that's what lets them win. It's so funny because he says that. And then I turn and I look to the right and like, that's the entire message of the left, Curtis Yarvin and all those people on the right, is that Cthulhu always swims left, that society's always in this constant left-wing direction, and the right just pumps the brakes and they can never ever like actually change anything or win anything. It's so funny that both sides actually like perceive the other side as doing the same thing.
Yeah, that's completely inaccurate. Obviously, both sides have wins and losses. So, and I just look, the whole abortion thing. What are you talking about? Trump is like on Twitter screaming, "Oh my God, I'm not going to sign an abortion ban. I'm not going to ban all abortion." What is this? The right won't give an inch. What the fuck is he talking about?
Right. Well, then even like, look at, because Hasan's like, oh, the right never, does anything. I was like, what about gay marriage?
Of course, yes.
So
Yeah.
anyway, but let's jump into this. We're gonna skip. Oh, so if I don't know if you can hear this. So I went to visit
What's
my
up with your
parents
voice?
for
What's
Thanksgiving.
happening?
Every time, I swear to God, I don't know what's going on. Every time I go in an airport in the last 2 years, I get sick. I don't know if it's COVID. I don't know if it's a cold. It's driving me crazy. So,
Mm.
but yeah, so this is a very long video. I'm speeding up to 125. People are just gonna have to deal with
You
it.
should just not tell them. Why are you
Yeah,
look?
I
Why'd
know.
you shut up?
They wouldn't even notice. But so we're gonna skip up to like the first 38 minutes because it's not super interesting until you get into they start talking about like the trans rights issues and everything.
Yeah, they talk about crime for a huge amount of
And
time too.
yes,
I
and
just
crime and immigration and abortion.
elections are actually data. Okay,
Yes.
you've got like millions of Americans voting, right? 140 million Americans cast ballots. How can you say that's not data?
Yes. Yes. And the tail end of this, from the part that we're skipping, they sort of start to have an argument, somewhat argument about like affirmative action and reparations and things kind of that nature.
Yeah,
And Cenk is like completely against affirmative action, and obviously Hasan is completely in favor of affirmative action based on race. So, which
right.
surprises no one, but
education or housing. We promised 40 acres and a mule, and we lied. We never gave them the 40 acres and a mule.
Yeah, only reparations were given to slave owners, as a matter of fact, for lost revenue off of the freed African men and women.
Yeah. So you see what I'm saying? That you could do it in a way that where middle America goes, oh, I get it. That sucks. That was an injustice. And we're trying a small thing here to make up for the injustice so that it at a minimum, symbolically, to say, thank you, brothers and sisters, for putting up with this shit. Like, I know you didn't do it voluntarily, but you helped build this country, and we appreciate you.
I mean, aren't all those people gone now? I mean, slavery was a long time ago.
right.
Just
Well,
like,
it's really their ancestors.
yeah, so I just, it's like, oh God, please stop already.
It's dumb.
Stop already.
It's dumb.
My ancestors were slaves too. You just got to go back far enough. Where's my check?
Well,
Where's my fucking check?
right. Yeah, I agree. Whatever.
It's just, it's unfair. It's completely unfair.
Yeah, it's unfair. It doesn't solve
choose.
anything. Yeah.
So get on a page where we understand each other and appreciate each other, instead of framing it as I'm taking from you. You owe me and I'm taking from you, right? So that perpetuates a wrong cycle. Whereas but in order to do that, Haas, last thing on it is you've got to have like truth and reconciliation, just like South Africa did. Here's all the up shit we did.
South Africa's, South Africa's Reconstruction period also was not a great
But truth and reconciliation
either.
was excellent. So that portion of it was great because they said, here's all the terrible things we did. Guys, it doesn't mean that white people today are racist. It doesn't mean white people today are awful. It doesn't mean all white people are the same. It doesn't mean any of that. What it means is in the past, there were...
Yeah, but who's going to do this, Sitch? Like, am I supposed to come out and talk about all the terrible things I did? I didn't do anything. I'm fucking innocent.
Right,
Fuck
that's the
you.
point. But that is the difference, is because, Cenk is saying you have to accept that, white people aren't all racist or terrible. And that is that's not that is the framing of the radical left.
Yeah, that's baked
ideology, which Hasan, he does this sort of dance where he like sometimes tries to pretend to be more of a class reductionist, but he's not really. He's pretty, culturally radical, and his audience would eat him alive if he wasn't. So
yeah. Who's going to step forward as a representative of white men and say, look, I did all these terrible things. My ancestors did all these
Hasan.
terrible things.
He's white, remember?
No,
he's got the cracker pass from Nabisco.
He's like second generation American at best. It's ridiculous.
He's also, Turkish. So
all of this is just grievance politics.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just look, this completely goes back on what Cenk is saying about how we need to base this kind of thing on class. Like, poor white people should have the same kind of opportunities as poor black people.
Exactly.
And rich black people don't fucking deserve reparations. Get the fuck out of here. This is retarded.
Right.
Why are we even talking about reparations?
Yeah. Yeah. No. And I think earlier in the conversation, I believe Jenks was talking about like, yeah, you think these policies should be based around, economic status and not your race.
Yeah. Stop.
Which is the way to do it. Yeah.
Stop with the reparations already.
for terrible things that were done. And here's us trying to make up for it in some small way that the country agrees to and we're all on board for. And sincere apology and a sincere thank you. And now, from now on, let's move forward. Let's move forward and cut all the talk of like race this and race that and gender this and gender that from both sides, by the way. The right wing starts more identity politics than the left wing does. So now the right wing guys will have their heads will explode. What do you mean? You guys try to find wedge issues on everything. And then you go more and more extreme. And I think you guys, Haas, fall into that trap way too often. We'll get to that later.
Wait, let's get to it now.
Okay.
What do you mean by that?
So,
well, first of all, I don't agree with that at all. I think it's just that when you're more blind to when your side's doing things, because when your side does something, you're like, well, that's just true. You don't see it as like your side creating a wedge issue.
Yeah.
Which is sort of framed as like, because when you say like they're creating a wedge issue, the implication is that it's intentional, like it's some kind of intentionally dishonest like tactic as opposed to just a belief.
Yeah, the trans stuff is not a wedge issue. It is a issue on the left. The left is the one that dragged it into the public consciousness. So how the fuck is the right creating a wedge issue when they're just responding to you saying that trans men or trans women can be in women only spaces? They're responding to you. You created the issue.
Yeah.
You know what we're going to talk about, issues. So on trans issues, as an example, over 60% of Americans agree. Of course, they should have the same constitutional rights, same rights to housing, employment, rules against discrimination, etc. Does 1/3 of the country disagree? Yeah, sad day for them. 2/3 of the country agrees trans people should be protected. I'm 100% on board for that, right? And if you're a right winger and you go, no man, they're weird, they're different, they're blah, 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 and I'm going to hate them. Well, good luck to you, brother. I'm not going to hate them, and I'm going to protect them. Okay, but so that didn't work for them. So they went digging. So then they go, okay, we should ban trans people from the military.
Did you read the New York Times article I told you to read on this the last time we had this conversation?
I'm not sure I did.
About how, okay, so...
you know they went digging.
Yeah, so what you're describing is...
So this is just such bullshit. They went digging. They went digging. They didn't go digging. They might have done polling on it. They might have realized, oh, voters are really pissed off about this. They didn't create the issue out of thin air. They said, look... there's a market here for this policy because voters are really disgruntled over this. A lot of parents are worried about some trans woman competing against their girls in sports and beating the shit out of them and hurting them. They are losing sleep over this. Let's cater to those people. Let's give them some peace of mind.
Well, I wouldn't be like with the specific, that everyone talks about the Trump ad with Harris. I wouldn't be surprised if like the way a lot of these campaigns work is they'll just create a bunch of different ads about a bunch of different issues, and then they just kind of like throw them out there to workshop and focus group test all the ones, and they just see kind of which one does the best.
Yes. Yeah.
And then they go, oh, like people were really reacting to, the Kamala Harris for the trans prisoner one, right? So that's the one that kind of they start leaning into.
But in Hasan's narrative, they're creating a false picture of the world.
Right.
But I don't see how you can believe that, because the people in the environment have certain experiences around these topics. And I mean, I think around the margins, you can have someone look at an ad and say, oh, I wouldn't want that happen to me. But I think a lot of people will dismiss it as fictional until they have some experience that is in the real world. And they're like, okay, well, crime is getting bad. Okay, there is like 6 trans kids in my kid's class. So then all of a sudden they're like, oh, this is real. This is serious. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, you're 100% correct.
And Hasan is just ignoring that. Hasan is like, no, those people never experience that. It's all the media concoction. Everybody is out there. Like nobody's ever seen a trans woman in sports.
Right. Well, Hasan's in this like weird position, hilarious position, in a very cowardly position where he's just so terrified of his audience.
Yeah.
And pissing off his audience and annoying the radicals in his audience that even if he doesn't personally, like I could believe that maybe personally Hasan just literally doesn't care about any of these trans issues whatsoever, but he won't. Like he kind of, and he says it later in the conversation, we'll stop it there, but he just does this dance where he's like, oh, I don't care about it, but then I'm going to defend it to the death, right? If you didn't actually care about it, then you would just shrug and say, okay, well then do whatever. And actually, I give a lot of credit to it. And actually they were attacked by some people on the far left. the trans as a representative, right? It's not a senator, McBride.
Right.
You know, Nancy Mace is doing the whole like, you know, talk about trying to stir up, you know, controversy. Nancy, you know, over nothing. That if you want to talk about like wedge issues, Nancy Mace like making this big deal about the whole transgender bathroom thing in Congress when she has her own private bathroom. Sarah McBride has her own private bathroom. But when, you know, Mike Johnson changed the rules to say like, oh, okay, well, trans women can't use the women's bathroom, whatever. You know, Sarah McBride was just like, okay, I don't care. Like, I'm just going to focus on, you know, passing legislation to help working class people. So it's like, oh, well, they actually don't care because they're just trying to actually do the, you know, they're trying to do their own work. Right.
Right.
And that's what Hasan and all these other people would do if they said that they actually didn't care. They would just shrug and say, okay, well, we're going to do something that we think is actually productive and just ignore you. But they don't. They say, I don't care. But then they'll fight you tooth and nail to the death on, you know, the issue.
Yeah. Look, it's so ironic because his behavior is completely in contradiction with his worldview. He's all through this video, he's staring at the chat, right? The chat is a bottom up process, right? If he really could manufacture consent, it wouldn't matter. He could talk about whatever he wants to, but he's not able to do that. These kids have been indoctrinated out in the world. This is what they believe, and he's just catering to that intuition that they have, like religiously.
Yes. And the irony is that how is it that Hasan, who's part of this system, he doesn't see himself as part of the system, but he's 100% part of the system. He's like, you know, the #1 political streamer in America. And he's part of the system. He's at the top of the system. And he sees, you know, that it's not this top-down propaganda, but it's a bottom-up propaganda.
Of
he's
course.
just completely audience captured. And yet, for some reason, when it comes to, you know, the news, MSNBC, CNN, New York Times, and these other outlets, Fox News, he doesn't perceive that they're in the same boat that he is, that it's this kind of bottom-up audience capture situation.
They're doing the exact same thing.
Right, right.
It's so ironic.
Maybe we'll watch this video too. It's kind of ridiculous. I don't know if we ever covered them. There's a trans YouTuber, Jesse Gender, I think their name is. They do a bunch of like, you know, hyper woke videos, and they actually made like 2 videos criticizing Sarah McBride for not having the appropriate response, for not having the radical left response to, you know, Nancy Mace's massive, ridiculous
nobody
attack
cares.
on it.
Why do you care? It's just nobody cares.
It's so funny. They're like, oh, they should be like a complete radical and they should fight and they should like protest and, you know, they should like have signs, and they're throwing trans people under the bus and they're trying to, it's like, oh my God. It's like, that's the loot. That's how these people lose. And that's sort of the difference, I think, between, you know, the Cenks of the world and the Hasans of the world.
Yeah. You're just tired of losing.
Yeah.
This is the thing though. That bottom up process has taken place. All these people in Hasan's audience, they're not going to abandon these radical views. They're going to take them with them. People rarely change. So the indoctrination process has already taken place. These people are lifelong a part of this movement.
I don't know. I mean, people do change. I'm not so pessimistic on that issue.
People change around the margins.
I mean, people do get more.
You can pull out evidence of people, you know, a person changing here and there. And obviously, look, we've changed people and people do change, but I'm just saying.
Cenk has changed, obviously. Anna's changed, obviously.
I mean, we're talking, what is it, 10 years, 15 years?
No, but I'm saying, like, I think, you know, people do get more conservative over time. I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of people, as they get older from Hasan's audiences, will, you know, I would hope, are going to gravitate away from radical socialism.
Yeah, the things that they believe, the manufacturing consent, that's a worldview. Like, you can be born in the wrong body. That's like a worldview.
Right.
I mean, yeah, people change. Christians become atheists. It's just, it's rare and on the margins. Most of the time, people just continue with the worldview that they've adopted when they're young.
Well, before we start, this was the last thing before we start. I guess we should be a little bit more, and I'm definitely guilty of this, should definitely be a little bit more fair on the manufacturing consent thing, because like what the top political pundits, whether they be streamers or newscasters or journalists and papers, I mean, they do have an effect like what kind of stories, what they cover, that does have an effect on things. So there definitely is a top down narrative message and a bottom up narrative message that kind of interplays with each other. It's not all one direction. And I think that's kind of the problem that a lot of people have, especially on the left, is they think it's completely unidirectional when it's not.
Right. I think so much of it is just who establishes the narrative first. Like the media does have an effect, but
Right.
once they establish a narrative, and this is plays out in politics too. This is why every political campaign tries to define their political opposition as early as possible, because they know once that narrative is fixed, confirmation bias takes over.
You're
And
correct.
it could just be, I saw this first, right? This is my first experience with this person, and it fucking sticks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and also, yes, you're 100% correct. But I'm sure you've had the experience, I talk to my parents, I talk to normies and stuff, and I'll like hear them say something about politics, and I'm like, oh, I know like where you heard that. You read like that in an article in the New York Times, or you heard that on MSNBC or CNN, and like suddenly that becomes the argument, right? And
Right.
it's more like, I think a lot of it is the media institutions on the left and the right, very often what their job is to cultivate arguments for someone's preset moral intuition.
Yeah.
And say like, here
That's
you go,
perfect.
here's the argument. Yes.
But the preset moral intuitions are the bottom up process. It's
You're
kind of
correct.
set in
Yes.
stone. That's
Right.
why.
That's the part they can't change.
And that's where, like, you can't really manufacture consent, because as soon as the media puts out a narrative that's against that ordained intuition, moral intuition, it doesn't stick. It's no sticking. Has no, like, Hasan has no power to reverse the born in the wrong body narrative. Like if he came out and started talking about how, there's no scientific evidence for that, and he started pulling out studies, his audience would just shun him.
Right. That's true.
Yeah.
What I was explaining, that the Christian groups, the right-wing Christian nationalist groups, in the aftermath of the failed initiative to do a trans bathroom bill in North Carolina, at a time when Donald Trump was pro-trans, openly stating he was pro-trans, openly criticizing the North Carolina legislation, saying leave it as it is, nobody cares, Caitlyn Jenner can piss in whichever bathroom she wants to piss in as long as she's pissing in Trump Tower. When all this stuff was happening, there was definitely a different attitude overall. I think part of that was because, just like you also recognize, most Americans, like, they just think trans people are being discriminated against, and unjustly. And the other reason was because it just seemed like cruel and unusual for no particular reason. So what these Christian family groups did was go back to the drawing board and, hire the likes of, maybe Frank Luntz didn't personally involve himself in this one, but like people like Frank Luntz that would go and focus group and test different messages.
Yep.
And they arrived at two key points that were resilient. Americans don't necessarily care about trans issues all that much, but they do care about meritocracy. And what is the one place where there's true meritocracy in the eyes of many Americans? Now, there's, still not perfect meritocracy, but sports. Sports is the one area where if you dominate, if you're good, you're going to dominate. If you're dominant, then you're going to get elevated, right? So they packaged anti-trans sentiment with sports, and specifically children's sports, right? And that is where we arrive at, 60% of the country, or even larger percentages than that.
Is this just theoretical, or is he basing this on some, like, who is this person? Who is this Frank Luntz character that focus groups this stuff?
Well, you understand, like before this debate, he was sent a vision in a dream.
I know. It's just
of how this all came to be, how this all came to pass. So
this is like the nebulous right wingers.
Right.
We're just looking for some wedge issue here so that we can win.
But even if this is like hypothetically, even if this process is true, it doesn't matter. It's still a real issue that people like. The thing that makes something a sticky wedge issue is that it's real.
It is real.
It latches onto something real. And it's funny because Hasan is actually somewhat correct. And it's like, yes, you're right. Sports is supposed to be based on some kind of meritocratic thing. And it seems completely ridiculous and unfair to allow, trans women, especially trans women who have gone through male puberty, who have a definitive advantage in sports to just run roughshod over women.
Yeah, of course. It's definitely a real issue. No, it's just manufactured by the lying Republicans, Sitch.
Right.
Don't think trans women should be participating in sports with cis women, specifically trans girls, competing in athletic endeavors with cis girls.
Yeah. So that's exactly my point, Haas. And when they laid that trap, first of all, the right wing should acknowledge that was identity politics being played by the right wing. The right wing did the polls, they did the studies, they were looking for something that the American people would hate about the left, about trans people, about LGBTQ people. When you go looking,
that's not identity politics, by the way, not remotely. So,
well, I guess you could argue. It's annoying.
It's identity politics to, like, they want trans women to be able to compete in women's sports because it affects their dignity if they don't. That's identity politics.
Right, but
trying to keep them out of women's sports. Well, look, I guess you could make the argument that
for women,
the dignity of women is being shit on.
That's what I was going to say, yeah. Okay. So it depends on how you define it, but
yeah, that makes sense.
And searching and digging on identity. Don't tell me you're not doing identity politics.
No, this is identity politics, and the right does it all the time. Now, listen, here's the thing, okay? You understand this to be a distraction. Like, you recognize that it's a distraction, which is why I don't think either of us are saying that this should be the pivotal. This should play a pivotal role in the top of the line messaging of the Democratic Party, which is that, like, no, trans women have to compete with cis women. I don't think anyone is making that argument at all.
No,
but I think we should, it would serve us both well to openly recognize, and I think you do as well.
Such a fucking liar. They are totally making that argument. That's the argument that Emma Vigeland was making.
Yeah.
Everyone is making this argument. Fucking liars.
That this hyper focusing on, trans athletes at the high school level all the way to the collegiate level is a distraction that most Americans might have an opinion on, but don't necessarily care about. It's not a major driver of turnout. It's not something that people go out and vote for.
I don't agree.
No. Okay. Well, we can have that argument in a second.
That's another thing too, because Cenk's position is that trans girls can compete in high school sports. So he is making that issue.
I will explain it to you why I don't think it's a real issue. Part of the reason why is that it's just simply not a real issue because do you know the number of trans athletes nationally?
So I know that
under the collegiate level?
No, it's microscopic.
It's
That's
40.
why.
The number is 40.
Yeah, and so like 20 states, 20 red states passed a law against transgender girls participating in high school sports, and they couldn't name one transgender girl in their state that participated in high school sports.
Yes.
So that's exactly my point. We start with agreement.
Even Spencer Cox vetoed the bill.
So then no problem. We can just ban them then. Completely. It's only 40 people up against all these people who are losing sleep over it.
Right.
Easy. Done. Look, Kamala Harris should just come out and said that. Why didn't she just come out and say, look, we're going to ban trans women in sports? She stole the no tax on tips.
There you go.
And she just steal that?
It only affects, 40 trans women, which affects a lot more women in general because they have to also, play in the same sports. So
yeah. Done. It's over.
In Utah originally.
No more wedge issue.
And he actually wrote like a pretty compelling argument as to why he was vetoing it. And governors like Andy Bashar have actually won by higher margins after openly defending trans people in the past in a state like Kentucky, for example.
So look, we start with a point of agreement, which is that the right wing uses a wedge issue to drive a wedge between us. Mm-hmm. They go looking for it and they do it based on identity politics. Okay. So we totally agree on that. We totally agree that it's a microscopic issue that affects almost no one in the country. Okay. Mm-hmm. So when we don't have paid family, we don't have health care for everyone. This is bullshit.
I don't even think that's
meant
true.
To distract us.
I don't even
disagree
think it does
on how to react to it.
It does actually impact a lot of cis women. There's more cis women than there are trans women, and there are a lot of young girls that this could technically impact because now you have bills like the one in Ohio, the penis inspection bills, like the one that they have in Ohio, where like one of the parents from the opposing team could be like, "That's a trans girl, actually," and then they have to literally go and traumatize this like young girl who, in many instances, is not. Statistically, it is highly unlikely that person is trans to be.
Cis women are being hurt by not having trans women in sports, Sitch. Did you know that?
It's a pretty interesting argument. It's a pretty interesting argument.
And it ends up harming cis women even more than it ends up harming trans women.
So look, I said this exact same point on trigonometry, and their audience hated it. But this is the reality. The reason I make a distinction between high school and professional sports is because in high school, what you're saying is, like Ohio, if I really want to institute this, even though it affects almost no trans or cis girls, if in the world, in Ohio as it is.
Like
but if I go to implement it, now I got to check everybody's genitals, and there's got to be a genital checker, right? And let me guess, tons of Republican older men are going to volunteer to check the genital.
Dude, so ridiculous. This is so ridiculous. We're drifting into fantasy world here.
I know.
A genital checker. Look, you have to let trans women in high school sports. Otherwise, you'll have to have a genital checker.
It's very interesting.
So ridiculous. So ridiculous. And look, there are locker rooms in high school. Is this trans woman / male going to be in the female locker room?
Probably.
That's like a parent's fucking nightmare. They don't want to deal with this shit. Oh my God, it's so bad.
Of our high school kids. And I hate it. I don't want it. It's like a groomer pervert factory. And they're going to probably put Jim Jordan in charge of it. No, okay. But when you get to the professional level, you get to the Olympic level, you guys make a giant mistake. You fall right into their trap, and you go, "Oh yeah, sure, they should be able to compete." When the overwhelming majority of the American people do not agree with you, you should let the Olympics and the professional sports decide it on their own. It is not a constitutional right. They have no so-called right to participate in the WNBA. I don't have a right to participate in the NBA. So, number one, I don't agree when you go to those extremes. And number two, does it affect elections? Well, we had an overwhelming answer to that in the Trump Harris contest.
First of all, it's not a trap. You're not falling into the trap. And if you want to conceptualize that as a trap, Cenk is in the trap because making the distinction between high school and college is just immaterial to the people who are against this policy, who don't want to see trans women in women's sports. So
but
that's a meaningless distinction.
We have to not ourselves, and everyone listening has to also not fall into a trap here, which is that you have to remember that this conversation is not for us or moderates or Republicans or their audience. This is a conversation for Hasan's audience. And so things are going to be framed in a very specific way in an attempt by Cenk. I don't think it's going to work, but an attempt by Cenk to try to frame things that be more palatable to a far left audience, to say, this is why you should agree with me.
Right.
Because if you just said, and I think a lot of it is sort of like somewhat like a post hoc rationalization, because I think a lot of times, and I think I do this too, I think everyone does this, you sort of say like, oh, well, I don't agree with this issue, so let me try to say, well, like, if I don't agree, if I'm talking to someone on the left and I say, well, I like morally, I just don't think that trans women should be playing in women's sports, right? And I explain my reasoning, I think it's unfair advantage, blah, 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 blah. And they still disagree with all that. Then it's like, okay, well, also, I don't think it's going to work for you because it's going to create this wedge issue in politics and you're going to lose elections because majority, like, that's when you start going to all these other reasons because you're trying to convince someone of something. Right. So those are all like kind of secondary reasons. Now, I don't know if any of that works, but I think that's what's going on a lot in this conversation.
Yeah, I just think it's interesting that Cenk is trying to convince him to adopt an equally losing position. So, which is ridiculous. And I fundamentally disagree with the framing. Like they think that the only reason people adopt a certain position is because they've been tricked into adopting that position by the Republicans. This whole searching for a wedge issue. It's like, no, people legitimately care about this issue. They have concerns and they have political power. They're able to vote. And guess what? They're going to vote in numbers and they're going to destroy you at the ballot box on this issue time and time again. So you either adopt a position that is going to be palatable to a majority of people, or you shut the fuck up.
Right. Now, to be clear, I think people can be somewhat manipulated or tricked into positions, but I don't think this is one of those positions at all.
What would be an example of someone being tricked into a position? Well, I mean, it's got to be something that like doesn't touch their lives at all.
Well, no. So maybe tricked is the wrong word. Like, because of it's so unfortunate. This is just like the way tribalism functions is, you have like the Democrats are like, we're anti-war for, 30, 40, 50 years. And the right's all like, Republicans are like, oh, you're pussies, you're losers, blah, 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 blah. And the Democrats are like, oh, we're anti-big business. And the Republicans are like, oh, you're losers, we hate you, business is good, blah, 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 blah. And then it's like, suddenly, as soon as Trump says those things, there's like a complete flip flop on the positions, right? Suddenly,
Mhm.
like that makes it okay for people that are on the right or Republicans to be like, oh, I too am anti-war, or I too don't like big businesses. It's almost like once the right, it's because like a lot of people, the way that they conceptualize these arguments is it's not even really what the person's saying. It's, do I want to be aligned with the person who's saying it? So if you're on the left or you're on the right and you see someone from the other faction make an argument, you don't really want to be aligned with them a lot of the times. But if someone on your side makes the argument, suddenly you can be like, oh, that appeals to me. Like it gives you permission to sort of adopt that position.
I think people can be moved on positions that they don't really have a stake in because it's all theoretical to them, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're painting a narrative picture of a certain situation, and they have an opinion on that, but it doesn't really affect them. Like as soon as it starts affecting them, and even in like the Ukraine war situation. I mean, I know there are young people that are afraid it's going to get escalated and they're going to end up being drafted and involved, which would tangibly affect them and affect their understanding of that their position on the Ukraine war.
Right.
So, but I look, I'm struggling to think of something that
yeah, but
is
even that is like, if we're going to do the probabilistic calculation, it's incredibly unlikely that there's going to be a draft in America for the fucking Ukraine-Russia war.
Yes, but
but no, but
that
I was saying,
would be something that look.
No, but
it's
like
not going to affect people who are too old to be drafted. It's not going to affect women.
Right.
It's so the idea that it could happen is going to affect a certain subset of the electorate that is going to have a tangible stake in that issue. That's all I'm saying.
Right. I understand. But what I'm saying is, like, if you're of fighting age, if you're the 18 to 25, 35,
it's unlikely to happen.
Right. No, but and you're like, oh, my politics align all with, one like the Democrats, but I think that the Democrats are more likely to get us into World War III and all get drafted. And that's the singular issue. Like, I would say that that's some form of, manipulation or tricking or something by a pundit kind of placing that fear in your mind. I don't know if the pundit believes it or not, but placing that fear in your mind and escalating it to like, this is a highly probable thing to happen, when in all reality, it's an incredibly low likely possibility to happen. It's far more likely you're going to get killed in a car crash when you walk outside than you're going to get drafted to fight in Ukraine.
Right. Okay.
So,
but it does tangibly affect their lives in the same way.
No, yes.
The sports issue tangibly affects certain people.
Yeah, no,
people who are athletic and involved in sports. I
agree that if there's an issue if there's an issue, a political issue that's happening in someone's personal life, this is why the busing the asylum seekers to all those states was so effective.
Exactly.
Right, because it made it like a tangible issue that people could perceive, like, oh, there's a bunch of asylum seekers living in a hotel,
example.
Right, or living in the schools or what. Yeah, you're exactly. No, because I agree. You're completely correct about this. Like, once people can see it, they gain a level of inflexibility in terms of like being persuaded against it. Well, they could be persuaded. Right. They might be persuaded about like why it's happening, that aligns with their moral tuition, or maybe what to do about it, but they can't be persuaded that it's not happening because they're perceiving it. And I think that's what a lot of times people on the left get incorrectly, is they're like, oh, this isn't happening. This isn't happening. It's like, yeah, but this comes up a lot with the crime issue.
Like,
it is happening. People are perceiving it. And if you keep, and it's the same thing, like this was like a big flaw, I think, with Joe Biden, back even before the election really started, was that the Biden administration kept saying inflation is going down. It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. And it's like, no, everyone like goes to a restaurant. Everyone goes to the grocery store and they like see that it's a big deal. You can't just tell them that it's not a big deal.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Donald Trump ran the anti-trans ad, which was not about hating trans people, although of course it was perceived as such by a lot of people. And so, but what it was saying, hey, you guys are giving free surgery to undocumented immigrants who are detainees who are trans. It's too much. It's too, and I agree, it is too much. 98% of Americans agree it is too much, right? So instead of saying, oh no, that you guys are right, that's too much. And of course, sports leagues, that's fine. And of course, no, we're not going to pay for any surgery for a dude who just crossed the border a second ago, right? Instead, you guys go, no, let's fight. Oh, for God's sake. And you dig in. And now we're on a losing ground for no reason at all.
Can you tell me who on the Democratic Party's campaign was actually saying like, no, we have to issue bottom surgery for undocumented migrants, outside of Kamala Harris saying that in an ACLU questionnaire in 2019, when faced with the question, what will you do for trans people? She just gave that answer, which was a bad answer to give regardless.
But I like that. It's like, can you tell me who gave this answer besides the candidate running for president?
I know, it's so ridiculous.
That's a pretty big give, Hasan. Okay, it's kind of the most important person in the election, isn't it?
Well, and it's immaterial if the person won't denounce the policy. And look, Hasan is not going to denounce the policy. As soon as they hem-haw around, they're like, oh, you know, I don't. They're not going to endorse it, but they're not going to denounce it. Everyone knows what's going on.
Yes,
they're like secretly in favor of it, which is weirder and scarier.
Yeah, either secretly in favor of it, or they're too cowardly to either acknowledge that they were wrong, or that they took a bad position, or they're taking a position for like bullshit reasons, or whatever. Right? It doesn't. Yes. It speaks very poor of their character. Yes,
it does.
It's probably. I don't. Listen, I've never done this focus grouping. I would imagine that those kind of bullshit, wishy-washy, not going to support it, not going to deny it. I would think. My intuition tells me that that'd probably be the worst possible answer to give out of all permutations of answers.
Yeah. You watched the thing with David Plouffe, right, where they were talking about the fallout of the election?
Yes.
And
which you'll probably cover at some point because it's really interesting.
Yeah. I mean, he was saying, oh my God, we focus grouped a million different ways to respond to that.
And none of them worked.
And none of them worked. Yeah. Because it's a lose-lose. Yeah. You're fucking boxed in a corner, right? Nobody agrees with you. You look like a flip-flopper.
You had to be careful with these focus groups because their focus groups are important to some extent, but it's like, okay, I think there is a level of, especially in politics, like people don't necessarily know the product that they want until someone offers it. And it's kind of like Trump is a perfect example of this. People didn't really, I mean, I guess you could say with the Tea Party, but people didn't really know how ripe for a sort of anti-business, anti-neoconservative, anti-Reagan-esque neoliberal economic policies that the Republican Party was. Because that's like, those are the not the founding principles, those are the principles that defined the Republican Party for like my entire life, for 40 years. And then when Trump came along, he sort of just said, oh, there's like this entire market of people in the Republican Party that don't want any of that shit. And no one really realized that until Trump offered it, or Trump listened enough and then offered it. And so I think it's the same thing with Harris. And I think this is why Bill Maher is correct when he was talking about the sister soldier moment, which comes up in here, is, Bill Clinton won that election when he had a sister soldier moment. And I think that if, he had a Democrat, maybe Harris couldn't because she kind of committed to woke in the past. But if there was a Democrat who was just like, all this woke stuff is just trash and just was very, very direct about it all, I think that would help them a lot.
It would help them a lot, definitely.
Yeah, I think it would help them a lot. And I think it would change the way a lot of focus group people, because like focus groups are made of people too who are afraid to answer questions in specific ways because they feel like the judgment of society on their back. So
maybe Hasan can do it. He's too cowardly. He'll never do it.
He is.
He's too afraid.
Well, for him, like he can't have a sister, like a normal Democrat could have a sister soldier moment and denounce woke stuff. And I think they would actually be pretty successful in a presidential race, or depending on what state they're in. Hasan can't, because he exists in this very small ecosystem of Twitch politics, which is dominated by radical figures.
Right. Yeah. There's no audience there for that.
No.
But was there like a hyper focus from the Democratic Party's campaign that I'm missing?
So Trump starts running the ad, and it instantly jumps to the most effective ad according to Trump's internal numbers and according to Kamala Harris's internal numbers. So at that point,
that's also not true. David Plouffe literally said on the Pod Save America autopsy that they engaged in that the ad actually wasn't all that impactful at all.
Yeah, bullshit.
Oh,
I saw him say that. I know it's not true because Future Forward, they're the biggest PAC.
Did he say that? I don't remember him saying that.
I don't either. Yeah.
Huh.
I remember him saying that they focus grouped a lot of responses to it, but
right, and they couldn't craft one.
They couldn't settle on a response that would be effective. And this is the thing; they want to be data driven. And he said that a million times on that podcast. Look, we're data driven. We're data driven. The problem with that is you don't. I mean, to some extent, you have to take risks, exactly like you lined out. And Trump was not afraid to take risks and see what happened.
Right.
And they ended up paying off.
Yeah. No, that is true.
That Kamala Harris has said that the Charlemagne the God version of that moved the national polls by not the national polls, but for people who viewed it, it moved the numbers by 2.7 points nationally.
Okay.
That is gigantic. And they said it was the most effective ad Trump had. That's why he then doubled down and quadrupled down and wound up spending 20% of his entire ad budget on that ad.
I think
because both sides thought it was the single most effective ad.
I think that's literally the reason why Kamala Harris was able to actually catch up to Donald Trump on not only the economy, because of their hyper focus on the trans shit. But
you thought that helped Kamala Harris?
No, I don't. I think that this kind of hyper focus on a marginalized group is not moving people to go out and vote in any meaningful capacity for some of the reasons that you also mentioned, but also because most people don't know who the.
So wait, just to be clear, Hasan he thinks that the Republican Party and Trump talking about trans issues helped Harris overall.
Yeah, it's ludicrous. Not only that, he frames it as that ad helped Kamala Harris catch up on economics. The ad where she said she would rather spend your tax dollars on prisoners to transition than universal health care for you. That's the ad that made people believe she'd be better to manage the economy. You're fucking high, dude.
Yeah. I mean, I guess there's like I think it's ridiculous. Like there could be some theoretical way that you could try to game this out. But if he doesn't have, if he has zero evidence, this is a complete ass pull of something he wants to be true.
Of course.
If the metrics are saying if Harris's internal polling and Trump's internal polling are both saying that his ad was very effective, and then Hasan's like, well, no, actually, fuck all the polling, fuck all the data. I'm just going to tell you that deep in my heart and soul, okay, that ad actually helped Harris. It's like, what? Like, okay, it's a strong claim. It's a bold claim.
Yeah, he understands the ad incorrectly as well. Like he perceives it as beating up on trans people, which that's not remotely why that ad worked. Yeah.
Well, and it's funny because even the people that were working for Harris's campaign, they all understood exactly what you're saying.
Yeah,
and they all
mentioned
verbalized
it
that
on the podcast.
Yeah, exactly. That was the issue with the ad. So
if Trump made an ad that was attacking trans people, that came out and said trans people are degenerate or whatever, right? That would not help his campaign.
Mm-hmm. Right.
That would hurt his campaign tremendously. Yes.
Right.
But that's the way that they perceive that ad. They think that's what the ad is doing. It's so stupid.
Mm-hmm.
Trans people are. They've never met a trans person. They don't give a shit. They just care about the economy. And when you're hyper focusing on just like, trans people and like dominating trans people or some shit, even if it's something that they agree with, they're like after.
So he says you're hyper focused on dominating trans people. That's the way he sees the ad. Mm-hmm. Fucking stupid. Totally stupid.
At a certain point, there is outrage fatigue. And I think on the trans issue, we like consultants and people who are hyper focused on the media care far more about the effectiveness of ads like that than the actual Americans that went out and voted. And you saw this reality.
They won.
No, I know, but okay. So
I mean, like so in the real world, they won, we lost. In the,
that's why
in
you
the
have
world
to
of consultants where they look at polling,
that's why you have to
won,
look,
we lost.
That's why you have to look at the broader campaign and what Americans were concerned with and why they voted in the ways that they did. And I think here's where you and I agree on.
So your position is, even though both sides overwhelmingly say that ad was the most effective ad and it moved people and it cost Kamala Harris tons and tons of votes, you disagree.
Yes. And the reason why I disagree with it is because, well, I don't completely disagree with it. And I'll explain to you why. And I think you and I are going to be in agreement with this. I think that the only way that ad is even remotely sticky when, or even remotely effective, when I still question the legitimacy of how effective the ad was, because there's plenty of examples of people actually defending trans people and then winning by resounding numbers all across the country.
It depends on what issue though, Haas.
It's because the Democrats they stand for nothing. There's nothing that unites the base of support for the Democratic Party. They are this weird big tent, third way neoliberal party that is constantly pointing to institutional norms and defending this notion of civility. If that is your overarching campaign strategy, then yes, if you stand for nothing, you will, people can turn around and tell others what you actually.
The party that went around calling Donald Trump a fascist for the last 6 months is the party of civility, Sitch. The party of civility.
Right.
Civility politics.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he's trying to talk about the whole like accepting election results is the civility angle he's talking about. I'm not sure.
Oh, so he's saying that they should do a January 6th? Is that his angle?
Maybe
they should give up on civility. Is that
maybe? I mean, he's a radical socialist. Of course, he doesn't like civility.
Right, but to paint the Democrats as a party of civility is just, I mean, you're smoking crack, dude.
Mm-hmm.
That campaign was not civil at all.
Stand for. They can reframe what you actually stand for and say this is the type of stuff that they care about actually. And therein lies the problem. And I think you and I will agree on this. If it was like a Bernie Sanders style candidacy, if Kamala Harris was like, I want Medicare for all, that Americans are suffering. I want to fix the housing crisis by implementing a federal jobs program backed like a, mass housing boom that will actually fix the housing markets in all these big cities and all across the country by building a shit ton of houses. No public-private partnership, none of that. No opportunity economy language whatsoever. We're gonna just build, baby, build. Okay. If those are some of the key markers that you're focusing on, this does two things. Okay. This does two things.
The ad still completely undercuts all of that because look, she did that. She said, look, I care about an opportunity economy. I'm going to build homes. I'm going to give you guys money to buy homes. She did all that, but the ad undermined it because it said these are her real priorities.
Right.
And you have to address that.
Yes. And it says those are her real priorities, and it calls into question competency because much of presidents is like, okay, people know that politicians are going to tell you whatever you want to hear. And so people are kind of trying to judge on an intuitive level. Do I feel that this person is competent and trustworthy? Trustworthy that I can trust, like that they're actually going to do what they're saying, and competent that they're going to have to fight against the other party to actually, implement these things. And it's kind of like, I guess the counterexample would be if you tell Hasan, like, okay, I want you to imagine that there's a candidate who's very charismatic. He has all the exact policies of Bernie Sanders, right? And he's young. You're totally on board with this guy, right? But he has one policy, and his policy is that he's in favor of eating babies.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you're like, well, wait a minute. So are you going to support this guy? It's like, well, what if he doesn't, what if he only ate one baby, 20 years ago, right? And whenever you ask him about it, he kind of is vague about the whole thing. It's like, well, no, that calls into question everything else, like all of his other policies. Cause you're like, wait a minute, this is crazy.
You're like, dude, he's a cannibal.
Yeah, like he has like this one thing that he did. It's like, and you're like, well, no one cares he ate a baby 20 years ago. Right now, he's always good policies. Like, well, wait. What do you mean? No, like this one thing, it calls into question everything else because it's seen as very extreme. I mean, obviously in the example, it is very extreme. It's a very extreme and weird thing, and it calls into question like everything.
Yeah.
Or maybe
to address that.
Right. Or maybe the better example is the one that we used the other day about the, they believe you have the hypothetical candidate who's, they believe that you have to sacrifice every 50 years a virgin to a volcano in order to bring good economic tidings, right?
Yeah.
And you're like, okay, like if you believe that kind of calls into question everything else you believe.
Yeah. You don't have the competency to accomplish any of the things that you're selling people.
Right, exactly. And that's kind of a big part of the trans women in sports and the trans prisoner issues. It's like, well, if you're in favor of this, what is that like? Then you're just not a competent person. You have like a very weird set of beliefs.
Yeah. Yeah, the Charlemagne the God version was the winner too, because he's like an outspoken liberal, and if he's saying, "Oh my God, you're crazy,"
yes, exactly,
it's over. Yeah.
Number one, Republicans are reactionary, so now they have something that they have to fight against. And if they don't have anything to fight against, they're going to find new wedge issues to make everybody pay attention to, no matter how silly or stupid, right? So now they have to fight.
Everyone's reactionary. I hate this concept. Politics is all people reacting to the thing that's going on right now and saying, I want to do some kind of policy or to change something or to maintain something. Everyone's reacting to something. It's stupid.
The policy proposal is on the left. They're the ones that proposed trans women should be able to enter any woman's space or category.
Mm-hmm.
They propose that. The Republicans never proposed that. So to make it seem like the Republicans are the ones that came up with this trans issue as a wedge issue, that's ridiculous.
Right. Yeah.
That's fucking ridiculous.
Yep.
against that policy and present why that policy is bad. Now they have to sit there and lie about why giving healthcare to every American is actually going to be devastating because they're backed by their corporate donors. So that's a major issue with the way that the Democratic Party operates in general, and I think you agree with me on this, right?
See, he's just drifting into word salad now.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, the donors.
If you give him something to fight for, if you give him something to fight against, they're not going to find new ways that find new things that they can just like draw a wedge on. So that's number one.
Okay.
Number two. Okay. The second thing is when you don't have this broad, very obvious policy that you like earnestly are fighting for, that you have been able to communicate to like the majority of the population, like this is my North Star, this is the key defining issue of the Democratic Party this election cycle. Okay, all of a sudden, when you cave and capitulate, the second point I was going to make is when you cave and capitulate the right wing framing on these issues, the only thing you end up doing is basically admitting that the Republicans are right. And the Democrats have done this on immigration. The Democrats have done this on policing. The Democrats have allowed the Republicans to dominate the space over and over and over again. And they've done it with trans issues as well, or they're doing it now with trans issues as well. Just call it out for what it is. It's a simple distraction. This is not going to put food on your table. This
is how I know. This is how the radical extremists work. And it's so crazy and dishonest and disgusting because it's like, okay, so you have the radical socialist movement or wing of the Democrats or the left, they kind of seize a hold of all these institutions and they start pushing the Democrats into these very extreme positions about, abolish the police and, really bad policies. I mean, I don't want to say that they didn't really push Biden into doing open borders. He just implemented a policy that was like horrifically stupid and didn't work. But they're pushing the Democrats into like basically being afraid to call out immigration or putting clamps on immigration and this abolish police nonsense. And then it's like, when that happens, obviously the Republicans, they see this as a very clear and easy win. I mean, they obviously agree with it, believe it, but they obviously see it as a very easy political win to say, okay, this is like crazy, abolish the police is crazy, allowing all the asylum seekers in is crazy, all this stuff is crazy. And then you have the idiot socialists like Hasan say, oh, well, if the Republicans point to something, you're never, ever allowed to say that they're correct because then you're just ceding the argument. It's like, yeah, but they were correct. And it was your side that was incorrect. Your radical extremist side that create all these problems for the Democratic Party in the first place by pushing them in this direction.
Yeah. And you look ridiculous. You look like a person unwilling to accept reality, which is worse. Totally worse.
Yes.
So just because you don't want to give the Republicans a win, you're going to look like a fool? Someone who can't even acknowledge the reality of a situation? Someone who gets it wrong and ignores the fact that they got it wrong? It's like 10 times worse.
Mm-hmm.
I can't. What is this strategy? Just pretend we didn't make a mistake.
The strategy is to it's so funny. Isn't it interesting that the strategy for Hasan is exactly the thing that lines up with his world, like what he wants politically. The strategy is that he wants the Democrats to run as far left socialist. And if they only ran as far left socialist, then they would win every election ever. Yeah. It's like, oh, really? Oh, that's very interesting.
Untrue.
Okay. Wow. Fascinating.
This is the way that the Republican Party gets away with being in the pocket of billionaires openly by saying this is the only thing that the Democrats care about. Trans people are your neighbors. They're not your landlord. They're not your boss. And they're not the reason why healthcare is so costly. Okay. They're a tiny group of people in this country that just want to live their same lives. They literally have the same.
I just want to take every gold medal women have the ability to achieve.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. They just want all your gold medals.
Well, and part of it even is beyond this sort of, it's just, as we were talking about, like people can't accept things that are just so blatantly untrue. And so when they were trying to make the whole like trans women or women argument to say that there's no categorical difference between a trans woman and a cis woman, everyone just knows that's not true. And if you're going to accept something that we all just know on a deep level is untrue, it calls into question your beliefs about everything.
It does. It totally does. And then just to downplay it like this, oh, they're just your neighbors. Trans women are just your neighbors. They just want to shower with your daughter at school. That's it. Fucking stupid.
best interest as you. They literally also have to pay rent at the end of the day. They also still are harmed by the same shitty job opportunities that people have. They also are worried about not being able to own a home or retire at a reasonable age. The idea that, like, you know, these people are the reasons as to why you're experiencing economic anxieties is silly. Don't ever have this conversation. That's what I say. And that's how I deal with it as someone who is obviously somewhat radical in my pro-trans message overall, because
so look,
it's silly. It's a nonsensical position that you even recognize as nonsense.
So let me start with the agreement and move to the disagreement. So and the agreement is super important here, because you're right. And this ad is, in a sense, the perfect symbol of, in my experience, you only agree with half of this, but the merger of what is wrong with the Democratic Party's corporate wing and the radical left wing. You smush them together. We'll get to labels in a minute. Okay, so you smush them together and you have this ad, and this ad helped Trump win and Kamala Harris lose. Why are you smushing them together? For the exact reason that you explained, Haas. Because if they were like Bernie Sanders and they were economic populists, Bernie can say, why are we talking about that issue? We should be doing higher minimum wage, and we should be doing universal health care, et cetera. And then now we're having a real conversation about things that affect people's lives. And Kamala Harris can't do that because she's too busy pleasing the donor class, right?
Tony West. Shouts out to my man, Tony West.
And who cost us the election more, that ad or Tony West? Not close. Tony West. Okay, so Tony West, who's the Uber executive, that's her brother-in-law, told her, oh, you know what? You're too tough on corporations. Instead, you should give them a big bear hug. Go.
Wasn't Uber, that was the company, right, where they put that woman on leave because she was the Asian DEI director?
Really?
Was that Uber? Wasn't that Uber?
I thought it was Uber, yeah. But that was Kamala Harris's inside billionaire advising her campaign.
Well, she has some like weird, like a familial connection to the head of Uber's, like her husband's relative or something.
Okay.
So that's what they're talking about.
Elitists.
Right.
Go out there and put out that 90 corporate CEOs.
It's her brother-in-law.
So it's her husband's brother.
It's her husband's brother, yeah.
You're awesome, and that you'll work for corporations and do everything that they want. Bring in Liz Cheney, Dick Cheney. Dick Cheney pulled a 13%. Liz Cheney is one of the most unpopular people. Progressive Data for Progress did a poll that showed the more she campaigned with Liz Cheney, the more she lost support. She lost enthusiasm. It was a super dumb idea, and that cost us more than this ad did. This whole idea of, oh my God, I love big business, and I'll do everything big business tells me. Look at Mark Cuban. He's on every cable channel telling you that I will do whatever the business interests want. It's the worst idea in the world, especially when you're running against Donald Trump. And Donald Trump's going, hey, here's a billionaire, Elon Musk. I'm just going to give the government to him. And here's another billionaire, Miriam Adelson, and I'm going to give foreign policy to her. And here's Tim Mellon, weirdo guy who inherited all of his money and douchebag who wants tax cuts because he's just rich and earned nothing in his life. And I'm going to give him tax cuts for the rich, right? But they never make that case because they're corporate douchebags. Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, Hillary Clinton, all of Democratic leadership. And so these guys are never going to win another general election. The American people hate them. They should hate them.
All of this stuff is just insular to the Democratic Party, insular to the left. Like, I only hear the left ever talking about these tax cuts for the rich or any of that stuff.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's weird because like a lot of people on the right are pretty anti, the elitist now.
Yeah,
right?
of course.
So like, there's a way, I guess you could frame it. It's, he said something, and I hear a lot. Cenk is still in the wrong framing about this. He still has I guess I'm going to call this the jangly keys approach in honor of Cenk, jangling the keys in front of Alan Lichtman, which is like, he's like, oh, if Bernie was there and someone gave him the trans question, he could just be like, why are we talking about this? I want to give you healthcare. Like, Bernie's going to sit there and jangle the keys of healthcare in front of, the person's face, and they're going to like magically forget, the trans stuff. And that's not the case for everything that we're saying. Yeah. You have to address it. You can't jangle the keys in front of people and like hypnotize them and make them forget. It has to be addressed.
Yeah. They have a concern. They have a legitimate concern, and you're just trying to downplay their concern. You're trying to say, oh, that concern is a figment of your imagination.
Right.
It's just bullshit.
I don't think it's effective. I don't think it's going to work at all. So
it's just, look, also this whole idea that, oh, trans people they're very small in numbers, so the chances of it happening at your particular high school are very slim. It's still like, well, why does it have to be any chance of it happening, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why can't it just be 0?
Right.
Yeah, it's so stupid. They're so blind on this issue. But whatever. They're the savior of trans people, so they've anointed themselves the saviors.
Okay, and so what the right wing doesn't understand is both the populist left and what they call the woke left, I call radical left or whatever. We'll figure out the label in a minute. But in this case, you're on the right side. You say f- the corporate interests, f- the donors, right? So, and the populist right agrees with that. So that's actually an interesting point that we should come back to, a point of agreement we should come back to. But the part where we disagree, Haas.
The problem is that Hasan is not going to agree to agreeing with the right on anything, obviously. So he doesn't even recognize that the right has a bunch of populists. He thinks they're faking it.
Is right. You say, well, if they're digging in on a wedge issue, ignore it. But Kamala Harris literally did that. They had a giant debate about whether to address it or not.
No.
They even pulled ads where they addressed it.
You're misunderstanding me.
And they decided, let's not address it.
You're wrong.
It
They literally also, like, they did this with immigration especially. Like, they were like, we're not going to ignore it. We're just going to get ahead of it. And what they did with immigration, they're going to do with trans issues next election cycle. And it's the same principle over and over again. It makes you look like a hypocrite, and it makes you look like the Republicans were right all along. And the only thing it does is prime your base into conceding and agreeing with the Republican framing on an issue. If
so
there
what
was
do you do instead? What I say is I delineate. So when you say, hey, Andy Bashir runs against it, but which issue? So if you're talking about constitutional rights, you fight for trans rights 100%. You're talking about military, you fight 100%. I'd fight on bathrooms. I'd fight on high school. But I draw the line on sports. I draw professional sports. I draw the line on giving free surgeries.
That's the thing.
Then you can defend your position and get back to where the great majority of American people agree with you.
You want to know why there's no reason to draw any of these lines? Because Kamala Harris did actually bring this up, which I thought was like, especially because like she didn't have a clear or consistent position on this at all. It was like it was left out there in the dark, but like Trump did the same thing as well for undocumented migrants.
Say that. I know.
It's just like it's a thing that nobody gives a shit about until people are primed into caring about it. That's my point. It's been happening for a very long time for prisoners that want to get this component of healthcare, and nobody technically gives a shit about it. It's already like a incredibly tiny, minuscule, marginal percentage. So it doesn't matter. Like it ultimately doesn't matter. I'm saying if the Democrats had something to, if Democrats had, but it didn't, and I'll get to that in a second.
I mean, there's a difference. Like if there's some policy in place that people just don't know about, and it's like the government is paying for illegal immigrants or prisoners to transition, and yeah, no one's complaining about it because they don't know it exists.
Yeah, as soon as they know.
Right, and then they go, oh, was that what my tax dollars is going to? I don't think that's what my tax dollars should be going to, right? Like Hasan is framing it completely like wrong. He's framing it like, oh, no one cared about the issue because they were fine with it until like Donald Trump said something. It's like, no, they just didn't know what was happening. There was no attention being called to it. And that's the difference. People do care. They don't want that.
Yeah, people will always care about it. That's why as long as it's secret, it can fly under the radar. As soon as people know about it, they're going to be pissed.
Yeah.
Which is obvious. Yeah. And it's dishonest to frame it as they don't care just because they don't know.
Right.
If Democrats had something that they were fighting for, nobody would give a shit about this. That's the point.
Yeah, but
you brought up Bernie Sanders and you said, oh, healthcare, universal healthcare. Bernie Sanders has also said trans rights are human rights. Like, you know what I mean? It's not like.
But that's the difference between 2016 and 2020.
See, the trans issue totally eats into their ability to fight, to say their credibility to say that they're fighting for fairness, because it's just so obviously unfair.
Right.
As soon as you adopt that policy, how can you say that you're fighting for fairness on any grounds?
It's not like Bernie Sanders. It's not like Bernie Sanders himself is saying like, yeah, trans people, we got to cut them out of this bargain.
Trans people, you guys are just making that up.
No,
but when you frame it that way, you get all these crazy
Republicans
people
are
online.
Saying that. Republicans are saying that.
No, I know, but we're not saying that. No,
I know.
All these crazy people online who are like, oh my God, if you don't agree to free surgeries for every trans person on planet Earth, you're a Nazi. Well, you know those people exist, and those people, that is the radical left, and they are stupid, and they do.
They perceive of that as saying fuck trans people. They perceive of anyone saying, I don't want my tax dollars going so prisoners can transition as, fuck trans people as a group. And that is identity politics, obviously.
Who calls this election?
No, you're hyper focusing.
The question that would be interesting to ask Hasan here to really check if this is like, I mean, it's not real, but to kind of show that it's not a real position, to say, is there any part of the trans conversation that you say, okay, I don't agree with the left on this? Like, is there any part of it that you're just like, I don't agree with that, right?
None.
Okay.
None.
Because that's the real that's the real question. Because he frames it like it's a completely all or nothing thing. Like there's no, there's no boundaries that people. Because as Cenk's bringing up, most people are like, oh yeah, trans people should have, equal rights. I don't want them to be discriminated against, in terms of, employment or education or something. But that doesn't mean that they necessarily want them to participate in women's sports. Doesn't mean they necessarily want them to, go into the women's locker room. Blah 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 blah. Right?
Yeah.
And you can't just say like, oh, it's an all or nothing thing. Because if you do that, then you're just going to lose. Because people are going to pick the nothing, obviously.
That's true. You're the ones
Right.
setting the parameters there.
Yeah, they're like, oh, really? All or nothing? I'm going to go with nothing then. How about that? How do you
Yes.
feel about that one? Yeah.
And I've had this conversation privately with you many times over. You are hyper focusing on people that are in your replies on Twitter, and because
so you agree
that's
with
all
me,
you
that radical left
because
is
all you
bullshit,
interact
stupid dumbasses. Do you agree?
There are a million people that are both in your replies that
this.
have also gotten mad at me as well, time and time again, on specific issues, maybe ones that even pertain to trans rights. Okay, it literally doesn't matter. People get very passionate, understanding. I'm very understanding.
Shocking agreement. I agree. There's 13 douchebags online. That's what I said from day one.
I know, but why the would you ever hyper focus on people like that?
Look, no. So you might.
It's not 13 douchebags. So Hasan's audience is giant, Cenk.
Yes.
Giant. Much bigger than your audience.
Well, and also Hasan knows it's not on an intuitive level. He knows it's not 13 people, because if it was 13 people, then he wouldn't be afraid to cross the 13
Of
people.
course.
Yeah.
He'd be speaking out. Yeah.
Right.
No, he knows. He's up against a wall. It's everyone. The younger generation has already been indoctrinated. They believe all this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And they have a religious, righteous fervor about it. Okay. If you don't think trans women should be able to take every single gold medal in the Olympics, then you are a fucking Nazi and a bigot, and you should be holocausted. That's their position.
I like it.
No, that is their position. Look, and
Right.
Hasan knows this. He knows this. Why do you think he can't take his eyes off his chat, Sitch? He knows. He knows.
It is funny how, his eyes are glued to the screen.
Of course he knows. He totally knows. Yeah. Cenk is trying to show him the bigger picture. But look, they're not going to get 51. Look, when these people start voting, maybe we're fucked. Who knows?
Right.
Right now, they're more interested in going out and getting laid, right? They're more.
Well, yeah, but you have to remember that, like, for every person that watches Hasan, there's 4 or 5 people that are that age that don't watch politics whatsoever, but they might be more interested in voting or watching politics when they get older. So,
right. Yeah.
Might be doing the right thing. Hold on.
You're doing the Bill Maher thing. You're demanding that there needs to be a sister soldier.
Bullshit.
No, you're doing the sister soldier moment.
No, bullshit.
No, you're
okay. So the minute we said the most reasonable things on earth, which you now agree with, apparently, then what happened? It wasn't just the 13 douchebags online. And by the way, everybody said, no, those 13 douchebags.
We missed a thing. These pop-ups are great. Whoever edited this video is hilarious.
Yeah. So I don't know.
The most reasonable
this is a Hasan fan channel, so I don't know if it's someone that's directly affiliated with Hasan, but they add all these like really ridiculous pop-ups where they're like hardcore simping for Hasan and attacking Cenk. It's pretty funny.
Well, no, I see it as simping for the audience because they obviously know the audience. Yeah.
The most reasonable things on earth, which you now agree with, apparently. Then what happened? It wasn't just
Look at the difference between Cenk's anger for the left versus the right. That's what the pop-up says, a Chiron.
13 douchebags online.
I mean, and this is like whoever edited, obviously, this is like a despicable, dishonest
move. Yeah, of
socialist. Because like, I don't know how anyone hasn't, if you've been watching Cenk for years, if he's screaming at everybody, that's his brand, is to be like the angry, shouty guy.
No,
to say that like, oh, why is he only angry at the left? That's like total, like that is a total dishonest, like mental manipulation trap right there to try to plant that seed in people's mind.
Yeah, this is reputation destruction. That's what they're going for.
Right.
The argument in all of these Chirons is Cenk is a right-wing grifter.
Yes.
We need to kick him out. The purity spiral.
Right.
By the way, everybody said, no, those 13
That's why people perceive him as an enemy to us. All right, look at this. Look at this. Cenk's the enemy.
Yeah.
Cenk is the enemy.
Well, just, I mean, I've seen a million segments of Cenk yelling at Trump or, Trump associated people. It's not, like, it's just ridiculous.
Yeah. I mean, this is a good wedge issue right there. Look, if they can peel off, if the moderate left is going to fight with the far left, and they're going to purity spiral over people like Cenk, going to be losers forever.
Yeah, it's true.
Douchebags represent all the left. You're not on the left anymore because the 13 douchebags.
To be clear, Cenk is an ally. Please don't harass.
Oh, look, you like they're like, listen, let's throw all this chum in the water, but let me put a little like asterisk at the end here.
Oh my God,
save
that's
my
such
own
bullshit.
ass, I guess. It's ridiculous.
That's such bullshit.
Right.
Bullshit.
Control the.
Oh, the next one, or is he?
And then what happened next? Then Majority Report jumped in, and Lance from the Serfs, and all the other little dirt. All the left. You're not on.
We have to hear this. No more Kairos, because this is where he's actually talking about.
Who now agree with, apparently. So then what happened? It wasn't just the 13 douchebags online. And by the way, everybody said, no, those 13 douchebags represent all the left. You're not on the left anymore because the 13 douchebags control the left. And then what happened next? Then Majority Report jumped in, and Lance from the Serfs, and all the other little dirtbags jumped in, and they were like, no, Cenk and Anna are turning right. The 13 douchebags are right. We need to protect every trans position.
We got
even in China. Even though we have nothing to do with China. We hate them. They're Nazis.
You got it. Okay.
Oh my God, Cenk is amazing. He's so proud
over Hasan.
He's so proud of himself.
Janked all over him.
He's like, oh my God, they're going right. They're right wingers now. Oh my God, they disagreed with us. They said what we were doing was bad strategy.
But he's also, I mean, he's 100% correct. Like, this idea was just like the 13 people. I was like, no, this was all the major left wing, far left pundits on the internet all took this position on attacking them.
Of course, yeah. Look, and I said it from the beginning. Anna's argument was one of strategy, not one of left versus right. It was one of strategy for the left winning, and everyone just disagreed. And look, Hasan is disagreeing with it right now. Hasan is saying, look, if everyone just went crazy far left, we would totally win. The problem is we're trying to appeal to actual voters. That's the problem.
Right.
Okay. I mean, I'm 100% right. Every dirtbag show did it. Every dirtbag show did it. Tell me I'm wrong.
This is reframing an issue that is now we've moved away from the electoral consequences of a trans ad to your own personal anger and frustration that you have with left-wing media online. We are
so do you agree left-wing media online? Those guys that I listed are full of shit.
All of this is completely irrelevant though, because the reason you have the trans ad is because of these left-wing people pushing the politicians in that direction. Yeah. So,
well, and also, I mean, Hasan's being a total coward here. And this is why Cenk is like, well, do you agree that they're full of shit? He's trying to get him to actually take a position. Take a position on some of this stuff instead of
he won't do it though.
No, he won't.
Look, he wants that audience. He courts that audience. He knows those are all fucking stupid kids and they're paying his bills. They're making him a bazillionaire. You think he doesn't want to risk any of that. Oh God, it's so cowardly.
And in a tiny, stupid minority?
I have disagreements with everyone in this space, but there's a reason why seemingly I don't catch the same amount of strays that you do because I don't hyper-focus. I can tell you why. I don't hyper-focus. What do you think it is?
They think you're hot, young. I don't mean attractive. God bless on that. Okay. I'm also obviously hot. I mean, as in they think, oh, the young people watch Hasan. He's cool. And you give the thing of like, oh, no, trans people are right on everything, right? You don't come out and make the distinctions that Anna and I made. Okay. So they think, oh, no, he's good. He's extreme as we are. I think he's woke left. Yay, extremeness.
I think the reason, first of all, you're.
So right. Cenk is completely right.
The way that Cenk phrased that is actually kind of funny because the answer that he wants to give that everyone knows is true is, well, you're a coward, right? That's the real answer. And so, but he's not going to necessarily just like straight up say like, oh, it's because you're like a bitch, right? So he kind of is like, well, you're like the young, like he kind of like softballs it at first. He's like trying to like reel him in, oh, you're like the hot new young guy, blah, 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 blah. But then he kind of like implies like, oh, it also is because, you just kowtow on all these issues. So no one actually perceives that you're against any of this stuff.
Yeah, nobody perceives you as a threat.
Yeah, to their radical movement.
Right, so. Yeah. To what they want to believe, to their self-righteousness about all these things.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He's their voice. It's crazy because he's bullying politicians into making stupid moves that are costing them elections.
Of course. Yeah.
Okay, by the way, majority report and all of you guys, you better attack him. He apparently agrees with me. Okay, you better attack him. You're not going to attack him, are you?
You're hyper.
Look, he doesn't agree, obviously, because he agrees with letting trans do whatever they want. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You're hyper personalizing this into like criticisms that you've received.
Comes and punches you in the face 12 times, and you go, what? Why are you hyper personalizing it?
Because
just because I called you a Nazi, now it's personal to you.
This is also a form of gaslighting too, because like he's like, oh, you're hyper personalizing this, which is like what that means is like, oh, this is not like a real issue. This is an issue based on your personal experiences, blah blah blah. But the original point of it was like they were making issue about how the radical far left controls the conversation. And Hasan was trying to downplay and saying, well, it's just 15 people on Twitter. And Cenk's response was to say, it's not 15 people on Twitter. We were attacked by all these large figures in the movement. And then Hasan says, well, you're just personalizing it.
Right.
The total gaslighting move.
Yeah, he doesn't acknowledge the point that it can't be 13 people if it's all these major networks, and that's how their fan base runs. Yeah.
Exactly.
It's a lot of people. It is a lot of these crazy people, but they're never going to win at the ballot box. That's the thing. Cenk is like on a suicide mission here. He's like, he's basically saying that we need to reform our ways if we want to be a credible party. And it's falling on deaf ears. But these media personalities, they stand to gain from the radicalness. They don't stand to really gain anything from, they don't give a fuck if Kamala Harris won.
Mm-hmm.
It's not going to affect their bottom line at all.
Majority report,
but I never changed my policy. All
of this is inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. And whenever there's like drama, for example, I've been getting attacked mercilessly by my former podcast co-host that has been actively trying to deplatform me for the past 2 months because he thinks that, or he's claiming that I am creating a space that is anti-Semitic. The way I've dealt with that, for the most part, is by just actively ignoring it leading up to the election, because I was like, this is some silly nonsense. And in the
that worked good for Kamala Harris. Keep it up.
Mm-hmm.
Keep doing that. Keep ignoring it.
The aftermath, I covered some of the broader points, and I've moved on. If you extend the conflict that way, instead of trying to find a reasonable middle ground, and even show humility even show humility instead of saying I'm right, there's never going to be any sort of real solidarity.
Why am I show humility to you, a bunch of idiots who are wrong?
Because I
like what does humility mean? Like, oh, maybe you're right about your dumb opinion that's going to cost us this election. Okay. Maybe you're right about your dumb opinion that gets the majority of the country to hate us when our economic positions are overwhelmingly popular. Maybe you making us intensely unpopular when we should be focusing on universal health care, higher wages, paid family leave. But you idiots hate policy. All you want is identity politic bullshit. And you think that drives ratings. And you want me to show humility to those morons? None. Zero.
Let's have a
amazing moment of silence for Cenk.
A meta conversation really quickly about the ways in which branding works online. I am of this mindset.
See, look, and now they're going to talk about branding.
Oh, okay. I'm curious. How do we learn about branding here?
It's so fucked up. It's like branding. Let's talk about personal branding. I know this election mattered a lot to you, okay, but let's talk about our personal brands for a second here.
Right.
We need to think of how we're going to make out in this election environment, right? Who cares about policy? Who cares about the little people? Who cares about the transes, right? Let's talk about our branding, okay? How can we virtue signal better?
That every single person is far too busy and far too self-involved to pay attention to the more nuanced conversations that others are having on any particular issue. This is why, even when there is like a faucet of smears that I am attacked with clips that are completely out of context, I address it and I move on. Okay? I address it and I move on, and I come at this conversation with an understanding that most people are not fully aware of what my analysis is on any particular matter. This has happened in the past with, me purchasing a house where people have made a big deal about it. It's okay. And I, at that same, even back then I said, look, people are angry. People are frustrated with their position in society. People are frustrated with a lack of opportunity. And in that process, when they see a rich asshole like myself, buy a house, they're going to get mad at me. And there's a healthy amount of anger towards wealthy people there that I agree with as well. I think that they're misdirecting their anger at the wrong person. But ultimately, I move on. If I spend every waking moment covering, the anger that I'm receiving, and if I spend every waking moment covering like things that are out of context, then I'm not going to be able to, like, I'm just going to be that. I'm going to be the person who's responding to drama all the time when I feel like there are far larger, more consequential issues at play.
Now, let me take the other side on the meta
hyperfixating on not only they
don't, I mean, the Young Turks doesn't do that though. They talk about all sorts of issues constantly. They've not become the drama network where they only talk about people that are talking bad about them. That's not even
they rarely address it.
Yeah, I mean, they'll cover it, but it's like, when it's like, Laura Loomer attacking Anna Kasparian, and there's like a segment on it, right? Out of, 20 segments, there's one. So it's just, I mean, this is ridiculous. And Hasan responds to drama stuff all the time, too. Just so like
a very small sliver of society that is, in your honest opinion, has been openly targeted as like the major reason as to why people are angry, is offering legitimacy to the right-wing position. I think there's a more effective way of communicating that, and it's something that I do on a regular basis, which is, this is a simple distraction. You don't care about this. And the people that do hyperfixate on this are weird and gross. Leave people alone. Let people live. These people are your neighbors, and they and yourself are more aligned on class issues.
It's so interesting that like how the morality of it blinds you. Hasan just contradicted himself. Okay. He just said, I tell people that it doesn't matter, that attacking them is weird and gross and they just want to live. Like, well, that means it does matter. You're saying that those people are innocent and attacking them is morally unjust. So don't say it doesn't matter. It does matter. You're literally saying it matters. Everyone intuitively understands this. This is why this is the dumbest fucking thing. Like, the people on the left, if they ever want to be successful, they have to extract this dog shit talking point from their mind. I've heard Hasan say it a million times. I've heard Kyle and Crystal say it a million fucking times. You cannot say in one breath, it doesn't matter, and then in the next breath say it's morally wrong to go against it. That is a fucking contradiction, and everyone knows it.
Yeah.
Okay? Stop saying it. It's so stupid.
Yeah, you sound like an idiot.
Yes, it's completely absurd. If you say something that doesn't matter, then that's you saying, well, I don't care what direction it goes. That's what it fucking means.
Yeah.
If you honestly believed that the trans women in sports or locker rooms thing didn't matter, then you would say, well, I don't care if they're barred from it, or I don't care if they're not allowed in the locker rooms. No.
What they are saying is that they can be in the locker rooms and it doesn't matter. That's what they're really saying.
Right, but that's not what they mean. That's sort of like a dual meaning to it doesn't matter, right? But they say it. And this was, I don't remember if it was to Hasan or it was to Emma Vigeland.
Doesn't matter if they take all the medals. It doesn't matter.
There was someone, and I think we watched it, they had this really interesting, maybe someone in the chat remembers, they had this really interesting question. They asked one of these people like, oh, would you be in favor of a candidate? Like, what if you had the ability where they said, okay, yeah, we'll give everyone universal health care, but it doesn't apply to like trans people or transitioning or something. Would you be in favor of it? And they said no.
Yeah.
It's like, well, then I guess it does matter, right?
Yeah. Hugely matters.
In more meaningful ways than you think. Stop hating on people that you don't understand. Mind your own damn business. Tim Walz does a fantastic job with this, and Andy Bashar has done a fantastic job with this. They're both very popular governors that you like as well.
But that's literally my position. All right, so listen.
But the reason why people don't think that that's your position is because people see the clips. People see clips out of context.
I know, but what do? They see clips on douchebag shows who are purposely misrepresenting our position and pretending that we're against all trans rights. So, so that your position to that is surrender, okay? And no, I never surrender. So look, and here, let me explain why though. Why do I think that's surrender? Because we've
if you're against anything, you're against all trans rights. That's their position. So
yes,
tried this, Haas. So let's on that meta conversation. So we tried it with Trump. So Young Turks viewers will remember in the beginning when he first started running in 2015, I thought he was so illegitimate that he was doing it as a con, which by the way turned out to be wrong.
Who?
Trump. And we blurred out his face.
This is hilarious. I didn't know that in 2016 they blurred out Trump's face. They were like, we're not going to give him any media coverage. Did you know that was going on?
First, we didn't show him, then we blurred out his face, and then eventually we gave up and started showing who he was. Ignoring the beast never works. So then I remember when...
But these
hold on, let me finish the point. When Dave Rubin came out and started lying, 100% lies, lie after lie after lie, we ignored it because we're like, well, that's mental, right? But then the lies started to take root because he goes on Joe Rogan, and Joe Rogan's like, oh, really? Tell me more. Oh.
This is the confirmation bias taking over right here.
my God, Dave Rubin's so right. And then he went on like 100 shows. And so then Ben Shapiro and Daily Wire comes up, more gigantic, and Crowder comes up. And we're like, oh, these are pimples on our ass. Who cares about Shapiro? He's so small. Crowder, who cares? He's tiny. He's microscopic. Who cares, right? And we didn't address them. And you know what happened? They festered and festered and festered. And next thing you know, Dave Rubin, everybody started to think, oh, I wonder if he's right about the Young Turks and they have some evil, nefarious purpose or something. Then we started fighting back and we crushed that. Now he's a laughing stock. So whenever anybody thinks of Dave Rubin, they're like, oh yeah, he's that dumb guy, right?
Yeah, but that's not because of you. That's also because of Majority Report, ironically enough. And people like myself.
I know. When we fight back, everybody hurts their feelings.
The point is, it's not...
And
it's
so,
not just
it's
you.
Never us. We never get any credit.
The reason why I'm bringing up Majority Report and myself in this process is because, like, ultimately, right, we are all aligned on virtually every single issue. So in many respects, you feel chastised individually. You feel like you've been outcast by the left, or whatever, like the media representation of the left is.
They're not the left. I'm the left.
Okay.
No, 100%. And you agree with that.
Okay. Please, just listen.
No, because we have to.
But you're not the singular force.
The idiots are making everyone think they are the left. They're like, we're the left. We're the real left. Okay, we are super extreme. We want free surgeries for every criminal. Yes, we're the left. And oh, Nazi. And Haas, what happens? People think they are the left. So if you say you're right, Cenk, those are the extreme idiot left.
I don't think
you are the
left,
extreme, then I'm okay.
No, I don't think those are the extreme.
He's trying to have like a sister soldier moment right here. He's basically doing it with Hasan.
Extreme idiot left. I think that there is going to be a diversity of thought in any issue that people have, and it's a matter of who you make your enemies in the finite amount of time that we...
Okay, this is so bullshit too, because like, wait a minute. If this was if Hasan was like real here, he's like, listen, people on the left, it's a broad coalition. There's gonna be a lot of opinions, a lot of views, a diversity, you might even say, of opinions, right? We love diversity on the left. We have a diversity of opinions on the left, right? If Hasan said that, then he would come out here and he would chastise and tell his audience, don't attack Cenk or Anna, or don't attack any of these people on the left if they disagree with you on any of these issues, because they agree with you on 95% of things, and we're all about having a diversity of opinion. We're going to make it work. But does Hasan do that? Fuck no, he doesn't. He doesn't do that. Only when Cenk is attacking the radicals on the left that he's like, oh, well, now I have to defend my radicals and my audience that I've indoctrinated, with all his fucking insane propaganda, and say, well, there's a bunch of opinions on the left. We can't attack the radicals, blah, 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 blah. Meanwhile, he's attacking everyone to the right of him, everyone that's in the center. It's like insane.
He already said that the Democrats are messing up by trying to have a big tent. He was like, we got to focus on super left-wing issues.
Right.
These Democrats are dumb by trying to have some kind of big tent.
Yes. This is like this conversation, this like 3-hour conversation is just such a classic example of Hasan kind of pulling every possible Heidian logical, post hoc rationalization defense to the situation, even if none of it's consistent with any of his behaviors, any of his beliefs.
Oh yeah, totally.
It's
He's
beautiful.
Just arguing.
Yes.
We have on the space, the finite amount of time that we have, living on planet Earth. It's about the economy of time and utilizing it appropriately. I don't spend any time. I do not spend any time.
Just let him attack you and sit there and don't correct anything. Let all the lies fester.
Yes.
Wait, you didn't let me finish. So Dave Rubin, now he's a laughingstock. Then Jimmy.
He's like, yes, do it.
Yes.
Never attack the left.
Well, and this is obviously ridiculous. If Hasan was being attacked by everyone on the left, right? You think he'd just be like, oh, I'm just going to just shrug and ignore it? Of course not. But...
Right. They're still having an argument over strategy, but I guess
right.
not. They want the policy. They want trans people to be able to do whatever the fuck they want. That's a policy that they want.
Yes.
So,
well, and if Hasan was being honest here, he could say, listen, I honestly think from a strategic perspective for your own brand, it'd be better for you to ignore it. I would believe that, even if I think it's wrong, I would believe that Hasan believes that, if he then, after saying that, would turn around and talk to people attacking them and saying, stop attacking them. You're doing like disservice to the thing, right? Because then you'd be like, oh, well, he doesn't agree with attack. He's just talking about strategy. But he doesn't do that behavior.
He didn't do that with Ethan Klein either.
Yes. Yeah. Yes, he went 100% through Ethan, his co-host of over a year, to the fucking wolves because he's a fucking coward. Or because he agrees with them and he just is too much of a coward to actually voice those opinions strongly.
Right.
I mean, this is a guy who wouldn't even fucking denounce the guy, I forget his name, the Hamas guy that got killed recently, who planned the October 7th attack, and he was like acting all mad that guy died, and I was like, what? This is insane.
That's a hero to his audience.
It's just crazy. Yeah, and that's the thing. Is that Hasan's position, or does he know that his audience is so fucking radicalized that if he comes out and says that guy is a scumbag and a monster and he should be killed, and he made everything worse, not just by like obviously killing and helping kill and rape and kidnap all these Israelis, but he obviously made everything worse for Palestinian people. If he comes out and say that, he's afraid of pissing off the radicals in his audience, and you're gonna start calling him a cuck.
Right? Is that Hasan's position, or is that just his audience's position that he's adopted? So
Who
he can
knows?
ingratiate themselves.
Who knows, right?
Scary either way.
Jimmy Dore comes
because Dave Rubin is a right winger.
Yeah.
Majority Report is not.
So you're saying
you are in agreement with the Majority Report.
Hold on. Let me finish the thought. So on Jimmy Dore, he comes in and goes, "Oh, they're paid by Nancy Pelosi. They're paid by the CIA." Lunatic, right? And so we let it fester. Finally, we're like, "Get this out of here," and we tell the people truth, and we crush him. Now he's a joke on the internet, right? So we go on, and anytime we don't fight, it festers. Anytime we do fight, we crush them, and we move the on, and nobody thinks Jimmy Dore's the left anymore. Nobody thinks Dave Rubin's the left anymore. And so now these guys come and attack us, going, "Yeah, we're the real left, we're the real left." And you're saying, no, don't crush them. Just let them fester and people pretend that they're the real left. No, we don't do that. So if you're going to say stupid shit and you're going to try to punch us in the face, we're going to punch you back, not on our behalf, on behalf of Democratic voters who you are lying about. The Democratic voters do not agree with you. They agree with us. So sad day for you, and I'm not going to let you lie and pretend that the Democratic voters are on your side, because you're a liar and they're not on your side. Do you agree that the Democratic voters are on my side?
I don't care what the Democratic voters are on, of whichever side they're on right now. We've lost the plot. Okay.
No,
that's the truth. He doesn't care because he's a radical.
Doesn't. No, he cares about the audience.
Care. Right.
He does.
Right.
Even if the audience hurts his electoral chances, he doesn't give a fuck. He doesn't.
No.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure that this strategy would even work, because with Jimmy Dore and Dave Rubin obviously pivoted away from the left, and Jimmy Dore obviously, I don't know what he even is. He's in a very weird place politically, so I'm not sure that would. I don't think if the Young Turks went to war with Sam Cedar, that they'd be like, we're the left, and Sam Cedar's like not the left. I don't think that's how that would work. So
Sam Cedar is not the left. Everyone wants to frame the left as these insane people, as the Sam Cedar. So I admire what Cenk is doing, but it's just, like I said, it's a suicide mission. This is not going to work. Yeah.
There's a truth behind saying Dave Rubin is not on the left, and he hasn't been for a while now. And he moved away from the left. The problem with Sam Cedar and some of these other people that are attacked, and Lance, he always likes to go to Lance, and all these other people on the left that attack the Young Turks. It's not that they're not on the left. They're just much further to the left. They're not liberals. They're socialists. They're radicals. Right. That's the difference. And unfortunately, the problem is that you can't really, if you want to fix this problem, the way to fix this problem, here's your top-down strategy here, is that the liberals need to make it acceptable to call people socialists again to the left-wing audience. They need to rehabilitate the word socialist. The right kind of drove the word socialist into the ground by crying wolf for so many years that it's just no one on the left will ever believe it. But the people on the left, the liberals, need to rehabilitate it, because that's until people most people in the world have no fucking clue that that's what's going on right now on the left. They don't understand that there's this power struggle between liberals and socialists on the left at all. And that's why I was so infuriated when I watched that CNN interview with Hasan. They call Hasan a progressive. They lie. Yeah. They straight up fucking lie and call him a progressive. And I'm like, okay, does the CNN host, does he not know this? And he's just told by some fucking lying scumbag who's working for him that he's a progressive? Or does he know that he's an actual socialist and he's hiding the ball here? It's unclear. It's so unclear. And the average American and the average normie, people my parents' age, people that watch the news, they don't understand what's happening at all in the world right now in the internet politics space.
Right. Yeah. They don't understand. It's a bunch of radical socialist kids listening to this guy. They think he's just, oh, look, progressives are winning. Look, a moderate progressive. What a handsome chap.
Yeah, it's so batshit crazy to me that you have Twitch is losing all these advertisers, because of Hasan, directly because of Hasan. And then they turn around, they're like, CNN's like, oh, this is I'm going to be the Joe Rogan of the left. It's like, oh my God.
Can you imagine? Oh, fuck.
Jesus, where's the responsibility? Jesus fucking Christ. Madney85 for $20 says, as someone whose family has been in this country since its inception, it's weird how two Turkish immigrants can routinely chastise my ancestors being evil while simultaneously greatly profiting off the system they created. That's true.
That's sad.
Twitter sucks for $20. Thanks so much. Says, quote, the right played into identity politics, end quote. By pushing the American identity is more important than race and sex, they tried to make a black woman the most important identity to save America, LOL. Well, I'm assuming that's not really, well, okay, let's be 100% realistic. When you look at the Republican Party politics, there wasn't really this, Donald Trump was not out there saying like, there's only one identity, the American identity. We're going to push that, rah, 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 rah. That wasn't really what was going on in the conversation, so. Philip Kogans for $20 says, it's funny that Hasan calls the Democrats the party of the third way when being the third way was Mussolini's thing. If he knew that, I don't think he'd use that phrase. No, I think he's saying that is what he means, I'm assuming. I think he means that entirely intentionally, that he's calling the Democrats, Mussolini or Nazis, or trying to associate them with some kind of, fascistic policy. Because I mean, we've heard there's clips of Hasan saying that, you cut a fascist and liberals bleed, or was it cut a liberal and a fascist bleeds, whatever it is. He 100% believes that and buys into all that framing. And that's the problem with all these arguments that he has with Cenk and on Pod Save America and all this stuff, is that he has all these radical beliefs that are underlying everything he's saying, and yet he's just too cowardly to admit them, 75% of the time once he leaves his stream, his little echo chamber.
Right.
We've completely lost the plot, because now the conversation is about the serfs or Majority Report, and I think that's a completely and utterly unproductive conversation to have.
Your strategy is when grifters on the left attack you, whether it's
I don't think they're
Rubin,
grifters.
I think Cedar's a grifter.
I disagree.
Okay. Oh, by the way, so now all of a sudden you're defending Cedar. When he calls me a grifter, you don't defend.
First of all, I've never heard him call you a grifter.
He's called me every name in the book.
Okay.
He's a low rent grifter.
Stop.
Okay, no, I'll tell you. I'll out him right now. When we were in Vegas together, when we were in the same network.
Why is, look at this, Hasan is such a coward. He's like, stop, don't attack Sam Cedar on my show. Oh, stop it. No, Cenk, no, don't do it.
It's all audience capture. It is. It's like they're fighting for this radical socialist audience. Yeah.
Yep.
And Cenk can't get a piece of it because he's not a radical socialist. So,
right.
Yeah.
Network, he starts attacking Jimmy Dore. And I say, hey, cut the shit out. I agree with you, not Jimmy, but you're attacking him in a way that is over the top and totally unnecessary and counterproductive. And you know what Sam said to me? Sam said, oh, well, he has a bigger audience than me. So if I do that, I'm going to siphon off of his audience. You know why I siphon off? Oh, because I am right and he is wrong. And the audience deserves to hear my truth. So
yeah, but you agree with him.
And I told him not to do it.
But you agree with.
Isn't that interesting? That's a very interesting strat.
Yeah,
it's very interesting that Sam is completely cognizant of that. So.
Of course, most of these people are. It's just, it is sick, but
right.
That's the game that they're playing.
Well, that's what creates, and Cenk didn't call this out specifically, but that's how we get in these purity spiral. The radicals start to control the movement's thing, is because people are trying to move up the status rank of their tribal politics identity, and they see, oh, if I can peel off support from the name above me, the bigger name, then I'll improve my own status. And what's the easiest way to do that? Well, it's to be more to the left or the more to the right of them, right? It's to be more in line with whatever the party's politics are, to find some, talk about wedge issues. This is how it works. They find a wedge on their side and says, okay, how do I shove them in the back and make this wedge issue this big issue? Right? Isn't it? It's interesting that when it comes to the trans prisoner inmate thing, like Hasan understands that it's this like wedge issue, and he talks about this. He doesn't understand that it's the same things going on when Sam Cedar, the Turks, or someone attacks Anna. It's a wedge issue. They're using it to attack them in this way to gain status for themselves, or to purity test themselves on their own side.
Right. I still see it as completely bottom up. I see it as there is this huge pool of people on the left, and they are out there kind of experimenting on which members they can put together. So the thing that's scary about Hasan being the biggest is it screams that so many of people on the left are socialist, right? And
well, so many
if
people in the young internet politics space are
right,
socialists,
yeah,
yes, right. But that's
yeah,
like a tiny fraction of the entire population of America.
of course, yeah. Look, and I guess a lot of it, Cenk is interested in winning in the electoral space, and there is some
Yes.
overlap, obviously, with the internet politics space and the electoral space, but probably not that much, right?
Hmm.
So he could be putting a message out there that's going to be winning, winning, winning electorally, and getting a smaller and smaller audience share because of it, because the
Right.
space is just full of radicals. Yeah.
Well, that's an excellent point, and that is the issue: is that you have two different audiences. You have America is one
Yes.
audience, or the Democrats is one. If we're to split in half, the Democrats is one audience, and you need them to win. And then you have the internet political space, which is a completely different audience, a much smaller audience, and probably a far more radicalized audience. And yeah, you could have a message that's going to win you elections. That message cannot breed you a financial
Any
success in
success.
internet
Yeah.
punditry. Yeah,
Yeah.
and that's the conflict.
I think that's probably a big part of the situation here.
Right,
But
right.
I don't, it's so weird because I don't think Hasan, I mean, I don't think a lot of these people really care about the politics, to be honest with you. They care more about their numbers. They don't care
Yeah,
who wins the
probably,
election.
probably. Well, I mean, it's very convenient that Hasan and other radicals have kind of constructed a worldview where the election doesn't really matter anyway, because both parties are, evil. And even if they're Republicans, which they'll say is the more evil party wins, that just kind of is an accelerationist towards, getting people to be a socialist.
Yeah. What they want, audience
Right,
growth.
right.
Jimmy Dore is
no, this was pre Jimmy going full right wing, full lunatic.
Yeah.
Okay,
but
on that particular issue they were debating about, I agreed with Sam and not Jimmy. I don't mind him saying, "Hey, I don't agree with Jimmy." What I minded is him saying, "Oh, Jimmy is terrible and bad intent and blah blah blah."
Yeah,
but brother, he hasn't even done that yet.
He disagrees with Jimmy Dore on this on whichever issue.
What was it on? What
was it on?
He says, I don't even remember. It's irrelevant. But what he says is he literally told me, I try to take other people's audience by getting into their basically next to their algorithm, right? So if you've got a guy like that who has bad intent, you're saying if you deem him right wing, you should attack him. But if you deem him left wing, you should let him lie about you. You should let him call you every name in the book.
No.
You should let him pretend he represents the left when he doesn't represent the left. He doesn't represent Democrats. You should let him trick people into thinking that the Democrats are super unpopular, that the left wing is super unpopular. No, I'm not.
He's so uncomfortable. Look at him.
I know.
He's so uncomfortable.
No. It's so good.
He's like, please stop. Please stop. My audience hates you. Cenk, I'm trying to rehabilitate your reputation here, your brand.
Cenk is just bending him over his knee and spanking him.
Right. He wants him to put on the hammer and sickle, man. Look, here I got a little hat for you.
It's like that scene from They Live with the sunglasses.
Oh yeah, totally.
Yeah, he's like, put on the hammer and sickle sunglasses. No.
I'm not gonna let him trick people into thinking that.
Okay, listen, Sam Cedar or any number of different left-wing content creators have no bearing on the actual policies that the Republican right are implementing. No, they don't. They don't. You're out of your mind.
Why did Kamala Harris in 2019 say on tape that transgender detainees should get surgery if they're undocumented immigrants? She said it because there was hold on, Haas, let me finish. Because there was enormous pressure. There was enormous pressure from the radical left to say, oh yeah, you got to be pro-transgender detainee immigrant surgery. You have to, otherwise you're not left enough. And she's an idiot. She doesn't have.
Is it funny how like Hasan still acts like a child? He's like, well, I'm getting scolded by dad. He's like looking around the room and everything. So he's like putting his performance for his chat.
We've had Cenk on a couple times, and it is kind of hard to talk on your own show when Cenk is on.
No, I understand that, but the reaction is what's interesting. Not the frustration that like you're being talked over, but this physical reaction that he's sort of engaged in.
His eyes are just glued to the chat all the time.
Yes. I think
constantly.
I think this is the moment. I think Zero Fox made like an edit, and it's just I forget. It's like just you don't hear what they're saying, but it's just like Cenk sped up, kind of like yelling at Hasan, and Hasan just like looking around like the room.
That's so funny.
Any thoughts in her head? She was like, oh, okay, I'll adopt that position. And it was because of the extreme left that she adopted that position. Because she's an empty vessel.
You are literally attributing the consistent thing that you also agree that Kamala Harris is a bad politician with bad instincts and did not have a good way to communicate what she would have done differently for trans people. okay, to Majority Report and any number of different like extreme leftist outlets that literally get a fraction of the views that I get in this regard. Like, no disrespect to them, but like all of us combined do not have the same motion. You're talking about the special interest groups.
You never fight them, so nobody knows. Everybody thinks you're extreme left. Everybody thinks that you're the woke left extraordinaire, right? So,
well, he is, but you know,
true.
I wish Cenk is like too all over the place. He had Hasan. He had nailed him down. He had him right there. Okay. When Hasan's like, well, you know, the Majority Report doesn't matter. And then Hasan's like, well, wait a minute. Obviously they matter. And people like you matter. And your radical views matter. Because that's why Harris had this dog shit position in the first place about, you know, paying for criminals and immigrants to transition. That's why she had that. She was doing it to appeal to you, motherfucker. Yeah. And you got to make Hasan eat that shit, right? Don't let him wiggle out of it. Don't let him worm away from that one.
Right. Yeah.
The most unpopular position. Wake the fuck up, Sam Cedar. Wake the fuck up, Hasan, Piker, and all you dipshits on the radical left. The most unpopular position that Kamala Harris had in this election cycle and in the previous election cycle, the most effective fucking ad against her that Donald Trump created, this issue of transing the prisoners, was because of you, motherfuckers. It was because of you personally. You personally led to the downfall of Harris this election. How does it feel, bitches? This is why they're so terrified. This is why they're so angry. They will not accept the idea that Harris having, you know, that ad was effective, because if they accept that, they know on some intuitive level that means it's their fault.
Yeah. They still have that position. And that is the position online. That's the position to have online. That's why they have it.
Right. So like, and why do they think that? Apparently you don't agree, but they think that because you don't actually ever fight on this issue. You don't delineate.
The reality is the way that people are presented by others ends up changing the perception that they have in the minds of a lot of people that are they're simply just not paying attention. I come at it from a much more understanding point of view, and I understand that there is a large tent of people with a diversity of different opinions, and there are moments where I will yell at a chatter, but outside of that, in terms of the finite amount of time we have spending, I find it more productive to spend it focusing on the actual people who hold the levers of power, rather than people who I'm aligned with almost entirely, whether it be yourself with some very major disagreements, or even Sam Cedar and the like.
But
that's
Haas, you're making it sound like
presenting
we just have a difference of agreement.
No,
this is what is so funny. This is what all these people do. Is, I mean, it's so funny because you could talk to like someone that works at MSNBC or CNN or New York Times, Washington Post. Like they all have like this weird attitude of like, I guess it's not weird. It is a classic thing that when you are attacked, you like and you're part of an organization, you like massively individuate yourself and say, well, I'm just one person. I'm just part of this. I'm not part of this like behemoth structure that's causing these problems. But then when you're attacking someone else, you're like, well, they're part of this group that causes this problem, so therefore they have responsibility. Because here, Hasan is like taking zero responsibility for the fact that, again, is, you know, he's, my understanding is that he's the largest political streamer in America. Okay.
Right.
Now, yes, that is still a tiny amount of people that is composed of the electorate, but he does have influence. He does have power in the situation. And yes, obviously, like if when all the crazy, you know, BLM riot stuff happened, or all the, you know, the trans, you know, bathroom sports, you know, stuff happened, if everyone on the left was like, oh, that's all stupid, we don't support that, those issues would have gone away. But they didn't, because people like Hasan supported them and they helped radicalize their audience and cultivate those issues. Hasan is 100% responsible for it. And it's totally insane and childish. Hasan is a fucking child, which I guess, you know, makes sense with the theme here, when he's sitting here in his fucking Hollywood mansion indoctrinating children every fucking day and pretending like he has no influence on the world.
Yeah, I guess it would be difficult for him to reverse his position. I wish you would just ask him, look, if these policies are damaging the Democratic Party, could you move your audience?
No, he couldn't. He couldn't, and he wouldn't.
He couldn't because he believes in those policies, or he couldn't because the audience wouldn't?
I don't think he knows what he believes. I think I mean, doing some mind reading here, Hasan probably just is going to go the way his audience is, and then he's going to convince himself that his audience is right.
See,
that they're checking him morally.
This is where the confirmation, just the confirmation bias is just so strong. Like, even if he planted that seed that, you know, trans people should be able to do whatever they want into these people, then that was influential, but now he doesn't have the power to change it because the confirmation bias takes over, and they would check him. They'd be like, no, this is our moral center.
Right.
You're not fighting. Even when he said, look, throughout this conversation, he's made the argument that, you know, we have to stand firm on this because it's a morally righteous thing to do. Now he can't turn around. How can he? Like, he's in the same position as Kamala Harris, right?
Yeah. No, but
how
that's
can
why
she turn around?
Right, but that's why he wants to maintain the stance of like that he's just some unimportant person and nothing he says matters whatsoever.
Yeah, because he created the problem.
Right. And because he knows on some level that he's 100% audience captured. And if he had to accept that he actually had some influence on politics, or even more important, because we could throw that out, it doesn't matter if he has an influence on politics. He has an influence on people. Okay. You know, the whole thing like, oh, even if you help one person, right, that's important, right? Well, even if you shit on one person, okay, or you propagandize or warp someone's, you know, mind to make them have a, you know, shittier outlook on life, that matters too. And so what Hasan is doing something that is a net harm to the world at large. And he doesn't want to take responsibility for it because he's a child and he says, oh, I don't matter. Sam Cedar doesn't matter. None of these things matter. You just got to you can only attack the people that matter, Cenk. You can't attack me or anyone else when we're doing anything wrong.
Don't hold me responsible.
Right.
For all the shit I fucked up.
Right.
Yeah.
Why didn't Hasan come out and this is again, he's so full of shit. If this is the way Hasan really felt, he would have come out screaming. He would have come out enraged at Sam Cedar, at Lance, at the leftist mafia people, at Emma Vigeland, at every single person that attacked Anna, saying, why are you attacking Anna? She's just one person. She doesn't have this institutional power. You should be attacking the people, the politicians at the top. Stop attacking Anna. But he didn't do that.
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
He didn't do it at all.
We shouldn't devote our times to attacking people on the left, unless, of course, they aren't radical socialists. Then we should attack the shit out of them.
Exactly. This is why it's so full of shit. If there were moments, if Hasan was this person who like actually stood against the radicals in his audience and on the left and defended other people on the left, I'd say, okay, well, even if I don't agree with him policy-wise, like he has this position. He doesn't. It's all completely self-serving. Everything he says and believes is 100% self-serving.
Yeah, to protect his own audience. Even at the expense of the Democratic Party, which he doesn't like anyway, so he doesn't give a fuck.
Even at the expense of the Democrats, even at the expense of Ethan, his co-host, even at the expense of his fucking family.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, it's ridiculous.
Cenk is family. His advice is just bow down to the audience. Cenk, shut the fuck up and listen to the chat.
Yes.
Of course they came to these radical ideas because I was, you know, ranting on some stream about shit I knew nothing about. But who cares? We are where we are now.
And, you know, that's like the darker part of this is that, you know, I understand Cenk doesn't want to accept this. He doesn't want to accept that his nephew is like this radical fucking like crazy person.
Right.
Or at least he's proposing these like helping prop up these radical ideas, whether he believes them or not. Is that, you know, he thinks, oh, well, you know, Cenk is, you know, he's like this like younger, like young hot thing. And that's why he's going to, you know, gain so much of the success. It's like, no, I mean, that's part of it, but no, it's because he's fucking just completely audience captured.
Yeah, I guess Cenk is a little at fault here, right? Because Hasan wouldn't be a thing if it wasn't for Cenk. So
it's true.
Obviously.
Thank you, Cenk.
Cenk is involved here, right?
Yes.
Maybe this is a little mea culpa on Cenk's part.
Maybe.
He feels bad. He's like, oh shit, what have I done?
Cenk's
has full MAGA soon, so it doesn't matter. He's like,
that's not going to happen.
He's on the MAGA train. Cenk is going to be in Trump's cabinet soon. So.
Oh really? Is that what you think?
Elon's going to be on TYT. It's going to be like
wow.
Full. Yeah.
That was another thing, and that's true. That just recently happened. You know, all the people, all those shitty same people on the left were attacking Cenk because of that Twitter interaction with Elon.
Yeah, because they don't give a fuck about policy. It's like a religion to them.
Even though it was literally a policy that they all agree with and be happy if Trump implements. Well, actually, they wouldn't be happy if Trump implemented it because they don't like Trump. So if Trump implements it, that's bad. But they'd be happy if it was implemented by a Democrat or someone.
Isn't that crazy? A policy that they've been fighting for 50 years. Are like, oh, a Republican implemented it. We don't even want it now.
Wow, that shows you that's all the team play at that moment.
It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
But you've been begging for this policy. No, don't give it to me.
Not from you, though.
Oh, yeah.
Listen, we all know, we've all experienced this. It's like, when you're arguing with someone and or the reverse of this, you're arguing with someone, usually a family member, and they won't believe you. But if they hear it from like someone else that they trust, they're like, oh, suddenly they'll change their mind. Like, oh, well, it came from this other person, so it must be true now.
That's so painful. You're like,
oh my God, it's terrible.
You totally don't believe me, do you?
I know.
Fucking insane.
Intellectual, presenting yourself as the opposite of these people, okay, serves no purpose. It just only makes you look like you're the moderate voice in here, and they're the extreme voices and whatever.
That's true, though.
But it doesn't.
It does serve a giant purpose. It shows that there are people on the left that aren't insane. It gives people hope that there's some interlocutor on the left that they can identify with. It prevents people from normal people who are going to literally show up and vote in the next election. It prevents them from completely checking out of the Democratic Party.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Just make your argument and move on and focus on the things that do matter.
Say the same thing to them because they're the ones because intent matters, Haas. Intent matters. Look, you know how many people disagree with me in Young Turks hosts? So I had this giant same exact debate we were having about the trans ad with Jordan Ewell.
We covered that debate. It was great.
And with Jules Sulzezdev. This is the one time I get it wrong, Jules. I love those guys. Francesca's in our network. I disagree with them all the time. We have the debates on air. There's nothing wrong with those debates. That's wonderful. No problem at all. Where I draw the line is bad intent.
Yeah, when I have disagreements with any number of different people on any other networks, I say, ultimately, I don't care. We are aligned in this fight. We care about protecting undocumented immigrants. We care about protecting trans people. And I'm not going to...
Unless, of course, it's Anna Kasparian then. Fuck.
Okay, I'm not going to pay too much attention to this because ultimately I don't give a shit if there are disagreements. I have disagreements with my friends all the time. Ultimately, if I think someone is is almost entirely aligned with me on a lot of these key issues, then I see no reason.
And they call you
like Ethan Klein.
You're a Nazi and a grifter. You say, okay,
it doesn't matter. People call me. Yes. Okay, people call me all of it.
Okay,
I think it's ridiculous that if it's coming from the right, if it's coming from the right, then you can use that as an opportunity to show why they're ridiculous.
No, but let's get back to politics. So
he actually did throw Ethan Klein under the bus after they did that podcast on socialism. That happened before the Palestine stuff blew up. Yeah. So maybe when he couldn't convince him on the socialist thing, he's like, okay, well, fuck it. I'm out of here.
I think it was just, I don't think he's that Machiavellian. I think it was just, it was all encapsulated very perfectly when he said something like to Ethan, like, oh, this is why the audience attacks you.
Right.
He framed something in a way that's just too, unacceptable for their sensibilities.
Right. I care so much more about substance, but I mean, framing is important to a certain extent, but I mean, Hasan is pitching framing as this magically hypnotic device that you can trick anyone into believing anything. Which just
the left has always thought that for some reason.
Yeah, it's so insane because okay, then use that on the chat. Change the chat's opinion on anything. Do it. Show me how it's true. Show me how you can do it. Manufacture some consent for us.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah. You wouldn't be telling Ethan, just do what the chat says if you could manufacture consent, right?
Why does anybody think we're extreme, right? Why does anybody think the left is extreme? Because they have a whole bunch of hosts that they could point to and thought leaders and people online.
Yeah, myself included.
Right, that they point to and they go, look at these extreme positions that they have.
True.
So that taints the rest of the left. And that is counterproductive, it's unfair, and it's inaccurate. So stop pretending the most extreme positions are the most left-wing positions. They are not. They're the least representative of the left.
I think
that's just substitute right in there, Cenk. Just do that with the right. It's the same exact thing.
Mm-hmm.
Although Cenk has gotten massively better at not misrepresenting the right. So still not as good as Anna, but he's still much better.
hyper focusing on what the right is considering to be the most extreme positions is only giving it more air for no reason. This is why I said this is the sister soldier.
The independents decide elections.
This is why
you're losing that battle.
This is why I said this is a sister soldier moment where you're like identifying someone to your left that is more extreme than you to show everybody how moderate you are, and there's no reason to do that.
To show them how moderate Democratic voters are.
There's no reason.
Because they brainwash people into thinking that Democratic voters are lunatics who, by the way, okay, let's argue this. They no.
There's just such a reason to do that, especially since Kamala Harris. I mean, then it's commonly understood that she lost because she was too woke. So,
well, when Hasan says moderate, for him, moderate's a dirty word. So that's kind of you have to understand that to understand the statement he just made.
It's weird because Kamala lost independent voters because she was perceived of as too woke, and she lost her base voters because she was conceived of as too right wing.
Right.
So, yeah.
There's no reason to do that.
Crime is great.
There's no reason to do that.
Crime is wonderful.
You want to know why there's no reason to do that? Donald Trump is president. You never see Republicans do that, even if they do actually disagree. Even if they do actually disagree, it doesn't matter. There's no reason. There's no reason to ever turn around and be like, I disagree with these people.
You're 100% wrong on this. So let's look at California. So you say it doesn't matter.
I gotta pee real quick. You can keep going. We'll talk about crime in a second. Go ahead.
Okay.
I gotta pee.
All right. So look.
I love this. Sitch does this to me too, but I need to do what Cenk does here because he just goes on a tirade for like 15 minutes and it's great.
Well, listen, I don't think I've ever been like right in the middle of an argument.
I know.
You're about to make your point. I'm like, hold on, I'm gonna go leave. Like,
no, it's never been that bad. It is pretty hilarious.
Look, guys, I mean, I want to respond to him, so I want to wait till he gets back. But look, I'll say it this way. Number one, the thing Haas is right about is there's so much more that we agree on than we disagree on. And that is why I get mad when people pretend that the disagreements are the only things that matter. So I'm not the one pretending that. The people that attacked us said, how dare you disagree? How dare you? That is not a second agreement, okay? So now you...
Oh, damn it.
Pretending that. The people that attacked us...
You are doing that equally, though, but punching left... Another Chiron. The Chirons are just completely beating up on Cenk. It's hilarious.
Us said, how dare you disagree? How dare you? That is not a sanctioned disagreement, okay? So now you have to fall back in line and you have to start calling, how dare you disagree? How dare you?
When you punch left, you are shielding the right by proxy. See, that really shows you the radical worldview that kind of creates these purity spirals.
Yeah, look, you can't critique your own side. Your side is never at fault for anything.
Nope.
Yeah, look, you can make no mistakes that way.
It's really this evolved tendency of like, because the perception is there's barbarians at the gate, and you're like trying to fight within the tribe here. Well, there's barbarians at the gate. Like, we got to get rid of these barbarians first before we deal with, whatever's going internally. Like, that's how I think a lot of people perceive these political battles.
Yes, and so many of the conversations are how this whole conversation is how to win strategically. Like, he's saying adopting these policies are just unpopular and that you can't have these policies and plan on winning elections, but that's perceived as being a traitor.
Sanctioned disagreement, okay? So now you have to fall back in line and you have to start calling women this and that, and you have to say that trans people should be getting the free surgeries and be able to play in professional sports. And if you don't, you're not really on the left. And in fact, Cenk, I get this argument all the time. You have the biggest left-wing network, so you have a responsibility to agree with us. But what the does that mean? I don't have a responsibility to agree with you. No, I have a responsibility to represent my audience. I have a responsibility to represent the left in an accurate way and to represent Democrats in an accurate way. I don't have a responsibility to take the most extreme positions because somebody decided that they, having not voted on it at all, representing the most tiny sliver of Democratic voters, says, no, that is the left-wing position. Well, when you say that and you shut off debate, well, then you're doing a massive disservice to the left, not to the right. So look, at any time you go on Young Turks, you'll see disagreement all the time. There's nothing wrong with disagreement. There's something wrong with saying that if you don't have the most extreme position, that you're not really on the left and you're a right-wing grifter and blah, 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 blah. So let's do crime. Did crime have? You and I had a huge debate about it, and you thought it's not going to affect elections, and it obviously did affect elections, Haas. So I mean, here in California, first of all, Donald Trump picked up 10 counties overall. He closed the gap between Kamala Harris and himself massively in California. George Gascon lost 60-40. The mayor of London Breed, mayor of San Francisco, lost overwhelmingly.
That's our woke DA in Los Angeles, Gascon.
Mayor of Oakland got recalled 65-35. Prop 36 passed with a 70% approval. Yeah. So the Democratic voters of California said, yes, crime is real. And yes, we hate it and do not want more crime. We want less crime. Those are Democratic voters.
So can I ask you something? Do you think that Californians love involuntary servitude, also known as slavery, in their prison structure?
So no, you guys, that's exactly my point, Haas. So that's hold on. There's a prop that Hasan's talking about here in California that basically said we should get rid of slavery in the prisons, and it lost. And that's terrible that it lost. And my thesis on why it lost, when of course the Democratic voters of California, if they understood what that meant, would say, oh no, I don't want slavery in prisons. That's crazy. Yeah. But they voted against almost every left-wing ballot.
Adam, why did you vote for slavery in prison?
Criminals should be slaves, man. They should make them work fucking morning, noon, and night.
Wow, look at this guy.
They should be able to beat them to get them out of their cells to go work.
God, Jesus.
They should be able to throw them in solitary confinement if they don't work.
Oh my Lord.
They should be banging out those fucking license plates.
Terrible.
People are fed up with crime. People are fed up with crime.
That's true.
They are. There's like, what? I gotta work? This guy's in fucking prison. Let him sit around in his cell all day because he doesn't feel like working? Fuck that. That's why it passed. Definitely.
Yeah, you're right intuitively. I would say factually that I don't think that's, most people are not going to choose to be in prison over out and about in the world. So,
well, I mean, were they forced to do the crime?
No, but that's not really what I'm talking about. So,
right.
I'm curious. I'm going to bring up this Prop 6. How was this worded?
They have coercive measures that they can use to get people to work jobs in prison. Like they can deny them, I don't know, yard time or phone time or whatever coercive measures they do. I'm pretty sure they can't actually beat them. That's probably a bridge too far.
Right.
So the bill would basically not allow the prison systems to use these coercive actions to force people to work. So if they wanted to just lie around in their cell all day and not work a job, they could still get whatever perks you get.
Because I'm looking at like the language of the bill or the prop. It says amends the California Constitution to remove current provision that allows jails and prisons to impose involuntary servitude to punish crime, i.e. forcing incarcerated persons to work. So the problem with that is like, okay, so I'm assuming that when Cenk or Hasan or someone on the left, they complain about it, what they're thinking about is like a guy on a chain gang, digging a ditch on the side of the road for some, private company or some public works project or something, right? When it's like, okay, maybe, but when I looked into this, it looked like the majority of quote prison labor is prisons laboring for their own prison. So, for example,
they're cooking and doing
doing laundry, cleaning the floors and all that stuff. And like, while I'm sure you could get a lot of people that would say, hey, yeah, maybe they shouldn't be, doing some private, labor for a business that's not associated with the prison. But I think, 9 out of 10 people would say, well, yeah, of course, prisoners should have to like do prison laundry and, clean the jails. And why should I have to hire a janitor? Like, why should tax dollars have to go to janitorial
my tax dollars should go to hire a fucking maid for this guy who's in jail for killing his wife.
Exactly. And so so I feel like if they want to do that, they need to separate, they need to be very specific with the type of labor they're referring to, as opposed to just broadly saying that, no labor for some prisons whatsoever, and comparing it to slavery, which I think is frankly retarded and nonsensical. But
yeah. So they have some punishment levels, but it's look, I'm sure they can't fucking beat them. They can't like go in there and say, I'm going to beat you if you don't get out of your fucking cell. They just say, look, you're going to get limited commissary access or something like that. Right.
Right.
I don't know.
I think they can forcibly remove you from a cell if you refuse to get out, and if you fight back in any way, and they can include fighting back as not complying with being moved out, then they can beat you.
Look, I don't think that was part of the. I don't think that was part of the bill, though.
No, it had nothing to do with the bill whatsoever, because it's about labor. But
the part of the bill is like you work, and if you don't work, we're gonna limit your privileges, right?
Or whatever they do. I don't know what they do, but right.
And so, yeah, people are like, "Fuck that, make them work." But framing it as like slavery,
right.
I don't know. But look, Hasan frames just having a job as slavery, so whatever.
That's true.
I think Cenk likes to work.
Well, I mean, I think a lot of people like to work.
Of course.
We like doing this. So.
Yeah, I like to work.
Hasan likes to eat his nuggies on stream while he's, talking about, some incendiary thing.
Well, he's indoctrinating the youth.
It is so funny, like how many clips I see of Hasan saying some crazy, like terrorist propaganda while he's shoving food in his face.
Yeah. The voice of a generation.
Because they thought, the left wing is the extreme wing. They're the pro-crime wing. They're the pro-super extreme positions. So even if I'm a California Democrat, I'm voting no on everything. If a Democrat proposed it, no. And that's why we got slaughtered in this election.
So, okay. So
taxpayers should have to pay for MAID for incarcerated people. That's bullshit. Fuck no. Of course. People are sick of this shit. People got to pay their own way.
Number one, you and I both agree. Well, if I were to ask you, I think, do you think the people of Mississippi are more, are more progressive than the broader California electorate? You would probably say no.
No, culturally no.
And having said that, in the state of Mississippi, when that same exact ballot initiative was clearly defined as slavery, it passed overwhelmingly. They voted against. They voted against slavery in the prison structure.
Do you see how that makes my point?
No, my point is that the way you frame things certainly matter. It matters a lot because most people are not paying attention to anything. That's why you had people searching if Joe Biden had dropped the day before the election. That's why communication matters. That's why who you define as your enemies matter. But if we're going to talk about perception.
So framing something dishonestly to win, that's what he's in favor of.
Yeah, like if it says, I'm trying to find it now because I'm curious, like what is it on the ballot? Because if it's like, do you want to end slavery in America and Mississippi? I mean, everyone's gonna say, yeah, of course, obviously.
Yeah.
So.
Framing matters. Look, you got to dishonestly frame it so people vote the way that you want.
Right.
What a fucking piece of shit.
Perception is important, and narrative in many instances is more important than the truth, right? We agree with that, especially in this day and age.
So framing matters a tremendous amount. We agree.
Yeah, framing matters a tremendous amount, and also narrative is more important than the truth. I think this is something that you would agree with as well.
I love this. I love this. Narrative is more important than the truth. And Hasan is going to go on to describe how crime is non-existent anymore. I mean, you just gave it away, dude. You just said narrative is more important than the truth.
Then again, you get into short run, long run, but yeah, it's super important.
It is. I mean, this is a
narrative.
This is almost important. This is almost a callback to the Alan Lichtman conversation, right? Like disinformation played a big role. It's not just disinformation. It's also information that's coming out of like legitimate sources with authority, like legitimate outlets of information that people still trust, like their local news stations. 90% of it is owned by Sinclair Broadcasting. They're super right wing, yada yada. But also newspapers, national newspapers, things that people care about. Fox News.
What does he mean by important? Does he mean more persuasive? I mean, I agree that narrative is more persuasive than the truth, but I think the truth is far more important than narrative. So
I don't know if he was right about Mississippi. I can't find anything about this thing he's talking about.
Oh, okay. So he just made that up.
Well, he could have been referring to a different. I mean, I'm sure there's other states that have probably made it illegal or something, but.
News now dominates the media consumption by 73% last time.
It's funny. It says, additionally, prisoners in Mississippi may have been leased out to companies such as Popeyes. What?
Wow.
I mean, listen, I can understand that people don't want prisoners working on fast food, right? That's fair.
So it's a completely different thing.
Well, but yeah, but I'm saying I don't think there was any law. It says unmarked trucks packed with prison raised cattle rolled out of the Louisiana state penitentiary, where men are sentenced to hard labor and forced to work for pennies an hour or sometimes nothing at all. After rumbling down a country road to an auction house, the cows are bought by a local rancher and then followed by the Associated Press another 600 miles to a Texas slaughterhouse that feeds into supply chains for giants like McDonald's, Walmart, and Cargill. Well, first of all, what the hell is a prison-raised cattle? Are you telling me there's prisons in America that are doing cattle raising? As inmate labor? I mean, all right.
I'm not sure if you want to take murderers and introduce them to a slaughterhouse.
Well, they're not doing that. They're just raising the cows. They're not. They said that they're not doing the slaughtering. So
okay,
but that's very weird. What now? I'm very curious. Is that like a bad thing? You think? I mean, is that? I don't know. I've never raised cattle. I don't know if that would be a more desirable job or a less desirable job than doing laundry for the prison.
That doesn't strike me as weird at all. I mean, obviously, prison labor can do any labor. I'm building houses.
I didn't know cattle raising was one of them.
Okay. California, California, they clean up the freeways. You always see them cleaning up the freeways. And
right, but that's like an expected, thing that people have seen in like movies and heard about and seen on like walking around the road.
Sure, but like that, yeah. I mean, raising cattle's.
I guess I just never.
Not much. You're outside. The cows are there. Okay. You're cleaning up their trash.
That's what I'm saying. Like, is that, yeah? I mean, if you're a prisoner, like, would you prefer to raise cows than be picking up trash on the side of the road?
Yeah, sure.
Maybe.
Checked. It's an insane number, right? So in that process, I think something that fell apart for the Democrats and their unwillingness to actually fight back and counter message on anything because they're cowardly was the issue of crime. There's been a lot of analysis on why crime rates have gone down historically, and they have completely rebounded and are trending downwards once again, as they have since the 90s, which I know you're going to get mad at, but hold on. And that most surveys conducted on the matter show that Americans think that their neighborhoods, and the crime has not increased in their neighborhoods, but actually crime has increased elsewhere. So why do they think that they're safe in their neighborhoods, but they still feel like crime is exploding in the country? I think it is because of the right-wing misinformation faucet that is completely dominating independent media and completely dominating even major newspapers. And that
this is just such fucking bullshit because, look, I subscribe to all the local news channels in Los Angeles. I've been living in Los Angeles for 24 years now.
Mm-hmm.
And you see local crime stories have spiked. Like doubled, tripled.
Right.
Like before the pandemic, you never saw these smash and grabs. You never saw things like carjackings. And if you did, it was infrequent, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, and the idea that if it bleeds, it leads hasn't changed in 24 years, right? If those things are happening, the news is going to be on it, showing them, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this is ridiculous. You can just see it in your news diet. And that's not some right-wing misinformation campaign. It's fucking local news.
Right.
So stupid.
But also I'd wondered, and I don't know which poll he's referring to, because it would depend on the questioning, because I'm sure there's tons of people who, if you said like, oh, do you think there's a rise in your local area? Like, are they going to interpret that to mean like, well, in my neighborhood, maybe there's not a rise in crime, but I live in a suburb, and when I drive 15 minutes to CVS, everything's behind those little like, plastic boxes where you have to get the person that works there to open up with a key, right? Or they see, they go to some outlet store and they see, a bunch of people run in and grab a bunch of shit and run out, and maybe they don't think that's like quote in their local area. So I'd be curious as to how those questions are worded.
Yeah, I don't know about the polls. I just know local news in Los Angeles, crime is through the roof. So,
well, that comes up in this is because when they talk about crime, Cenk is talking about like California, and then a lot of it, including the person editing it, they keep pivoting to national crime, which is like, okay, well, it doesn't really matter. We're talking about like specific areas of the country. So,
right. Yeah, New York did something crazy with crime, and California did something crazy with crime. Turn a bunch of felonies into misdemeanors. So does that affect the rest of the country because people are talking about the problems with crime in California? Does that make someone in Texas vote more tough on crime? Right, I mean, they're going to vote tough on crime in Texas anyway. So
Right, but it probably has some effect because a lot of politics is national now.
Right.
So, but it's kind of funny because I found this chart. I'll send it to you. It's called Partisan Perception of National Crime, and it shows like how people think crime is going up or down over the years depending on their political party. And wouldn't you know it, like whoever is the president, whatever the opposite political party think crime goes up, right? When it's like not their guy in office, and they think crime goes down when it's their guy in office.
Right.
It's so funny.
That is
It's like,
typical.
yeah, it's like, oh, when George W. Bush is in office, Republicans think crime is going down and Democrats think it's going up. Then when Obama is president, oh, Democrats think crime is going down. Republicans think crime is going up. Like, oh, okay. And then as soon as Donald Trump's president, oh, Republicans think crime's going down again. Democrats think it's going back up. Like, it's so funny.
Those are obviously people who are insulated from the crime problem, though.
Right, right.
Like if you're experiencing the crime problem personally.
Well, yeah, but then you see, but as you're saying, that kind of comes ahead because then you could see on the little chart at the end of Trump's candidacy, which is when all the BLM stuff comes on, then all of a sudden the Republicans sort of eclipse, then they have this massive shoot upward in terms of thinking crime is increasing because of like, so there's like things
even
that can
though
happen
they're guys in office.
No, but I mean, even when Donald Trump is in president during all the BLM stuff, then they can like the material reality. I don't know, should I say that material reality? The facts on the ground and what people are seeing sort of overcomes the bias essentially.
Right.
So
everyone is constantly in a holding pattern on whatever Republicans decide is the major point that they want to argue for. And because the Democratic Party basically operates as controlled opposition against them, they just sit there, they wait for the next talking points to come out so they can do a terrible job trying to address any of the truths of the matter. And they just get dominated over and over again. There's a second part of this, though. It's what you see, right? Now, not only have all of these, not only the crime rate actually gone down, and I think you recognize that as well, the National Crime Victimization Survey does not show like a major blip in unreported crimes. There is definitely more unreported crimes than before, and we can address why that's happening as well. But overall, the real reason why I think a lot of people see crime everywhere, and especially in cities, in my opinion, even though Republican and red states have significantly higher rates of crime than states like California do, the reason why most people fall into this trap of assuming that California is a crime-ridden shithole as opposed to like a place like Alabama or a place like South Carolina, despite the fact that they have higher rates of crime, and including violent crime, than California does, is because narrative is more important than the actual truth. Also, the reason why Californians themselves genuinely believe that this is also happening and no one is addressing it
because it's actually happening.
No, it's because of what they perceive to be what they perceive to be is disorder and dysfunction and crime that is happening in every orifice of blue cities. So it's homeless, it's poverty, it's visible aspects of extreme poverty that in many instances can actually be.
Well, also, I think the problem is here. I want to look for this information because I bet you, like, if you look at overall crime in California, it might be like not super high because the state is so gigantic. Right. And everyone's like, and so you kind of have to look at by city because there could be pockets in these states where the crime is super bad.
Yeah,
so
that's
kind of the issue.
And then places where it's not bad at all because it's like some country town.
Right.
Or will sometimes be criminalized. Homelessness, trash on the streets. You see someone doing drugs on the corner of the street.
Extreme left positions that have fucked us.
This is Gavin Newsom, the extreme leftist.
But he does agree with you guys. He was on your side on Prop 36. He was on your side on Prop 36.
The person who physically went and cleared a homeless encampment is on my side.
But only after he encouraged them for 3 to 4 years straight. No, because he thought you guys were right.
No, you and I are in agreement if we hate Gavin Newsom, but maybe not on the same basis. I hate Gavin Newsom because he refused time and time again, despite numerous ballot measures that wanted to fix one of the most significant, most consequential aspects of why homelessness persists in a state like California. He refused to do it because he's backed by the same corporate investors that say, do not fix the housing market. Do not touch the housing market at all. Housing costs must always go up. The number one reason why homelessness persists, the number one reason why homelessness exists is because people get priced out of the market. When people get priced out of the market, they start living in their cars. When you start living in your car, you no longer have access to running water. You can't clean yourself. You lose your job. Your job attainment goes away. When you lose your job, you fall further down that pit until you arrive at the homeless guy that has been traumatized by living outside and looks like a crazy person, is probably experiencing significant mental health complications and doing drugs to self-medicate in that process. And everyone sees that and goes, that's crime. Why is no one fixing this? No. And that is the major issue. It's not...
I haven't gotten into your...
Of course, it's not drug addiction or anything like that. It's just housing prices are too expensive.
Yeah, well, like the people that you see on the street are usually people that have drug problems or mental illnesses or something, right? Like,
yeah,
like the people that Hasan are talking about, those are people that are in some kind of, like a homeless
halfway house.
shelter
Yeah,
or halfway house, or, getting some kind of assisted, family, or not family assistance, but getting some sort of assistance from the government. And the problem is that it's funny because it's interesting. It's the same problem that has, like, Hassan's like, oh, you see all these people on the street and you think that they're all homeless, that's creating crime. And it's like, well, you understand, you're like, the left does the same thing. They see all these people on the street, they go, oh, we're not helping the homeless enough. It's like, well, no, there's actually like a bunch of services that are available to people of sound mind that people take, that use if they need to, if they're in poverty situations. The people that you're seeing are people that, have all these additional problems and thus can't really take advantage of those systems.
yeah. All those places want you to be drug free. They have like a no drug policy, so the drug addicts don't want to go there.
Right.
Like 20 minutes. So let me address crime.
First of all, you've definitely talked a lot more than me. I've given you all the space.
Okay, listen. So let me address crime, then we'll get to homelessness. So on crime, you have to separate out national numbers from local numbers. Why? Because Tennessee didn't do the same things as California and New York did. So you have to look at, okay, when they tried different things, how did it work out? So the national numbers are totally irrelevant. So when you get to California, I looked it up this morning because I knew we were going to have this discussion. So pre-pandemic to now, violent crime up 15%, homicide up 15%. By the way, crime is complicated. Not every number goes up and down in the way that you would expect, or goes up all at once or goes down all at once.
What year to year are you comparing?
2019 to now, okay? So like, because we did a lot of the reforms in 2020, okay? But it's also complicated because the pandemic actually drove crime as well. So there was a number of different factors that did. But did crime go up? You're saying no, it's just a narrative. It didn't really go up, but it did.
No,
so violent crime went up 15%, homicide went up 15%. Hold on, let me finish. Well, no. This is overall last 4 years, okay? So yeah, it was spiked in 2020, 2020 and 2021.
Yes.
Then it started to slowly come down, and last year it came down a little bit. But now, where is it? It's still 15% higher than when we started on violent and crime and homicide. And from where we started, it's now up 29% on retail theft, 43% on auto theft, and 52% on car accessory theft. Those are real. People feel that. Everybody's had their catalytic converter stolen.
So the little, while Jake is saying all this, the little editor caption comes up.
It's now up 29% on retail theft, 43% on auto theft, and 52% on car accessory theft. Those are real.
And it says, those are all crimes of economic despair. Translation, like, it's not those people's fault. Those people are just the victims of their material conditions. Okay.
Yeah. That's why auto theft is up so much.
I know.
People feel that. Everybody's had their catalytic converter stolen. Everybody's dealt with minor crime.
That's a wealth inequality problem, not a crime problem.
Yeah, this is infuriating. The left making excuses for crime is just...
I know, it's terrible.
It is terrible.
It's terrible. Yeah.
It's like they have no credibility on crime whatsoever.
Nope.
And they're the ones that want to come out and tell you, oh, crime's no problem.
Right.
Yeah, because you're making justifications for it.
That wasn't an issue before, but is an issue now. Those numbers are real. So when you say to them, oh no, it's just a narrative, and they're like, God damn it, man, my uncle got robbed and I go to the CVS and I can't get a goddamn toothpaste. You're saying CVS, imagine that bullshit, right? And so when you are telling them, don't believe your lying eyes, don't believe the numbers, you should believe me, it's just a false narrative, they don't believe you, and they were right. And so when you saw in the elections, it wasn't that the right wing tricked the people of California. And Haas, this is so important because in 2020, they tried a ballot measure that was very similar to Prop 36, okay, to repeal Prop 47, which is what reduced penalties, right? And it failed. It only got 38%. Why? Because the people had not yet felt the crime, okay? And after 2020, when the crime actually went up, they felt the crime, they experienced the crime, and they voted against the crime. None of that was narrative. It was real. And it had a massive effect on the elections in California.
Okay. So as far as retail theft, is a conversation. We've had this conversation already that retail theft is down. And not only is retail theft down, I don't know where you're getting your numbers from, but retail
which
theft,
time period?
Retail theft in terms of like organized retail theft, in terms of crime across the board, even in 2020, the actual theft crime is like not the violent crime and homicides. Homicides were the only thing that spiked, okay, which is pretty consequential. It's pretty significant. Even homicides have also gone down since the major blip that they experienced in like post 2020 and 2021. As far as as far as like retail theft goes, many of the places that claimed that there was organized retail theft occurring openly recognized that they were, using that as a way to massage their numbers. The real shrink that increased was completely adjusted to the increased foot traffic. I mean,
so
this
you're
is not
showing
even
an article from 2020. I just gave you the numbers from the last 4 years.
I know. I'm giving you. I'm showing you that like this is the article that I'm showing that says shootings and killings are up. Even in that.
So I wait for the actual Justice Warrior video that will inevitably come out, where he fact checks this entire argument and conversation. Okay, to see the adjudicate on any of these stats and stuff.
Yeah,
get to it, Sean.
That time frame,
right? So I just gave you the definitive numbers in the last 4 years in California. So it did go up, and Haas, like
the reason we're having a conversation that not only is wrong, it's something that the people that actually the people themselves admitted to why it was wrong. That at the time I looked at the situation, I looked at the organized retail theft, I looked at the National Retailers Association numbers, and I adjusted shrink and the percentages that contribute to shrink, and found out that the overarching number of thefts that were occurring were not actually.
Look at this. Sean's already there. He's already in the chat. Sean for $10 says, check the DMs. I sent you a left-wing organization showing the drop in reporting from the National Crime Victimization Survey, which is the opposite of what Cenk's nephew said. Also, Cenk's nephew saying it's not happening, then it is due to poverty. That is true. He's saying that.
Right. Completely contradicting himself.
Right.
Really happening as a direct consequence of like organized retail theft, because no one is going to be able to steal billions of dollars worth of merchandise by organizing retail theft. It was actually happening, and you might like this, you might appreciate this, because of automation. It was happening because normal Americans, when they go into a store and they do self-checkout, which is more beneficial for corporations because now you don't have to pay benefits for cashiers. Now you don't have to, pay a whole bunch of people to actually sit at the cash register. Now you don't have to do workers' comp. Now you don't have to do paid, family leave or anything like that, or no health.
Good. Profit is theft. They can go get unemployment. Right?
Terrible.
We don't want any of these people employed. There's your communist utopia, right?
Mm-hmm.
We should automate the whole grocery store.
Right.
People don't need these jobs.
Care. Now you just have an automated machine that one person is controlling every now and then. In that process, they realized that shrink would actually go up because people would just go in and maybe put a Snickers bar in there and toss it in their bag. That is why shrink went up.
No,
okay,
Haas,
that is the real reason why shrink went up, or on the theft side. Okay,
two things can.
Then when they put up the cabinets that have all the toothpaste in them, people could still steal at the register. I'm assuming they're clocking those cabinets working, right? Otherwise, why would they keep putting up more?
Right.
Be true at the same time. So that point about shrinkage and automation is absolutely right. And the right wing totally ignores that. You are right to bring it up. But that doesn't mean that the actual theft at the retail level didn't happen. Number one, the numbers indicate that it happened. Number two, the idea that CVS, Walgreens, all these guys were just decided to pretend that the people were going to steal this stuff and start locking it up, and when they weren't actually stealing it, is crazy. They were actually stealing it. That's why they locked it up.
I know.
Do you agree with that?
Yes. But
okay, so both of those things are true.
You can't make up for billions of dollars in lost revenue.
But when people go to a CVS and that shit's locked up, they get super mad.
I know.
Here, I sent you a chart you could bring up.
Sure.
This is in the article that Sean sent me. This is from the Council on Criminal Justice. And it's very interesting. This article they talk about. They're comparing. So there's the two ways that crimes are reported. There's the FBI's Uniform Crime Report, which reflects crimes reported by the public to the police. And then there's the National Crime Victimization Survey, which is, people just saying that they have been the victim of the crime,
right? Not
necessarily whether they report it to the police or not. Okay.
Right.
And so, does you have the chart up?
These are the people who saw the Destiny screenshot.
That is a crime. Yeah, that is a crime. Yeah. Wow. Look
like
at this guy here.
They're like, I was a victim of a crime.
I was a victim of a crime.
I never reported it.
I never reported it. But terrible. No, so as you can see in the little chart, it's got the blue bar, the giant blue bars are the percentage change, the increase in rates of people saying on the National Crime Victimization Survey that they had been victim of some crime. You see it's got total violent crimes, homicide, which obviously people can't report that they've been victim of that, rape, robbery, and aggravated assault. And you can see there's a massive increase in change. That's an increase, okay, in change in people saying they're victimized of this crime. But then you could see the little teal numbers. That's
the 2%
the number
versus 104% for aggravated assault.
Right. That's the number that people actually reported those crimes to the police. And so again, this problem where you say, well, it's -2%, so that means it's less, it's down. So you could say, oh, well, according to the uniform crimes report, aggravated assault is down. But then if you look at the crime victimization survey, like, well, actually, it's up 104%. So it's
right.
like,
so it's just which you go from.
Right.
Yeah.
So.
Which obviously there's an argument to be made. People don't report crime once they realize nothing is going to be done about it. Like, why are you going to waste your entire fucking day talking to the police, filing some police report that nobody's going to do anything with?
Exactly. And I think Cenk actually brings that up in this conversation, which is like people just, if they know that it's just the person's just going to get out and they're just going to walk, then what's the point of reporting it? So.
Yeah, they're going to come by and beat the shit out of you, right?
Well, they could, yeah.
That could be their first stop. Why'd you report me?
That's a good point.
Fuck that.
And it goes back to literally the same.
Don't do that.
Same exact thing that we were talking about with respect to seeing homeless people and being like, this is crime. Crime is everywhere. And instilling a sense of panic.
But crime is everywhere. And look, so now let's go to homeless people.
But you're talking about organized retail theft when this conversation has already, like, we've closed the book on that. That, like, CEOs and CFOs have openly
to homeless people. But look, let's talk about the substance. Let's talk about the substance.
They've openly said that they lied about it. Like,
no.
Yes, they did. This article is literally that.
Maybe. Look, you're cherry picking.
I'm not.
And you're getting to a point that they admitted something that they did wrong that I agree with you on. But I'm telling you that two things can be true at the same time. What you're pointing out is definitely right. And they've also admitted many other things. They also admitted that they drove up pricing during inflation because they were price gouging and they were taking profits. They bragged about in their shareholder meetings. That is absolutely right. But the crime is also correct.
No,
when you go to the substance of the actual laws, I voted yes on Prop 36. Did you vote no on Prop 36?
Prop 36 was the increasing the penalties. Yeah, I voted no on it. Yes.
Yeah. So we have a disagreement.
Yeah.
So what were the penalties? They said
that's a prop where they were going to go back to the pre-change before crime got out of hand for all the felonies versus misdemeanors.
Theft under 950.
I can't believe Hasan is the only one in California who didn't vote for it.
$50.
Did it pass?
If you've done it,
hell yeah.
Okay.
It passed by 60-70%. It was like huge.
3 times, then we're going to move it to a felony instead of a misdemeanor.
Yeah.
I totally agree. Okay.
I disagree.
Yeah. Well, that's because.
Do you want to know why I disagree? Do you care?
Yeah, of course I do. Yeah.
So a couple things. This also goes back to narrative overcomes truth, and narrative is more important than truth. If I were to tell you that the state of Texas has less stringent rules on what constitutes a felony theft than the state of California, which has implemented the $900 policy since like 2014, and it's not a recent introduction into California state law, would you be surprised to find that out?
But those two things are crossed together, Haas, because when everybody talks about how California changed the laws and now you can go steal things that are under $950 all day long and it's a misdemeanor, and since it's a misdemeanor, they're going to plead you down to nothing. You publicize that, then everybody goes, shit, let's go steal some stuff because apparently it's totally fine now, and more people go and steal. So that is where the reality meets the narrative.
So you're saying that the media coverage over this has led to an increase of people going out and stealing stuff?
Both things are true. That the laws were changed, it did make it easier to steal, and then the media covered it, and then more people stole because the media covered it, and they're like, oh, it turns out you can just steal and get away with it.
So you and I agree that, like, I'm not saying that no theft has occurred. Of course, it did. We've all seen the videos, right? You and I, on the other hand, do agree that the larger, more consequential increase in shrink came from automation and not like organized retail theft. I think you would agree to that.
Yeah,
because it's impossible.
On the scale of the numbers, I hear you.
I mean,
I haven't looked at it myself, but that sounds right.
It is mathematically impossible for organized retail theft to contribute billions of dollars in lost revenue, because it would have to literally be like pandemonium, because the things.
Such cope. Such massive cope.
Well, also, I mean, why is there this? I mean, like he's saying, like, oh, well, it can't be because of the law change, because I don't know what the facts of this are, but he's saying that, all this theft increases from the self-checkouts. I'm like, well, wait a minute. How do you know that the law being changed isn't what increased people's laxness of stealing something from the self-checkout? Because they say, well, even if I get caught stealing from the self-checkout, it's not.
Oh, that's a good point too. Yeah.
So, like, you can't really make that distinction.
Well, when they lock things up, they have to be responding to shoplifting. They lock things up and they go, oh yeah, shoplifting's down. Let's lock some more shit up.
Exactly. Well,
If
yeah,
you-
and I mean, yeah, and I don't think those places that are locking things down, they don't usually have the self-checkout.
Yeah, they don't make you go to the register. They give it to you. You walk all through the store, and then you go to the self-checkout. You can still fucking steal the thing.
Right.
Yeah. So look, it's got to be having an effect.
That you're stealing, the things that you're stealing are not expensive enough. Like, they're not stealing gold bars, they're stealing deodorant and shit, right? So like, over time, the real ways in which this happens is if this is a mass pattern change and a mass attitude change that makes it easier to steal small things here and there. Those numbers add up in a significantly larger way to the overall shrink of the companies.
All these operations have fencing, distribution networks where
I know,
they can
it's
turn the stuff
silly,
over to people. They find it in houses like millions of dollars of merchandise.
Well, yeah,
So-
and you remember like when this conversation, when there was like this trend of all the people, all the dirtbag, scumbag lefty types on the internet saying that it's okay to steal. You know, one of the big talking points always being is like, the number one thing stole is baby formula. It's baby formula. Oh my gosh, these poor people that have babies, they can't afford it. Right? It's like,
Right.
well, no, you understand the people that are stealing the baby formula. They're not using it themselves, you fucking idiots.
No, they're selling it. Yeah.
Yes, they're stealing. They go, oh, what's an object? What's an object that people need to buy? Okay, that I can hold over their head and squeeze them for. What's something that they 100% have to buy? Baby formula,
Yeah.
diapers. Okay, boom, perfect object to steal and sell back to people.
I'm sure Amazon is like a huge part of it too, because everyone can sell on Amazon now. So these fencing operations just have some online store.
Oh God, I wonder actually. Yeah,
Yeah, I often wonder
crazy.
how much of the merchandise is just stolen merchandise.
that's interesting. I never thought about that. Yeah.
They know that. They already baked that into their profit margins because it's still cheaper for them to lay off a shit ton of their employees and allow some people to steal, and it contributes to the shrink. What they also did, and this is not just the, Walgreens wasn't the only one, or CVS wasn't the only one. There was a brick and mortar retail is incredibly expensive. They're getting dominated by Amazon, that has now purchased Whole Foods and is doing Amazon Fresh, and they're getting dominated by grocery delivery services. Okay, they cannot compete and maintain brick and mortar retail stores. That's why I believe one of these major chains actually went bankrupt recently. I think it was CVS or Walgreens that literally had to close all of their stores.
Yes, but we agree on all that. And I'll add on top of that, private equity buys them.
They didn't go out of business because of the shoplifting. They went out of business because of Amazon, because of online mail order groceries.
Well, it could be both of them. I mean, this is what the problem is, that you have online starts to cut into their profit margins, and then the theft really hurts them like significantly more.
Yeah, it's drifting away from the actual crime debate. Crime is obviously up. Whether or not it drives them out of business, we still need to stop it.
Yeah.
Them, and then they reduce their costs.
So
which then drives.
So if
a
you
vicious
understand,
cycle.
Rite Aid was the one that
Yeah.
that went
So
bankrupt.
I understand all that, but you're not addressing the point. That can be true, while crime going up can also be true.
No, you are.
No.
I'm afraid you are laser focusing on a more you're laser focusing on something that invokes emotion, when actually looking at the data shows that the much larger problem here, or the much, not even a real problem for them,
which one is larger,
is
retail
actually
theft
coming
went
from
up 29%. It did go up. It is real. So do you get that it's counterproductive when you?
This is just so bad faith. He's like, you're basically making an appeal to emotion here. Geez, I'm talking about the data. The guy who said for half of this conversation that narrative is more important than truth is like, I'm the one talking about the data, dude. You're the one appealing to emotion here.
Right.
What do you think a fucking narrative is? Why do you make a narrative? Why is narrative more important? Why is narrative more powerful? It's because it's emotional.
Yep.
You keep saying things that make people think
Because-
that you think that they're making it up in their head and it's not real at all.
Because I have looked at the actual numbers.
But do you see that makes them, that alienates them even more?
Okay.
You're saying, even though it went up 29%, I want you to pretend that it didn't.
No.
And I want you to say it's not real. Well,
No,
they're
you're-
not going to say
you're-
it.
no.
And the elections prove it.
Okay.
He's not only that, it's worse because he wants Cenk to say it's not true.
Yes.
He's like, Cenk, just gaslight them with me. You can do it.
Let me give you a parallel here. The Democratic Party kept saying, right, that that the economic impact that Americans were facing was inconsequential, that the economy was good, actually. right? They kept repeating it over and over again. And people were like, what the fuck are you talking about, right? My anger towards the Democrats in that regard was that they basically, and I used as an example on the Pod Save America episode that I hosted yesterday. And this is a famous tweet that I'm basically paraphrasing. If you saw a homeless person and chucked 2 pennies at them, okay, and then they yelled at you and they were like, "Fuck you, why are you giving me 2 pennies, piece of shit?" Technically, you did improve their, material wealth by 2 pennies. Why are they being angry? Why are they angry at me for genuinely improving their material wealth by 2 pennies? You can frame every number and every percentage in a way that suits your argument, but what you have to look at is the actual data, which I have done. That's why I bring up the National Retailers Association numbers when I'm having this conversation with you about shrink increasing overall. When you say retail theft went up 29%, what you're failing to account for, and by the way, retail shrink has gone down for the record year over year.
All the numbers are better in the last year.
But the instance where it did go up, it actually went up because there was more foot traffic in comparison to the year prior. When there's more people going into the stores, there are more people who are able to steal stuff. And if you and I both agree that it's not organized retail theft that is like massively contributing to the increase in shrink, but instead it's actually automated. It's automated cash registers.
But they don't care about
checkout.
But Hans, the average guy doesn't care what is leading to CVS's declining profit.
So you're saying the average guy doesn't care about the truth?
Let me finish. What the average guy cares about is, I went to the store the other day, and I've heard this story 100 times, and they're not making it up, and it's backed up by the numbers. I went to the store the other day. Some douchebag walks in, grabs a bunch of stuff, and leaves. And then I feel like a sucker sitting here paying for it because apparently anybody can come rob this place, and that's not even recorded in the numbers, and the numbers are still up. And there's a giant mountain of things that did not get reported because there was a period of a couple of years here in LA. It's better now, where I was we probably talked about this before too. I was at a Supercuts. The window's broken. Why? Oh, people come in here all the time, take whatever they want. They smash the windows. We stopped calling the cops because the cops aren't showing up. Why aren't the cops showing up? Partly because they were trying to prove a point. Oh yeah, you guys are protesting us. We're not going to work. But another reason was because they would bring people to the DA, and the DA would say, not just because of Prop 47, because George Gascon said, don't prosecute them. Don't prosecute. Put them back on the street. Put them back on the street.
In terms of
that's a perfect example right there. Cenk's going out to get his hair cut. Hair salon has a front window smashed in.
Yes. Yeah.
You're like, oh, that's just normal now, huh?
Yep.
You see more and more graffiti too. It's just, yeah. You're not winning anyone over by just ignoring this shit.
Not reporting
crime
crimes.
went up.
I can't speak for your local.
They care about what happens to them at the grocery store, and they care that, hey, I don't care.
You like the dismissiveness of that. I can't speak to your local barber, right?
Yeah, look, it's insane because he doesn't give a fuck. He really doesn't give a fuck. He thinks crime is cool. He thinks that the system, the economic system is fucked up and that capitalism is evil and that you should be able to steal from anyone indiscriminately because, the system's bad. That's his moral compass.
That's the problem with this whole conversation. Yeah.
Yeah. So do you think he's gonna be the arbiter of dealing with the crime problem? Hell no. He thinks it's justified. His job is to come up with justifications for why shoplifting is fine. Like why the corporations deserve it. Look at all these justifications he's making are basically that. He's saying, look, it's the greedy corporations that want to lay everyone off. It's automation. It's everything but the actual person stepping in there and taking something because he thinks they deserve it.
Yep.
Yeah. So look, fuck you. And look, fuck those prisoners that got to work all day now. Fuck them.
Care about the goddamn shrinkage. What I care about is when I go to buy
shrink is theft. That's why I'm saying shrink. It's not about the profit margins.
When they go
shrink
in,
is literally theft.
All of those things are locked up, and they're not locked up because of what you're saying. They're locked up because of the crime.
They are locked up because they do want to prevent retail theft in general. That's the reason why they lock it up, because of course they don't want people to come in and steal shit, even if it's inconsequential to their larger, even if it's inconsequential to their.
The locked up shit totally destroys his argument because they don't fucking walk that shit up to the register. They give it to you and you take it up to the register and check it out like just some normal item. So, fucking bullshit.
Their profit margins, they still don't want people to go in and in the chance that is easy to steal, they lock the shit up.
So you think the people of California in mass all got tricked by the right wing into thinking there was crime when there wasn't that much crime?
I think that people saw homelessness and diminishing material conditions for a lot of working class Californians and it's not an accident that like blue areas and blue cities are significantly more like swinging to the right than red cities were or red states were in general. They saw homelessness directly caused by the housing market being completely unsustainable, and they attributed that to an increase of violent crime happening everywhere and it being bedlam, when the data doesn't show that reality at all. And to make up for that massive gap in the data, by saying, oh, people are simply,
it's the data. Don't believe your lying eyes. Don't believe what you see at your CVS. Don't believe what you see at your Lowe's or your Home Depot. Don't believe it. It's not happening.
Did he say? I missed it. Is this the part where he talked about massaging the data?
Oh, I don't know.
Not reporting crimes when we're talking
but I'm
about.
telling you, the data does back it up. I've proven it overwhelmingly.
I don't know.
And then on top of that, there's another mountain of unreported crime. But I don't even need the unreported crime. The crime went up. Look.
I don't know where your data is coming from.
Public Policy Institute of California. So you can look it up. Crime on the cars. 43% on auto theft over the last 4 years. 52% on car parts. And you keep telling them it didn't happen when their catalytic converter got stolen. They know.
Actual Justice Warrior's whole car got stolen. Jeez, what the fuck?
I know.
What happened?
Now let's go. Earlier, I missed it. There's a part where, it's funny. Hasan says, I don't know. He essentially says, I don't know what sources you're using, but if I look at them, I could tell you the way that they're massaging the numbers.
Oh, that's it. Yeah.
And so it's like, okay, but that shows that it's all just post hoc. Like he's not saying, well, show me your data. Maybe I'll change my mind. He's saying, show me your data and I'll show you how it's wrong. Like he already knows the answers. He's like, I'm going to take any data you give me. I'm going to force it to make my answer correct.
Right. Crime is, I'm telling you, it all stems from the fact that crime is not a big deal to him. He doesn't care.
No, he doesn't. And that's why you can't take anything he says about this seriously. You're 100% correct. He does not care about crime. He thinks crime is cool. Was it the dirtbag socialist left? They had the whole, be gay, do crime nonsense.
Of course. Yeah. So, look, they make videos about shoplifting and how shoplifting is morally correct, morally righteous.
Right. So why would I trust anything that this asshole or anyone in that sphere says about, crime statistics?
Do you think he cares that some shop owner is getting their windows broken 3 times a week and someone's coming in and stealing their cash register? Fuck no, he doesn't care. No. He's like, go get them.
Only if it's a white person stealing from a non-white person, then they'll care.
Yeah.
Go to homelessness. So that's again like the trans ad at the end of the campaign. It's in my opinion, it's a combination.
The Public Policy Institute of California, is that what you're talking about? Is that where you got this information from? That California's violent crime rate rose somewhat in 2023 and remains above pre-pandemic levels. This is what you're talking about, right?
So look, keep going down. You see.
Okay. Right? So California's overall violent crime rate by 1.7 increased by 1.7 from 495 crimes in 2020 to 503 in 2023.
Yep.
Like the rest of the nation, California saw a jump in violent crime in the first year of the pandemic. The state's violent crime rate is still up by 15.4% compared to 2019. This is
exactly what I said. 15% since 2019.
Okay.
Fair. And then you see violent crime, you see homicide, you see home burglaries go down, but commercial burglaries go up.
This is from 2023.
So they're saying the 2023 numbers are better. That's why I've been saying throughout the 2023 numbers are better, right? But what they're saying is when you look at
2024 numbers are better.
The recent numbers,
the latest numbers.
The latest numbers, they're saying anyway.
Yes.
So the last 4 years, though, when you look at pre-pandemic to now, all the numbers are much worse.
Okay.
Oh, no, not all the numbers, almost all the numbers. So when you go to homelessness,
I don't think this is just from Oakland. This is across the board, chat. That's California. Yeah, this is California. They're saying they adjusted it to the Oakland Police Department incomplete reporting.
Yeah, look, you can make all the excuses you want, okay, but those are real numbers. I'm not addressing to you. I'm addressing to whoever said that.
Yes.
Okay, so look, now when you turn to homelessness, again, we have, in my opinion, the corporate left. There is no corporate left. The corporate Democrats, right, and they what I would call the extreme left get together. And so you're absolutely right. Gavin Newsom wants to protect his real estate donors who are among his top 2 donors, right? He wants housing prices to keep going up because the real estate guys get paid off of that. Number 2, he has a ton of donors that they dole out.
Homeowners Unite.
And allies that they dole out money to nonprofit groups. They dole out money to, we're going to buy that place and we're going to turn it into housing for the homeless. Except they never turn it into housing for the homeless. They just pay 3 times as much to buy the property.
Can I say something?
All of that stuff is true, but 2 things can be true at the same time. At the same time, on the city council level, in LA and San Francisco and Oakland, when anybody went to say, hey, listen, I don't think we should have people shooting up in public. I don't think we should do the local meth market in the middle of town.
Okay.
The extreme left would show up, the political activists. They literally threw a brick at London Breed. They thought she wasn't extreme enough. And they're like, no, liberty for the homeless. And they're like weirdo libertarians pretending to be on the left.
Oh, now he's taken over the entire stream. The editor has. To be clear, Cenk is arguing over these 2 points.
Well, these are the national numbers too.
And
like
they're not
Cenk,
the local numbers.
No, it's the national numbers. So again, it's stupid. And again, is that chart is based on, is that chart based on the Uniform Crime Report, or is it based on the crime victimization? Does it say?
Right.
Let me go back a second.
For the homeless, and they're like weirdo libertarians pretending to be on the left.
Oh shit.
And so they're saying, no, we should do nothing.
Did you catch it?
No, but whatever.
Nothing. They have a freedom to stay on the streets.
We don't care about this. We're looking at the data. Data is more important than whatever people are saying. Okay.
You just said narrative is more important than truth. Fuck you. Why do you keep changing your position? Which is it, motherfucker? Why does he keep doing this, Sitch? Is it narrative or the truth? I don't give a fuck about the numbers.
Okay.
I just look, elections are data. Cenk is arguing that the election is more accurate data because crime influenced people into voting.
You're doing in this circumstance, when you look at the data here, okay, I'm going to pull this up. I'm going to open this image in a new tab, and I'm going to zoom in, okay?
Oh, wait, okay. So wait, the chart that said that was California's levels, but they're saying that the article said property crime remains low, but the violent crime rate is still above the pre-pandemic level.
Okay.
But also, wait, hold on. Sorry,
well, they've been cracking down because they have a task force now that has been going around and busting all these shoplifting rings. So I think they're gonna eventually get it under control.
Mm-hmm. That's not good. I found the thing that talks about it. It doesn't say what the source is. Because again, if it's based on the reported crimes, it doesn't tell you anything, right? Because the reported crimes are, we just, that chart, that other chart, if the reported crimes are super low, but people reporting in the crime victimization survey that it's super high, and then it's like, oh, okay, well, congratulations.
Yeah. Well, I would argue that the election is more accurate data. So, and especially since California swung so far to the Republican side, it's probably evidence that crime is getting out of control.
Mm-hmm.
And economic strife is getting out of control. The affordability crisis is reaching peak proportions.
Circumstance, when you look at the data here, okay, I'm going to pull this up. I'm going to open this image in a new tab, and I'm going to zoom in, okay? What you're doing in this situation is basically looking at just this portion.
Because that is what the voters look at when they're going into this election. And not
looking at, I know, but you're not looking at the overall trends of crime.
I know, but I've pointed that out 1,000 times.
I know, but
that trend that happened in the 1990s has nothing to do with the trend since
it's not just 1990s. Like,
it's since 1960.
Oh my God. It's like, that's like a 3-year period right there.
Since 2000, okay, crime has noticeably decreased and continues
no one
to do
disagrees
so.
With that, us.
Okay. So when you say there's a blip, and what we have to do is basically engage in even more rigorous enforcement in a state that has literally, by the Supreme Court in the past, been told to reduce the number of people that are in their prison system, because the prisons are filled to the brim with a bunch of nonviolent offenders with no indication that they're going to reoffend. But
that's not what has happened at all.
Saying that,
these are recidivists, Haas. That's why Prop 36 fixes the problem of recidivism. If you've done it 3 times, brother, you're a recidivist.
See, this is where we totally, completely disagree with one another. If you think that like the 3 strikes rule in any sort of implementation of like
it goes from misdemeanor to felony, absolutely,
more aggressive prosecution and more draconian punishments being implemented are a demonstrable failure universally. That's the reason why America has a higher rate of recidivism than all of the other comparable OECD nations that have significantly more tolerant approaches and significantly better solutions in terms of identifying why crime happens, which is poverty.
You're conflating 2 different issues.
I'm not.
America's prison system is awful. It needs a massive reform. There's no reason for us to have this brutal, stupid system. It contributes to a lot of the problems that we're having. But at the same time,
no way, America's great. The only problem is we've got these leftists who continually give people excuses and incentivize people to commit crime. So That's why you've got mass incarceration. I blame it fully on the left. If the left wasn't out there manufacturing excuses, incentivizing people to commit crime, making it morally righteous to commit crime, we wouldn't have all these people in jail.
Wow.
They would realize that what they're doing is wrong and that it's antisocial, it's against society.
Well, I don't know if they would realize that it's wrong, but the culture wouldn't be more permissive of it, I think is a better way to say it.
Well, they wouldn't have justifications for it. They'd know that it was wrong.
Right.
Yeah. They wouldn't fancy themselves as Robin Hood out there solving social justice by stealing Taylor Swift CDs. Yeah. So look, I blame the left fully for mass incarceration. I'm sorry we have to throw these people in jail, but you're the ones incentivizing them to commit crime.
I blame Taylor
Done.
Swift.
End of story.
For making those hot beeps and boops.
Look, I'm telling you, if we didn't have the kind of left wing that we have in America, mass incarceration wouldn't be a problem.
Time when you say, hey, if you do this 3 times, 4 times, 8 times, 9 times,
I agree with you if you include abortion. Ha!
I'm still going to keep it a misdemeanor. That doesn't have anything to do with the state of our prisons. I'm not telling you to.
Does.
No, hold on. I'm not
That's
telling
the reason
you.
why they're
Hold
doing
on.
it.
I'm not telling you to beat those guys. I'm not telling you to torture those guys. I'm not telling you to put them in jail for the rest of their lives. This is not 3 strikes and you're out. This is 3 strikes and it's a felony, brother. It's a felony. You're saying 18 strikes. That motherfucker goes into the store, robs it 18 times, and you're still going to call it a misdemeanor?
Do you agree with the crime bill now of Joe Biden, the architect of the crime bill, like crime control bill? That was a successful method.
So that is a complicated calculus, because back then what they would do is they would say, and this is what I hated, and this is the criminal justice reform that I wanted, which is, oh, you smoked marijuana. That's it. We're putting you in prison for 20 years. What the? No, I don't agree on marijuana.
That's not what I asked. That's not what I asked.
No, but you're asking me a bill that has all these different parts. Some parts I agree with and some parts I don't agree with.
I'm asking you a very specific component of the bill, 3 strikes law, which means that
if 3 strikes and you're out forever. No, I don't agree with that.
Okay. So, but you do agree.
That's a life sentence. Okay. I'm not saying that. This is 3 strikes
but you do
and
agree
it's a felony.
but you do agree in adding more aggressive, adding like a felony attachment
more aggressive
to
punishment. Okay, not brutal punishment, not weirdo torture punishment, but normal aggressive punishment.
Okay,
Sitch is going, or Cenk is going fully based now. He's like, yes, 3 strikes.
I'm also
throw
going
him in
fully
jail.
based as always, but
you're for 3 strikes, right? Throw him in jail.
And I don't like, again, I don't, not if it's like, you're caught smoking a joint. Like, I think it depends on the crime.
Well, obviously weed should be illegal.
Should be legal, you mean?
Or weed should be legal. Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Yeah, but shoplifting. I mean, they get into the pizza discussion here, which is kind of interesting. It's like, really, you're going to steal a piece of pizza 3 times? If it's just a piece of pizza and you're on your 3rd strike and you're stealing a piece of pizza, throw them in prison. Fucking lock them up. Throw away the key. Give them 10 years.
Right.
I'm telling you. If you're dumb enough to get your 3rd strike on stealing a piece of pizza, you belong in jail, okay?
I see. Well, I don't know what the exact law or policy is. It sounds like Cenk was saying that you don't go to jail forever. It's that if you commit 3 misdemeanors, it can be upgraded. I don't think it automatically is, but can be upgraded to a felony by a judge, which I would support that action.
Right. Because the judge would have some sort of discretion.
Mm-hmm.
They'd be able to tell. They'd be like, this person was stealing baby formula for their kid.
Right. Versus this person is selling baby formula to sell in the warehouse.
Right. Yeah. Well, I'm open to that. Some heads have to roll here. They really do. You have to disincentivize people from committing these kinds of property crimes.
Why don't you agree with the 3 strikes law on principle?
Because it's too draconian and it doesn't match proportionally the crime. Because your 3rd strike, like happened in Louisiana, was a guy who stole a slice of pizza, got a life sentence. No, that's disproportionate. When you smoke marijuana and they give...
I would like to know the pizza case. The 3rd piece of pizza.
Well, I think the overall problem with this disagreement is that, is what you said, is that on a fundamental level, Hasan just doesn't see property crime as a big deal and never will.
Oh, of course not.
We live in an evil capitalist country. And Cenk, on the other hand, isn't a socialist, so he does see property crime as a big deal.
Right.
And that's just the disagreement.
I don't understand how you're on your 3rd strike and you're out there stealing fucking pizza. Like, what's going on there?
Well, obviously, people that are doing this are not making good life decisions, Adam. Okay.
Wait, look, if they're not making good life decisions, if they're not capable of making good life decisions, throw them in jail.
Oh, wow. Okay. Very, very draconian.
That's my fucking. Look, crime is getting out of control in Los Angeles. It's just we got to clean these streets up here. I'm going full Rorschach. I can't help it. I'm in the belly of the beast. Okay, if I was living in some small town in Northern California, I might feel differently. But something tells me the crime is big in these small towns in California too.
Give you a life sentence or 20 years or 10 years or even 1 day. That's disproportionate.
So for you, it's $900.
So we want a criminal justice reform to bring us back into moderation, not to bring it back to a different extreme, the opposite extreme.
Okay. So petty theft being considered a felony is something that you're on board with, as long as it's not just like a slice of pizza.
No, as long as you're doing it over and over again. So if somebody goes and steals something, they're a kid, they're 14, do I want them to?
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Okay. I found the pizza story. It's actually worse than you think.
Oh, good.
So according to this article, Los Angeles Times article from 1995. Okay.
Oh, it's LA. Perfect.
Yeah. So you got 25 years to life sentence for stealing a piece of pizza. Okay. Though it was, I don't know if they ever got overturned. I think it did eventually, but so he had five prior felony convictions. Now,
5 felonies.
Yes. Now, the article doesn't say what specifically those 5 felonies were, which I think would be somewhat important.
Of course, yeah.
So this guy was arrested. It says, now it's interesting. The article includes that he's 6'4". So he's a big guy. So a big, imposing guy. It says he and his friend were somewhat intoxicated and possibly playing a game of truth or dare, where they approached 4 youngsters, like it says youngsters, dining on an extra large pepperoni pizza. Each of the men asked for a piece, and when they were refused, they took a slice anyway.
Okay.
So essentially, they just stole. There's like 4 kids, or it's a group of kids sitting around somewhere, and they stole pizza from like random people.
Yeah.
Just to fuck with them.
So the judge is right. The judge is like, okay, let's throw this guy in jail for 20 years.
If he already, I don't know what the 5 felony priors were.
Yeah. No, this guy deserves to go to jail.
Right.
Fucking 5 felonies, and he's intimidating kids, stealing their fucking pizza. Fuck that guy. Yeah, no, it's great.
Was never prosecuted though. So.
Well, he's the one. He must have done the dare.
Right.
He must have. Oh, that's
should have gone after the friend too. So.
They should have. Why?
Because he stole some too. What do you mean?
Oh, I thought he just dared him to steal.
No. They both did. They both stole.
Right, but the other kid didn't have 5 felony convictions.
It doesn't say, so I'm assuming he did not.
Yeah, he's a first-time offender. Look, you can't throw a first-time offender in jail for stealing a fucking slice of pizza, Sitch. What are you, crazy?
Right. Well, it's not for felony, but you should get some kind of. I think stealing, you should always get some kind of penalty. Even if it's something minor.
But look, it's like some small. This is the thing. A lot of people commit crime and the system steps in and slaps them on the wrist and they're like, oh, I will never do that again. Like once you're on your 3rd strike, it's like you're a career criminal at that point. They should be locked up.
Yeah.
Most people, they have any sort of run-in with law enforcement and they're on the straight and narrow for the rest of their lives, right? That kid that stole the piece of pizza who didn't have the 5 felonies, he's probably managing a grocery store right now. Like he's cleaned his act up. He's got a wife, a couple of kids.
The people that had the pizza were kids. The people that stole the pizza were both adults, is my understanding.
Yeah, I know, but he turned his life around. He found himself a girlfriend. He got a wife.
I don't know if
he's got a couple kids. He's managing a grocery store now.
Right.
That other guy, he's in the clink for 10 years.
Now it's actually, the story's even worse. The more I learn the story, the worse it is. The group of kids were 7 to 14 was the age range of kids that they took the pizza.
7 he stole a piece of pizza from a 7-year-old, Sitch.
From a 7 to 14-year-old. So there's he stole from a 7 and or 14-year-old kid. Yeah.
Right. But a 7-year-old was in the mix. So obviously.
It was in the mix. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not good.
How old was this guy?
27 at the time.
Look, well, 27 is kind of a kid anyway, but I mean, you got 5 felonies? Nah. Lock that guy up until he's 35. He'll be safe once he's 35.
Well, it's more than that. I think it was 20 years. I don't know whatever happened to him. But...
Oh, alcohol's a hell of a drug.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway. So once again, the criminal justice system is doing right by people. He had it coming. The judge stepped in, said this guy's a menace to society. They threw him in jail. Perfect.
I can't believe none of the articles say what his prior felonies were. Because I would assume that'd be important for the judge when he's, making this decision.
Carjacking, rape.
But like, what was it? If it was something minor, then maybe if it was some major shit, you're like, whoa.
Yeah. The judge looked, and the judge was like, hell no.
I don't know.
You stolen your last pizza, Ma.
There's a notorious pizza thief in LA running around stealing pizza out of the hands of children. That's all he does.
That to haunt them lives? No, I don't. Okay. But somebody's 27 and they've now committed 8 robberies of stuff that's $850. And if you let him out, you're an idiot, you're a schmuck, and he should come to your house and rob that house over and over and over again because you're saying I'm cool with it and I'm not cool with it. You do it 3 times, that means you're a criminal. This was not an accident. You did it on purpose. And I'm not saying throw the book at you. I'm just saying it's
Cenk is so based. What happened here?
Obviously a felony. If you can't understand that that's the modern position, then you're out of step with the voters.
Okay. So the reason why I
what's that?
So the pizza thief's sentence was reduced by the Superior Court judge to only 2 years.
2 years.
Down from 25 years to life to 2 years.
Damn.
I know.
How long ago was this?
Well, that was in 97. So
okay. So this guy's still on. This guy's roaming the streets now. He's probably back in jail now.
When I typed in his name, I didn't see any new
look.
crimes. So who knows? Maybe
he's like 2 years was enough.
Yeah, who knows?
We got out when he was 28 or 29 rather. So
you're right.
He's like, I got to get my shit together. No more pizza theft.
Well, I don't know. Other article says he ended up spending 5 years. So maybe he spent more than 2 years.
Oh, he was? Okay, yeah.
So
that's usually what happens.
Right.
These guys get locked up. They spend their entire 20s in jail. They get out, they're like 35. They've matured a bit. They're like, holy shit, what a dumb kid I was.
Right.
I need to fucking... Then they start teaching the kids, this is why you don't join a gang. This is why you don't steal pizza from 7-year-olds.
Right.
Yeah. They tell them to turn their lives around.
That's not a good idea.
Mass incarceration works. Gets the stupid ones off the street. Not all 20-year-olds are stupid, but there are quite a few stupid ones. Especially who they're going to engage in risky behavior, and criminal activity is risky behavior. So
Adam wants to just lock up stupid people. Okay, just to be clear.
No, I want to lock up criminals. I want to lock up people who are going to do dangerous things that are going to cause the community harm. Look, and Hasan doesn't care about that. Hasan doesn't care if people in the community get hurt.
Right.
Yeah, he cares more about his personal ideology than he does about the safety of the general public. Just sad. Sad and grotesque.
Actually, just word for $10. Thank you, Sean, for another $10. Says the problem is disorganized retail theft, not organized retail theft. Companies admitted they had bad numbers on how much was organized retail theft. The theft numbers were correct. It just wasn't mostly organized. Well, there you go.
Right.
There you go. Hey, Shady Durag's in the chat. Shady Durag says, when you steal, you're infringing on someone else's property rights. We cannot properly maintain a civilization if we allow that to go unpunished. Everything would fall apart if theft is ignored. That's 100% true.
Hell yeah. Exactly right.
Very true.
That's why you gotta crack the whip, man. Some heads
have a different approach to this than you, I think.
I mean, I'd be in favor of executing a few of them if it really curbed the problem. So this is just like in stunned silence.
I'm trying to chew my food as you're like, Adam throws out the most incendiary take as I'm like taking a bite.
Look, you've stolen a piece of pizza and it's your 6th strike.
I'm sitting here eating my stolen pizza as Adam is like talking about locking people up forever.
You're on your 6th strike. So just this one time, we're going to make a public.
Oh, God.
We're going to make a public execution just to make an example of you.
Not just an execution, a public execution.
Of course.
Yeah.
I think all executions are public executions, though.
I don't think that's true. Are they?
Well, they're not open. I mean, they're open to some of the public, right?
Right. But I don't. I think they're only open to people that are like involved. I don't think you can just be like, oh, you got any executions I can watch today?
Unfortunate.
Because I understand the state of the California prison structure, and I understand that California already has some pretty awful and draconian punishments that they implement, and that is the disagreement here. I understand that the crime apprehension method, the best possible way to reduce crime, is by improving some of the most consequential aspects that cause people to go and do crime. I don't think that people do crime because they're like evil people. I think they do it because in the overwhelming majority of circumstances, they are a victim of their material conditions. They're a victim of circumstance.
See, look, he's making excuses. He's totally fucking making excuses. And people are going to take those excuses and they're going to steal shit because they want the shit. They're like, oh, thank you. Finally, I've got a justification. I am the morally righteous one stealing pizza from these kids.
We should ask him, like, do you think that someone who steals from a store, you think they're more or less evil? Because he said they're not evil than a Trump voter.
Mm-hmm.
Is it like, is voting for Trump more morally evil than actually stealing?
Oh, you know, he thinks it's more morally evil to vote for Trump.
Interesting.
Of course.
Probably. Yeah.
Theft isn't even on his radar.
Yep.
He's like, you're stealing from a billionaire. It doesn't matter.
Yes. If you
I'm with Shady Do-Rags.
I mean, listen.
Got to keep societal order.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, listen. Hasan just put a big sign outside his giant mansion that said, "Come steal from me. It's okay."
Mm-hmm.
You could just have someone breaking his house every day and steal something.
Oh my God.
It might change his tune pretty quick.
He'd be throwing the book at him. Are you kidding me? I'm a big important streamer. Throw this guy in jail. I'm being targeted.
You're going too far.
Wait, what do you mean?
So does poverty contribute to crime? Of course it does. Okay. So when the right wing says, oh, no, it's just like evil, demon-possessed people and their socioeconomic condition has nothing to do with it, that's absurd. Of course, poverty causes crime to some degree. But you're taking a macro issue and applying it to a micro case. So when the guy goes in and hits a woman in the face with a brick, that's not because his material conditions were problematic. That guy's got mental issues, okay? And so and you got to lock that guy up, or he's going to hit another woman in the face with a brick, right? So you can't take the macro. You should address both of those things. The way you address the macro issues, bring down poverty, create better prison system like Norway does. It reduces recidivism greatly. It gets you to a better result. So you should do all those things that I agree with you on. But you should also say, no, on an individual level, if you keep committing crime, I don't think it's because you're an angel that just got misdirected and you're Jean Valjean and you stole a loaf of bread because your sister's kid needed it. No, you're a guy who thinks I can get away with crime, so I'm going to do more crime. If you think that doesn't exist, you're in La La Land. Of course, people are human. They respond to incentives and disincentives. And when you say there's now no punishment, in effect, it's not real. Misdemeanor is real punishment, but unfortunately, because it gets pled down to almost nothing, it becomes in effect no punishment. Of course, normal human beings are going to react by going, okay, I guess it's illegal to steal now.
Okay, but
so true. That's exactly what's going on. And Hasan just can't grapple with it. He can't fathom it. He can't fathom someone stealing just so that they could have some new shit for free.
But since I thought we established this basis that in terms of retail theft being like you're pairing up numbers that don't actually add up to a hyper specific anecdote of a serial criminal that you've made up in your mind. You're making.
I'm not making it up. It's in the numbers.
No, it's not in the numbers because we
see this. He doesn't even buy the serial criminal thing when there are all these reports that like 95% of the crime is done by a very small population. And if you took these, 500 people off the street, crime would drop dramatically. So it is repeat offenders.
Right.
Yeah. And look, as soon as you take the punishment away, those fucking 500 dudes are going to go hog wild. They're going to go crazy. Right. Well, it's not stealing even shit.
It's just removing those people from society at large.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Get them off the streets. Take them out of society.
Out of the environment, yeah.
Yeah.
We disagree. I think the broader scope of this analysis requires you to look at the actual ways in which retail theft is occurring and what is the actual contributor to the problem.
A huge percentage of the crime is committed by recidivists. I don't remember the number off the top of my head, but you guys could look it up.
No, but in the grand scheme of things, it's not one. There's no world in which one singular person is responsible, or 1,000 people are responsible for the brunt of the over.
There is. Oh my God, he's so out of it. He's so fucking out of it. Why is he even talking about this topic? He knows nothing about it.
Overwhelming majority of shrink, overwhelming majority of retail theft.
When
Adam,
you say
if Hasan could only talk about subjects he is knowledgeable about, the stream would be nothing but dead silence.
Of course.
Every time we turned on the camera. Okay.
It's terrible. I don't look. It's a good thing that there's a small number of people who are engaging in this criminal activity, right? Because a smaller number of people are easier to take out of the environment than a large number of people, right?
Oh my God. Breaking news, Adam.
Oh no. Please tell me.
Let me send you a picture here.
Oh no,
Breaking
don't.
news.
I'm not looking at those DMs.
No.
I'm not fucking looking.
No,
Sitch.
no. It's nothing bad.
I'm closing my Twitter right.
Stop. Joe Biden has pardoned Hunter Biden.
No way.
Yes.
Oh man.
Yes.
Oh man. They talk about that in this stream.
It's
they
so
do.
funny.
Look, and Cenk's prediction comes true because Cenk says he thinks Hunter Biden is Biden or Joe Biden is going to pardon him. Pardon his son. Yeah.
That's
so look,
hilarious.
there's one for Cenk. Cenk predicted it.
I guess. Listen, here's like the 10D chess move.
Mm-hmm.
Joe Biden knew that Donald Trump was going to pardon Hunter Biden, so he had to pardon him first.
Right.
There you go.
Yeah.
Here's an article.
Hilarious.
Now this is interesting. Here you have the Washington Post. It's obviously left wing. Says the president has promised not to pardon Hunter Biden, who was convicted of gun-related charges and has pleaded guilty in a tax case. Oh, he had promised, and obviously he went against it. President Joe Biden has pardoned his son, a controversial decision that reverses his long-standing pledge to not use his presidential power to protect his only surviving son, who was found guilty of gun-related charges in Delaware and pleaded guilty to tax evasion in California. Using his executive authority in the waning days of his presidency, Biden lifted the legal cloud that has hung over his son for several years. While the president has pledged several times not to pardon or commute Hunter Biden's sentences for federal crimes, many close to him had expected the pardon would come given the president's loyalty to his family. The move also comes at a time when Biden will face few political ramifications, given that he is a lame duck and voters have already rendered their verdict on his administration by sending Donald Trump back to office.
When's he going to pardon the big guy, though? That's what I want to know.
There you go.
When is he going to just issue a pardon?
He's going to pardon himself, yeah.
No, just the big guy.
No.
He's going to say, look, I pardon the big guy, whoever that is. Wink, wink.
There you go. Yeah, whoever. No.
Anyone who turns out to be the big guy, I'm pardoning. Preemptively. It's a preemptive pardon for the big guy.
Like
you know who the big guy is, Sitch?
Godzilla. Right?
It's Joe Biden.
Oh, okay.
It's Let's Go Brandon.
It's Let's Go Brandon, yeah. Anyway.
Are you happy about that?
I don't really have any.
Yeah,
I mean, I think it's funny. I don't really have any strong opinions on it. Actually, I'll say, I don't. I mean, obviously, he shouldn't do it. I don't think you should pardon your family members, especially for crimes they 100%
Oh,
did
look at
commit.
this.
So I'm going to say, yeah, he shouldn't have done it. No, it's shitty. It's a shitty thing to do, but not altogether.
It's not like huge legal jeopardy, right, for the gun charge and shit.
I'm
like,
not sure what the actual legal.
Why do you throw a pardon at him?
I'm not sure. Unless he's like, Donald Trump's going to go hard on Hunter.
Well, maybe he was worried about that.
Yeah, maybe.
Anyway.
For theft under $1,000, you will get more people stealing under $1,000. That's the most obvious thing in the world, and that's exactly what happened. So you
no, that's not what happened.
You keep pointing out.
Hasan is so fucking mad here. He's like, no, that's not what happened. You don't understand, Cenk. People were poor. They were hungry.
Different problem, and I'm telling you, yeah, that's also true. That's also true.
That's not what happened. You and I are.
So you're saying that if there's no 3 strikes on moving into a felony, that it's not going to affect people at all. Are you actually saying that?
There is no world in which people are actually contributing to the retail theft in a meaningful fashion because they're constantly going back and stealing.
You keep going back to retail theft. How about the catalytic converters?
Okay.
How about property crime? How about auto theft?
Fine. The reason why I'm using retail theft as an example is because you use it as an example.
But all these examples are the same thing. They're all going up
area that I actually
because
have,
we're not punishing it.
It's one area where I have actually looked into the data. That's the reason why I'm using retail theft.
Or should we say, oh, those poor angels?
Crime already gets punished. That's the whole point. That's what I'm saying.
The idea that
no, that's not true. The idea that like criminals are not being punished at all in the state of California is a ridiculous lie.
No, but Haas, no, you're literally wrong here, factually incorrect. When you have no cash bail, combined with lowering felonies and misdemeanors, what it does is it says this is a misdemeanor. I cannot keep you in prison. There is no cash bail, so you're free to go. Okay. So then that says to the average guy who's not a rocket scientist, because that's how he wound up stealing shit from CVS. Oh, I just stole from CVS, or I just stole your catalytic converter and they let me out. So that means I should do it again and do it again and do it again. So Haas, are you saying if they do it 400 times, you're still going to call it a misdemeanor?
They're not going to do it 400 times. What are you talking about? That's insane. If someone was literally going in and stealing something 400 times in a row, it would not be a blip on the actual broader billions of dollars that are increased in
there's no
shrink.
recidivism.
No, it's ridiculous.
Recidivism is the majority of crime.
I know recidivism is the majority of crime. Why is it the state
Why
with
can't
better?
I draw a line on repeat offenders?
Because you're not addressing the problem. When you say these are repeat offenders.
Here's a question I'd ask Hasan. Does he think if you said, okay, all property crime is legal, you still shouldn't do it because you're immoral, but it's legal, does he not think that there'd be an increase in property crime? Like, it's insane. That's kind of the argument he's making here, which is pretty batshit crazy.
Yeah, it's totally insane. Look, and he provides justification for it. All this entire argument is justification. He's like, this isn't even a blip on the profits of the giant corporations. They can afford it. All this stuff should be free anyway.
Well, it's funny because right before this, there's this entire conversation about like how to frame issues for people based on psychology. And everyone should know that Hasan understands literally nothing about human psychology, or if he does, it all goes out the window if it conflicts with his leftist worldview, because he's arguing essentially that people are not affected at all by
incentives.
Not affected by incentives or disincentives, you know, with going to jail.
Look, I'm wondering if this is because he's such an anti-capitalist and incentives is such a part of economic capitalism that he's just like, no, incentives don't matter at all. Fucking incentives. Oh, that's bullshit. That's just right-wing propaganda.
Interesting. Yeah, maybe.
Neoclassical economic propaganda. Incentives. What?
We have to bring the law down when we already do. When we already do bring the law down on these people.
We literally do.
You live in a
gets pled down.
You're talking about a state that has some of the highest percentage of incarcerated in comparison to the rest of the planet, and
good, double it.
You're making it seem as though California is letting criminals roam free.
But they literally, Gavin Newsom let out tons of criminals, and then he said, "Oh, I'm saving $150 million."
That's great. Okay, thank you for bringing that up. You, in the past, falsely said that Gavin Newsom is letting 75,000 prisoners roam the streets. Okay,
tell me how much he released from the prisons.
Do you know
like Bane from like Batman?
Do you know the struggle?
You're all going to go free.
Nice.
Structure in which this prisoner release program works? Do you think that it just means like, oh, you're a rapist? Go ahead, be free.
I never said that.
Okay, you're a thief. No, go ahead, be free.
No, they're saying, hey, you have not served your time, but Gavin Newsom would like to save more money so he can give more of it to his donors. So we're going to let you out of prison, even though you didn't serve your time.
That's how it happened? No, that's not how it happened. Okay, they looked at people with less likelihood to reoffend, and they actually still went through the same exact process that you normally go through in a state where
they changed the law.
The penalties
it can't be the same process if they changed the law.
No, the process is still the same. They just shortened the sentences in a state where sentences are already so long. We're talking about people.
They're less likely to offend, but of course we've changed the law, so all property crime is legal now.
Mm-hmm.
Are they still less likely to offend?
Yeah, exactly. Look, this material is so rich for Sean to do a video on. He just sent me an article.
Of course.
It says just 327 suspects made up 30% of New York City's 22,000 shoplifting arrests in 2022.
Yeah, they turn into a fucking small business. Are you kidding me? They're out there every day. They're shoplifting all day.
Right. So Hasan's argument that it's not the same people just going out there again and again and again is completely nonsense.
That's crazy. You incarcerate 300 guys and you cut
shoplifting
property crime by a third. Yeah.
Yes. Yes. 22,000 arrests were 300 people.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
insane. That's so insane. And so, yeah, Cenk is completely correct. You have no cash bail. You arrest them. They go, oh, you're free to go. Oh, I guess I'm going to go do the same thing again because
back to work.
Right. Yeah.
Back to my job. Oh, yeah.
people who are going to spend 30 years in prison, and they've
and
spent
why
20,
were they going to spend 30 years in prison?
Spent 20
why were
years,
they going to spend 30 years? Because they stole pizza? No, because they committed rape or murder.
No, just listen. I'm using 30 as a number. I'm giving you 30. It could be 5 years in prison. Okay, they were going to spend 5 years in prison. They've spent 3 already. So now they've actually put them in front of a parole board ahead of time instead of serving out the 5 years of their prison sentence.
That's right. And they're letting them go too early. That's right. I think they should serve their sentences.
They should serve 5 years in prison. You think the extra 2 years?
You know what the hell they got the 5 years for?
The extra,
look, guys, you can steal.
I do know. As a matter of fact, I do know.
Infinitum and not get a felony. A felony is 1 year or higher. To get a 5 year sentence is significant. Okay. And you think they all did nothing?
Everyone in Hasan's chat is just like, shoplifting's cool. Watch this boomer on.
We're all Jean Valjean, and we're just releasing
I'm not saying
them.
that. I'm not saying they're Jean Valjean. Their capacity to reoffend.
Oh, another Chiron. They will intentionally allow crime so they can wait to issue larger charges. What?
What does that mean? A former Target employee is revealing how the company lets people steal enough merchandise to be charged with grand theft. Oh, but wait a minute. Wait, this person's a fucking idiot. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
They literally have to do that to stop the crime. Because if we had a functioning crime system, they would just be like, oh, this person stole. And the police would just arrest them. Yeah. But because of the fucked up laws, they have to literally let them steal enough to hit them. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, they have to steal over $1,000. They're like, oh, this guy doesn't have enough. Let him really. Fuck.
Is not going to change dramatically between the 3 years that they're being let out if the parole board finds them eligible and analyzes their capacity to reoffend in the process.
In
if you
a new
think that
law
those people,
where they say, but you should let them out.
No, that's not true. You're wrong. This is Fox News shit. That's why I'm so frustrated with this conversation.
Are they out or are they not out, Haas? Did they change the law or did they not change the law?
Because that means that
they changed the law and now they're out.
Yeah,
what part of that is complicated?
Because that means there's a shit ton of people that actually have been found by the exact same parole boards with no capacity to reoffend in their analysis that have actually been let out early, and they shouldn't have been in prison for that long to begin with. That's my point. If you think that,
so they literally let out criminals that you think should be let out, even though you don't know any other cases.
Because I don't believe in the idea that there is a major difference between someone serving a 5-year sentence and a 3-year sentence.
So you think all the sentences should be lower, which creates a disincentive, which creates an incentive for more crime.
If that was the case, then there would be significantly more crime in every other country on the planet than the United States of America.
No, their system is entirely different.
Yeah,
you're
why
talking
is it
about one
different?
portion of their system when their system is 100% different than ours. If you said to me,
watching leftists argue in favor of crime is hilarious, Sitch. This is comedy gold.
It's sad.
Why is he arguing in favor of crime so much? Why is he such a crime simp?
Because they hate society. And so since they hate society and culture and capitalism, and they want to tear it down, then obviously if you commit a crime against that society, against that system, then they're going to be in favor.
You're a fucking hero. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
You're Robin Hood, right?
They literally look at like these criminals as a Batman. That's why you always see these like little threads crop up where they start shitting on Batman. Like, oh, Batman's stopping all these poor people from stealing. How dare he?
Oh, really? Look.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
They're anti-Batman. That's hilarious.
Let's go to the Norwegian model. I'd say yes in a second.
Okay,
and that,
but you're pushing the country in your as a massive progressive online
Norwegian model. They'd be stealing to get in that Club Med. Are you kidding me? That wouldn't work.
Commentator, you're pushing in the exact opposite direction.
I don't love crime.
I'm saying
yes, I am.
But it's not a deterrence. It's not a real deterrence. It's demonstrably unsuccessful.
Except for the fact that it was, and the numbers went up, and the voters agree with me.
No, and the voters agreeing with you doesn't matter. We're looking at the actual. We're looking.
It's not a deterrence. It's so stupid. If the guy is incarcerated, he's literally incapable of committing crime. Well, he's incapable of stealing property from people on the outside. Yeah.
Right.
He can commit all sorts of crimes in prison, but
but Hasan doesn't think there's any recidivism. So
right. Well, it's pragmatic. You take them off the streets, they can no longer commit these crimes.
I wonder if Hasan had kids, if he changed his mind. Because you know, if you like set all these rules and boundaries with your kid and you don't enforce them, they're gonna very quickly learn to just ignore you. Yeah.
Yeah. That guy's an idiot.
So you think all the Democratic voters are wrong, even though the numbers prove that they are right?
Democratic voters voted for
recidivism. Repeat offenders are no big deal.
Democratic voters in the primary process voted for Joe Biden. Democratic voters voted in the primary process for Joe Biden. Do you think that the country would be worse off without Medicare for all or not?
So Hans, there is both of those. We talked about this already. Both the reality and the narrative have an effect. Okay, so sometimes the narrative that is wrong pushes things over the edge and makes a difference. And so that's why the Joe Bidens of the world win, because they have overwhelming propaganda in the primaries. In this case,
but you don't think there's overwhelming propaganda in terms of being...
Let me finish. In this case, you're saying, oh, it's the same kind of propaganda, right? Yes. It doesn't actually exist, but we their minds, and then they think that it exists when it's poor people who just are innocent and angels, and they didn't do anything wrong. But all the people in the Democratic Party in California, let alone the Republicans, all got brainwashed into thinking that there's real crime when there isn't. But you're wrong on the facts. So both things are true.
I'm not wrong on the facts. I'm not. You, like, the reason...
That narrative is so silly. Everyone just got brainwashed.
That's the narrative.
That is the narrative, totally.
It's funny. So after this conversation, Cenk said that if this was anyone other than, Hasan said if this was anyone else than Cenk, a family member, he wouldn't have let them talk to him this way.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I'm like, what does that mean?
He feels disrespected.
I guess. I mean, Cenk's not really. I mean, he's just being like very aggressive in the conversation, but he's not like, using personal insults or anything against Hasan.
He is telling him he's crazy, but
yeah, but he's not like, you're a fucking tiny pea-brained fucking moron. Like it's just like a heated conversation. This is like, I've had fucking dinner conversations with family members about random politics that are like this.
They're more heated than this.
Yeah, like come on, like Jesus, Hasan, like don't be a bitch.
Yeah, this is not bad at all. It is funny though. It is funny. I can. It's so invisible to him how ridiculous this is and offensive to voters. Cenk's whole point is it's offensive to voters. Like you should never tell voters, "Oh, you're just imagining this." And that was so much of the left was leaning on that. They were like, "Oh, look, the economy's great. Inflation is way down. Biden is killing it on the border. Oh my God. It's no longer an issue." So, yeah.
Whoops.
Yeah. Don't believe your lying eyes, guys. I mean, it would be better just to say there are problems and we're working on them, right? Here are our solutions.
Hyper focus on retail theft is specifically because it is one that I have like extensively done research on. Okay. That's the reason. I'm sure if
cherry pick just to debunk shit. I mean, that's the only research you've done, man.
He's done extensive research and ways to justify it.
Yeah. I mean, you can't even steel man the argument against you. So your research is bunk.
If I were to look at all the other data that you're giving me, that I could probably figure out exactly what's going on and the way that data is massaged as well. Okay. But having said that,
oh, wait, that was the line. Listen to that.
Data massaged. Yeah.
Listen to that.
The reason I'm sure if I were to look at all the other data that you're giving me, that I could probably figure out exactly what's going on and the way that data is massaged as well. Okay.
Say he's saying, show me your data and I'll show you how it's wrong.
Yeah.
So funny.
How everyone's lying.
Right.
They're doing the mind tricks on you.
Mm-hmm.
But having said that, I fundamentally, on first principles, disagree with you.
How was that window broken at his hair salon, though? I mean, how was that massaged data?
That the solution
obviously
to crime.
There was a person who got a really bad haircut and they didn't like it. And they came back and they threw a brick through the window.
Yeah.
Come on.
Is more prisons, more jail, more locking up people, and the proof is the American system.
It's not.
God, so when he says it like that, it's so enticing. I love it. More jail, more locking up people.
Binary, Haas. It's not either more prisons or less prisons, shittier prisons or nicer prisons. It depends. What are we doing?
It depends.
Is it a misdemeanor?
It depends at the end of the day.
Is it smoking marijuana or is it doing meth in public next to high school kids and junior high school kids?
It depends on the material conditions, Cenk. That's it. It depends on social safety nets. That is what it depends on more than anything else. And you and I agree on this. And it saddens me to see that you have like given up hope, understandably, that we will ever solve the underlying material problems. So now you're just trying to burn the candle on the other end.
He's such a oh God, it's
didn't they wait? Didn't they do this program? I was in California or Washington, one of those states, where they tried to pay people not to commit crimes.
I'm not sure.
I think, and it didn't work, obviously.
Yeah. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. He thinks all crime is committed because someone is poor. Someone is poor and needy. That's the only reason why crime is committed. Poor and
yeah. Well, no.
neediness.
See, the complexity of this is like he's saying that because they're poor, they're needy, and thus they're committing the crime because they need to.
You think
When it's
pizza guy really needed that pizza?
no,
Or he was
obviously
in
not.
a mean
Right.
game of truth or dare while he was fucking drunk
Yeah,
off his ass?
obviously not. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. When it's more like if you're in like lower income situations, lower income areas are going to have lower income cultural attitudes that are more likely to breed people to commit these sorts of crimes.
Yeah, I think that's stupid. I think there's a lot of poor people that want to avoid any sort of entanglement with law enforcement.
Of course.
Yeah. So that's ridiculous.
What's
Just because you're
ridiculous?
poor doesn't mean you got to steal.
No, right. I'm not saying that. I'm saying, but lower income cultures are more likely to breed resentment towards the system, or more likely to breed the idea that you can't necessarily succeed. And so it's it's more justified to steal and do all these things. It's more likely to create these scenarios, like these sort of attitudes about society overall.
Now you're speaking my language. Yeah, exactly. Then the left comes in, gives them every kind of justification. They're like,
Right.
look,
Says you're correct. You can't succeed. You can't win. Right.
yeah, exactly. Look, there's no hope. It's hopeless. Your
Yeah.
back is against the wall. You should, and not only that, when you steal, basically you're a moral, righteous person.
Right.
They're the ones causing the problem. They totally are. I'd love to do some sort of peer-reviewed study on this, just to see if that's true. I'd love to figure out how to test that hypothesis. I guess you'd have to do questionnaires. You'd have to ask people who commit crime, what kind of justification they have for committing their crimes. I'd be willing to bet a bunch of them are, oh, the system is unfair, racism. Like they'd all kinds of reasons they'd point to. What are the reasons that they could point to on the right? What justifications does the right give them that they could say using some questionnaire about why they committed a crime, why they turned to crime?
Well, but would you trust the answer? I mean, I think usually the better thing to do is to trust, those people that you were talking about that do like they were once doing crimes and then they're trying to teach people to not, not do crimes anymore.
Right. Sure.
Because those people are generally more realistic
Honest
with their motivations. Yeah, honest with their
Right.
motivations. So.
Yeah. Well, a lot of gang activity is just like crime for the sake of crime, just to be like an alpha, a badass.
Yeah, well, I mean,
right?
if you grow up in an environment that's essentially like you gain social status by being part of a gang, and part of the gang is that it funds itself by committing crime, and it just follows, 1+1.
Yeah. It's fun to steal from people who are working stiffs, who are working for a
Right.
living. It's straight Goodfellas. It really is.
Yep.
Those people
Yep.
are chumps
Yep.
buying into the system.
Yep.
But look, that doesn't meet Hasan's criteria of the like poor downtrodden person who just had to do it. Like they were forced backed up into a corner. They had no other choice. They had to turn to a life of crime.
Right.
No, they're saying, look, the system's unfair. Fuck this. I'm lashing out. That's Hasan's justification too.
Yep.
And it's morally repugnant. I'm leaning towards just throwing Hasan in jail for fucking like, why can't we just incarcerate this guy?
Uh-huh.
Look, if Trump goes after Hasan, you're not going to whine and complain about it, right?
I will, because then we'll lose content. What do you mean?
Oh, I guess you're right.
Don't kill a golden goose, Trump. Okay.
Well, I mean,
let it lay its golden eggs.
We could follow the trial. It could be as big as Kyle Rittenhouse.
Jesus. I don't think Hasan should go to jail for his horrible free speech, as horrible as it is.
It probably would be unjustified, but
yeah, probably. Yeah.
God, he's just such a bastard.
I know.
I don't like I super hate people who side with the criminals and make excuses for criminals.
Yep.
Because just being victimized from crime it fucking sucks. It totally sucks.
Yep.
And to have some rich, bougie, fucking Southern California dude make excuses for the people or tangibly affecting your life, oh, it's morally repugnant to me.
It's very gross.
Yeah.
Both.
No.
Just because, well, first of all, you're not even doing either. So we're not changing any of the material conditions. The corporate Democrats and the corporate Republicans have fucked us all, right? All they do is funnel money to the rich and to the corporations. We agree on that. So we're not actually fixing any of the fundamental problems. But
we should change the material conditions, but it's not going to solve the crime problem. Mass incarceration is going to solve the crime problem.
In the meanwhile, since we haven't fixed the fundamental problems, crime has risen. And your response to that is, maybe we'll fix the underlying problems decades from now, but in the meanwhile, I'm going to let the guy out. And I'm saying, in the meanwhile, I am not going to let the guy out.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that our prison structure and the way that we look at crime in America, culturally speaking, and in the way that we have written legislation is far more draconian. We're the #1 country for incarceration on this planet. It's worse than China.
Because of the left. Because the left gives so many excuses. In other countries, the left isn't providing excuses for crime. People follow simple incentives. You provide excuses for people. They're going to do more of it, and mass incarceration is going to skyrocket. But it's your fault, Hasan.
China, it's worse than Russia. Okay, that is a fact. That is an objective fact.
Look, crime is low. Why do you think crime is lower in Russia? Because if you steal, they cut off your fucking hand. It's hilarious.
You are looking
America's a bad guy, though.
in a system where America is 4% of the entire globe's population, but houses 25% of the entire globe's incarcerated population, is saying we need more of that. I'm saying this is a demonstrable failure, and what we have to do is fix the underlying material problems, specifically problems that contribute to homelessness. That is the most impactful way that many Americans...
See, we can't really fix the underlying problem, though, because we would have to take freedom of speech away from all these leftists that are providing all the excuses for people to commit crime. So we're kind of forced to live with it. Just that's the American way. So sucks, but it is what it is.
Think that there is like an unimaginable amount of crime that is occurring, including but not limited to some of the crimes that you're mentioning in terms of like stealing catalytic converters and shit. Okay.
Is there a number? Is there a number of repeat offenses at which you would move it from a misdemeanor to a felony, or would you keep it at a misdemeanor if they, no matter how many catalytic converters they stole, no matter how many watches they stole, no matter whatever the numbers are, you don't care?
I think it should be.
Is there a line for repeat offenses?
As is the case with no cash bail, it should be individually determined in terms of the capacity to reoffend by a judge, which is what is going on with cash bail. Cash bail does not mean that like, oh, you did a rape or you did a murder and now you're, allowed to roam the streets.
There's cash bail for felonies. That's why. Yeah. That's why the felony misdemeanor distinction is so important. So if you go to the extreme right wing.
Wait, isn't that not true? Wasn't the problem that there was just blanket no cash bail for people that just didn't commit a felony?
Yeah.
I thought that was the problem. It wasn't like, oh, if it wasn't a felony, the judge has the option to do it. I thought it was that it made them do it. So
yeah, I don't know the specifics of it.
J-Mac, our Circuit Father, thanks so much for the $20. Says, not sure this has been suggested yet, but can't we just like make crime illegal? Or maybe we just eliminate crime with WMDs? I don't know, just spitballing here. There you go.
Yeah, let's make it illegal.
I like that. Yeah.
And let's
make crime illegal again. It's a good strategy. Yeah.
I'm on a tirade today.
You are.
It's so much of it. Intuitively, what do you think of my idea intuitively? You think it's correct? You think if we had a magic button that we could press and just shut up all the people making excuses for criminals, blaming it on capitalism. Let's say we could do that for 2 years, no more. Do you think the crime would go down?
No, probably not.
No, you don't think so? You don't think
maybe a little bit.
People having a moral justification makes them more likely to commit crime?
Yeah, no, I do. I don't know if these internet socialists are the ones promulgating that idea. I think it's what I say. I think it's, their cultural attitudes about society is out to get you, society doesn't work for you, blah, 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 blah. So, I mean, I guess there would be a decrease. I just don't think it'd be
all of that would be gone.
Well, no, because most of that's not based on capitalism, right? Most of that's just based on people being poor, or people being not white, or something that affect that. There's like a grievance is essentially fostered and created by a cultural attitude, and
right?
Then it gets
grievance culture,
yeah. Right, exactly.
So if we could put an end to grievance culture for 10 years, do you think crime would significantly drop? I just think it would. I think it would. I think people This grievance culture gives people moral justification, moral righteousness for doing shit that's illegal.
Mm-hmm.
And therefore it doesn't feel bad. They feel like, look, I'm doing the right thing here. They're like a warrior. Like a social justice warrior.
There you go.
I'm doing it for social justice.
There you go.
I have to steal this stuff, okay?
I
have to steal these clothes.
Okay.
I have to
Right,
I have to steal this pizza from the 7-year-old, okay? For justice.
I'm fighting the power. I'm fighting the man. I'm stealing pizza from a 7-year-old child.
Yeah, for justice.
Yeah, there you go. For justice. What would Batman do?
Yeah. I have to break into the supercuts and steal the register. For justice.
Right.
Position where they say things like, oh, they're letting all the criminals out. That's not true. There is no penalty. No, that's not true. It's a misdemeanor. So you have to actually base it on what we're talking about here. So yeah, the judge has discretion in certain cases, but now in certain cases they're taking that discretion away. And in a sense, I say give it back to them, because now
I think that judges should maintain discretion in terms of someone's capacity to be, a capacity to reoffend in the process of the criminal trial that's being conducted. That is the whole point. The reason why.
Oh my God, Hasan, look at that! What a right-wing reactionary. Actually, I think that's the first time I ever heard him push back against any sort of left-wing idea, though he didn't frame it like that. So judges should actually have control, as opposed to just passing a blanket law saying anything under a felony gets no cash bail. Oh my God.
How the activist judges have to have a say. Come on.
There you go. Oh, of course. I bet you if he had some criminal, if some criminal justice advocate heard this and showed up on a show, he would immediately change his tune.
Oh yeah.
10 seconds.
Judges don't know. They're all right-wing Fox News watchers.
Right. They're all white, older men, racist, sexist, Fox News conservatives.
Yeah.
Of course.
Big trouble.
You were taking discretion away when you said you cannot charge them for a felony if it's under $950, period. No matter how many times they do it, you cannot charge them as a felony. And what I'm saying is, no, you should be able to charge them as a felony. And as a blanket rule, I don't mind the number 3. If you've done it 3 times, it wasn't an accident.
The reason why you and I have a disagreement over whether or not.
I don't even want to address what the little Chiron said, because it's so fucking retarded. It's so just on his face stupid that just let it pass in silence.
Well, no, that is the Hasan, the typical Hasan viewer right there.
Right.
That person probably steals and feels morally justified in doing it.
Well, wait, obviously they are. They've stolen this content and re-uploaded it on their YouTube channel.
That doesn't count. That's not theft, Sitch.
No, we're not stealing because we're adding commentary and critique. But the person who uploaded this video, they didn't do. They just fucking.
What do you think those little Chirons are?
Oh, okay. They added the little fucking edits. Okay, that changes everything. Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
This is as pressing of a problem is because I think you're being primed by what you are seeing around you and factoring all of that in together to say crime is completely out of control, especially when it comes to theft.
And I think you're.
Wait a minute. Hold on.
No, I love
Go
this.
back a second. Listen to
this.
I
love this response.
Felony if it's under $950, period. No matter how many times they do it, you cannot charge them as a felony. And what I'm saying is, no, you should be able to charge them as a felony. And as a blanket rule, I don't mind the number 3. If you've done it 3 times, it wasn't an accident.
The reason why
Okay, so to be like super clear, Hasan said that he was actually okay or in favor of judges having some sort of capacity to make a decision about whether to give bail or not. And then Cenk's response was, well, wait a minute. You understand that under the rule that you were arguing in favor, judges don't have the capacity. If someone steals under whatever that dollar amount is, then they automatically get released with no cash bail. So he totally traps Hasan. Okay.
Nice.
Hasan just changes the subject.
Yeah.
You and I have a disagreement over whether or not this is as pressing of a problem is because I think you're being primed by what you are seeing around you and factoring all of that in together to say crime is completely out of control, especially when it comes to theft.
And I think
and he let Cenk, he completely baited Cenk, and Cenk fell for it. He's like, well, you've caught me in a contradiction, so I'm just going to say that you're imagining crime happening. It's like, okay.
I still like Cenk's response here. Cenk's response is perfect. He's like,
okay.
You think I'm imagining it, and I think you're fucking insane.
Oh, let's see. Oh, I won't interrupt.
Pressing of a problem is because I think you're being primed by what you are seeing around you and factoring all of that in together to say crime is completely out of control, especially when it comes to theft.
And I think you're crazy.
The reason why I'm saying that is because And I brought up the Texas example already. Like in the state of Texas, in order for a theft to be considered a felony, it needs to be $2,500. Do you think that Texas does not prosecute? Do you think Texas has a wokeness problem, wokeness in their criminal justice problem? That is a significantly higher number than the state of California.
Repeat offenders.
That is, I don't know how they treat repeat offenders in comparison to California, but I assume that it is fairly comparable to the California structure, especially considering that the felony, the felony.
Yeah, but wait, that doesn't matter. If in Texas there's some criteria for it to be called a felony. The whole point is in Texas, they don't have some automatic rule that lets the person go free automatically if they're not a felon. That's the issue.
Yeah, and they could have harsher penalties on misdemeanors as well. So
right.
Yeah.
Felony part of that.
The misdemeanor just means you get thrown in like county jail. Felony is when you're getting into the state prison system. So they could commit a misdemeanor and get like, I don't know, 90 days in jail or something for fucking stealing a pizza. Well, that's going to curb people from committing felonies, right?
You go to prison, Adam. You only go to jail when you're awaiting trial. Okay. Get it right. Get it right.
Is that true?
That is true. That's the distinction between prison and jail.
Okay.
Jail's when you're waiting to go to trial.
Okay. So you can't serve any jail time for misdemeanors? Only felonies?
Prison time.
Mm-hmm. But I've had friends that have gotten like 90 days in county jail. They're not going in the prison system. That's like their sentence.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe you're right.
Yeah.
I saw a video on it, but maybe they were lying to me. So.
Well, I had a friend that would get tickets.
Oh, it's both. Okay, wait, I didn't. Okay, this is interesting. It says jails are short-term holding facilities that for newly arrested and those awaiting trial sentencing, but also for those sentenced to serve a small amount of time.
Yeah, it's like less than a year.
Okay, there you go. Perfect. You were correct.
Look, and I had a friend of mine that like they tried to throw. He committed some crime and they tried to throw some big fine at him. And it's like a fine or jail. This is what like it's at the judge's discretion, right? They say like $1,000 fine or 20 days in jail, right? And he's like, well, I don't have $1,000. I'll do the 20 days in jail. Yeah, exactly. So, yeah. So he goes into the jail. But look, if they have a stricter system in Texas for misdemeanors, like Hasan's point is that, it's $2,500 for a felony in Texas.
Right.
Yeah, but maybe they throw them in jail for fucking 90 days if they steal a slice of pizza, right? It's a completely different criminal justice system. So fuck you, Hasan.
There you go.
And we should throw people in county jail for stealing pizza as well.
Yeah. Pizza's important, okay?
It's just their example, but it works.
Right.
It's so... Look, in the pizza situation is worse because it's like a coercion thing. It's like
obviously.
You ask for a piece of pizza. Yeah. What do they call it? Aggressive panhandling. It's bullshit. Okay. Yeah, that's fucking scary, dude. You're basically getting mugged.
Yep.
Yeah. So
they said no. The kid said no, and they took it.
Yeah.
Anyway, so
exactly.
Right.
Yeah. Look, and the kids called the cops too, which is great. Fuck
Good for them. Good for them.
I'm sure Hasan calls the cops. Hasan's like a little bitch. Of course he's going to call the cops. As soon as anything happens. Oh my God, there's a nick on my Porsche.
The number for what constitutes a felony is $2,300 or something. Is either $2,300 or $2,500. So clearly,
I would do this. I don't want to do this experiment on the people of Texas, but if we did an experiment, and I say it's both, it's the narrative and the reality. So the reality in Texas is what you're saying is that it's up to 2,300 or so that it's a misdemeanor. If we went and publicized at a national level, hey, you know what? In Texas, it's a misdemeanor, but again, there's differences here because they might not have no cash bail. So then those guys do get arrested and they stay in
none
of
he
that
nailed
matters.
it. He totally nailed it. Yeah.
Yeah.
in prison until their trial, so they don't get to repeat offend over and over again. But even so, if you publicize that you're going to get a misdemeanor instead of a felony, I bet you that the crime in Texas would go up because a lot of people would go, oh, misdemeanors usually gets played down to nothing. Misdemeanor is not as big a deal. I'm much less likely to go to prison under a misdemeanor. I'll go steal more in Texas.
Yeah, it's the no cash bail that's the problem. obviously they let him out immediately. So they're like, look, I could get 2 years in prison. I'm just going to fucking go hog wild and steal everything I can.
Right.
I think the crime would go up. You think the crime would not go up if that was a well-publicized fact?
So you were saying that it's because the media hasn't covered Texas's felony distinction up until
You
this
were
moment.
saying that. You were saying the narrative makes a difference.
No, I'm saying that narrative doesn't contribute to the material reality one way or another. In a way, in a more.
Now he's saying that the narrative doesn't contribute to
know.
the material reality. Dude, you've been saying this entire conversation that the narrative is more important than the truth.
He has to keep flip-flopping. Okay.
What do
keep
you
up.
mean by more important?
He has to keep switching.
More meaningful way than like people feeling the consequences of not being able to make rent or not having the same job attainment, not having the same living wages that they're supposed to be getting when wages are outpacing or when inflation is outpacing wages.
You're making a macro micro difference.
No, it's not.
The guy who's doing the theft is not some sort of angel in your macro world that if he was
it's not.
rich,
I'm not saying he's an angel.
That.
I'm not saying he's an angel. I'm not making the difference between you and I think in this conversation is that you're applying some semblance of like morality to the action. I'm not.
Oh, and this is the craziest part here.
You like this? Let's
this is
have a conversation
totally,
about crime with no morality present.
This is totally insane.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, look, I'm not moralizing at all here. Of course not.
Just talking about crime.
Human beings are immediately reacting to their material circumstances. I'm not ascribing a moral value to that because I want to solve the problem. And I think moralizing
I mean, wait, he literally is because he's saying they're not. By saying if you're saying, well, if Hasan is saying you're wrong, Cenk, you say the criminals are immoral and they're not immoral people. Okay, they're just on hard times. That's you moralizing the situation.
He is so moralizing the situation.
I know, it's so
all
ridiculous.
of this is moralizing. What the hell is he talking about?
The ways in which like people steal, some people steal for honorable reasons like Jean Valjean and other people steal for bad reasons because they want to be bad is silly. I look at the data, I look at the actual problem and I want to solve the problem. And I think moralizing or trying to dive in and trying to dive into the mind of like one criminal over the other is actually silly. And that's not how legislation is written anyway, because if you were to write legislation that way, when people do write legislation,
that's all he does is dive into their minds. Oh my God, they're on hard times. Society is structured against them. They had no other choice.
Right.
That way, you arrive at a whole bunch of things that you disagree with as well, like in the crime control bill. You arrive at people being like, well, those evil people are smoking marijuana and marijuana kills, and that's why they have to be locked up in prison forever. That's how we arrived at 25% of the entire incarcerated population of the planet being incarcerated in the United States.
Dude, and then he pulls a sneaky here. He's like, look, it's just innocent nonviolent drug offenders. The whole conversation was about stealing shit. What are you talking about? Nice moving the goalposts here.
Of America.
So look, I attribute both things. The incentives and disincentives matter. So if you say, hey, there's going to be less punishment for something, you will get more of that thing. If you say there's going to be more punishment of a thing, you will get less of that thing.
He's doing the heavy sighs because he's like, oh my God, he's on with the incentives again. Oh, this lecture. What are you, a capitalist? Incentives? You gonna start quoting me Adam Smith?
If you disagree with that, you're literally disagreeing with human nature. Then on the moral component, which is a separate factor, on that factor, crime is literally us as a society saying we find that to be immoral and unacceptable. You are not allowed to do that. You are
based. Look, it's all morality. He's schooling him.
Not allowed to take from that guy when you didn't earn it. That is an immoral act and it is an illegal act. That is literally what crime is. You're not allowed to rape that woman just because you wanted it. It is illegal and immoral. You cannot go into his house and take his shit. That is immoral and illegal. By definition, crime is about morality. Then the question is,
look, he's making my argument that people always argue against.
Well, no, they argue law, not crime specifically. But.
Right, yeah.
But I agree. Yeah.
People think that they can point to one crime that they think is wrong, one crime that they think is wrong that shouldn't be illegal. And they categorize it as moral but illegal in their minds. And they're like, oh, crime is not about morality at all. Law is not about morality at all. But it is.
Where do we draw the lines on what we think is right and wrong? And what I'm saying to you is I'm drawing them in a different place than you are. I'm drawing them in a place where the great majority of Americans are. And I'm drawing them in a place where I say, let's go solve those macro issues that you and I agree on so that they're...
Look at Hasan's face.
That's it. What a pause. What a pause. Look at that. That's amazing.
Cenk is drawing them in reasonable, rational places that voters will agree with.
Right.
Yeah. It's so Hasan doesn't realize what a tool of the right he is. He is totally a tool of the right.
Yep.
he makes the left look fucking crazy, and Cenk drives Cenk crazy. He's like, why? Look, I helped you. I gave you your start. Why can't you just help me on this? Why can't you be sane? Why can't you move the needle on your audience? Manufacture some consent for reasonable behavior. Why don't you do that, Hasan? Why don't you manufacture consent that shoplifting is wrong? Come on. Do it for the team. Do it for the left. Do it for the progressives. We can stop talking about how the left constantly justifies criminality, and we can start trying to solve some economic issues. That'd be great. We should do it.
There's less crime overall. Let's do it right.
Okay.
But in the meanwhile, yes, I am saying you are not allowed to. It is immoral to smash a woman's face with a brick, to smear shit on a woman's face. Things that people literally walked on in New York. It's a misdemeanor now. You walk, no cash bail. You walk, and people got sick of people walking, and that's why you lost California.
This is so good. Look, we've had Cenk on, and Cenk does. I mean, he goes on. It's a lot easier listening to Cenk when he's going on and on and on about things I agree with than when he's going on forever when he's talking about something I disagree with. So
I do like this freeze of Hasan.
Oh, I know. He's just like, oh my God, please stop.
His brain is like melting right now. He's like,
why can't you look? No. Why can't you just listen to the audience? Okay. They buy the narrative, this narrative that I've been selling them, this fake fucking narrative that all crime is the product of poverty. Why can't you just believe it? Why are you thinking for yourself, Cenk? Stop. Just believe the narrative. Listen and believe.
Spectacular fashion. That is exactly as I predicted. 36 passed with 70% of the vote.
Okay. I don't agree that people who engage in violent felony assault should be able to immediately walk away. It's like in terms of letting that person walk away, you are constantly in greater danger to society. I don't agree with that.
So it is immoral.
Yes, I think that.
So crime is immoral.
Yes, but when you are
oh, I love it. I so love it. Yeah, true. It is a morality issue.
Or when you are actually trying to figure out a way to reduce the number of crime, you can't just sit there and be like, well, that's immoral. Then, okay, then kill that person. We should kill that person.
No, you're going to an extreme.
No, I'm not going to an extreme. You're going to an extreme.
No, I literally told you earlier, what was my rule? What was the rule I said?
I'm using your argument and moving it to the logical conclusion, which is
I mean, if you had some sort of like perfect knowledge to know that this person will always commit crime and they'll never stop, they'll never get better, then yeah, sure, you can make that argument, but that's, it's usually why people don't make that argument.
So. Right.
I would be curious to ask that question. I think if you ask most people like, oh, if you had some sort of magical God machine and you could see that, no matter what, this person is always going to just commit violent crimes or property crimes forever. They'll never stop no matter what you do. Should you just kill them or permanently remove them from society? I mean, I think most people would say yes, but I'm not sure Hasan would.
Why couldn't you just like make it so they can't walk or cut their hands off or something like that?
Wow, okay. I guess you
Well, then they could live, right?
Right.
But they're not going to be committing crime.
There you go. Well, that's why I say kill or permanently remove from society,
Right.
So.
Yeah. Obviously, we don't have that machine, so.
No, but that's it. But if the point is to try to figure out like where's the morality coming from? Because I think with most people, it's like, well, yeah, you shouldn't kill people for doing these actions because they can change and they can, become better people, blah, 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 blah.
But if they can't change, that's
if they can't change or they won't change, right? Then it's like, well, doesn't that change things? Doesn't that change things? So.
Yeah. And then you get the determinists that come in and are like, well, they really didn't have a choice. I mean,
right.
It's all deterministic.
Yep.
We should lock away that person. We should lock away that person permanently because that person has done a crime. That's what happens when
logical at all.
That's what happens when you moralize.
He's like, because that person has done a crime. And now he's just playing pigeon chess where he's just fucking shitting all over the board. He's like, fuck.
Yes.
No, you don't. Punishment has to be appropriate and proportional to the crime. So it's not a moral position to say you stole a slice of pizza, so I'm going to take your freedom away forever. That is not a moral position. But it's also not a moral position to say you can steal any pizza you like. So what's the right answer? The right answer in that case is a misdemeanor. Sometimes misdemeanors make sense.
Okay, but here's the thing. We already have rules in the books that have clearly not contributed to fixing this problem. And I'm not saying that the solution is to just abolish the principle of crime, right? I'm not saying that at all. I'm simply stating that, well, come on, Cenk.
Of course you're not saying that.
My anger and my frustration is that we keep looking at wrong solutions and moving away from the actual, like, genuinely successful solutions in reducing the number of crimes that happen, whether it be property theft or whether it be any sort of violent crimes at all. And the example is out there in every other OECD nation. And instead of looking at that and going, this is in the direction that we need to move in, which is something that you do when it comes to Medicare for all. It's something that you do for socialized medicine, but it's for some weird reason not a thing that you factor in when it comes to the actual when it comes to the actual issue of crime.
I'd like to see how many of these nations have this virulent anti-capitalist left. I wonder if they have a left that's just like a normal left who's for, lifting the lower classes up the economic ladder, but they're not,
I don't know,
for abolishing capitalism and giving all these excuses. It's just, that would be so interesting.
It would be.
Yeah.
I've said like 8 times I do, and
and maybe they don't have the racial grievance politics either, which probably plays into this as well.
Want to go towards their system, but we don't have that holistic system. We don't have the safety
It's not even
net.
holistic.
We don't have any of that.
I know.
We don't have the right prisons. So, give me a bill that fixes our prisons, and I'll say yes. Give me a bill that reforms police training, and I'll say yes. Give me a bill that says let's spend more money on mental health, and I'll say yes. But if you just give me a bill that says let's let the criminals go, I say no. Okay, felonies after 3 strikes, easy. Everyone, the overwhelming majority of the voters agree, and they are right.
By the way,
let's keep going. Let's go to the next thing.
The 3-strike misdemeanor conversation that is like the conversation of like taking 3 strikes and turning it automatically into a felony does actually put a 3 pizza slice guy in prison. Just so you know.
Yeah, it does. It puts him in prison for a year. A felony is a year or more.
So if someone steals 3 slices of pizza, a year.
No, 3 different instances.
Yeah, in 3 different instances.
Yeah, they are a repeat offender. You're giving the most extreme, lowest example you could find. I can give you 3. A guy smashes into a jewelry store, takes a $900 watch. He does it 340 times in a year, and you still say a felony. Okay, so we both have extreme examples. And I'm saying,
that's fine.
If you go break the law 3 different times on purpose, goddamn right it's a felony.
Okay, here's why I think you and I will never see the world in the same way. I would rather have the jewelry guy go free if that means the 3-piece slice also gets to go free.
Yeah, we disagree.
Yeah, I think 100% I stand on that.
And good news is we just had an election about it, and it got decided. So
I think
the voters said,
especially
why, even if because he's wrong about the pizza situation, but even if he was right about the pizza situation, I mean, why does it have to be like? Why do you even have to agree that framing? Like, oh, I have to let the jewelry guy go free to let the pizza guy go free.
Yeah, it's dumb.
No.
It's so stupid.
Yeah, you don't have to agree to that. No one has to agree to that.
Yeah, who cares? Lock them both up. Make them share a cell.
Okay.
I'm so...
No, I'm saying like that's the whole point of saying that the judge has the ability in the situation. That's the entire point of that, is to say, okay, well, the judge can adjudicate, or criminal justice system can adjudicate between the theoretical pizza person and the jewelry thief.
The reason why they want to take it out of the hands of the judge is because they're worried about these activist judges. They're worried about a bunch of elected judges, being completely bleeding heart liberals and like letting everyone go.
Well, no. Hasan wants to take it out of the judge, and the left wants to take it out of the judge's hands because they think it's the opposite. They think the judges are a bunch of conservatives.
Right. Yeah. No, this is why both parties want to take it out of the judge's hands.
Right.
Because they're like, I want the book thrown at him, or I want him to get away with murder. So.
Right.
Yeah. But we should just probably listen to the judges.
I agree with Cenk.
Yeah,
we're not willing to let you rob every place blind because you're worried about the 3 pizza guy.
Yeah, and the reason why I disagree with you on this is because
why is he such a bitch? Why is he worried about the 3 pizza guy? Who fucking cares? Don't steal pizza. What is so hard about not stealing pizza? Are you that desperate for a slice of pizza? You have to steal it from someone else?
Well, I mean, the article about the pizza guy, it left out something very important.
Right.
They didn't say what brand of pizza it was.
And they didn't say how drunk he was either.
I mean, yeah, like if it was Pizza Hut, then I'd be like, ew, why are you stealing pizza?
Then he should definitely be thrown in jail, right?
Right. Was it stuffed crust? Was it thin crust? Was it Uno's? Was it DiGiorno's? It wasn't delivery? I don't know.
Was
These are
it
important questions.
pizza?
What's pizza? You mean Little Caesars?
Little Caesars, yeah.
Yeah, was it Little Caesars? These are good questions.
I like Round Table.
It is something that you agree with.
You don't have Round Table? Oh.
No.
Next time you're coming out, we're going to Round Table.
Well, I can't eat cheese, so unless they have
pizza.
Unless they have
I guess you can't have
free.
I guess you how do you eat pizza then?
I don't eat pizza. That's the answer to that question. My life is misery, Adam. I don't eat pizza anymore. Okay. I remember back in the day, do you have Uno's pizza out in California?
I think we do, yeah.
It's like that deep dish.
I do like deep dish.
Oh God, it's so good.
Yeah. Pizza's the best.
I know. So sad.
I just recalled, like I went to a big Thanksgiving dinner and I just remembered in the middle of this live stream that I left without getting a piece of that lemon meringue pie. And I've been thinking,
fool.
I know. I've been thinking about that fucking lemon meringue pie this whole live stream, thinking, wonder if I could get a lemon meringue pie from somewhere.
God, that's hilarious.
I'm desperate. God,
so
that lemon meringue pie looks so good. What the fuck was I thinking?
What a dummy.
My wife wanted to go, and I was just like, yeah, all right, let's go. I fucked up.
I don't think I've ever had lemon meringue pie in my entire life.
What?
No.
How? Oh,
I don't know. Just never had any.
There's 2 different kinds of lemon meringue pie, and I love them both, but yeah, 2 different types of lemon meringue. There's lemon meringue that's like more gelatiny, and there's more creamy lemon meringue. So
I'll take your word for it.
It's good. You probably can't have the creamy lemon meringue, so.
No. I mean, listen, when I go to Cheesecake Factory, I take my little lactate pills and I'll just power through, okay?
Oh, you do? Nice.
Yeah, eat the cheesecake.
You do like I do with the lobster.
Yeah, but the difference is my bad outcome is that I have to poop. Your bad outcome is you die. So it's a little bit of a difference.
People have heart attacks all the time, man.
Oh, okay.
And they totally live.
Don't you? I thought you like asphyxiate. You can't breathe, like your throat swells up.
I never had that. Only
no, I mean, I thought that was like the way that you die from that.
Oh, maybe. I don't even know if it's heart related. I just have chest pain.
Oh, anyway. Jesus Christ.
That's not even the solution to the problem. The solution to the problem
part
is
of the solution.
The solution to the problem would be, food banks, and the solution to the.
You just lost your catalytic converter. Too bad there's not a food bank around the corner.
I know. It's so silly.
Fucking God.
So stupid.
Stupidity. How's this guy a thing? Why is he so stupid?
Jewelry theft guy.
But the food bank is not going to solve the repeat offender guy. That guy's out of control. So the repeat offenders are totally out of control.
Thank you, Cenk.
You're taking the lowest possible example.
And you're taking the maximum possible example. And I'm telling you,
in that range, in that spectrum from the lowest to the highest, yes, I am perfectly comfortable with
but that's not how the law works. When you do the 3 strikes,
you're doing it on purpose. You're a criminal, and you like to rob other people's shit. Yes, you go to prison.
Hold on.
Can you imagine Hasan is like Chairman Mao? Let's have some food banks. Food banks. Why is crime not dropping?
I know.
I have all these food banks.
By numbers, what kind of crime do you think is going to happen more commonly in this process, or has been happening? The guy who's stealing pizzas and 3 slices, and now he has to go to prison for a year, or the jewelry theft?
Oh, so my guess is, first of all, we're both guessing, and the more common thing of just going into a store and stealing whatever you want,
jewelry theft,
way higher, way higher than the guy who's like, oh, I'm so hungry, I just need 1 slice of pizza. By the way, go outside a pizza shop in California, anywhere in California, like San Francisco, etc. Hey, say, hey, brother, I don't want money. Can you buy me a slice of pizza? And that guy will buy you 8 slices of pizza. The next guy will buy you 8 slices.
That's not what we're talking about.
Nobody's going hungry. There's food kitchens, soup kitchens. You can do all of that.
I'm not talking about the morality behind like theft.
What is more common? The guy who's hungry and stole the pizza, or the guy who's like, oh shit, cool, free shit for free shit. Way more common. 10,000 times more common.
The guy who says, I want to steal, I want to go into Rite Aid and steal deodorant and shampoo or whatever, right?
Whatever.
What do you think is more common? The guy who's stealing deodorant pizza, any number of different things, or the guy who's like facilitating a jewelry heist, a smash and grab at a jewelry store.
Now we're getting into such micro things, Hus. There's some gangs who do it on purpose. They realize, oh, there's a loophole here. We're going to exploit that loophole. And sometimes they'll even use kids because they'll even get lighter sentences, get off easier, etc. Then there's randos who do it because they heard on the news that it's basically...
You do realize why I'm asking this question. It's because when you write legislation, and I think you agree with this this principle, like when you, like the abortion, the abortion restrictions, right? There's a reason why people say this should be left between a doctor and the patient, right? Because any kind of legislative hurdle that you put in place of this routine medical process by hyper focusing on like late term abortions or third trimester abortions, which is, 1% of abortions overall. And in every single circumstance, it's happening because there is like a serious threat to the carrier and not like a, fun abortion that someone is having after carrying the pregnancy for 9 months. The reason why we don't want to put a legislative hurdle in front of it is because a lot of people become victim in that process because of the legislative hurdles. And the same principle applies in criminal justice. When you are going in the direction of more stringent penalties,
when you make a smash and grab illegal, you hurt the criminal, Cenk. Jesus.
And a more draconian implementation of the law, the pre-existing law, you are going to put a lot of people that even you yourself consider to be like innocent victims of material circumstance in prison and explode the prison population. The way to make up for...
Look, he can't fathom that people commit crime for any other reason than they're poor.
Yeah,
God,
they're all
this
Latin.
guy's fucking stupid.
Yep.
For that now is to not only just open up new state penitentiaries, but implement private prison facilities, and it contributes to the same cycle of violence and a lack of lowering the recidivism rate to begin with. So we're looking at a situation, and I feel like it's very reactionary thinking to look at like America's criminal justice system that you and I.
We should just assume whoever commits a crime needed it, and not even look for them. Like, why are we even going after criminals?
Stop being so reactionary. Okay.
It's so silly. I can't believe this is his mindset. He's like, look, they're innocent. They did it.
I both agree is fundamentally broken, and say we need more of that because there's not enough of it happening, when in fact it has nothing to do with the actual draconian ways in which we have
Dude, this is the moment that Cenk realized he was talking to an idiot.
Yeah, look, you could do the zoom in on his face here. This is the moment. Yeah.
Cenk is like, oh my God, Hasan's a fucking moron. This has to be so painful for Cenk, because Cenk has worked so hard on the Young Turks, and he's like, oh my God.
No. That's bad.
Oh my God. I've worked day and night trying to sell this business. And my nephew, who's a fucking idiot,
terrible,
is just sitting here completely affecting politics 10 times more than me. He's literally making an argument that criminals are all innocent.
rigorously applied the law and everything to do with the underlying material circumstances. And in the absence of no one actually fixing the material circumstances, you're saying, well, in the process, we should just like criminalize more shit. And I think that
I'm not sure I understood what you're saying, but I'll address a couple of things.
I totally nailed it. I'm not sure what the fuck you're talking about, but look, I'll talk about a couple of things here. Look, we just make more laws, and these laws that people are breaking are completely unjust already, but I'm not moralizing, okay?
Right.
First of all, on the abortion analogy, I think that abortion should be illegal in the third trimester, but there should be, of course, an exception for the life and health of the mother that the doctor decides along with the mom. And if the Republicans say, no, that's too broad an exception, okay, we could have that debate. So, but I'm not sure how it relates to this. So,
I'm not even in favor of like criminalizing abortions in the third trimester. I think
okay, that's fine. We disagree on that.
Yeah.
So, and again,
but do you understand why?
But the great majority of the American people agree with me on that.
Yeah. My job as someone with a perspective is to try to get other people to understand where I'm coming from on this issue, and I think I can try and communicate. I did as to why criminalizing third trimester abortions, which is an incredibly rare procedure to begin with.
It is incredibly rare.
It is an incredibly rare procedure to begin with. Is only adding additional legal hurdles in an otherwise incredibly traumatic experience that the carrier is going through.
What it's doing is
completely unnecessary.
Making your position look extreme for no reason, when the great majority of the incredibly rare cases are.
Okay, wait. The little Chiron came up and it said the right will call your position extreme no matter what. So just be extreme. Just do whatever.
Are a medical necessity.
Brilliant.
Almost all of them are a medical necessity. Once you put a medical necessity exception in, you're needlessly making your position look more extreme by saying you're allowed to abort up until the day of the delivery.
No, there's always going to be,
and it's also not correct.
No, it is
if your position is you can kill the baby in the 3rd trimester for no reason, your position is extreme. Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
You can make an argument on it's difficult to legislate because there could be a case where the life of the mother is at stake, but the doctors are too afraid to do the procedure because it's like iffy. Is her life at stake? Is she like she's got some slim chance of living? Like you can make that argument, but you're still like there's a life on the line. It's a fucking baby by then.
Right.
Yeah.
I think
you cannot get a 3rd trimester abortion that is not already an incredibly complicated medical procedure.
That's right, because it's illegal.
No,
it is illegal.
No, it's not because it's illegal. There are states where there's no legal restrictions on 3rd trimester abortions, but the reason why it is unnecessary and conciliatory to the Republican position that is born out of not real truth of the matter, but instead hysterical made-up hallucinations like women are getting fun abortions after carrying a pregnancy to almost term, is because you're adding an unnecessary legal hurdle on a complicated medical procedure that is automatically limited by its own complication.
If you do that policy,
I so
That's
hate
not true,
that.
though.
Well, it's just this idea that, oh, it's never happening. So look, if it's never happening, then make it illegal. Who cares? Like,
Well, well, listen, let me steel man his argument a little bit. What he's trying to argue, I don't agree with this, but what he's trying to argue is that it never happens that a person willy-nilly for elective reasons decides to get an abortion in the 3rd trimester. It's only people that need it for medical reasons. So if you block it, you're going to have basically some people die or be injured for no reason. That's his argument, which I don't think is true, but that's what he's trying to say.
Because those people are going to be the people who need it to save the life of the mother.
Right, but the hospital won't do it for whatever reason. So
yeah. In that video, somebody sent me a video. I think I talked about it, the abortion video it's a video from an actual abortion doctor. There's a bunch of people who, there's like an abortion, there's a nurse that is anti-abortion. Everyone is basically anti-abortion in the video, but this guy's a former abortion doctor. And he said he did tons of 3rd trimester abortions that were
elective.
Elective, yeah.
Yeah, but
that's the problem. Scared me. I was like, what the fuck, for real?
What's the problem is that when people make this claim, it's not based on anything. There's no statistics on any of this whatsoever.
Right, yeah.
So,
well, I said on our show that I would like to know, like I would like to hear from an abortion doctor, and that's why someone sent me the video. Oh, here you go. Here's one.
Sure.
I was kind of shocked by that video, to be honest with you. So yeah, I don't know how common it is, but I mean, that's pretty fucked up. But there's a lot of reasons I could see that happening. Like, number one reason would be financial, right? You're planning on getting married or something, and the guy runs out. Like maybe he loses his job or something and fucking skips town, right?
Right.
So I could see that happening, not being super common, but never happening, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And I mean, and I think the real issue, the thing that was making the hospitals gun shy about doing the abortions for the life of the mother or for medical reasons, it's when, I don't think it's just saying, well, you're not allowed to do it. I think it's when they say you're not allowed to do it, and if you do it, you're going to go to prison.
Right.
So I think if you had I think you could have this law where you say, okay, you can't do abortions in the 3rd trimester.
Right, but it's like a fine.
Right, like the hospital will be fine, you will be fine, whatever. I think it's, I don't think you're going to have this issue anymore.
That's a giant,
women
that's
are
a giant
dying.
difference.
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
Yes, the Republicans
already exists.
No, I get it. And by the way, and Republicans do use that in debates. And what it does is it hurts abortion rights. It hurts abortion rights because what winds up happening is they go, oh, these sons of bitches want to abort right up until the day of the abortion, and that's why they're so extreme. Make sure you agree with us 6 weeks. Wait, how the hell did we get to 6 weeks? Everybody already agrees to 24 weeks. 24 weeks is the correct standard. 24 weeks protects almost all women. And you protect the women beyond that.
Now they say post-birth abortions. It's ridiculous, but they're going to keep repeating it. But then when you have the
correct position that the great majority of Americans agree with, you could easily beat back that extreme statement that they're making.
You cannot concede or cave or capitulate the right-wing framing, especially when it's not born out of the data or the reality of the matter. You're saying
I think it should be illegal.
They make people look
in the third
crazy.
trimester, but it should. I think it should be illegal in the third trimester.
Okay.
Why? Because I agree with you. It's exceptionally rare, and almost all the time it's medical reasons, and people don't have abortions for fun.
Yeah.
But
especially at that point, because it's such a
I totally agree.
Such an invasive procedure to actually
totally
conduct
agree.
that automatically limits the number of people that can get it regardless.
They should take the abortion for fun argument out of the debate, because it's not fun. It's just economic reasons.
But as a matter of law,
look at Hasan should know this, right? Because he's been making the economic argument for everything on the whole way
you're
through.
right. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. What the fuck? Think about it, dude.
should you be allowed to get an abortion because you chose to after the fetus is viable? And I think the answer is no. Once the fetus is viable, it's an independent human being, and you don't get to make that choice on your own without a consultation of a doctor saying, yeah, no, you're right, your life is in danger.
Fetus viability will improve with medical science as well. Does that mean that if in the future the fetus could be viable outside of the womb,
then
like
take it out and you deal with it? Yeah, I think it's okay.
That's crazy.
You think it's so? You're saying if a fetus is viable and and the pregnancy just got started, and somebody says, "I'll take care of that baby."
Do you understand the process?
No, I don't want to.
Do you understand the process of taking it out? That is also an invasive medical procedure.
But you're saying in the future when it's possible. Of course, I'm not saying now.
No, but
I mean, they're going to take it out one way or the other. Right?
I know. I was going to say, what was he talking about? Yeah, what do you mean? What do you think an abortion is? They don't have like a teleporter. They don't teleport it out. You know?
Holy shit.
Fetus viability can happen at what, like 6 months? Let's say a premature baby can exist outside.
It's a good question. How come there were no abortions performed on Star Trek? They just like teleport the fetus out of the body.
Oh yeah.
Into like
space
garbage or something.
Oh my God, no. Into outer space.
Directly into outer space? That doesn't sound right. There's like a satellite of like 10 babies somewhere from all the abortions.
Oh, you're evil.
God, it's like the planet Earth is gonna have rings.
Oh my God. And you zoom in on the rings and you're like, oh, it's the aborted babies of the entire star system.
There you go. Well, see, where was that episode of Star Trek?
These rings are so beautiful.
Yeah, see, oh my God. That should have been an episode of Star Trek. The crew, they like find this planet, like, oh, look at these beautiful rings, and the like computer enhance the rings. Like, oh my God, what's happening to these rings?
That would be a dramatic ending. I love it.
That's pretty good. No, and then the whole moral dilemma is like they're like, the Starfleet's like complaining about the civilization. Civilization's like, how dare you judge us?
Exactly. Look, all of these women had economic issues in the third trimester.
We had a wave of crime until we instituted the teleport your fetus into space policy.
You've bettered the material conditions of everyone in the galaxy.
Exactly.
In a vacuum, like the fact that you have to still cut a woman up to be able to get that out is like,
I know, but we're not cutting her up, Haas. We're just saying.
Did he really say in a vacuum in an abortion debate?
I got him.
What a fucking.
You have to finish the pregnancy.
No, I fundamentally disagree with you on this.
Okay, no problem. We'll disagree.
I'm just letting you know.
In the third trimester, by the way, my standard is the Roe standard, right? You're going beyond Roe. Roe said illegal in the third trimester.
Everything he's doing, Cenk is just trying to get him to be reasonable on anything. He's like, look, you have this huge platform. You got invited to the DNC. I know you got kicked out because you were being crazy.
Right.
But you could be influential. He's like, no.
Yeah, I don't care. I don't like my statement is
I'm saying
no. Roe applies a minimum standard. That's the most important. That's the most consequential.
Do you kind of wonder if he used reverse psychology on him, if it'd be working better? If Cenk came in and said, "Oh, I'm the fucking radical."
No, because he's audience. This audience capture that's driving him, not Cenk.
He would just love it. He'd be like, "Oh, thankful."
Base Cenk, yes, base Unk.
Thankfully.
Aspect of Roe is that there is a minimum standard that states cannot go beyond, and I think that it's valid to have a minimum standard as a federally protected mandate when there are plenty of states, as we saw, that already had automatic trigger laws that would implement if Roe v. Wade was overturned. As long as there's a minimum standard, then that's good. I would go so far as to say that there should be no legal hurdles whatsoever, especially considering that the third trimester abortions, as you and I both agree, is not like a fun abortion, especially because the process in which the process in which you're getting to a third trimester is already laborious to begin with.
So strategically, I bet we have a disagreement here. When I look at the abortion issue as an example, Republicans say that it should be either 0 weeks or 6 weeks where the woman loses her rights, right? And loosely speaking, the right wing says that. You're saying the entire 9 months it should be up to the woman, and I'm saying 24 weeks. So now the majority of Americans think 24 weeks. But but if we go with your 9-month strategy, House, what I'm worried about is, that we're going to wind up at 15 weeks instead of 24 weeks, because the Republicans are going to say, look at how extreme they are. Look at how extreme they are. They're saying that you should be able to, whether they do or they don't.
Regardless of the majority position, the Republicans did undermine the democratic process. I think you and I are aware of that, right?
What do you mean by that?
Like, regardless of how good of an argument that the Democrats could have presented on this issue, the Republicans still went in. What did they do? They used the Federalist Society over the course of 45 years and basically, beefed up the ranks of the Supreme Court and actually did undermine public opinion on this matter, the democratic principle on this matter.
I don't agree with any of that. They took over the Supreme Court, but they didn't do it in an undemocratic way. They won elections. The only thing that was undemocratic and wrong as a matter of process was
the Supreme Court is an inherently undemocratic. The Supreme Court is an undemocratic institution.
With the Supreme Court. No, I don't agree with that. But the Supreme Court has done.
I love that argument. Whenever it's so funny, I've heard people on the left or right say it. Whenever the courts say something they don't like, the courts are an undemocratic institution. Ugh. It's like the ultimate cope.
Don't they vote? Like,
you vote for
is it the majority?
And then the president appoints them, and then the Senate confirms them. So
every court case, there's 9 justices.
Oh.
Right?
Okay, that's not what they mean, though. Yeah, sure.
If it's a 5-4, who wins the case? Is it the 4 who win the case?
Right.
Why? What does democratic mean?
I know. It's such a massive cope whenever anyone says that.
Yeah.
Massive damage, and it's because the right wing did put in activists.
Maybe if every case had to be unanimous, it wouldn't be democratic, right? It would be Republican.
Judges, etc. But in terms of, and I think Roe v. Wade was decided wrong. But as a matter of law, I would adopt Roe v. Wade immediately.
The three appointments. You're going
to drive them to go to 15
The 3 appointments in the Supreme Court lied to the American public in congressional hearings deliberately, calling Roe v. Wade a super precedent, implying that the democratic wishes of the American population.
Oh, everybody knew they were liars.
I know, but there's a reason why they did that. Is because that's inherently corrupt and inherently undemocratic. The Supreme Court as a function is not democratic.
If you believe a right-wing Supreme Court candidate, when they say they're going to call balls and strikes, you're a moron.
Yeah, I don't. I never did. But my point is that it is a fundamentally undemocratic institution. On its fundamentals, the Supreme Court is an undemocratic institution.
Now we're debating the Supreme Court. That's too long a debate, brother.
Okay, but
you need checks and balances. You need a judiciary. If you want to structure the Electoral College differently, yes.
By design.
If you want to structure the Supreme Court in a different way, I'm here happy to hear suggestions, but those are obviously aren't realistic. The Electoral College is way more realistic, and we should definitely get rid of it. I'm just using it as an example. But this redoing the Supreme Court is totally unrealistic.
What upsets me about like how things have turned out in the last decade or so is that, as your nephew and a fan of your commentary, I think you have in some instances basically lost the enthusiasm to continue putting up a fight against Republican framing, and have decided that like the democratic wishes, and I don't know if this is your own personal perspective has changed over time, but I feel like we are fundamentally at odds. If there is any sort of real reason, if you think that there's any sort of like validity to right-wing framing on issues, I don't think so.
Okay, so now that's your perspective, and everybody lives in different bubbles. Now let me tell you my perspective and how I view it, right?
Look, even him framing it as living in a bubble is progress. Because I don't, there was a time when Cenk really didn't think of it as we're all inhabiting these different moral universes. Like, the fact that he understands and is not just categorically calling the right liars or strawmanning everything they're saying. Like, he is doing that to some extent, but not as much as Hasan. Like, Hasan, anything a right winger says, Hasan is just going to think is a lie or some sort of deception, right?
Right.
Cenk is at least willing to say, okay, well, maybe they're correct about this, and let's look at the policy.
Yeah,
that's just a giant difference.
And it's interesting, Hasan's like, I refuse. He says so proudly, I refuse to accept right-wing framing on any issue.
Yeah.
It's like, maybe the right wing can be right about things sometimes.
Yeah, maybe it's correct. Yeah.
Yeah,
that's so lame and
he's
dumb.
Over here like criminals are not immoral, but the right is. Anyone who's on the right is immoral.
Yeah. Oh.
First of all, you can go back 20 years. We're on tape on all of these issues. I haven't changed any of my positions. I said the same exact thing about abortion, same exact thing about crime, same exact thing about everything. So there is no turn. There is no right wing. There's no agreeing to right wing framing, the right wing framing of post-birth.
Look, all that stuff he said when the left was completely sane. Right?
Right.
So they're like, oh, yeah, those are normal left-wing positions. Yes, I get it. Safe, legal, and rare on abortion, right?
abortions is lunatic framing. There is no such thing that's called murder. We beat back all the Republican framing on all of these issues.
It's lunatic framing that you are willing to concede to, though.
I'm not conceding to it.
No. When you say third trimester abortions, there should be legal penalties for people that get third trimester abortions if they're having it for fun without like any sort of medical necessity.
Say for fun. And so you're saying that the Supreme Court in Roe v. Wade was agreeing to right-wing framing when they said that abortion should be legal for the first 2 trimesters? That was right-wing framing? No, that was what we wanted.
Abortion should be legal for the first 2 trimesters is reasonable to protection at the federal level. That stops red states from actually implementing worse penalties.
Let me get to my perspective. In my perspective, what you guys are doing is both, number one, I don't agree with it on the substance of it and have never agreed to it on the substance of it. Number two, most importantly, I disagree with your strategy. Your strategy appears to be take the most extreme left-wing position and defend that hill forever and ever and ever. And what that does, in my opinion, is it gets the average American, the moderate and independent, to think, oh, all of the left, all of the Democrats are super extreme. They take the extreme position on every single issue. And it's a position we do not agree with as the average American. We don't agree with you on an extreme position on crime, on abortion, on all these things. And then what you do when you make that strategic mistake is that impact.
All right, what's this say?
Lib Dems will always find a scapegoat to dismiss you and the left, Cenk. Why do they do this like weird
commentary?
Well, like the weird graphic and the text, and they couldn't make. I mean, did they not know how to make the box bigger? They're like trying to like squish it all into this little box. Like, how did they do all this?
Maybe.
Powers the right wing to say, you see how extreme and wrong they are?
They're lying to you, and you're falling for it.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's why abortion should be 6 weeks and not 24 weeks, or 15 weeks, not 24 weeks. That's why we should that we should go back to the bad old days where we punish people for smoking marijuana. That's what you encourage every part of their worst instincts and get people to believe that instead of them being extreme, we're extreme. When in reality, on almost all issues, the right wing in my lifetime, especially the Republican Party, has been so much more extreme than the left has. But you guys have ceded that ground and raised your hand and said, yes, we're the most extreme. Please, we're the extremists, right?
I think that's a terrible strategy. I think attributing the right-wing domination over the American political sphere to the left going too woke or too extreme is silly. You and I have a disagreement in dealing with these issues when they come up. I think the Democratic Party should be closer to the Republican Party in the way that they engage with politics, not on policy, but in the way that they engage with politics. If the Democratic Party framed...
That's the way he believes that the right is, the take no prisoners, right? Like he sees them forcing their beliefs on everyone.
Right.
Yeah.
The Republicans in a certain way, right? That makes them look bad. They never turn around and go, you know what? You're right. Actually, I'm so sorry. I'm going to cave to you. You're right. I'm so sorry. You said we're Nazis.
To them. They're my positions.
You're okay. Well, regardless,
this is such bullshit because this is exactly what J.D. Vance did in the vice presidential debate. He said the Republicans have lost all credibility on abortion and they need to listen to the voters. Donald Trump has said the same thing.
No, but he didn't mean it the way that I heard him follow up on that. I don't remember if I sent it to you. I guess I didn't. He meant it the way that I meant it, not the way that you meant it.
Well,
he meant it in terms of like
obviously.
That people should have trust that they could like raise a child, not that they, that the Republican Party should listen to the voters and be softer on abortion.
Okay.
Well, I mean, you could say that about Trump. I agree.
Trump obviously
yes, but not
made that turn. Yeah.
Yes, but not JD.
Trump came out and said, look, we aren't even electorally competitive if we are hardliners on abortion.
Yes,
yeah, exactly.
Correct.
So, but that does go against what Hasan is saying.
That is true.
On principle, this is at the heart of the problem that I have with the Democratic Party is that instead of saying this shit's a distraction, shut the f up, here's what we're going to be implementing. If you want to fight against that, then you can go so far as to do so. If you want to do that, go ahead, have fun. Instead of
Kamala should have done that on Palestine, right? This is a distraction. Shut the fuck up. I mean, she tried to do that, but Hasan rolled her eyes at her and fucking attacked her. Yeah, exactly.
She should have been like, shut the fuck up about Palestine. I don't care about what's happening across the world. Okay, I'm just going to give you all health care. So shut up about it.
Yeah.
Then she should have spit on a Palestinian flag.
This is... Hasan's argument, though, here is stupid because he knows that he wouldn't... Like, she tried that on Palestine and it failed utterly because You can't tell people what they're interested in.
Right.
Of saying, I'm so sorry, you said we were too extreme on abortion, and that's why we need to, that's why we need to actually give ground to the insanity that you just made
24
up.
weeks is the correct standard. The overwhelming majority of 70% of Americans agree with me that that is the correct standard. So let's fight for the correct standard instead of the incorrect standard, which makes you look extreme, and then you get a worse standard on this issue.
By the way, the reason why we got to this point was originally my statement was, if you actually do enforce an unnecessary legal hurdle, then there are going to be victims. That's how legislation works. That's how rules work. There are going to be that point. There are going to be unnecessary victims on that.
On legal issues, I am conservative, and so what I mean, and I've said that all throughout. So what does that mean? That means I don't believe in activist bullshit. Justices going, oh yeah, I think money is a speech. I think bribes are not bribes; they're just suggestions to politicians. You're an activist piece of shit, and that doesn't make any sense at all for you to redefine bribery as perfectly legal First Amendment rights.
Look, he calls himself a conservative. That's not going to go well.
Bullshit. No. I mean, it led to corporate rule. Same activist judges that made those decisions in Belani and Buckley then turn around in Roe v. Wade and go, oh, yeah, it turns out that the Constitution talks about trimesters. The Constitution doesn't talk about trimesters. You just made that up. Okay, so now when you get to crime,
the liberal
principle that we're all taught is that better to let one innocent person go free. I mean, 99 guilty people go free. That's your pizza analogy. 99 people go free.
One would say one would say the Brown v. Board of Education was also activist judges on the other side. I don't care if there are activist judges that are actually progressive, but I do still think that fundamentally the Supreme Court
Board of Education.
So to be clear, what Hasan was just saying is that he doesn't actually care if there are judges that follow some kind of principle of legal interpretation. All he wants them to do is for judges to just push whatever he likes.
Yeah. He doesn't believe in procedural fairness. He just wants progressive policies at any cost.
Right.
Yeah.
Procedural fairness, and this comes up in this conversation, though not directly. There's two reasons why this is very important. The first is for societal cohesion, because you have to have a bunch of people who don't agree with each other agree to a set of social rules, and they need to see that like everyone's, playing the same game, that the same rule set applies to everyone. Otherwise, society breaks down.
Yeah.
Right? That's kind of the procedural fairness that you're talking about. That's number one. Number two, I don't think, well, I'll say the other one, I think, because it comes up later. So wait, let's see.
Actually looked at what the Constitution said, and it said equality is not unclear. This document clearly states that we should have equality. So the guys pretending that the Constitution says we should be unequal is a lie. It's not true.
This is another issue that we fundamentally disagree on. I don't believe that there is any sort of strict interpretation or anything like that. I think that people have their own personal convictions and also the ideology of the party that appointed them, and they advance that agenda regardless. And that like the literalist understanding or the strict textualist understanding is a relatively new phenomena that intellectualizes intellectualizes the right-wing framing.
No, when you get into that, you're going to get into Scalia.
So I don't think a lot of people understand maybe consciously why it's important to say, okay, I'm going to follow the Constitution or I'm going to follow the framework or something, blah, 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 blah. Like, I think some people, they just say, okay, well, it's like smart people created this thing, tradition created this thing, so we should adhere to it. That's not really the right framing. The right framing, or at least that's not the right framing for me. I guess the argument could be, if someone created a system and it's continued to work for hundreds of years, that shows that there's something valid about the system, which I think is correct. But for me, it's that we all seem to agree or seem to understand that the human mind, the human perception is fallible and highly biased. And part of the importance of creating these codes and philosophies and rules is that they're supposed to stem the bias, your own personal bias, so that like when your family member is committed of someone says, hey, your family member stole, that suddenly it's like, okay, well, if it's just up to you and your own bias, you say, well, it's okay because my family member stole it, as opposed to, no, I have to go and look at the rules, and the rules say that it doesn't matter who's the family member it is. It doesn't matter if it's Joe Biden or Hunter Biden or Donald Trump or Trump Jr. They stole, they should go to jail for committing that crime. The whole point of having this, like, go back. Now, I could agree to some extent that I think justices do use their legal interpretations kind of post hoc to justify whatever their political takes are. But I do think there's some validity in saying, okay, it's important that we go back to the principles that are found within our Constitution and say, what is it like the law trying to say? What was the point when all these things were implemented that is valid to check your own biases?
Yeah. I mean, strict interpretation is usually aimed at interpreting what they meant at the time. There's like this temporal aspect to it. Like
Right. Which
what did
I
they
understand can be
mean when they
difficult.
wrote this specific thing? And you're
Right.
not looking. I mean, you're kind of looking for the spirit of that. So
Right. Which I understand is a difficult process because it's like, okay, you're talking about a law or an amendment or something in the Constitution, and there was like hundreds, if not, if you're talking about amendment, thousands of people were involved in agreeing or drafting these pieces of things, and every single person obviously didn't interpret it or mean it the same way. And so I understand that there's some difficulty in that, but I don't think that means you should just throw it out and say, okay, well, nothing matters. I get to do whatever I want.
oh, of course, yeah. Some people go for the just, they want what they want.
Right.
That's so
Well, it's
they're
essentially
gonna
Hasan's argument. It's that he just wants what he wants, and that's all
right.
that really matters.
They're gonna spin the interpretation. He's gonna do to the Constitution the same thing that he's doing to these crime studies. He's like,
Right.
let me show you what it really says here.
Yes, exactly.
It really says poverty is driving all of this crime.
Right.
See where they massaged it here? To
Let me massage it
disagree
in the
with
other
me?
direction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I actually believe in the democratic process. I doubt
How
Hasan
dare
does.
you?
So
He doesn't. No, he
yeah.
does not at all.
Elections are fucking data. It's like a massive survey. They send out ballots basically to anyone who wants to vote. And you got 140 million Americans saying, look, Hasan's a piece of shit who thinks crime is an illusion. He needs to shut the fuck up.
There you go.
Look, if that was on the ballot, it would pass like 90%.
That's true. I like that.
And all those guys lying through their teeth about strict interpretation.
Yeah, they're
if
lying.
they actually did strict interpretation, that would be a different thing. But they don't. They say strict interpretation, and they go, oh, Second Amendment, ignore the whole first half of the sentence and ignore the part about the militias. I'm just going to make up that it isn't about militias, that everybody's allowed to have a Uzi, right? No, that's not what the Second Amendment says.
Loving was also at a time when like the Supreme Court also once again did something that was relatively unpopular, and Brown v. Board of Education was again.
But they were correct about the Constitution. The people that were passing the laws saying that you couldn't marry other races, they were the ones that were committing an unconstitutional act. They were wrong. So anyways, okay, look, before we go, you're asked about, hey, is it, and everybody online is, oh, is it a right-wing turn or whatever. I want to clarify something that's important. There are three different parts of what we call Republicans or right-wing, right? So, and we should have different standards. And I'm curious, one of the reasons I'm bringing it up is I'm curious what you think about this. So number one, when you talk, the three different layers are Trump in this new MAGA world, people around Trump, and then the voters, okay? So for the people around Trump have proven in the past that they do not have good intent. Their intent is corporate tax cuts, being,
Except for Elon, we got to be specific here.
Vicious to immigrants, not just, hey, stop the border, not just remain in Mexico, but they've shown in different instances that they hate undocumented immigrants, but they also hate documented immigrants, Steve Bannon, Stephen Miller, et cetera, et cetera. So the people around him are going to try to lead him in the wrong direction.
Did you see that Scaramucci said that Trump stuck Elon with Vivek as a fuck you?
No, wait, what was the thought process there?
Well, he just says, obviously Vivek is so below Elon Musk status that it's kind of like a fuck you to Elon Musk. So
I mean, I don't know. They could have, maybe they really liked each other.
it's Scaramucci, so who knows?
Yeah, I don't know if that's a fair
might just be headcanon
reading of the situation. So I mean,
he probably likes Vivek, so
he might, yeah. Or he might, it might be, I think it's probably like, I think you said this, it was kind of like, how involved is Elon going to really be in this? He's got like shit to do.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Right, so it's really just kind of a vague. But
Vivek is like he's going to be the workhorse. Elon's going to be showing up like once a month at meetings.
Right. Elon's going to get all the credit.
Vivek's going to be his bitch, yeah.
Yeah, Elon's going to get all the credit because he's the big name, and then Vivek maybe is the one have to do all the work.
Yeah, totally.
And then if something bad happens, Elon will be like, it's Vivek's fault.
Yeah, he's the scapegoat. It's perfect.
Yep.
He probably asked for it. Elon's a smart guy.
I think Trump himself can go in either direction because he's an empty vessel.
Okay, we got to follow this. Were you paying attention?
I'm listening.
I was like half paying attention. There's Trump
is an
universe.
empty vessel. That is true.
So the people around him are going to try to lead him in the wrong direction. I think Trump himself can go in either direction because he's an empty vessel. He just wants to be popular. The people around him push him to do.
Man, you should read that. I mean, Trump is big on the tariffs, so I don't think Trump is as empty a vessel as Cenk thinks he is.
No.
Yeah.
No. You know, it's funny. My mom says something. She might be right about this. I mean, she hates Trump, but which is that she thinks that Trump, like a lot of old people kind of have this, they get some idea in their head and then it like cements in there forever and they never change from their old opinions. And she thinks that's where Trump got the tariff stuff from. So
yeah,
I was like, oh, maybe.
He is convinced that we're getting screwed in international trade. So, and that's something, I mean, he fancies himself a deal maker. So this completely plays into his self-image of him, you know, his brand. He wants to make a deal that's good for America.
Right.
That's going to make America great again.
Oh, okay.
So we'll see if he can pull it off.
Extreme things. And he did that, and he was perfectly happy to do that. I'm not making any excuses for him, okay? He did a whole heap of extreme stuff in his first term because of the Stephen Millers and Steve Bannons, et cetera, pushing him in that direction. Is there a small percentage chance that Trump could actually go in the right direction if he thought it made him more popular? Okay, and I say yes. I think there is a small percentage chance that he.
Look at this! Oh my God, Cenk! No,
no, Cenk! You can't give anything good to Trump. You're not allowed to do that.
Cenk could Trump could do the right thing. Remember when I was posing hypotheticals to you that
impossible
that Trump did actually good things?
No,
I can't remember any of the hypotheticals though.
I don't remember either.
World peace might have been one of them.
He can actually go in the right direction if he thinks it'll help him, and he doesn't care about ideology at all. He doesn't care about a conservative ideology. He doesn't care about what MAGA ideology is. He will go in a direction that's popular. Okay, potentially. Okay, now, but both of those things are not as important as the right-wing voters. So what I now see is a different right-wing base. And so I'm curious what you think about this. In 2016, MAGA was Donald Trump is God. Whatever Donald Trump says, even if it's the exact opposite of what I always thought in my life, I'm going to defer to Donald Trump and forget anything I've ever said. Okay. And I don't mean on tariffs and stuff like that. A bunch of the corporate Republicans and corporate media pretended that the Republicans didn't like tariffs, pretended that the Republicans loved free trade, that the Republicans loved war, that the Republican voters loved corporations and corporate power. That's not true at all. Okay. So, but there are a bunch of things that Trump would say that was like corporate tax cuts is not populist. It's not popular. Right-wing voters don't even want it. But Trump said, no, give the richest corporations in the world a tax cut. And MAGA said, yes, the rich win again. Thank God. Woohoo. Right. And that made no sense.
I mean, there's a lot of economists that say you shouldn't tax corporations at all. So.
Right. But that goes against.
Yeah.
The populist framing, which is to tax those companies,
goes against
to be very protectionist.
Yeah.
Well, the right-wing populists too, or not? They're very anti. Well, they're anti some corporations. Maybe if that's the way you want to frame it.
Yeah.
So I fought tooth and nail against not just Trump but MAGA. And what I'm seeing now is that there is a genuine portion, not the whole thing, portion of MAGA that is actual right-wing populists. And so what that means is we might disagree with them on social issues and we fight like hell on those social issues, but on some core economic issues, they actually are anti-war. They actually are anti-corruption. They are these things. I'm not saying Trump is. I'm not saying his advisors are. I'm saying the actual voters are. So
Hasan is like rolling his eyes at Cenk.
I know.
How dare you? How dare you come on my show and say that some of the right-wingers are nice?
I don't know if the number is 25%. I don't know if it's 55%. I don't know what the number is. But
oh my God, it's 55% of MAGA is redeemable. Holy shit.
Pretty incredible.
What is happening here? Where's the Make America Great? Is he wearing a red hat? Is that a red hat under his chair
How
there?
dare you.
God, that would be so. He should just pull a red hat out and put it on.
I don't think that would go.
Pull a Biden. That'd be so good.
I don't think it's lower than 25%. And I think that 25% of the new MAGA, if Trump goes, no, I now say that Israel is great. You should all bow your heads to Israel. We're going to pay for their endless wars. And in fact, we're going to help them start a war in Iran. And you guys are going to have to fight that war in Iran. And you're going to have to pay trillions of dollars to fight that war in Iran. I think at least 25% of his base goes, fuck this. That's not what I signed up for. So I'm curious what your take on that is. Am I crazy in your mind? There is no such thing. MAGA's still blind.
No, I think most Americans don't give a shit and they operate on vibes alone and they operate with whatever is in their pocket. And they might not have voted for Donald Trump originally because they were like certain that he was going to, that they were 100% certain that he was going to do mass deportations. Some people probably didn't even consider it. Other people certainly were interested in it. I don't think that every single person voted for 20 million immigrants being forcibly deported from this country by using the military, but that's neither here nor there. I think ultimately, whatever Donald Trump does, his base of support is still going to figure out a way to go along with it, just like they did. Trump did a whole bunch of unpopular things in 2016. He will continue to do a whole bunch of unpopular things this time around as well. And people are still going to find a way to reason with it and justify it as a sunk cost fallacy. In their minds, they're like, yeah, we voted for this guy. And I think things are probably going to be better. And you have a massive right-wing media ecosystem that will look to present it as though that is like, look to make it seem like that is the case, that Trump is actually on board with these principles that he claimed he was on board with. And we see this with Marco Rubio. Marco Rubio is a...
Trump is going to try and accomplish his campaign promises, though. I mean, he ran on those certain campaign promises, and obviously he wants to achieve them. It's just weird to think, oh, okay, he's going to do something completely different than what he promised in the campaign.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
We'll see.
He's going to try to do the mass deportations.
You think he's... Yeah. Well, I think I think he might, but I think there'll be a pretty big backlash to that action.
Well, he's going to try to do mass deportation of criminals, like, obviously.
Well, but that's not really mass deportations. People think mass deportations is like when you just say anyone who's illegal, we're just knocking on doors, checking your status, and then dragging you out. Like, that's kind of the idea. Because, yeah, if it's just criminals, no one cares about that.
Right.
So.
Yeah. Look, if he deports 10,000 criminals, I mean, you could call that mass deportation, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
You can frame that as mass deportation and be like, look, I kept my campaign promise. I mass deported all these criminals.
Hawk. He is not a populist right-winger, and yet you don't see a lot of chirping coming from the MAGA media ecosystem.
I do see it. That's the difference. So I'm looking at right-wing populists, and when I tell them Marco Rubio, Elise Stefanik, Mike Huckabee, and Mike Waltz are Team Israel, Team Miriam, and they're neocons, and Tom Cotton's a neocon piece of shit, they go, yeah, we agree. Okay.
Yeah, but they don't care.
So they might not care now, but if they start a war and they say you pay for it and you fight for it, I think they're going to care.
Hold on one second.
And by the way, as he's closing that, because you think right-wing MAGA, some portion of it, 25% or whatever the number is, right, might agree with us or might do the right thing, doesn't mean...
Don't say it. Don't say it, Cenk. What are you doing? What? You're colluding with the enemy. How dare you?
You agree with them on all the wrong things, right? Like a good example is the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. And this goes to your point more so far, right? Which is Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is cops on Wall Street. And every dollar spent there returns $20 in stolen money from the bankers.
Yeah, and the Republican donors hate it, and Donald Trump is going to nuke it into orbit.
Yeah, and so, and there I'm saying, look, I disagree with Matt. If MAGA agrees with Trump on that, I disagree. No, you guys are wrong. You're going to let them rob the place blind, and helping Wall Street is not a populist position. So this idea that the government is by definition is wrong is irrational. It depends. What's the government doing? The government does the military. The government does cops. The government does firefighters. The government does teachers. So should we not teach anyone? Should we not have any cops? What is the government doing? And the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is not something that is meant to oppress Elon Musk and is some sort of woke thing. No, it's the thing that says, hey, when Wall Street robs you, we come in and we reverse the robbery. And you know we're right because they have a team of lawyers and their squadron of lawyers concede and pay giant fines because they were robbing you, right?
I don't understand how Trump is going to get rid of the Consumer Financial Protection Agency, and he wants to make the credit card interest rates lower. Like, isn't that the agency that's going to enforce that? That doesn't make sense to me.
I don't know.
It's Consumer Financial Protection Agency, right? That would be the person that they would be the ones that enforced any sort of regulation on credit card fees. I believe.
I don't know.
That makes sense, right?
Yeah, I don't know exactly what it is that they do specifically in that regard, but
right. So if anyone charged higher fees, they would sue them or fine them,
make a file complaint or something. Yeah.
But if there is no agency, then
I mean, I think even if there's no, I'm assuming you can still sue or something. Maybe it's just a more
privately
as opposed
to
as opposed to just complaining to the consumer protection.
I think he threw a bone at the Teamsters by picking like a more favorable, a Republican that was actually in support of the PRO Act, which puts her ahead of the likes of Mark Kelly, famously. But ultimately, when you look at her AFL-CIO score, she's still scoring at 10%. So I don't think that these people.
Union wants her. The Teamsters wants her. Almost every union wants her.
I think they're making a calculation that like she's better than an absolute psychopath that they were going to put in place, and I totally understand that. I know, but that's still far worse than a Democrat putting.
Would you, if let's say you unilaterally can decide?
Why? You've said this whole conversation you hate Democrats and that they're all corporate shills. I don't get it. Like, the fuck, man?
She's a labor secretary under Trump. Yes or no? What do you decide?
Yeah, no, I have a decision in this process.
You don't get to pick who it is. You just get to say yes or no to her.
Oh yeah, no, I do say yes to her.
Okay,
over,
I agree.
Yeah, no, you and I are in agreement on that. I'm saying that like it is. I think that.
Oh, it's terrible, but yes, I would confirm her. Please.
That it is simply leaning in that direction. It's the same reason why like Josh Hawley presents himself as a populist when he's not. You know what I mean?
No, he's half a populist now. He's a quarter of a populist now. He stopped taking corporate PAC money, and what happened right afterwards? He became anti-war and anti-corruption. Now you could say it's bullshit, but if you vote a certain way, it's not bullshit. Votes are votes. Okay. So now if you say on the other hand, I could show you 12 things he does that's fraudulent and actually helps the bankers. I agree with you.
Yeah, he comes across great when he's like cutting at like pharmaceutical CEOs or whatever in a congressional hearing. But ultimately,
that's a huge step up.
I just don't
from
think
a squadron of establishment Republicans who were just like corporate robots.
No, I think that these guys.
This is a huge problem with demonizing the right, the way that the left is constantly doing. It's because if you have an opportunity to work with them on some policy that you want, it makes it impossible to do when you've literally been calling them Hitler for fucking months.
Right.
You want to accomplish that shit. You have to leave yourself some room to work with these people. You have to say, oh, I disagree with them politically. We have different moral intuitions, but, I know at heart they're good people who want the best for America. Then you get an opportunity to work with them and you're not like, oh yeah, they're the devil, but I'm going to work with them anyway.
Right. Well, I mean, that's just the problem with demonizing people,
in general,
the political process in general. I mean, this is kind of comes up in also comes up in a situation with like, how should Trump work with Democrats in Congress, or should he sick, the Attorney General, right?
Yeah.
Because then obviously no one's going to work with you if that's the case.
Hopefully people are telling Trump that. Hopefully because I do think Trump wants to make a lot of accomplishments in his first term here.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, if he wastes a lot of energy on fighting Democrats over meaningless shit, he's not going to accomplish it. Yeah.
No.
And
I mean, get ready. That's my prediction on what's going to happen. So.
Did you see, I don't know which Piers Morgan it was, but Piers Morgan was talking about having a conversation with Trump, where he talked to Trump on the phone recently. Did you hear this?
I didn't see that, no.
Yeah. It's interesting because he didn't give any of the substance of the conversation, but he's like, oh yeah, Trump is just completely chilled out now. Like he has a Zen quality to him. And this was my argument. I believe
it when I see it.
No, this was my argument that once he wins, because the whole point was to become a two-term president. Like his place is in the history books now as a two-term president. Like Obama can't shit on him anymore in the ex-president's club. So yeah. So now he is going to be focused on legacy because that's the only thing left for him. It's going to be fine.
When I see it.
It's going to be fine.
Okay.
We should come up with something that is going to be an indication for you that that is Trump has mellowed out. Trump is doing the right thing. What will convince you that his presidency has been a success?
Has been a success?
Yeah. Universal basic income?
That would be nice. Yeah. That's never going to happen, but that'd be nice.
Deporting 10,000 hardened criminals?
Sure.
Sealing the border?
Sure.
Pardoning Joe Biden?
Sure. That'd be an interesting one right there.
Pardoning Nancy Pelosi?
Ooh, okay. Now we're cooking.
is are recognizing that there is a messaging gap that the Democratic Party has lost. It's the Tucker Carlson phenomenon. I talked about this back when Tucker Carlson had the most popular news broadcast on television, where I said I warned America and I warned the Democratic Party that, like, because you are actively undermining left-wing economic policies and actively undermining left-wing economic, like real economic populism, and you're pushing it away, someone's going to make up for the messaging gap. And it's going to be the right wing. It's going to be the likes of Tucker Carlson, who present themselves as falsely in support of these sorts of policies. When push comes to shove, they're not going to do it.
So you don't have to vote for Hawley, and I'm not voting for Hawley. But if Hawley votes with us, or Matt Gaetz votes with us, as toxic as they might be, if they vote with us on, for example, what Gaetz did vote with us on, saying that the president cannot bomb Iran without getting permission from Congress, you take the win, right? You say, all right, okay, I like that Matt Gaetz voted that way, and I like
ultimately
that.
Ultimately, they know that they're not going to be disruptive enough. There isn't a big enough coalition in the right that is actively in support of these things.
I just don't want us to reject, and that's why, when they say yes. Does that make sense?
I mean, I understand where you're coming from. I'm just very skeptical, because I'm already skeptical when the Democrats even do that. So why the fuck would I not be skeptical when the Republicans do it? I think that they're even less decent than the Democratic Party, and I think the Democratic Party is indecent to begin with.
So I agree on all that. And
he knows he can't say yes because he's demonized the shit out of him. And he just looks like a giant hypocrite. He's like, look, you're sucking the devil's dick now. That's what all his audience is going to say. Why are you working with that dick?
Well,
you said he was evil.
Right. And it's, when I was watching that Jesse Gender video where they were criticizing Sarah McBride for not, making a big stink about Nancy Mace's stupid bathroom shit. They bought fully into the notion that, like, they're going to go after the trans people and round them up, and like life is going to be hell for the LGBT community in America going forward, and blah, 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 blah. And you're right. Like, they've kind of sold this narrative. And I mean, there's a chunk of Hasan's audience that believes the most extreme of it. And how's that going to all play out if, you're going to say, oh, we should side with Trump on this one thing? Because you're right. It's like, well, how do you side with Hitler on one thing? So
it just sounds awful.
Yeah.
Just one thing, guys. Hitler.
Yeah.
Under no circumstances would I naively think, oh my God, I think Hawley and Gaetz are just the most pure people, and so is Trump, and we should vote for them and hope for the best, cross your fingers, right? And oh, we should trust them on everything. No, but when they say, I agree with you, I have a revolutionary idea, say yes. Okay, so let's see if we can cut the Pentagon. Are they likely to cut the Pentagon? No. But now that they've said that they might cut the Pentagon, when they don't cut the Pentagon, it creates a little bit of pressure for them, right?
I don't think it does. That's my point. I we'll see, but I don't think that they're going to cut it. They're just lying, because they're better room readers than the Democratic Party is.
But you agree that when I said that, and Elon agreed, and Don Jr. agreed, the reason they agreed is not because of me. They don't give a shit about me. It's because there was thousands and thousands of right-wing populists who said, yeah, right.
Yeah, but ultimately, it's going to be business as usual. Is my point.
And the Republicans, so then the right-wing populists will see that, hey, it might turn out that Trump is just as full of shit as the Democrats are, because he's a politician.
At this stage, I think it's literally, and it was what I responded to you with as well. It's like
that no one's cutting the Pentagon, dude. He's going to expand the military. He ran on expanding the military. Like, why would you think anyone was going to cut the Pentagon?
There's this contradiction of, like, when he says expand the military, people think that means, like, oh, more troops, but, like, they don't like the Pentagon. They don't like the leadership.
The disagreement, the suggestion Cenk had was not letting retired generals go into the private sector working
to be lobbyists.
Yeah. Or working for Pentagon contractors. So
right.
You can do that without cutting the Pentagon budget.
I understand.
Holy shit.
Right.
Yeah. That's an easy accomplishment. Do that, okay? Ban them from going to the private sector, retired generals, and double the Pentagon budget. Look, you've kept your promise to everyone.
Well, but like, they're first of all, they're never going to do it. Like, the right would, I think Trump's base would be very mad about that, because one of the big talking points has been, was it the Pentagon has some massive, like, $1 billion or more, billions of dollars, $1 trillion that they just can't account for or whatever. And I think Elon has even brought this up. This is going to be something that's ripe for the Doge to look into. So I can't imagine that they just be like, oh, we looked into the Pentagon, decided to double the budget.
Elon's worth $70 billion. You think he knows where all those billions are? Come on. He doesn't know.
I think his
team
couple
billion lost in the couch, probably.
Okay. Oh yeah.
His team keeps track of it. It's all Tesla stock. It's very easy to keep track of.
Well, there you go. See, undermine your own argument. Haha.
Look, I was just joking anyway.
I know.
You notice he has, is that a ceasefire shirt he's wearing? Cenk is wearing?
What is ceasefire?
I think it's the word cease in fire.
Oh, interesting. I couldn't figure out what it was this whole time. So I guess you're right.
It's like a Lucky Lager bottle cap. You ever drink Lucky Lager? I think it's Lucky Lager. They have like a little puzzle on each bottle cap. It's like
Lucky Lager.
Yeah. Look up Lucky Lager bottle cap and you can do some of them. We'll bring them up.
That Republicans at least understand that like it's good to lie to win elections. Whereas Democrats have completely even dropped that principle where they're like, or that's not even true. They lie about the lamest shit possible. They're like, they're not going to do a $50,000 tax credit for startups, but why the are you lying about that? Lie about healthcare instead. If you're going to lie about something good. And the Democrats
totally agree with that.
The Democrats are
Cenk, no, don't agree with lying to the voters. The fuck? Don't lie to the voters. You make campaign promises you think you can achieve.
We should make super chat promises. Kyle Petty for $20. Thanks so much. Says these genital checkers thing is absurd. Why do guys do sports? You always have to get physical. I assume the same is true for women. Guys get inspected, and I would assume the same is true for women. Nonsense. Separate by sex. J-Mac for $20 says I was sentenced to Tent City Jail. It's both. Oh, look, there you go.
Look.
J-Mac was, I believe I remember J-Mac saying that they were in Tent City before, and we were like, wow, we need to hear that story.
J-Mac knows. He knows the truth.
J-Mac for $20 says, disregard last super chat. I hit send before Sitch Googled. It's okay. It's okay. It's good to learn new things.
Yeah.
Or learn addendums to things that were new things. Lord Hank of House Hill for $20. Thanks so much. Says, hello, my parasocial friends. I missed most of the stream. Is the nephew disowned? I think.
Not yet.
I think Cenk wants to disown Hasan.
He's on the verge of it.
Hasan wants to disown Cenk.
Oh, yeah.
There's an interesting clip. I think Zero Fox put it out on Twitter. And it's Hasan calling in to the Majority Report. And he's talking to Emma Vigeland. And Sam isn't there.
Is this true?
What?
Is this a real clip?
This is a real clip. Oh, no. Yeah, this is a real clip. It's not a Zero Fox edited clip.
Wow.
It's a real clip. He's talking to Emma Vigeland. And he says something like he's like, oh, I'm sorry. My real uncle, Sam Cedar, isn't there. So he's calling Sam Cedar his real uncle.
Oh, my God.
What a dig. What a dig at Cenk. The guy who raised him up, who made his career.
Yeah.
This is
zero
the thanks he gets.
Loyalty.
I know. It's terrible.
I hope Anna is getting the Moral Foundation's questionnaire out for Cenk.
There you go.
and tapping on the Loyalty Foundation going,
There you go.
Someone scores very little on the Loyalty Foundation.
The Mongolian Leprechaun Surfer Man from Saturn for $20. Thanks so much. Says, hey, Sitch and Adam, how do you feel about these president choices? The Leprechaun from the Leprechaun horror franchise and his VP, Bender Bending Rodriguez, versus Emperor Palpatine and his VP pick, Agent Smith. Well, I mean, Adam's going to have to vote for the Leprechaun just because he's such a Bender fan, right?
Yeah, yeah. Bender for vice president. Why can't Bender be the top of the ticket?
Because that'd be too easy of a choice. I haven't seen the Leprechaun horror franchise, so I don't know exactly what that would entail for the country. So I'm gonna have to go with Bender. Hopefully Bender would bend to the Leprechaun and usurp his power. I don't think Palpatine Smith I think it's looking very good for the population of the planet. So
insert girder.
Yeah.
Versus I love democracy.
There you go. Lou Silver for $20 says, does anyone care who's running the country until January? Well, I mean, people who follow politics.
Nobody is running the normies until January.
They don't care.
Luckily, we have an excellent autopilot feature.
Oh, I like that. Yeah, that's true.
That's basically what's happening, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully there's no war. Actually, Trump is probably running the country.
Right now? You think so?
Yeah, because he's like trying to solve the dilemma with Putin, right?
Mm-hmm. How funny is it going to be if like Trump becomes president, they like come to a resolution with Ukraine like in the first week, but the resolution is essentially that Ukraine, we pinky promise that Ukraine will not join NATO, but the U.S. will defend Ukraine if they're invaded by Russia. Right? So it's like the same thing.
Yeah.
But it's just like,
that is going to be the solution.
It's going to be NATO, but not in name only. So
Trump has set the bar pretty high here because he's got to get Putin to withdraw his troops. So I don't think anything else is going to be seen as a win, right?
Right.
Yeah. I mean, if they give a certain amount of territory to Russia and Putin withdraws, I think people will see that as a win. It sucks, of course. Especially if you enjoyed living in Ukraine and now you're living in Russia. Oh, right. Can you imagine?
Giving up on lying about good shit that they're not going to follow through on.
What?
Read that. Read Anna's chat. Let's create some drama here. It's time for some drama. Anna Kasparian is in our chat right now. And oh my God, what is she saying? What is this? Throwing family under the bus to placate a rabid audience is so fucking disgusting. Wow. I agree with you, Anna, wholeheartedly. It is fucking disgusting. Totally disgusting. And we all know that if Hasan Piker took the Moral Foundation's questionnaire, he would score 0 on loyalty. 0. None.
There you go.
Yeah. Anyway. Okay, now we can continue.
That was pretty funny.
On in an effort to win election, because they're playing the role of controlled opposition at this point, where I think they're comfortable losing to Trump. They're comfortable fundraising off of Trump's victory. They're comfortable not having to legislate.
So I slightly disagree with that, but it's a degree, because what it is in the old days, we just had a uniparty, corporate Republicans and corporate Democrats. They all pretended to have fights, good cop, bad cop. And then corporate media would come in and go, oh my God, they disagree so much. Oh my God, bipartisanship broke out. They've agreed to tax cuts for the rich. Everybody celebrate. Bipartisanship is so good. And corporate Republicans and Democrats would go, yay, bipartisanship, help the rich, right? So that's the game that was played for almost my whole life. Then Bernie came along and said, no, this is bullshit. All they're doing is helping the rich. That's my wing of the Democratic Party, economic populist. I love that. That is true. That was a first brick through the window of the establishment, right? Rhetorically, metaphorically, politically. And then Trump came along, and Trump realized what you're saying, which is populism works. Look at Bernie, look at this. But they came to it at the same time.
He was already, I think he was organic.
How come can't Trump just be sincerely into populism? Why is it always got to be some kind of grift? Why do they got to frame it as a grift?
I mean, Trump does seem like a grifter.
Well, aesthetically, yes. Okay. Aesthetically, there's nothing to argue with.
Okay,
like, hasn't he done, like, he's done like the Trump coin, the Trump body pillow, Trump steaks,
the Trump Bible,
Trump crypto,
Trump University, Trump crypto. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. So look,
is there a product that Trump hasn't sold? That's the real question.
So aesthetically,
yes.
I mean, you're on firm ground here.
Okay.
It screams grifter, right?
Yes.
But look, he wants to make America great again. Come on.
Look, he's so cute.
That's a populist move.
He's a little cute old man, and he does a little dance on stage, and he drives around in a garbage truck.
You love the Trump dance. Come on, of course you do.
Yeah, of course, the double jack off. That's my favorite.
The Trump dance is great.
Yeah, I love it.
Destiny is sad. Trump stole his move.
Terrible.
All right.
Oh, and all the real feud.
You set me up for that one.
I did not intentionally set
you said the double jack off. What are you talking about?
I did.
No one has ever called it the double jack off.
Never.
Before.
It's never happened before.
Organically there.
Yeah, he was
an outsider. He's always had like unique opinions, unique positions.
But what he did was he tested all these positions, because he would sometimes, even in the same appearance or in the same speech, would say two things that diverged from one another, were the opposite of one another, and he would see what the crowd cheered more, right? So he realized, oh, these are the populist positions that the right wing likes, and he went in that direction. So and hence we've talked about this before too.
He catered to his voters. Oh, what a crime! Oh my God, throw him in jail.
The example I always use is a guy in Western Virginia in 2016 election. One of our reporters interviewed him.
Ojeda?
No, it's a rando. He's a guy who was doing actually a strike for higher wages at Waffle House. Okay. He was leading that strike. And he said, look, why are they supporting Trump over Hillary? because Hillary says all the coal mining jobs are gone and they're never coming back. And Trump tells us that he's going to bring back all the coal mining jobs. Now, we know he's full of shit, but at least he has the decency to lie to us, right? So that goes exactly to your point. And that's right. So when I don't want the politicians to lie at all, but that's all they ever do, right? So for the Democrats, they thought, oh no, Trump's a liar, but our guys are angels. That's so naive. That's so naive. It hurts the brain.
I don't think anybody in this community thinks that the Democrats are.
Not in this community. I'm saying mainstream media.
We are the activist left that is too woke for and tarnishing the good reputation of the Democratic Party.
Yeah,
in your estimation,
probably.
I disagree.
All right, and you should tell me what name to call you guys. But so Trump. So, and I would say to the right-wing guys, if you think the establishment Democrats are obviously lying, did it ever occur to you that Trump might also be lying? It's the same exact thing I tell to the Democrats. Trump's always lying. Did it ever occur to you that Nancy Pelosi and Joe Biden might also be lying?
Yeah.
Did it ever occur to you? I'm not saying to you, I'm saying to like the establishment Democrats, right? Did it ever occur to you that maybe Joe Biden is too old? Maybe he does have cognitive decline? But right-wing, I'm asking you the same thing. Did it ever occur to you that maybe Donald Trump also lies? And he lies a lot. And he's trying to give you guys what he thinks you...
What is he lying about, Sitch?
He's a good boy. He never.
What is Trump? Wrong. What is Trump lied about? What are these big lies?
Trump is lying about
making America great again.
Well, I was trying to think of a reverse thing, but I couldn't think of a joke.
That's okay.
Don't worry about it.
I don't know if there is. I mean, I just, is he lying about not wanting to do a abortion ban? Do you think that's a lie?
No.
Do you think he's lying about wanting to deport criminals? You think that's a lie?
No.
Do you think he's lying about no tax on tips?
I think he's lying about making America great again.
Do you think he's
not going to make America great again?
Look, he might not be able to pass.
I think he's lying when he says...
He might not be able to pass no tax on tips, but do you think he's lying that he wants to pass no tax on tips?
I don't know. It's a good question.
Yeah, just all this stuff, all these proposals. What's he lying on? I mean, I understand that is the left-wing perspective. The left-wing perspective, they believe that Donald Trump wants to pass a national abortion ban, which just seems crazy to me. But they're like, he's lying. He's lying about not wanting to pass an abortion ban. He wants to give in to the far right. But I don't, everything that they say he's lying about, I just think, you don't know. I wish.
Well, it's funny. It's actually, usually he says something pretty like crazy or incendiary. People say, oh, he didn't mean it. It's like his own side saying that he's lying. Like, oh, he says he's going to lock, all those people up. Oh, he didn't mean it. He was just being hyperbolic, right?
Well, look, even the cats and the dogs thing, they're eating the cats and dogs and the pets and stuff. That the media says that's a lie. That's not really happening. That's not a policy prescription promise or anything like that. So, I mean, what's the lie? Where's the big lie?
Okay.
Even the alternate electors.
Oh, fuck off.
It's not a policy.
Well, there you go. There you go.
Anyway, do you think he wants to make elections more sound, more safe and sound, more easily auditable?
No, I don't.
Oh, he does.
I don't think he does.
I think he wants to get voter ID. I think he does.
Yeah, I think he wants voter ID.
So he can win the election. But if you hold him accountable after the election, I'm here for it. Okay.
I just don't think
if you
don't
hold him accountable and you let him lie to you, and all he does is corporate tax cuts again, well then, okay, then you're just as much a sucker.
This whole corporate tax cut thing, I don't think he made the promise. I'm not going to cut corporate taxes.
Well, I guess, okay, you're off on this like lie thing. I guess, is it a lie if it's like, oh, I'm going to help the middle class, I'm going to do these things to make the country great, and then, none of those things, it's just
a lot of economists think
it's just helping like, corporate tax cuts, right?
A lot of economists believe cutting corporate taxes will help the middle class.
I understand. That's why I'm saying like the way you're kind of framing it. It's like, okay, I mean, he says, he makes very broad statements about a lot of things. Is that considered a lie, or is it just wrong?
Yeah, look, I would like to know, Cenk, what is the lie?
If Hasan is like, when Hasan makes some stupid talking point about socialism, is he lying or is he just wrong?
Yeah. Well,
I don't know.
This is like a meme on the left that Donald Trump is the biggest liar. Everything he says is a lie. Everything that pops out of his mouth is a lie. A lie, lie.
Okay, he says a bunch of shit that's not true, like a lot.
Mm-hmm.
So, but you're right. It's not usually about his policy. It's usually about just like facts of the world.
Yeah, a little.
So if you're going to limit it to his policy, I don't know. I can't think of any examples off the top of my head.
Right.
But
well,
if you just look up Trump lying, you're going to find like a bajillion examples of like random shit he says about the world.
Yeah.
So
totally. This is the left pushing a narrative. The narrative that they want to push is that Donald Trump is completely untrustworthy, which makes sense politically, right? Because they're running against him in a campaign. They don't want him to win. They want people to not trust him. They want people to hear what he says and think, he's lying. He's not going to keep his campaign promises. But when I look at all the campaign promises he's made, I think, he's probably going to fight for that. I don't think he is lying. Anyway.
Yeah, but if you lie about a bunch of random facts of the world,
they're eating the dogs.
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. I'm lying about the crowd size. Lying about supporting ending Obamacare or supporting ending the wars, or lying about who's doing what in riots and things of that nature. I can understand that if you're lying consistently about a bunch of shit, someone says, "Oh, well, Donald Trump lied, 50 times in the speech that was 50 minutes. That's one lie per minute." Like you can't just hand wave it away and say like, "Oh, well, I guess it doesn't matter because none of that was policy. It's just him describing the world." It's like, yeah, but why would people trust you to fulfill your policy if you're lying about like everything else?
Yeah, if you buy the left-wing framing that everything he says is a lie and he's completely untrustworthy, of course. I mean, that's the whole point of pushing that narrative. I fundamentally question the narrative. So,
okay,
but we'll see.
Establishment Democrats.
They're not going to do that. I don't think they're going to do that. Maybe I'm wrong, but they didn't do it the first time, and they're not going to do it this time either. And I don't even think that there is any sort of real machine in this country as a direct consequence of the labor force and labor unions being gutted out year over year by corporate-backed Democrats and Republicans alike, that there is no mechanism of pushback to begin with. And you can do like pussy hat wearing women's marches or whatever, but ultimately it doesn't really change the trajectory of the country. And there is no better demonstration of both uniparty and the inability of either party to actually respond to any sort of public pressure was best demonstrated by the pro-Palestinian movement in this country that was massive. And what the fuck did the Democrats do? They went back, they went to the colleges, and they were like, "You're all Hamas, you love Hamas, you're all backed by Iran." And then they started arresting campus demonstrators. Not only did they arrest them, but they added significant penalties to demonstrating on college campuses, and the uniparty continued. So I don't think that...
Can Stefanchik investigate Hasan? Because now she's like she's in the cabinet. What position did she get? She should look into Hasan. That'd be great.
People give a shit. I mean, look at BLM, Black Lives Matter protests happened, massively consequential, supposedly. It happened globally. It was supposed to be truly impactful. The Democrats did what you wanted, which is they had their sister soldier moment. For those of you who don't know, it's, they basically said, "We are not this. These guys are terrorists. They're too far left. They're too woke." What happened as a consequence of that?
Joe Biden won.
Joe Biden, no, we're talking about the Democratic
Bill
Party.
Clinton did a sister soldier and he won.
Yeah,
I don't agree with you that I'm doing a sister soldier.
But I'm saying
you guys are almost doing it in reverse.
Do you see the Democratic Party? Do you see what I'm saying when I say the Democratic Party said we're determining in the limited time that we have to not necessarily get to the heart of the problem with this groundswell of demonstrations that took place, instead of addressing the root cause of this and saying this is our policy prescription and that there has to be some real changes made. They said those guys are extreme. We love funding the police. We're going to fund the police extra hard. Okay. And we're going to be the number one funders of police, and that the Republicans don't actually want to fund the police as hard as we want to fund the police. And while Joe Biden won by 42,000 votes over, key states, it ultimately did not change the dynamic in favor of the Democratic Party. They completely dropped that. They completely dropped the police reform. They built Can't Wait as a counter countermeasure in the same way that like the Republican think tank Heritage Foundation had originally created Obama's ACA as a countermeasure towards socialized medicine. They built up something else. Just like Joe Biden said, oh, I'm going to do the public option, which was simply just a countermeasure to Medicare for all to say, we have a solution. It's a better solution backed by, you know, corporate media and pumped it, even though he had no reason or no interest in genuinely advancing even the public option. The Democrats said, we're going to do 8 can't wait. Okay. It was significantly limited. And then they spent the entire time saying these guys, these radical leftists, these radical BLM protesters, they are not us. They're different than us. Did the public actually look at that and go, wow, the Democrats are so reasonable. They want to fund the police. They are not representative of the abolish the police constituency in the party. No, they didn't. They just saw the Democrats still in the same exact way. Pete Buttigieg had a really good point on this.
So many issues. Okay.
No, it's the same because I'm not conflating issues. I'm conflating the same. I'm explaining the same principle that Democrats, the same trap that Democrats fall into every single time. Pete Buttigieg had actually, ironically, a really solid take on this, even though I don't like him at all and I'm terrified of him. Here's what he said. No matter what we do, whether we want the public option or whether we want Medicare for all, Republicans are going to always call us socialists. So at a certain point, you should just advance your agenda and move on. They're going to call us socialists whether we're in favor of that or not in favor of that. So just do good policies. That is the first and last time I've ever agreed with Pete Buttigieg.
So let me break it down. So I think there's 3.
But Hasan thinks they're just going to call us socialists, so we should just be socialists. Pete Buttigieg is not being a socialist. He's saying that's a baseless slur. It's a baseless claim.
Wings of the Democratic Party. There's the establishment Democrats or corporate Democrats, same thing. We can call them establishment guys. Okay, neither one of us agrees with that. Okay, so then I think there is the economically populist wing that Bernie 2016 represented perfectly. That's exactly where Anna and I are, and generally Young Turks are. But Young Turks, TYT as a network is broad and it has all the different types of Democrats. Okay, so then the last wing is
what's a UN ambassador do? Can they investigate us?
I don't think they can investigate.
Damn it!
Sorry.
She was a super pro-Israel representative who went after those dirty anti-Semites in the colleges.
The college presidents?
Yeah.
Was she super pro-Israel or was she just against the college presidents?
I guess, who knows, right?
I mean, I would guess. But
yeah, I would guess that too. She definitely has a file on Hasan for sure.
There you go.
Well, look, he was part of that. He still is part of that. The president of Harvard is not inviting some Houthi rebel onto her live stream. So come on.
That's true. That's a good point.
What I'm struggling to find a word on.
I mean, Bernie had
she's plagiarizing for her next article.
There you go.
Significant criminal justice reform in his agenda that I don't think you would agree with.
No, it depends on the criminal justice reform we're talking about. It always depends. So and so the last wing is what I would call
he's like how he slides that in there. There's policies Bernie has that you wouldn't like.
Extreme left, but you can come up, or identitarian left, whichever word you want to use. Okay. So when you go into elections, my whole lifetime, the Democrats have done the thing that you were talking about, but they've done it largely about economic issues. So the Republicans will say, oh, hey, they're going to cut defense. Can you believe they're going to cut defense? They're weak on defense. And then Donnelly in Indiana, McCaskill in Missouri, et cetera, would come out and go, no way, man. They said we're weak on defense. And I'm not a normal dirtbag liberal that hates defense and is going to get you all killed. Okay. I'm just like the Republicans, man. I want to spend more on defense. Okay. That is not a moderate position. And that is not a position that agrees with the populist left. That is not a position that is an establishment Democrat saying, I am copying establishment Republicans. That is a loser strategy, total, utter loser strategy. I'm going to be more corporate than you. I'm going to fund the.
I don't know why they make the distinction left and right with populist, because populist is just popular.
Donor is better than you. I'm going to be.
I mean, there's a difference. There's a difference. What do you mean?
What's the difference?
So the difference is the policies necessarily that you want. Populist just means that you're against elites and institutions.
Yeah.
Broadly.
You're for economic populism.
Right.
Yeah.
If the left controls the elites and institutions and you're against them, you call them populist, right?
If the left, I guess.
If the left controls the elites and the institutions and you're against elites and institutions, you call that person a populist, right?
Yeah.
Okay, if the right controls all the elites and institutions, and you're against the elites and institutions, what do you call that person?
If the right controls, you call him a populist.
No, you call him a blasphemer.
No, Cenk, look, Hasan believes that the right elites control all the media and all the corporations and all that stuff. And he thinks of himself as a populist.
Mm-hmm.
So,
because they used to.
There are elites on the left and elites on the right.
Right.
And the populists are just against the elites, wherever they are.
The business elites and the corporate elites used to be broadly supporters of the Republican Party. And then that kind of changed over the last 10, 15 years.
Right.
So, I mean, maybe the financial elites are still probably in favor of a lot of the Republican Party. I don't know. It's if when Trump is gone in 4 years, there's probably going to be a big switch back to the Republican Party support. I don't think the Republican Party is going to stay populist when Trump's gone, but I guess we'll find out.
Be more establishment than you. You and I agree. That's what the Democrats have done our whole lifetime, and that is totally wrong.
I think that's what they do on every single issue that Republicans choose to make their major point. And I think the attitude shift and the territory that they've lost on, the territory that they've voluntarily given up on in terms of social progress, in terms of social issues, is proof of this. That's what I mean.
So, but Republicans, those are economic issues.
Republicans were angry at gay marriage. They were angry at gay people. Gay people were in the crosshairs. Democrats, for one reason or another, saw the writing on the wall and actually.
Right here. Malik for $5 says, Adam, I don't know how serious you are being, but he's definitely lying about the effects of tariffs. Can't be ignorance at this point.
That's true.
I mean, I'm literally reading the book from his fucking tariff guy.
So it is ignorant.
He is definitely not lying about tariffs.
Right.
He believes fully in tariffs. And I just, tariffs are a mixed bag. Like if you look into it, tariffs are definitely a mixed bag. You cannot say, you would have to look at each individual tariff to know the economic effect. You cannot say tariffs are categorically bad or tariffs are categorically good. It's just that it's too complicated a situation to be able to say that.
So you agree Trump was lying nonstop about all the election stuff, right? It's like consistently.
About no, I think he actually believes that the election was stolen. So
okay, so all the
that's
whenever
not
you say
a lie.
like okay, so but he was just completely fucking wrong when he was just saying, oh, I saw, when he was like he was accusing those women. It's like they brought the boxes from under the tables and they were double scanning the ballots and all that shit.
Giuliani might have known that he was lying as he was speaking, but I think Trump believed it when he said it. And I don't know.
Trump is like too stupid. Like Trump's like a wild animal. He's like too stupid to know what he's doing.
I think Trump. The
bigotry of low expectations for orange people.
No, fuck, that's not what I'm saying. That's not. Stop straw manning me, okay? Stop straw manning. All right. I think if you looked into the situation, with the people,
right.
Well, I'm not sure. Has he continued to say that they cheated? Because I mean, there was a court case about that.
Yes, he still to this day says that they cheated.
Okay. That's tough. Yeah, he's probably lying then. He is probably lying because I think he's got several court cases involving those situations, and what he says about that specific case could affect his other court cases. So I don't think he's above lying.
Right.
Yeah. And look, I've read other books from insiders that have said, like, Trump has told people that you're too honest. He's come out and said, like, you're too honest. You need to be more deceitful because it's helpful in deal making. So.
Right.
Yeah. So I don't think he's I'm not saying he's like Mother Teresa or anything, right? He's not Pope Pius the Honest. But at the same time, every single thing he's saying is a lie. That's a bit much. Even someone who lies a lot, I mean, they probably don't want to lie about everything, right? That'd be a chore.
Here you go. Here's your favorite, the Washington Post. Okay.
Give me the list of lies. This is what I wanted. Yes.
By the time Trump left office, he accumulated 30,573 untruths during his presidency, averaging about 21 erroneous claims a day.
Okay. Give me the bleach one.
Okay. So yeah, I'm curious as to what
bleach.
I don't understand how this data works. Because like it shows a bunch of like there's a graph of lies, but I can't click on each one.
Mm-hmm.
It's just doing one per month, even though it's a bunch.
These look, if there's that many, they got to be bullshit. They got to be like bullshit nobody cares about.
Well, I don't know if it's the case, but
he said peanut butter and jelly was the best sandwich.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone knows it's ham and cheese. Anyway, pause the video when you get to some good ones.
He pushed for gay marriage. It got normalized. They moved on. They were like, let's get back to the drawing board.
That's exactly what I did.
And then they moved on to trans issues. They tried to attack trans people in numerous different ways.
So now on non-economic issues, on social issues, sometimes we have an intensely popular position and then they walk away from it and it drives me nuts.
Mm-hmm.
But sometimes they will, because of what I call the extreme left, go to a position that appears to be defund the police. So I don't know what you feel about defund the police, but basically
I think it's on principles, it's the exact same thing that I've said over and over again. There is a multitude of different perspectives on the left in terms of what to do with police. Okay, some people want to abolish it in its entirety. I don't agree with that. But even then, I have normal conversations with anarchists who want to do that and still come at it from a place of respect and understanding.
Yeah,
especially if we're having, okay, it doesn't matter. That's the reason why a lot of people look at you and think you're reactionary in this situation. And you get mad.
So he just called him, he called him far right. When he says reactionary, he means far right. He basically called him a Nazi. It's not good, not pretty.
Wait, hold on. So 70 to 80%, in the case of abolished prisons, 98% of the country is reactionary?
No, well, first of all, it's entirely dependent on what is considered normal. People also thought slavery was good. You know what I mean? It doesn't.
So abolishing.
Oh my God. He's like, look, if you think police are okay, you like slavery. Okay.
Yep.
This, I am having a good faith argument here. This is a good faith debate. You slave lover.
Prisons.
No, I don't agree with that. But
so
listen, no, I'm talking about the treatment. I'm talking about the treatment and the empathy and understanding that you demonstrate when having these conversations is important, especially if you're focusing on
abolishing prisons and go, oh, you might be right. That's super interesting.
No,
maybe we let all the criminals.
I already.
Oh my God, Cenk is so good at this. Cenk does condescending very well.
He does,
I see why this got under Hasan's skin. Yeah, exactly.
I would never let anyone else talk to me this way.
He's just destroying you.
I just described to you that I don't agree with that position, but I understand where people are coming from when they explain that position. And I also understand, most importantly, most consequentially, that those people who say abolish prisons, many of which don't, think that this is
most of them are criminals who are awaiting sentencing.
Mm-hmm.
A thing that is going to happen tomorrow. I'm not going to immediately run to bully them and vilify them and make them silly or make them feel silly or even turn around. I mean, there's a lot of academic literature on this, Cenk,
I know, I don't give a shit. I read the academic literature and it's dumb.
Okay.
You can't academic your way out of, I let all the rapists go. Oh, but it's okay, I'm a professor. I wrote 13 books about it.
That's not what this point is. My point is
there's probably some paper about how rape is fighting white supremacy. All these fucking academics.
That it's important to understand where people are coming from and how they arrive at these conclusions. If the overarching goal is to
do you think they do likewise when they scream Nazi? Or do you think they're having a respectful conversation about where the boundaries should lie and where we should draw the lines?
No, but you're also a seasoned media professional that has been in this career for 25 years. So you should understand that there's going to be a lot of noise and you pick and choose your battles.
Say Nazi, I should say, oh really? What professors agree with you? That's such an interesting intellectual.
No, they call me a Nazi too, and then they come back and then they listen. And there's a difference between the way I deal with it and the way that you deal with it, because I ultimately see that as relatively inconsequential. There are plenty of people who are rad libs.
All the voters to know that the Democratic Party, the right, and the left, the populist left, the Bernie Sanders movement, etc.
Who the fuck is calling Hasan a Nazi? Who's calling Hasan a Nazi? Like some dude in chat?
I don't know.
Cenk is talking about Sam Cedar, like big personalities targeting him.
Right.
Who the fuck is what big personalities are targeting Hasan? Well, I guess Richie Torres now. Yeah.
No, but are there people How many people further to the left than Hasan are attacking him for not being left enough? I mean, I'm sure there's some people,
no one.
but
Yeah.
they got to be tiny.
No one. Yeah.
Does not agree with lunatics who want to abolish prisons. So that is super important for them to understand.
Do you want to this is what I was saying. In terms of like identifying those people as like silly or crazy, actually just simply brings them to the forefront. And it makes it seem like you are hiding because you're embarrassed by them, when in fact, most of those positions are not even important enough to address. I'll give you an example of something that you understand. There were pro-Palestinian demonstrations that took place outside of the Benjamin Netanyahu conference that he gave to Congress. Kamala Harris's initial statement immediately after that, even though she didn't attend that conference in front of the entirety of Congress, was to say the protesters outside are burning American flags and talking about how they love Hamas. Do you think that it was a smart thing to address?
So it's a great example because the Palestinian cause is just. Establishment Republicans and Democrats are screwing us on that and taking our money to commit a genocide. But when someone burns that American flag, they have done great damage to the cause.
Yeah,
great damage.
Agreed. Do you think that?
Writing Hamas on a statue in Washington is great damage. Stop being stupid. The most extreme person is not necessarily the correct person or the most pure person.
Do you understand that while you and I might?
Yeah, he's so right about this. Hasan can't see it though. He thinks those people who write Hamas on a statue are like based.
Well,
they're freedom fighters.
This argument is very interesting because it just shows how detached either Hasan is just completely detached, or it's just I think it's just all self-serving because his audience is so radical that he's just too afraid to attack them.
Right.
He's kind of constructed this worldview to justify that.
Right. Huh. Yeah.
And have an agreement on that. You do.
He basically can't reprimand anyone in his audience.
Well, he can't reprimand them for being further left than him or for being far left. He can only reprimand people for being right or center.
Right. He planted this seed.
Yeah.
This evil tree has grown.
Right.
Recognize that Kamala Harris recognizing that and addressing it.
How are we doing on the lies? Where are they?
Oh, I stopped reading them. They're so voluminous, Adam. It's like I sit here for hours.
Are you sure vapid is not the word you're looking for?
No, voluminous is the word I'm looking for. They're mostly like well, first of all, I'm going through it and it's just like pages and pages and pages. I'm on like day 2. I'm like, oh my God. It's
vapid.
No, because what they'll do is they're like read a speech and he makes like a billion claims, like, we did all these great things, and then he'll list all the great things that he's done, and then they're like, none of these things actually were done by him or as great as he's saying, and they're just going through
none of them happened.
Yeah, none of them happened. So it's kind of like
boo.
It simply makes people think.
But those are a lot. But that's the problem. If you make a bunch of fact lies and then you say, well, trust me, I'm gonna do all my policy stuff. It's like, okay, I mean, good luck.
Yeah, but most people just say these aren't fact lies. These are just hyperbole.
Yeah, but if it's this level of consistency.
Right. He uses a lot of hyperbole.
It's like nonstop. Yeah, but then the problem is it's like it goes, I don't know what happened. I got kicked out the wash together. And
no tax on tips. We'll see.
Well, we'll see about that one. I'm very skeptical that will be implemented. I hope it is. And I hope we can somehow control YouTube or convince YouTube into changing super chats on the tips.
But it'll be interesting to see if how that plays out, right? Because a lot of people, that was a big campaign promise.
It was.
That are a lot of people who work for tips are going to be saying, you said we're going to make America great again.
Right.
What happened?
Here, I'm going to send this to you. You can peruse it at your leisure. This is the 30,573 lies.
I'll be bringing this up. I'm going to bring this up.
Okay. You can go through this.
Look, I'm going to find
You'll
the most
make sure to cherry pick the
ones.
stupid ones. And then say, this whole list of 30,000 is bullshit.
You get the good ones. I'll get the
okay. Anyway, but
ones, the
listen
ones.
Right, but listen to this. This is a very interesting sort of like argument that they're about to engage in. Yeah.
Okay, I won't pause it.
You do recognize that Kamala Harris recognizing that and addressing it simply makes people think, one, it makes everybody on the left, on the correct position go, oh, she's only hyper-focusing on these extreme examples to vilify the entirety of the protests, which is exactly what she was doing.
I agree.
You and I agree on that. Okay. On the right, they say, oh, that bitch is lying. She loves Hamas. She's just trying to make it seem like...
Are you kidding me?
No, but I know.
No, you're right. You're right. That is one of the right things. I'm laughing at the right. Guys, she loves Israel. She'll do anything for Israel.
So, but you understand why I think that media professionals such as yourself or politicians shouldn't just do that, because it's unproductive and stupid. The reason why Kamala Harris is doing that is because she does love Israel, presented as though she loves Israel.
So we both agree that she handled it wrong. So this is a fun exercise. So why don't you say how you would have handled it if you're the candidate, and then I'll say how I would have handled it if I was a candidate.
Oh, I would have immediately come out and been like, I would not have addressed the protest outside of Benjamin Netanyahu's Congress at all. Or if I was going to address it, I would say that it is a fantastic demonstration of the First Amendment in this country, that people have the right and the freedom to protest. And not only that, but also the very fact that this right-wing Donald Trump back, this far-right Trump of Israel coming into U.S. Congress and addressing the American Congress while simultaneously claiming that the First Amendment principles that student protesters showed were actually somehow foreign actors is completely unacceptable, and that we have to immediately get Israel to follow through on the ceasefire negotiation by denying them further weapons.
You know what every mainstream media outlet would have said after that response?
I don't care.
He didn't address the flag burning. He didn't address Hamas. So that means he's in favor of Hamas. And he's in favor of burning the flag.
Yeah, I don't care if they were to say that. Then I would turn around and just like.
I love how Hasan gave the dumbest the literally dumbest way to handle the situation. And this is the guy that people are supposed to listen to, that he's going to tell you what politicians should be doing. You're going to say that you're let's sit with this for a second. Okay. You have a situation where people are protesting, what's going on in Israel. And there are people that are burning the American flag and, writing Hamas on a statue or chanting something pro-Hamas. And fucking Hasan's dumb fuck advice is that if you're the president, you should come out there and say, oh, yeah, I support the First Amendment, all this great protest, and not qualify that statement in any fucking capacity. How are you this fucking stupid? I do not believe that Hasan is this fucking stupid. This has to be some kind of fucking psyop, cope, audience capture thing. There's no fucking way he'd be that retarded if he was actually in that position.
Yeah, you might as well just flush your party down the toilet, right?
Yes.
That's a horrible response.
That's insane. That's could you imagine? And this was the attack with Trump with the whole fine people thing. He didn't differentiate enough, right?
Oh, of course. Oh, yeah. They'd be brand new, fine people.
Right. And Cenk's just what are you talking about? Obviously they're going to, you have to denounce the bad people doing the shit in the protest. You can't just say it's broadly a good thing. He's this idea is it's so fucking sane to me. Hasan is so stupid that he thinks politics is a single player sport. He thinks that if he goes out there and just doesn't tell anyone about the fact that there were people burning the flags or being pro-Hamas, that they're not going to find out.
Oh, that's bullshit. Everyone saw that stuff.
The news is going to report on it. Fox News is going to report on it. It's going to be all over social media. Everyone's going to go, oh my God, the fucking president's a Hamas sympathizer. What the fuck's going on? Right, and that narrative's good. And then every fucking reporter is going to ask you a question and say, well, why didn't you denounce Hamas? Why didn't you denounce Hamas? And this fucking dumb fuck's going to be sitting up there at the podium
Hamas is bad? Hamas,
what? I mean, America's a terrorist organization too, bro.
Oh my God.
Christ.
We're the bad guys.
This is so it's such a mind-numbingly retarded take for children. This is why Hasan's audience is children. This is a take for children. This is a take for babies. Oh my God. I'm so glad Cenk asked him, let's do this exercise. You tell me what is the way that Harris should have handled the situation. Oh yeah, great. It was a great protest. Oh my God.
He's like, oh shit, what's my audience gonna like?
There was this clip. It was very funny. I don't know if I've seen the episode. There's a clip of Smiling Friends. Have you seen that clip where the guy comes out and he totally denounced? Was it? Oh, never mind. I can't remember the clip well enough to. I'll see if I can find it. But
it is funny because Hasan wants to answer, what is a response that his audience would have loved Harris to do? That's kind of the translator in his mind that he does when he's asked one of these questions. So it's not really, he's not looking for the thing that would have been effective for Harris to actually gain support. He's looking for the thing that would just make his audience go gaga over Harris, right? So he's like, yeah, she should come out and say, I fully support Hamas's resistance to the terrorist organization known as the IDF. Yeah, which would just be terrible politics. So, but anyway,
Trump does all the time. I would have been like,
Oh, I was laughing because on the list here. Oh my God. We just got 75 million votes, and that's a record in history of a sitting president. They're like, that's a fucking lie. So Trump has a habit of saying this. We got 75 million votes, and that's a record in history for a sitting president. Well, it is for a sitting president, right? Obviously, Biden was not the sitting president when he got 81 million votes, right? And Washington Post completely fell for this. So they fact check it as dishonest because they're saying, look, Biden got 81 million votes.
Yeah, but okay, but that's obviously the deceptive statement, the way it's being framed.
Yes. Look, they even go into Barack Obama's victory, but they don't tell the number of votes because obviously the population was much lower. So he probably got far more votes than Obama.
They're talking about the margin.
Right.
Biden's margin, the popular vote, is larger than Obama's victory in 2012 and George W. Bush's victory in 2000.
But he wasn't a sitting president. Well,
he was in 2012.
Obama only counts against Romney because he was actually a sitting president.
Right.
Yeah. So look, their fact check is completely incorrect. This is not a lie.
Wow.
This is factually correct. I don't know how they can't see it. Look, it is like it is a technicality, right?
Right.
Because you hear this
it
and
was
you
a systemic dishonesty, but it wasn't a lie.
No, it is dishonest.
Oh, okay. So it is dishonest. What do you mean? So you agree it's dishonest?
Well, I think look, it's technically true. It's like when I say, oh, I had dinner with Jay Leno the other night, when really I just went to a show that served dinner where Jay Leno was performing, right?
Right.
It's true. But the implication is different. So anyway.
Fake news. These people,
they've lost all credibility. Washington Post sucks.
I'm glad
they couldn't even see through the word.
Well, I'm actually curious because it says that was repeated 19 times. So I'm wondering if that quote, is that a direct quote or is that like an amalgamation of, like, did he say it the exact same way every 19 times that it was sitting president? Or did he slip up once and say, the most than any other president ever?
Maybe. Look, as long as he says sitting president, he's good.
Okay.
Because it's technically true.
But anyway, so let's hear. So we had Hasan's like retard way of how to handle situations. So let's hear what the.
Oh yeah, here we go. More retard.
People are actually in the pocket of Israel, and that's precisely the reason why they keep lying.
And then you're on air. They're going to say, "Are you okay with burning the flag? Are you okay with writing Hamas?"
I think that the First Amendment is there for a reason.
You lost.
Well
oh my God, it's so true. He's so true.
It's so good.
God damn it! You don't do that when you.
The First Amendment is there for a reason. The First Amendment is we are not Israel. We are not China. The First Amendment is.
Did you imagine Trump, like, when they talk about like the Charlottesville, protest? Listen, I believe in the First Amendment.
Oh, I know.
Walks off the podium.
But President, they were chanting, "Jews will not replace us." The First Amendment.
First Amendment's very important to me in this country. I have no further things to say about this topic. I will not denounce them. I'll just say the First Amendment is based. Great.
Look, and Hasan would never accept that, obviously.
I know, of course not. Of course not. This is so retarded. That's what I'm saying. This is literally, of all that I've ever heard Hasan say, this might be the stupidest. So stupid. I actually don't believe that he believes it.
This is like baby level politics.
Yeah.
The First Amendment for a reason. It's a constitutionally protected act. I do not believe in offering criminal penalties. Do you want to arrest people for? Do you want to arrest people?
No, I don't. Okay, so I'm going to tell you how I'm going to handle it in a second. But that will be perceived as a candidate defending Hamas and burning the American flag, and that's a loss for us. Okay,
no, you just deflect. You say this is a ridiculous. People. You think people don't ask me that all the time? You think people don't already, without even asking me? People say that I'm an anti-Semitic, pro-terrorism,
No, I know.
all this and that. So I just go, shut the fuck up. You're pro-Israel. You hate that I am anti-Israel, and then you're viciously going to smear me as an anti-Semite because you have no argument. That's all you need to say.
Okay, so this is what I would have said.
This is so retarded. He said this is insane. Like from optics perspective, he's like, oh, you should just deflect. Just deflect. By the way, deflect has an implication of like dishonesty inherent within the term. And so he's like, okay, just deflect, deflect, deflect. I deflect all the time.
Yeah, he says, look, I'm
anti-Semitic.
I'm a fucking dodger, yeah.
Oh my God.
I just dodge those claims right. I'm like, woo.
Hasan, what are you doing?
Not me.
If someone says, do you hate Jews, you don't say, listen, you deflect when you answer that question. That's not how you handle that one, buddy.
Oh, yeah.
God.
It's a bad move.
That's terrible.
So Benjamin Netanyahu has led to the deaths of 44,000 innocent Palestinians, 104,000 injured. Almost all of Gaza has been turned into a slaughterhouse. The fact that these people applauded him while they took money from organizations like AIPAC is unconscionable. It is deeply immoral. The overwhelming majority of the people outside protesting them are exactly right. They're protesting $26 billion of American taxpayer money. Instead of going to paid family leave, instead of going to higher wages, going to better health care, they're taking it out of the hands of the American people and giving it to this war criminal to murder more innocent babies. There's been over 700 babies murdered by the Israeli Defense Forces in the Gaza Strip. If you're asking me about these two knuckleheads that burned a flag and wrote Hamas, them. They're dumb. They're not one of us. And I'm not interested in that kind of counterproductive idiocy. I love this country, and America is going to do better than this. We're going to stop funding genocides, and we're going to stop applauding people because they got bribed and took millions.
I was looking away. What did the little Chiron say? I heard the sound.
Now he's going after Cenk. And you just lost all of us. You've just lost the entire Hasan audience.
Wait. Now you've lost everyone who's sympathetic. Sympathetic to what? To Hamas?
To Palestine.
Well, what does that even mean? How this is like, oh my God. This is why these fucking people need to be shot into the fucking sun. They need to be expelled from the Democratic Party. They need to be expelled from the country. Like Hasan, I mean, Cenk goes on this like tirade about how fucking bad Israel is and how bad Netanyahu is and they're committing a genocide, blah, 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 blah. Everything they want to hear. And he says, but I don't support people burning the flag and writing Hamas on statues. They're like, oh, it's unfair. You've lost all sympathy. Fuck you, Cenk, you fucking piece of shit. It's like, what? That's insane. You're a psychopath. You're a literal fucking psychopath. You don't give a shit about Palestinian people at all dying. You're literally using their corpses as a shield for your psychopathic beliefs that you hate America so much. You fucking want to masturbate on the fucking corpses of Palestinian people. It's disgusting. These people are disgusting at it.
Yeah, it's awful. It is awful. You can't disagree with them 0.5%. They just hate you for it.
Yes, it's so insane. Oh my God. It's like I could agree with all the fucking policies in the world, but if I don't agree that you should be supporting fucking Hamas, oh, it's over. It's over. Oh my God.
Fuck yeah, they love Hamas.
God. Who wrote this? Who wrote this shit, the Chiron? You've lost everyone who's
the editor. Whatever channel this is.
It's a Hasan Reacts channel.
So it's a Hasan Sim channel, but they are probably not affiliated with Hasan other than just being completely out to lunch politically.
Right.
About these two knuckleheads that burned a flag and wrote Hamas, them. They're dumb. They're not one of us. And I'm not interested in that kind of counterproductive idiocy. I love this country, and America is going to do better than this. We're going to stop funding genocides, and we're going to stop applauding people because they got bribed and took millions of dollars in those bribes. I condemn the Democrats, and I condemn the Republicans who went to that speech.
Yeah, so all the stuff, with the exception of the recognition that briefly came in that process, is completely inconsequential because now you've identified that was a real thing, and it's not just like a...
But it was a real thing.
But it doesn't matter.
Video.
It doesn't matter
when the whole country sees it.
Yeah.
CNN's going to put that on tape. On a reel.
I know. You know what's really funny about that entire process? This is what I mean when I say Republicans never give a and especially so under the Trump regime. There's never a moment where the Republicans are like, oh, these people with like swastikas outside of our rallies don't represent our values at all. We hate Nazism. Said there are
good people on both sides. How'd that work out for him?
Yeah, he would have won if it wasn't for COVID.
No, I know, but it was a dumb comment, right?
It doesn't matter.
So
he would have still won.
Because it looked like he was supporting a super extreme position.
It doesn't matter because he still would have won, and he also has a super extreme position.
Except
he wants to deport
2020 after.
I know because of COVID. That's why I said because of COVID. It wasn't because there were very fine people on both sides.
When you appear to be defending or ignoring an extreme position, it does you no good strategically. Just look at
no, it doesn't matter.
I completely disagree. The flag burner in
Donald
under
Trump literally said stand
seconds.
back and stand by when talking about the Proud Boys.
And he lost right after that.
Yeah, he lost not because of that. He lost because of COVID.
Elections are complicated, brother. There's all those factors, and that's part of the factors.
That's crazy.
So that's what I'm getting.
Wait, so Hasan says that's crazy. He doesn't think that Hasan honestly doesn't think that all the associations with Trump, for people calling him racist, a Nazi, his mishandling of the the Proud Boy stuff, his mishandling of the Charlottesville stuff. He doesn't think any of that stuff contributed to his electoral loss at all. He thinks that's crazy to think that's crazy. That's an insane belief to have. That's totally insane.
Fine People hoax totally cost him millions of votes.
Oh, definitely. Yes, of course.
Yeah.
It's just crazy. It's just insane. This is insane. And even if theoretically, just theoretically, okay, that Hasan is correct, that, Trump didn't lose. Like, why should you not denounce the extremists who are doing the crazy thing, like burning the flag and chanting pro-Hamas shit? Like,
Trump did denounce the extremists. It's odd that they're talking about this because Trump fully denounced the extremists.
No, he did, but he did not do it in the most clear way, which is, I think, what allowed the people to run with the narrative for so long.
Right.
But so that was
say, look,
right. I know he did say, I condemn them fully. Yes. But
yeah,
he should, in terms of like media strategy, saying they're fine people on both sides was obviously a mistake strategically.
Yeah, so, totally.
He also won again.
Yes.
So there's a difference between, I'm going to out corporate Republicans, I'm going to out military industrial complex Republicans, and saying, no, I don't agree with the most extreme left-wing positions of defund.
There's no reason to mention it. Because all you're doing is, okay. There's no reason to mention it.
Perfectly good disagreement on strategy.
The reason why I'm saying there's no reason to mention it is because the Republicans are going, here, if you remember, I think in the beginning of the Biden administration, there was a messaging bill that came out that Democrats voted on, including Ro Khanna. They were like, we are not a socialist nation. You remember that? When Ro Khanna and a bunch of, this is a capitalist nation. This is not a socialist nation whatsoever, right? Mm-hmm. And it was a messaging bill that a ton of Democrats voted on for no reason. Why did they vote on it? Because they wanted to do what you're saying. They don't agree. They aren't socialists, first and foremost. That's important, right?
Yeah, that's a little bit different because I want to introduce a bill. A bill highlights it. That's dumb. That's like doing a bill that's saying, hey, don't write Hamas on statues.
Messaging highlights it as well.
Why are you highlighting it?
Messaging highlights it as well.
At that point, there's a 24-hour reel on CNN, MSNBC, and Fox News of flag burning. You're not going to deflect your way out of that, Haas. Deflection doesn't work.
Expert PR absolutely is deflecting, or in many instances, not even responding, or in many instances, just waiting out the media cycle to end. When you highlight it yourself, you're basically telling more people, this thing does exist, and I'm actually kind of scared of this thing.
They did do those,
but it doesn't matter.
You have to say
this. I 100% think Hasan is just lying here. He knows that this wouldn't work. This is so fucking stupid. This is impossible. This is an impossible situation. You can't imagine a world where Trump, like imagine with the Charlottesville thing, and Trump just didn't even say that he was denouncing them. He just said nothing. He just pretended like it didn't happen. Okay. You think that would actually be worse than the fine people smear thing? Because then for the next 4 years, every time he spoke at any event, there'd be at least one reporter who'd ask him, how come you've never talked about this thing from 4 years ago? Right. You keep refusing to acknowledge this thing. The fact that you keep refusing to acknowledge it makes it a story. People are going to keep attacking you with it. Because A, they think that you're a secret racist, and B, this fucking confirms that you're a secret racist because you won't denounce white supremacy. And it's the same thing with this. They think you're a secret Hamas supporter, and if you won't fucking denounce Hamas, well, then it seems to confirm that you're a secret fucking Hamas supporter. It's the most obvious fucking thing on the planet. I do not believe for a single second that Hasan is so fucking stupid that he doesn't understand the most obvious thing on the planet. The only thing I can think here is that what's actually happening is that he just doesn't want to offend the people that are pro-Hamas, like the person who edited the video. That's it. This is just a complete fucking lie. He just doesn't want to offend the extremists. And so he's concocted this bullshit lie about, when you have the extremists on the far left come and say some crazy fucking shit, you should just fucking ignore them, which is, guess what? That's what the fucking Democrats did. And that's how we got the fucking woke shit to infiltrate all culture and all institutions. That's how you got fucking Harris saying that stupid fucking comment about, she's going to be in favor of transing the illegals or transing the prisoners. It's because they tried to fucking ignore it until it's too late.
Yeah. Yeah. They didn't know how much of the voter base was made up of these crazies.
No.
It's exactly like I said. Hasan just wants to wish fulfillment for his audience. This is the dream thing Harris could have said for his audience, but he's not really playing politics here. He's not really talking about, what would win the election. It's about catering to his audience. It's wish fulfillment.
Could you imagine if this is just so crazy. This is so stupid. This is so stupid. He can't believe this. He cannot fucking believe this. This is all dishonesty.
This is the reason why they hectored Trump too, because he did a denunciation at first, but it wasn't strong enough. They're like, no, we need some categorical denunciation here. And they hit him in 3 different press conferences.
Was the condemnation the first press conference or the second press conference? I think it was the second one, right?
Yes, yeah.
I don't remember what he said the first time.
It might have actually been the 3rd press conference.
Okay, because I don't remember what he said in the first one.
Yes.
So maybe, but that would even completely disprove this whole notion. Oh, just don't say anything, and you'll just fucking disappear. It's like,
in the first,
insane? What?
In the first one, that's when he threw in the comment about the bad people on many sides. That's when he did the many sides comment, which was obviously just added
and then he
in,
got,
like
then he got
ad-libbed.
stuck. He got stuck on that many sides. He should have just dropped that instead of getting stuck in that framing.
Right, because then he argued it.
Right.
And that's when he did the fine people thing.
Right.
He said, I'm not talking about the neo-Nazis. They should be condemned totally. But in that crowd, aside from neo-Nazis, you had other people who were protesting the statues. Look, and he did a pretty good job debating it. He's like, George Washington? Are we going to take down statues of George Washington? Are those going to?
He did, like, conceptually, it's a fine position. Like, the way it looks optically, it was the fucking worst thing he could have possibly ever said, because when people saw the footage, all you saw was the people with the tiki torches shouting, Jews will not replace us. You didn't really see anything about people protesting no statues. Right. So you're like, what the fuck's he talking about?
Right. He did argue. He's like, look, I've seen the news reports too. I've seen them.
Yeah, but that's the problem. It was like, what did you see? That was the conclusion you came with.
Yeah. Look.
I could 100% believe that was...
The news reports I saw were horrific.
I could 100% believe that was some line that Bannon or one of those dumb fucks fed him.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Bannon probably slipped in.
Mm-hmm.
Don't make us look bad. That was when Bannon was still involved, too.
Yeah.
Fuck, that didn't go well.
Hey, you have to cut them off and say they're not up.
So just all of these lies.
It all worked out. There you go.
Right. All of these lies are just fucking insane. I see why you stopped reading, because they're... Our First Lady has been a woman of great grace and beauty and dignity, and so popular with the people, January 19th. In reality, Melania Trump leaves the White House with the worst popularity rating for a First Lady at the end of her term in polling history.
Well, that's the thing, because it's not making any different, like, to go through that list to find, like, you know, the consequential lies versus just the hyperbolic bullshit that comes out of Trump's mouth every 2 seconds. It's like, that's a project that I'm not invested in.
Yeah, this is ridiculous. They've completely shot themselves in the foot with this.
Yeah.
You read the first few lies and you're like, oh my God, he's not lying. He's just fucking being a human being. You dumbass. What's he supposed to come out and say? Yeah, my wife has the worst popularity rating in human history.
Yeah, there you go.
He wants to fucking get laid again. Okay, you dumbasses. This whole thing just humanizes him even more.
What? Yeah. Well, I mean, usually the politician, they would say like, oh, my wife is beautiful, lovely, you know. We all love her very much. They would just change it slightly. It'd be like the sitting president thing, right? You're like, is it a lie? So.
Look, so it's so weird because they're monomaniacally fixed on Trump because and so popular with the people, what people? Like his immediate family? Like what the fuck? He didn't say so popular with all of America. He didn't say so popular with the American people. So popular with the population of America. He's popular with the people. What the fuck? These people are insane.
Oh, wow. Anyway. Well, you know, it's interesting. I was looking this up. Steve Bannon was fired right after Charlottesville.
No way. Really?
I forgot about that.
That makes perfect sense.
So I threw that out there because it felt intuitively right. And now it's, ooh, okay.
That makes perfect sense. I listened to you on fucking Charlottesville. And look what it got me, you
fucking fine
shit.
People to me. Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
He probably wanted him at the rally. Holy shit. Can you imagine?
Well, I'm kind of surprised because like Stephen Miller, they was not. I think Stephen Miller and Bannon were Bannon and Miller were kind of thick as thieves. It seems like. So
Oh, were they?
that's the way like a lot of people frame it. So anyway, let's get back to this.
Oh my God.
Same shit happened with Matter rallies. Same shit happened with the Black Lives Matter rallies. When
and
liberals,
by the way, they did do that on Black Lives Matter, but they didn't do it for the Palestinians.
Wait, no, they did do it for the Black Lives Matter rallies as well. They were like, oh, fry them up like bacon. They would like focus on the socks that people were wearing that had pigs on it. They always do it. It is a formative part of the reactionary media strategy, which is identify something that looks out of place and either massage the narrative to make it seem like this is the entire, the belief structure of the entire movement, just like with Israel. I'm using Israel because we are completely in agreement on that. Where they will say every single person is an anti-Semite. It's a smear campaign to actually deflect away from the actual normal points, the very popular points that people are actually making.
But unfortunately, that's a good analogy too, Haas. We agree on the substance of what Israel is doing is wrong, but when I condemn Hamas and Hezbollah every time, and so you would say that that's probably not a correct strategy. Whereas, yeah, I think you're totally wrong.
It's not. I think that
first of all, the violence is not the answer. It's
I agree, and I have also openly stated that there were atrocities that took place on October 7 that are totally avoidable, and they were avoidable by not having an apartheid. That people, when you back them into a corner, they're going to and show them that there's no way out of it. They're going to inevitably try and fight their way out of it, and that process is brutal. And that standard of violence is set by the colonial occupation. It's this evolution.
All of that while saying Hamas is wrong to do it, Hezbollah is wrong to do it, and then you don't leave it there. Then you explain, wait, Israel did 40 times what Hamas did.
So that's the thing. Ultimately,
I don't hear Cenk talking about the colonial occupation, though. I guess he has said that there's an occupation there. He just hasn't framed it as in the woke vernacular.
Well, because there's a lot of code messaging when you kind of frame it in that message.
Oh yeah. Colonial.
Yeah, the colonial
imperial
occupation.
core.
The imperial core. Oh my God.
Yeah, he knows the lingo for
anyone that says imperial core. You should just immediately just not listen to a single thing they say after that.
Mm-hmm.
Here in the imperial core country. Oh God.
Where is the imperial core? Is it California or is it Florida?
Just California.
The imperial core. Yeah. I like it.
My point is that regardless of how many times you have done that, and I've done it as well, it doesn't matter. People still say you love these guys. You're
no, no. People look.
That's bullshit. We all saw the podcast with Ethan Klein, Hasan. Mm-hmm. Don't try to act like Ethan Klein gave you a million opportunities to denounce Hamas, and you started talking about baby settlers. So,
right.
The idea
which you
that
got from those psychopaths at the Second Thought podcast. Yeah.
Well, look, he's trying to make the claim that no matter how many times I denounce Hamas, everyone just wants more. That's bullshit. It's fucking. You completely tap dance around denouncing anybody.
It's impossible to tell what everybody's perception is. Are there some people who call us anti-Semite, blah, 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 no matter what? Of course. Is that a big percentage? It might be a pretty large percentage, right? But are there people who go, no, I get it. I get what Cenk is saying. Yeah, Hamas and Hezbollah should do terrorism. But wait, if I'm upset about that and they killed 34 kids,
even terrorism
maybe I should be upset that Israel killed 15,000 kids.
Also,
right?
the other point I wanted to make is that there was very extreme sentiment that the Republicans engaged in, outright lie, as a matter of fact. The Haitians are eating cats and dogs narrative that came out of Springfield, Ohio. It was a very, very big thing that led to mass fake bombing threats that were made towards Springfield, Ohio.
Right, but I mean, that's a situation, again, where I would fight Trump and rip his face off on that. Are you saying we should just deflect from that?
No, my point is Donald Trump successfully was like, now, he either didn't talk about it at all, or in instances where he was
him mercilessly.
I know, but you don't understand. The media did cover it nonstop. The media said, you did this, and it did not matter. That level of shamelessness is necessary.
Now we're talking about a huge election.
That level of shamelessness is necessary at a time when there is complete political polarization. And what is at the root of my argument against caving and capitulating to right-wing framing, regardless of whether you even...
How is it Trump's fault if some lunatic dials in bomb threats?
What? I wasn't listening.
And what does this have to do with
are they talking about the eating the pets thing?
Yeah, it's just bullshit.
Well, if you lie about some kind of supposed threat, and that supposed threat gets people riled up to threaten violence, then you do have responsibility. What do you mean?
Sure, but I
Like
don't
if
think Trump.
Hasan comes out and says all this crazy shit about, how they're, we all live in the white nationalist, white supremacy, that Donald Trump is going to, take people's rights away and blah 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 blah, and then someone, threatens violence against Trump who's a Hasan fan or heard that from Hasan, and Hasan has responsibility. What do you mean?
Is Hasan lying about the open air prison and the Israeli occupation? Is he lying about that stuff?
I think he believes it. I think he's playing wrong about it.
Okay. Okay. So he believes it.
Yeah.
Well, that's the difference. That's totally the difference.
Wait, we're not okay. Wait, pause. Just because someone says something that they think is true doesn't absolve them of responsibility if it's A, not true, and B, someone does something crazy because they said something. Okay, I keep making this distinction. You do not do this for some reason. You seem to give people a lot of leeway if they don't think they're lying. I don't. If you're hyper negligent and irresponsible by throwing out of like an incredibly incendiary accusation or claim, and it turns out not to be true, and that causes people to do violence or threaten violence, then no, you're responsible for perpetrating that lie.
Right. Well, it depends
that falsehood.
It depends upon the fallout from the situation, obviously. So
right. Well,
there's
but
probably
that's
more.
the problem.
There's probably more fallout from Donald Trump, a presidential candidate, making the claim for the dogs and cats, than there is for Hasan making the claim that Israel is. And it's not inconsequential, obviously, because Hasan is like a hugely influential person. So not on the level of Donald
okay, let me give you an
Trump,
example. So remember when that, or hypothetical, I should say. Remember when that missile, or was it a missile? That mortar blew up in the hospital parking lot.
Yeah.
And they were saying, "Oh my God, Israel dropped a JDAM on a hospital and killed 500 people."
Right.
Okay. And we looked at that and we're like, okay, this doesn't make any sense. The buildings seem to all be pretty intact, unless there was 500 people literally just standing in the parking lot. I don't know how 500 people died from this explosion. And then as more information came out, it seemed like, okay, they are kind of fudging the numbers. It wasn't 500 people. And then it further came out, oh, it wasn't even Israel. It was a mortar that didn't go in the right place. Okay.
I just wish we could separate it into irresponsible claims.
Well, hold on.
I know
hold
exactly
on.
where you're going.
Right, but that's my point. So if Hasan but then Hasan kind of refused to accept that, at least at first. I don't know if he's ever changed his tune on it.
Yeah, it's irresponsible.
Right, but so if he's promoting that, says, "Oh my God, Israel blew up a hospital. Like they killed 500 people and blew up a hospital." He says irresponsibly, completely wrong, and then someone hears that in Hasan's audience and goes commit a terrorist act. Then even though Hasan didn't know he was lying at the time, I say, well, no, he's still culpable. He's still responsible. He's promoting bullshit.
He's responsible for irresponsibly spreading misinformation.
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
Where it bothers me, and I pointed out Hasan because it bothers me just as much when Hasan does it as when people say it about Hasan or Trump, is when they say they're lying. Because that is a completely different accusation. They know what they're saying is untrue. Like that's they're purposefully intending for some maniac to go call up a bomb threat, right?
Right.
They're doing it intentionally.
Okay.
I think that makes it like a giant difference.
It's
just a giant difference.
It is different.
So why can't they just say, look, Trump irresponsibly spread misinformation? They don't want to say that because they want to say, oh my God, he's a liar. He knows what he's doing. He's trying to cause harm in the world. He's fucking chaos. Right?
Well, I mean, listen, as when Hasan what Hasan was just saying about how he would handle a situation is so mind-numbingly stupid. I'm saying, okay, Hasan has to be lying. I don't think anyone's that stupid. They could be saying, well, listen, they don't think Trump is that stupid, so they think he's lying.
Look, they can.
I guess the object is, I just do think, I guess we both think Trump just is stupid. So we're more inclined to give him some benefit of the stupid doubt there.
Well, there was a point when the story turned on Hasan about the bomb dropping on the parking lot, and he just was like, he knew he was on the wrong side of it, but didn't want to admit he wrongfully spread misinformation.
Well, yeah, but so there's that interview with JD Vance doing that exact scenario. He's like saying, listen, story was important because it let us shed light on the immigration problem in this community.
Right. Yeah.
Right. It's like, okay, but it wasn't true though. It's like, but it was fake. And if someone had committed some violent act, then how would you felt about that?
Just repeat after me, okay?
Yeah.
The they wrongfully spread misinformation.
Okay, that's fair.
Agree with the position,
and capitulating when it isn't. I'm agreeing to my own position, and a position that a great majority of Americans agree more with.
Yeah,
why was
you and I are at odds
to agree with 70% of Americans?
Because I believe,
especially when you actually genuinely believe it.
Because I believe that, like, on the issue of
hint, he doesn't believe it.
Immigration. Okay, well, let's talk about that.
All right, last thing, and then you got to tell me what to call you, and then we got to go eat turkey.
Nice dodge. Nice dodge. Let's get off this Hamas stuff, okay? Before he actually has to admit that he supports Hamas. Let's move on.
The incredibly right-wing bill that was presented on October 5, 2023 by the Democratic Party. Do you agree with that bill? The border bill?
Remind me.
The border bill that Joe Biden put forward and said
in 2023,
yeah,
the Trump bill.
Yeah, he was like the Trump border bill.
So there's parts that I agree with and parts I don't agree with. I these days, I agree with remain in Mexico. Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
And why is that?
Because, look, they're saying, hey, I've got an asylum case.
I don't think remain in Mexico was in that border bill.
It wasn't?
I don't think so.
I don't
remember.
I don't want to do the right-wing position. If I don't care about your asylum case, get the out of here. I'm not letting anyone in. That's illegal under international law, and it's not the moral right position. But that doesn't mean that we have to allow them into the country and then release them into the country and then hope that they come back. Now, most of them do. Over 80% of people do come back for their hearings. Mm-hmm. So it's overhyped as to how much cash and release is a problem. But a lot don't, right? Mm-hmm. So if they say, but there's no reason not to say, okay,
it's more than I think it's 90.
Hold on, stay in Mexico. Okay, stay in Mexico. But we're going to have your asylum here. And we're going to have it as quickly as we can. And I would order so many more judges to expedite those hearings far quicker.
Question for you here is, do you think that undocumented immigrants constitute a grave national security threat to America?
See, that just incentivizes them to actually show up for their court case, that remain in Mexico policy.
Right, because that's the problem, yeah. Because they want to get to America. If they're already in America,
yeah. What the fuck? Yeah.
I think that
this Hasan,
and they're setting up, like, they could have a job by then. It's a big entanglement to, like, deport them.
Does Hasan believe in any sort of border control?
Probably not.
I don't know if I've ever heard him
Borders
ever say that he believes in any. Is he just 100% fair open borders? Because if he is, it's just like, why are we even having the conversation?
I know.
Right? Like,
look, just ask yourself, what does Hasan's audience want?
Right.
100% open borders, right?
Yeah, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Crime from undocumented immigrants is overhyped. But is there crime? Yeah, of course there's crime because they're human beings, right?
Yeah.
And so is it a national security threat? No. It's a threat to have people actually do the manual labor that we need in this country. So it's way overhyped. At the same time, do I think that crossing the border should be illegal? Yes. Do I think that we should have open borders where it's decriminalized? No, I do not believe it should be decriminalized.
But I think you and I would probably agree on this, that if the process was infinitely faster for voluntary migration into this country, as was the case historically in the United States of America, that most people would not actually illegally cross the border.
It would certainly help. We should have a much better voluntary immigration
I mean, that's 100%. Okay, so that we're in agreement there. So I think that the problem here with the right-wing framing on this right-wing border bill was that it literally...
Okay, hold on. We're at 3 hours and 22 minutes and 31 seconds.
This right-wing border bill.
Right. Wait, hold on. Let me just write this down just in case it doesn't do the thing it's supposed to do.
I just put it in the chat.
Okay. Here we go.
There you go.
Look at Google provided. We have Hasan Piker. Oh, I thought I said Google. Now my phone activated. Okay. So no, it does. So we have Hasan Piker.
Jesse Lee Peterson.
Jesse Lee Peterson. Okay. So let's see how this conversation went.
Even less affordable. The average American citizen is paying back in dividends when they're paying back so much more than the $5 that they originally got.
Why did you give yours back to the poor then?
I do. I give back to the poor all the time.
No, I'm talking about your tax cut money.
Okay, more than that. But even more than that. But that doesn't solve anything.
Why did you not give it to the poor?
But I do. But that doesn't solve anything, Jesse.
You're not being honest again.
Yes, I am.
You gave your money back. Say, hey, I don't want to give it to the poor.
Not the tax cuts, but even more than that.
I got to ask you this.
Okay.
So you're okay with illegal aliens coming into the border, right?
Yeah, I don't.
Illegally crossing the border.
I think borders are ridiculous.
Okay.
Look, he could have changed his position, right? This is all.
Okay, I guess. I mean, this was 5 years ago. I'm highly skeptical he's changed his position.
I think borders are ridiculous.
These borders are ridiculous. Let's hear that one more time. I like the way phrases that.
Nah,
I got to ask you this.
Okay.
So you're okay with illegal aliens coming into the border, right?
Yeah, I don't.
Illegally crossing the border.
I think borders are ridiculous.
Okay.
That's so funny.
I was how Jesse Lee Piers is like, okay. It's like so nonchalant.
All right.
Okay. Okay.
Let it go a little bit.
You love white people?
Why don't you?
You love white people?
Yeah, sure.
You love all white people?
Okay.
Is the
Look,
love
he
white
should have
people.
drilled. He should have drilled in a little more there.
He's
like,
I know,
why? He's like, why are you in favor of borders, Jesse?
Right. I would have liked the back and forth on that one.
Yeah.
So.
Who knows?
Interesting.
Who knows what Hamas Piker believes?
Well, it's funny because I googled it. I was like, I typed in Hasan open borders, and it was like this Jesse Pearson video. He put open borders in this phrases socialism and open borders. It's like in the title. So obviously the title person knew that was a key
of America
piece of
that most people would not actually illegally cross the border.
I should really go back
that was the meat.
Right. Oh wait, there's more. Hold on.
What?
I checked the transcript. Did you hit back?
Shit, I did. Yeah.
Here. Hold on. I got you. Okay. Let's see. I come back to it.
It's your responsibility.
I think you're absolving yourself of a lot of guilt and responsibility for a lot of the things that you're saying.
To receive it or not. I got to ask you this though. So
however it suits you, Jesse.
So you say that you're okay with illegal alien crossing to the border?
I don't think any human being is illegal. You can describe to me why you think that human beings are illegal.
Do you know legal and illegal when you see it?
Yeah, how could you
do you know the difference between illegal and legal?
Yes.
People crossing to our borders without permit. They're sneaking across the border.
Why do you think they're doing that?
Is that legal or illegal?
It's illegal, but why do you think they're doing that?
You say what?
It's illegal. Why do you think they're doing that?
What did you say? You said it real fast.
It's illegal, but it doesn't matter.
And so do you want illegals coming across our border?
Yeah, 100%. But why is it a bad thing?
And why do you want that?
The interesting conversation to have here is
why you
think it's a bad thing.
Because it's wrong.
But why is it wrong?
I put my country first.
Why is it wrong?
Because I put my country first.
But what about all these people that you're talking about? A lot of them came here illegally as well. America was started as an illegal colony. In the end of the day, they came here and they genocided Native Americans.
Where's your proof of that?
They were illegally here.
Where's your proof of that?
History.
What do you mean?
Do you deny history?
What do you mean by that?
Deny that
I don't know what you mean.
Okay. Do you deny that when pilgrims came here, then they genocided Native Americans and killed them, systemically targeted them, moved them away from their lands that they used to live on? Do you deny that that's a real thing?
Yeah.
This is kind of, but wait a minute. Hold on. I sincerely doubt that Hasan's position is, oh, America should have to have open borders because they killed the Native Americans in the 1600s. But Europe and European countries that have had, it's indigenous groups of people live there for thousands and thousands and thousands of years, they're totally fine to have borders. I could seriously doubt that that's Hasan's position on this. Like, this is a total red herring. It's nothing to do with the position whatsoever. So when he says that, it's funny, like, I wish he would have just, because he caught him, he's like, I don't think, Hasan gave that, like, insipid, like, ridiculous remark about, oh, no one is illegal, right? This thing that we've heard like a billion times from the dumbest people on the left. What do you mean a person's legal? But then he totally nailed him. He got him. He's like, well, wait a minute. Like, if it's illegal to do an action and you do the action, are you not illegal at that point?
Right.
He totally got him to admit it. So
you're a criminal.
Yes. Okay. Anyway, now we can go back.
We're just the immigrants coming here.
Yes.
The Native Americans should have protected their border.
They should have. But they couldn't because we were too based.
Yeah. Too impossible to.
They should have built a wall and kept Columbus out. Right? Columbus and the Pilgrims.
Are you in the right place?
Yeah.
Like, it's kicked me out of the room here.
Intergenerational wealth plays a significant factor.
Where? What?
What
I'm
happened?
still on the Jesse Lee Peterson.
Oh. Go back. Go back to the right video.
But it wasn't. It didn't go back.
Okay, here, hold on. I'll fix it. I will fix it.
Oh, okay.
Bob the Builder here. Right.
Yo!
And then I refreshed and it lost my note on the.
Don't worry. I got you.
Let's do
Of
it.
America that most people would not actually illegally cross the border.
It would certainly help. We should have a much better voluntary immigration
I mean, that's
system.
100%. Okay. So that we're in agreement there. So
Yeah.
I think that the problem here with the right-wing framing on this right-wing border bill was that it literally featured funding for the border wall and billions of dollars in new apprehension methods and technology. Some of that is actually valid in terms
Get the
of
criminals.
regular points of entry is where drugs are actually coming into the country from, and there needs to be some mechanism of apprehension and surveillance in that regard. And some of that was actually technological improvements that would do that. I'm fully in favor of that. There was a very tiny sliver of funding for additional judges for processing. Also, I'm in favor of that. That expedites the process, that expedites the process. It makes it faster. It's more ethical. It reduces the number of illegal crossings in general.
Great. Yep. Agreed.
They did not actually, they didn't actually put a bill that just had that in it, which would have addressed a lot of these problems. They actually went with a completely right-wing bill that was, funding the border wall, funding the muscular militant border security that ultimately made everyone look at the Democratic Party and go, oh, you guys are idiots. You lied for 8 years saying that the border wall was racist. You want to build it now. What the happened?
I totally agree.
And not a single person actually truly believed that Kamala Harris was going to literally be the real muscular border.
Look, this explains why he can't change his position. Like, he understands that he's locked into this super crazy position because of all the things he said. He's like, I would look like a fool if I changed my position now. He's basically saying that, right?
Right.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah. Look, I do think J.D. Vance was kind of a master class in how to go from, I called Trump Hitler to now I'm his vice president. But you do need to know how to turn around, especially when the facts on the ground change. So, and to do it in a way that looks reasonable and justified, right?
Right.
I don't think Hasan's smart enough to do it. So,
no.
Border policy person. They voted for Donald Trump. This is a perfect demonstration of exactly what I'm angry about with respect to both crime and respect to immigration and every other issue that the Democrats cave and capitulate the right-wing framing on. It's unsuccessful, it's bad politics, and it's bad policy. If the solution to crime, which neither of us want more crime, I don't want more crime. I think it's obviously
bullshit.
It's not good. Crime is a perfect example that society is collapsing, right? In a society that is perfect, where all of your needs are met, there's not going to be crimes, right? Unless there's like, there are certain things that the current medical science cannot actually rehabilitate, like crimes born out of antisocial personality disorder, and there's going to be like crimes of passion and whatnot. I agree.
Yeah, it'd be less crime, of course.
Yeah. There's going to be things like that, but the broad majority of things that we look at as crime is a direct circumstance of your material conditions. You're doing it because you have no educational attainment, no job opportunities. You see people having money, and you're like, I want it. I need to, I need to pay for shit. Sometimes it's dumb shit because you want to pay for a PlayStation 5. Other instances is for it's to pay rent, right? So in that regard, I think the best, most effective method of solving crime is to address and tackle the root causes in which crime happens. And it's not even just like, making it so that there is more upward social mobility, making it so that people have educational attainment. It's also even fun. Recreation even plays a role in this, like the Kia Boys and many of these other instances. Like crime in Chicago is a perfect example of this. Like youth crime in Chicago is a perfect example of this. After school programs and rec leagues have genuinely improved the youth crime statistic. These are programs that we have implemented time and time again all around the country, and they have been successful.
Can I just go? I want to use your immigration example because I think it's actually a really good example.
That's the only thing you said in this attack conversation. I'm like, okay, I agree with that. You know,
youth stuff.
giving kids shit to do after school that are
Of
in
course,
like high
yeah.
crime areas. Yeah, that's
Idle
I
hands
agree with
do
that.
the
Yes.
devil's work, right?
Yep.
Keep them out of trouble. Keep them doing something nice and pro-social, good
Right.
for society, helping earn their merit badge, helping grandma with her groceries.
Or just
get the
playing
car.
sports or something, you know.
Sure, yeah.
Watching
Practicing
anime.
meritocracy.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Where's the anime clubs? Smash
Yeah.
Bros clubs. Okay.
Yeah. Dragon
Lots of
Ball
things.
Z.
Right. That's right. Dragon Ball Z. You know, there was some weird statistic. I don't know if it was true. There's some meme statistic that was like when new episodes of Dragon Ball came out, like crime would be
dropped.
lower in South America or something.
That's great.
I don't know if that's true, but it's pretty funny. I believe it's true. I want to believe it's true.
There's another good thing that we can do.
There you
lock
go.
up the criminals.
Right.
people who are gonna corrupt these.
WWGD. Okay.
Yeah.
What would Goku do? It's the real question.
Sure. Yeah.
Example. So if capitulating to the Republicans is saying, oh, yeah, you're right, we should build a wall. The wall doesn't work. We said the wall doesn't work for 8 years. If you turn around now and say that it does work, that means you're a liar, right? So, no, I don't think the wall works. I'm not in favor of the wall. That doesn't mean that I'm in favor of open borders. It means I want to enforce the law. I agree with remaining in Mexico, etc. But saying, hey, you know what?
What's wrong with a wall? Create some jobs. Come on. Build a nice, beautiful wall. China has one. China has one way bigger than ours.
Yeah, they do.
You gonna let that
true.
happen?
I think that wall is a little bit more effective though, because you know, you're talking about keeping a Mongolian horde out, right?
Let's build a monument, a wall monument. It'll be
the
great.
Great Wall of
the southern border. Yeah,
I think okay.
I like it. I like the piranha angle, but
I happen to agree with remaining in Mexico is not capitulating because that's my actual opinion, right? And then if you go,
that's your actual opinion.
Yeah. And so if you and then if you go and then there's folks on the left, let's say that this didn't really happen, right? It didn't get a lot of attention. But if it had gotten a lot of attention, the idea that some on the left have of decriminalizing border crossings, I would say, no, I draw the line there. Okay. And that's not capitulation. That's just being sensible, correct. Again, my actual position, and making a distinction for they're the extremists, we're not the extremists, right? So but you would say, well, if somebody made a big deal out of decriminalizing the border, even if I don't agree with it, I'm going to deflect from that. And I'm not, because that's capitulating to Republicans.
But I also don't even
position that I actually agree with.
I also don't even disagree with the decriminalization of the border. You'll say people are immediately going to react to that and say you're wrong. But I think it's important to create a media ecosystem and also have a designated, consistent faucet of propaganda or messaging, right? That also humanizes migrants and helps Americans come to the conclusions that they already have arrived at, despite the reactionary media ecosystem.
Now. Say, hey, listen, brother, I can't decriminalize the border crossings. Otherwise, we'll have 3 billion people in America by the end of the week. But that doesn't mean that the guy coming into the country is a bad guy. The overwhelming majority of the immigrants are trying to feed their kids because they're really good parents.
For the record, that's not true. That's not like the border walls existing is not the real or apprehensions is not the real hurdle. I'm sure that it would actually increase, for sure, that migration would actually increase. But once again, the real reasons as to why people are migrating into the United States of America is because we fucked their countries up. Like Venezuelans are.
Oh, he's got to pull back to the America bad.
It's America's fault. Everything is always America's fault.
They're coming here because it's our fault.
It's our fault.
We screwed them.
Yep.
We screwed them with the NAFTA.
Right.
Although, aren't they in South America?
The greatest example.
They are.
Donald Trump deliberately ruined the Venezuelan economy. He wanted the Venezuelan economy to scream with his sanctions regime. Donald Trump also added temporary protective status that he time and time again actually reinstituted, even on his way out, for the Venezuelan migrants. Why? Because there was a political reason for why he was doing that. He was like, it's great. We're going to do a Cuba-style situation, but for Venezuela, we're going to have a constant, a massive population of people
that doesn't mean you should
in the
decriminalize
diaspora.
the border.
No, my point is that's the reason why Venezuelans came to America. Why the fuck would you want to leave your beautiful country that you live in if there wasn't an unimaginable amount of instability?
I know, but America is richer than the rest of the world, so normal laws of markets and physics would mean that a ton of people would then migrate to America if you decriminalize border crossings.
No, that's not how this
You're
would work.
saying a poor person in Bangladesh would go, oh, I don't need to go to America.
No,
big
I'm
deal.
saying that I'm saying that the real salute. First of all, there's plenty of people who would not. Why the fuck would people want to move?
Of course, not the whole world would
No,
go, but
I know.
a giant number would
I
come.
know, that's my point. We always have this. We have this tendency to believe that like this is the #1 nation on the planet and everyone wants to come here. No, most people just want to live in the.
We kind of did, Haas.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, when are you gonna bring up the fact that you both immigrated to America?
Oh my God, that was so amazing! Holy shit! Oh, that was the most perfect thing I've ever seen.
Yeah, it's
Oh.
great here.
But most people want to live in their homes. Like most people want to live in their homes. Most people want to live in their own culture. It's the instability that causes them to migrate here. And
isn't it interesting? This is so fast. This is exactly what I was talking about the other day, right? Where I was saying, like, I wonder if a lot of people on the far left are really like, if they were in quote their own culture, they would be like on the far right. Like, Hasan has this weird view where when it's talking about non-white or non-American countries, I should probably say, he's like, these people want to be in their own culture with their own people in their own country. But when he's in America, he's like, there's a complete difference. He's like, oh, what do you mean? There's no such thing as American culture. There's no such thing as, any of this stuff.
Yeah, that's insanely far right, what he just said.
Yeah,
he totally endorsed the far right narrative.
Right. It's
What a
so
weirdo.
fascinating. Yeah.
Don't people just want to stay with their own kind?
They just want to be with their own people.
Yeah, we're forcing them to.
No.
We're forcing them to come to America
It's
because
terrible.
we're ruining their culture.
I know. We're ruining their countries and their
Their
culture.
ethnic purity.
I know. What the fuck is that?
I know, it's crazy. Does he even realize it? What a fucking hypocrite he is?
I don't think he does.
regardless, it doesn't even matter if there are I'm not advocating for 1 billion Americans. I'm not Matty Iglesias, but the reality of the matter is that if you look at the actual patterns of migration, if you look at the actual data in terms of, yeah, we're finishing soon. If you look at the actual data.
He always does this. I hate this move right here.
You look at the data.
If you just look at the data,
right?
Just look, everything I'm saying is complete bullshit. But if you just trust me and look at the data.
Just look at the data.
The data right. Totally supports me.
Data, undocumented migrants don't actually contribute to the crime rate in a statistically significant fashion. They actually are responsible for.
Now he's just going back to the regular talking points here.
Right. What's this
they
have to do with
the
anything?
economy.
Right.
Think of all the low-wage workers that rich people can have. Oh my God, it's amazing.
But there's other reasons to want to tamp down on immigration outside of the economy. Like I don't like when people just that's the only reason, essentially.
Yeah. I hate it when leftists make the economic argument since they're just completely against anything economic.
Right.
They're like, look, they're low crime and they're great economic resource for us. We can give them back-breaking labor for close to no wages.
I mean, based, right?
Yeah, but what are you, an economic populist or not?
I want slave labor. Okay, that's what I want in my country.
You want people? You want them destroying the wages of Americans?
Yeah, fuck them.
Terrible. Oh my God! Please stop. No, Sitch, don't.
Significantly less crime per capita than natural-born U.S. citizens.
I'm not saying that we should have laws on the border because I'm worried that the immigrants are the boogeyman. I'm saying we should have laws about it because you have to have a border. And there's no country in the world that doesn't have a border and that says, oh, yeah, just come in whenever the hell you like. That's not a thing that exists. So, and again, it's a perfect illustration of the difference in strategy that we have, right? And that is why, Haas, I have to make a distinction. And it's a perfect thing to end on where I stand as opposed to where defund the police stands or, trans surgery and jail stands or decolonizing the border stands.
People, by the way, are talking about the European Union. There's like plenty of countries in the European Union that are poorer than other nations, and yet they have free travel, unrestricted travel in this.
That is a wildly different circumstance.
Why?
If the European Union and Germany said, hey, we're opening up our borders to Turkey. 15% of Turkey would be in Germany in a matter of months.
I don't agree with that.
Okay,
I think that if
it's
It's funny. Cenk just lays down the law here.
I know.
He's like, dude, fucking Turkey sucked. You know what? Remember, are you forgetting why we left?
It's not Turkey. If they open the border to Syria, oh my God, 55% of Syria would be in Germany.
You're describing two countries that are in the throes of European and American-backed instability that has definitely created,
brother. If you Luxembourg,
a situation of
you're
mass
making
displacement.
$7 less in Luxembourg than you are in Germany. You might not move, right? But if you're incredibly poor situation, you're going to move to richer countries. That's the most obvious thing in the world.
That's why.
Is there anywhere in the world that is not a shithole that America is not responsible for making it that way?
I don't think so.
Yeah. Hasan will trace every single injustice in the world back to some sort of American policy. Yeah.
America bad.
So ridiculous.
Yep.
I think he's just jealous. He's jealous because the Turkey hit the place he's from turned out to be garbage, and he's like, oh my God, I got to come hat in hand to be
American,
part of America. Yeah,
turned out to be a shithole country.
And it made me rich and famous.
I know. Look, maybe I wonder. I never conceptualized any of this. Maybe a lot of this is some
he's
sort
resentful.
Of it's some kind of like weird. I don't know what's the term. It's not like survivor's guilt, but it's like some kind of like weird guilt at, betraying your culture or your people and moving to some other country and being highly successful there.
Oh yeah,
participating in their culture.
It's the you didn't build that guilt. Like he's like, oh shit, I didn't build this.
Maybe,
but I want to be a self-made man. But none of this is possible without America.
Right.
Why did my country have to be such
Why
garbage?
Did my country have to suck?
Why my position is to actually have a more ethical and sustainable long-term solution to the way that we deal with these other countries, so that they have no reason to want to come. And if they do want to come, that the wages and the living conditions are so adjusted that like it's a voluntary migration that doesn't offend a single person.
So look.
But the Kamala saying don't come, and then Trump saying I'm gonna come.
I know. So look, he's saying it's all America's fault. But then America has to meddle to the point where things are good enough that they stop coming.
Right.
If America takes a hands-off approach, the idea that he thinks those places are going to be great, it's just so naive. So naive. Mm-hmm. The state of the world generally is other people, is people in power taking advantage of people with less power.
Right.
That's the norm. Yeah. Like we're lucky in America that we have political power so widely distributed.
And their sensibilities.
Okay, so again, good example of how we disagree on this and how we would handle it differently. God bless. And I will also say, by the way, you see how Hasan and I have agreed and disagreed for hours here, right? But the reason why we're not mad at each other and the reason why things are in soap opera is because neither one of us questioned each other's intent. So can I?
Well, that didn't happen until a couple days later.
I know. Cut the Hasan
report. Yeah,
like
exactly.
I would never let anyone like this treat me like this way.
I know. It's so funny because it like sinks in a few days. It's like, oh my God, I can't believe he said that. Did you see when he rolled his eyes?
I did.
I wonder if people fill Hasan's DMs with little clips of Cenk. Oh my God, I can't believe you let him disrespect you like that. They probably gaslight the shit out of him, right?
Mm-hmm. Gas him up.
I know that it's like when people on the left disagree, can we just call it a disagreement instead of saying somebody's a grifter, somebody's a Nazi, somebody's this, somebody's that, they have bad intent, I know it, they live in Beverly Hills, they drive a Jaguar, blah, 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 right?
You're never going to be able to
say, hey, we disagree, God
You're
bless.
never going to be able to stop people from doing that. They do it to me all the time. It doesn't matter.
All right. Okay.
What matters
but you know who has good intent and who has bad intent.
No, what matters is the way you deal with it. That's what matters. If you highlight it, if you focus on it, if you constantly harp on it, then more and more.
I mean, mean, I agree with Cenk. What's going on here is reputation destruction. Like they're literally coming after your livelihood. They want to destroy your reputation. It's completely bad faith. It's completely malicious. And these people suck. Fuck them.
Yep.
And Hasan's, just ignore it. Just forget about it. I don't think you can, because ultimately, I mean, you're supposed to be working with those people if you have shared goals, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can't team up with someone who's out to destroy your reputation.
Right.
That's just bullshit.
More people are gonna and more people are gonna yell at you over it. That's it.
Okay,
people,
I don't mind.
A lot of people
and then
are.
I'm gonna yell at them, and then they're gonna cry.
No,
so that's the
a lot of people are lost. A lot of people are alienated. They're looking for a sense of community and a sense of purpose. So when you become the guy that they're gonna yell at, that is responsive to it, and I know this from my own personal career. I've done this mistake. I've made this mistake time and time again, and I still sometimes contribute.
I'm not doing
to
it to randos. I'm doing it to the host who have bad intent, who say, "Oh yeah, they're not pure. They're doing it for money." We're brothers and sisters. Hey, by the way, all the guys who said we're going to turn MAGA and we're going to take money, where the fuck is it?
I mean,
where's the money? Where's MAGA? Where is it? What
like
happened?
I think the appropriate thing
so you were full of shit.
I think
right,
the appropriate thing for example, Sam to do in the future, other than like having a direct conversation with you guys, whether on camera or off camera, would be not to even respond to the fact that you called him a grifter. You know what I mean? In this conversation.
And no, here's what he'll do instead. And now that we're saying it, it changes tactic. But if we hadn't said it,
Is that why he went on Majority Report? He's trying to smooth things over.
I don't know.
He's
I just saw the clip. I didn't see the actual
thing.
I'll have to
We got it. We'll have to investigate this.
Yeah, I'm curious now.
he would have said, "I can't believe Cenk said this about me. Cenk is such a bad guy. Cenk is a right winger. Cenk is a right winger. He's doing it for money. Cenk's a right winger. I'm pure. I'm pure. I'm pure. I'm pure. I'm pure. I'm the purest guy on the left. Oh my God, we have to agree with every single extreme position because they're not extreme. They're the most. America agrees with what only 2% of the country actually agrees with. Cenk is a bad guy. Cenk's a grifter. Cenk's a Nazi. Okay, all right.
I don't think that I don't think that they demonstrated an unpopular idea, and neither do I.
Oh my God!
I
only
never.
2%
I
of the
only
country
listened
actually
to
agrees
this
with.
part. I
Cenk
never
is a
saw
bad
that
guy.
before.
Cenk's a
Oh
grifter.
my
Cenk's a
God, it's
Nazi.
amazing.
Okay, all right.
I don't think that they're
Zero fucks. Sean, actor this story. Here's your clip. Here's
Look
your
at
clip
this.
forever.
Look at
oh
this.
my God.
2 birdies in the sky for
He's
Sam
fucking-
I don't
Cedar.
think that they
Double
demonstrate.
double birded Sam Cedar.
Oh
amazing.
Oh my God. That is the most incredible screenshot, right?
They making little sound effects too.
Fuck you, Sam
Oh
Cedar.
my
Oh God, I
God,
love
that
Created
is
this.
an
so
unpopular
He's so
idea, and neither do I. And like, if
we
my
got-
position was so
You have to see that again.
unsustainable and so unpopular.
In its full glory. Okay.
I
Do you
know,
agree with
this-
every single extreme
this is like
position?
the
Because they're
third
not
time, but
extreme.
it's amazing.
They're the most. America agrees with what only 2% of the country actually agrees with. Cenk is a bad guy. Cenk's a grifter. Cenk's a Nazi. Okay, all right.
I don't think that I don't think that they demonstrated an unpopular idea, and neither do I.
Oh my God, it's so good. Go,
Right?
Cenk.
And like, if my position was so unsustainable and so unpopular, I don't think I'd be the largest content creator on the North American, continent for leftist positions.
It's so,
you see, he acknowledges it there all of a sudden.
it's stupid though, because you're a huge giant streamer, but in the whole grand scheme of things, the people that you're catering to are not going to win elections.
No.
Proof positive that the last election was lost.
Right. You think he's
Yeah.
trying to use this as some sort of like, this is why you should listen to me, uncle. I'm more successful and important than you are in the political space.
Well, he got kicked out of the DNC though, so the DNC
Right.
knows what's up.
Right.
They're like, oh my God, this guy's going to make us take a bunch of fucking positions that we're going to lose the next 10 elections. We're all going to be thrown out of Congress.
Right. Somehow
Yeah.
CNN doesn't know.
Yeah, that is strange. That is strange.
Like,
Mhm.
like there is definitely a lot of people who understand where I'm coming from.
All right,
and
I'm not going to get into it.
Just manufacture some consent.
Oh.
Change it up. Do your uncle a favor, okay? Manufacture some consent. Turn these youngins into smart, intelligent, political consumers. Do
There
it.
you go. Yeah.
Network size here.
What?
All right, last thing. What do you want me to call you guys?
Oh, see, he
I
called
don't
them
know.
out.
You can do whatever. You can
I mean,
say whatever you want.
identitarian left is so clunky.
What?
Extreme left seems like an insult. How about max left? I don't know. You tell me. What do you want to? Because we disagree on these things, right?
Oh,
So I gotta
pee. I gotta pee. You can come up with it.
all right,
but,
fuck it. We're not gonna come up with anything.
Okay. Well,
max left. I don't know.
Okay. Well, I don't think there is any need to distinguish.
There is, because we don't agree.
I don't think there's any need to do.
CNN called him a progressive.
Well, that's the problem is that this is the real reason why Cenk wants to come up with a term is because
wants to separate himself.
Because Cenk, called himself like the home of progressive media for so long and everything, that like now progressive is kind of because like woke is flying out of paper, people are using progressive instead to mean woke. And so Cenk's like, oh no, they're taking the progressive label.
Yeah.
It's something different.
And he just wants to separate himself. He doesn't want people to think, oh, I'm like Hasan.
Right.
I'm reasonable.
Mm.
I'm a normal, healthy left. Yeah. There's a third player on the field here, and it's Hasan, the fucking insane person.
Do that.
I disagree with defund the police. I need to call them something. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm trying to say, tell me a respectful thing to call you. Max left? I don't know.
How about moronic left?
Ooh, that's a good one.
Oh, libtard. Libtard is what everyone says.
Right. Well, that's too close. The problem is that the term liberal needs to be rehabilitated. So
right. Oh yeah, we're working on that one.
Yeah, it's not gonna work.
Mm-hmm. Maxi pad left.
The maxi pad. Oh, I like that.
But I disagree, and I'm allowed to disagree.
No, you are.
And by the way, again, I keep emphasizing the overwhelming majority of left-wing voters agree with me. So since that is true, I have to say you are not the moderate left. You are the not moderate left.
You can call people socialists if you want. I think that's
different. That's economic. But anyway, I'm also not a socialist, but that's a different conversation.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
Ultra Marxist, right?
Well, that's really what it is. And that's the issue.
Guys, listen, happy Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving. Thank you for doing this. This is fun. I like having this conversation. We all like it. I appreciate everybody who watched. And now, we all get along when we go to, I don't agree with Joy Reid, okay? I'm
going to go to the bathroom. I'm going to go to the bathroom while you get along with Joy Reid here, okay?
Okay.
Say, don't invite people to Thanksgiving if you don't agree with them. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, we're all Americans. Let's all get along and let's agree to disagree without hating each other and calling each other stupid names. And so it is what it is. Let's go eat turkey and let's be a country.
All right, everybody. I love you all. I'll be back tomorrow, and I have to go pee really bad.
Young Turks.
That's all for today. Thank you, Cenk, for coming on. Thank you for participating in Cenk's Giving. All right, peace. Everybody.
Wow. Well, I disagree with a lot of what Hasan said, but I think Cenk is making huge strides towards trying to straighten out the left, trying to make a news outlet that reasonable people on the left can enjoy and listen to and be informed by, and not get a super hate boner for Republicans, which could be a good thing. I don't know if it's going to work. I don't know if it's going to be popular or whatnot, but at least he's making an effort. So, and we got to come up with some better title for woke people than woke. Woke is like passe now. I saw Dark Matter made a video about why he stopped being anti-woke, which we'll probably respond to at some point, which is kind of fun. So, all right, let me read some super chats. Well, Sitch,
should I stay silent and just let you?
Yeah, no, I can read some super chats.
Okay.
What are there? Let's see. Do we have any more $20 super
Duke Norton
chats
for
up?
$20. Did you read that one?
No, I'm getting ready to though.
Tax
Duke
this.
Norton for
Okay, there you go. You read it.
No, go ahead. You go.
Tax this tip, Fed boy. This stream went about how I thought it would. Out of all the lefties, Hasan is the bottom 5% of their IQ as usual. S class is the best class. A team's not as good as Adam looks.
Oh,
Oh,
wow.
I guess that's like it's an interesting complisalt. It's both a compliment but also an insult.
Oh, did you just make that up? That's a good one.
From Community.
Oh, it is?
Yes.
Complisalt.
Yes, I like that. That's good.
It's like an assaulting type compliment.
Right. Mitch for 2 Aussie bucks says thoughts on Wistoria. I don't know what that is. Is that like a
TV show
or
or
a game
something?
or something?
Sounds
Oh,
good.
it's an anime. No, I haven't seen
like it.
No comment. Oh, you know, I should have warned JMac because I suggested Dan to Dan. If you watch Dan to Dan the anime, do not watch it in front of your children. There's a lot of crude sexual things and references that you might not want your young children to witness. Okay.
I watched some of that. It's
Mm-hmm.
got the chick who believes in spirits and the kid believes, in UFOs,
ghosts.
right?
Or UFOs, yeah, right. Yeah. Right.
Get it right.
Yes. And it sounds like he didn't like it.
I haven't gotten into it enough to really know if it's any good or not. Yeah.
Okay.
I just
Well,
watched
you didn't watch the first
episode.
You didn't finish the first episode.
No, I didn't.
Because it gets definitely pretty intense in the second half when she gets kidnapped by aliens and he gets kidnapped by a ghost.
Spoiler! Oh shit!
Yes.
Don't spoil it.
Let's just say in the first episode, the aliens try to sexually assault the female character with a drill penis, and it's.
Oh my god! Okay, I guess I am gonna watch it now.
Yes. Pretty like I don't know if you want little kids to see this. They're like, what's happening?
Does she get even with the aliens after
they do not? They are not successful. Okay. Spoiler warning.
Oh, thank goodness.
Fights them off.
Yeah.
So yeah.
You don't want rape on your.
You don't want rape in your I don't know if it's a shonen anime, but you don't want rape in your young anime.
Yeah.
So. But no, it's a good show. Very funny, great action, everything. Alex Wright for $5 says, look into Kash Patel, the Bollywood Bannon. Excuse me. Given what happened with Gates, there's no way McConnell, Collins, Murkowski, etc. would vote to confirm. Yeah, I don't know that much about Kash Patel, but we'll see. I'll look into it. The Bollywood Bannon, that's funny. Oh, look at this. JMac responded. JMac for $20 says, thanks, Sitch, but I read up on everything before showing my kids. I'm a responsible parent. Well, look at that. That's good.
That's great.
Yeah. No, it's just I thought of it the other day because I'm trying to remember. I don't remember what it was. I was talking about some anime, and you're like, "Oh yeah, I was watching that with my kids," and I was like, "Oh shit, I didn't think about that." Don't watch Dan to Dan in front of your kids, okay? So, lives in Des Wall specifically for $5 says, "Is girls in 3-4 Burr cute want to grab coffee a good name for a Wi-Fi network?"
Sure.
I'm gonna say no.
Sounds great.
No. Is that supposed to be like I'm trying to figure out, is that like a 2 Girls 1 Cup reference or something? I was like, that's all I could think of.
What is this clip from Zero Fucks of Hasan? It's like a 9-second clip. He sent it to us on Twitter. Just hold your breath for 9 seconds. Ready? 3, 2, 1, go.
Thank you for having me. I love the Majority Report, and it's unfortunate that my real uncle Sam Cedar was not on today, but Emma, you're doing a great job. Thank you.
Oh, that's not too bad.
That's the real uncle clip I was telling you about.
I know, yeah. But it's not too bad. I mean, he's just kind of making a joke.
Yeah, it's still kind of weird. Okay, here's the real clip. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I can bring this up. Valman Go for $5 says, Konnichiwa, boys, in Tokyo, about to run the Imperial Palace. One more stop in the Philippines to see a friend, then on to the Middle Kingdom. That's awesome. In Tokyo. Hope you're enjoying it. That's pretty good.
Yeah, that's sweet.
I actually saw someone, I don't remember who, someone was complaining on Twitter. They're like, oh, Japan's not as good as it used to be because it's like so touristy now. Like everyone's going to Japan. I think there's like a bunch of streamers, including PewDiePie, who have like moved to Japan, live in Japan, streaming in Japan. So it's kind of like I guess it's on a lot more people's radar, maybe, or maybe it's because anime is more popular. So I'm sure it's still good to visit. I'm gonna go
This
there
is
one day.
hilarious.
Oh, you brought up the.
I did, yeah. Is there music or anything with it?
There's a little sound effect. You turn up the volume. I'll be right back.
Crickets.
Might drink in the other room.
All right, that's good. We had back to super chats. I guess you read Vile Van Gogh. Cake Sauce, member for 30 months, says, "Hey now, happy December. Thanks for the show." Well, thanks for joining in and being a part of this special time.
Thank you.
That we've had together today.
Did you combine Cake Sauce with Brian Schultz?
No.
Oh no, they both said hey now. I did that. I saw the hey now in Giant and Brian's. So
Brian Schultz, member for 15 months, says, "Hey now.
Look at that.
It's time for your weekly dose of enlightened centrist free will, harvested straight from the tears of Cenk's nephew and Freugen the Hut."
Ouch.
Oh, wow. Is she still around? The Hutmeister?
Freugen the
Freugen?
Hut? Is she still around? Is her ban over? I don't know. I don't know how long it's been.
I don't.
I think it's
I don't
over.
know what's happened.
I think she's still around. Long story short, $5 says in South Africa, the blacks are not indigenous there. They are settlers. They were Aboriginal Khoi people who were displaced by them.
Oh, wow. Look at that.
Tom waiting for $5 says Coleman Hughes argues people who are still alive that were victims of things like Jim Crow and redlining should get some form of reparations.
Well, I'm open to
I'm
that.
not opposed to that. Yeah. So sure.
And look, it would be good. It would be good to draw the line to say, look, this is someone that was tangibly affected by this stuff, right?
Right.
Instead of just saying, oh, yeah, it's the
Anyone.
fucking ancestors of these people, or just even worse, some immigrant who's just black who isn't even a descendant of American slaves.
I mean, Cenk was suggesting, like, if they gave something just so everyone like stop talking about
that's never gonna happen.
Racism or whatever. I'm like, well, that's never gonna that's not a thing. It's never gonna happen. So, if that's the reason, that's not a good reason to do it. Stuck for 32 months. Thanks so much for being 32 months of Free Will Seeker. Says if Cenk sold car insurance alongside Flo during an incredibly increasing left-wing arc, he would be a progressive. Look at that. I like that.
What's that mean? Is that like a meme or something? Who's Flo?
Flo's the lady that's the mascot for Progressive car insurance. The little lady.
Oh yeah,
that
Flo.
sells you
Okay,
car. Yeah,
that makes far more sense. Yeah.
Yes. Which
Flo?
I don't know why they named her Flo. That's a terrible name. Because when I hear Flo, I just think of like, is it a heavy flow month? Right?
I know.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Too good. I don't know what it's supposed. I don't know what it has to do with like traffic flow. I have no clue what the thought process was with that one, but very strange. Not a fan. Oh, I found out that my laptop, I actually can replace the RAM. It's not like back in the day, you got a laptop, you were kind of stuck with whatever RAM you got. So I don't have to buy a new laptop. I can just buy like better RAM.
Did you shove a bunch of RAM in there?
I haven't done it yet.
Okay.
But I will.
Get some RAM.
I'm still, at my parents for the
RAM's
holidays.
cheap.
So yeah, it's not super expensive. So I still need to find a laptop for my dad. So
get one with really big keys.
Yes. It's funny because I got a laptop for my mom, but it was like, I think I made a mistake because it's like, even though it's not like a super like laptop, it looks like a fancy super gaming laptop. Like it's got the fancy lights on and everything. And I think it scares her. She doesn't want to use it. It's like, it's too scary.
God.
There's too many like
Why
lights on it.
Why you get a laptop for your mom that looks like an alien spaceship? What are you doing?
Because I was just choosing up along lines of best specs with like lowest price for the best specs. Like that was all I was looking for. I didn't think like about like how it looks would be an issue.
Right.
So
it glows in the dark.
Right. I don't have any slots left. I'd have to like pull out my RAM and replace it with like a higher slotted RAM. Sammy G, thanks so much for being an Order of the Enlightened for 32 months. Look at that. Look at that.
Where is that? Oh,
It just
came
popped
up
up.
on the bottom. Look
Yeah.
at this. What's this saying?
After Thanksgiving, I spent days decorating for Xmas, and I gotta say that there's so much Xmas vibes in my apartment right now that it feels like a borderline hate crime to any Jewish person who steps in.
Uh-oh.
LMAO. That's true.
Who's she talking about?
Oh, it's funny. So Sammy, she decorates her apartment to be very like thematic to whatever season or holiday it is.
Mm-hmm.
And so, it was
Special.
Halloween, and then it was like fall, Thanksgiving. And so now that I've, gone, I was at my parents' house, or so I am for Thanksgiving, but I'm coming back. I'm going to enter the hate crime against Judaism. I'm going to enter
Maybe she's trying to convert you.
the Christmas wonderland. Yes, she is.
Would you think of doing that? What would your parents say if you converted to, I don't know, what is Sammy? Is she like Catholic or?
Sammy's not religious.
Oh.
No.
Anime Catholic?
No. She's
Catholic
yeah, there you go.
schoolgirl?
She's anime Catholic, just for the schoolgirl outfit. Yeah, I like that.
Catholic schoolgirl?
Catholic schoolgirl.
Catholic?
There you go. I like that. Anime Catholic. What does that mean? Don't think about it.
You get it. You got it.
Right. It means Goku died for your sins. That's what it means.
Mom, I'm converting to anime Catholic.
Right.
Don't tell her that. Oh, she'll freak.
She would not be happy about that.
I knew this when I saw that glowing computer.
To answer your question, no, I would not convert. So. Okay. Troy Thomas for $5 just came in and we'll read it too. Sitch, control your woman. Sammy's in the chat telling us what anime she's making you watch.
Ouch.
That's fine. Yeah, me and Sammy watched the animes together. Okay.
It's great.
It's funny. I have like a list of movies I need to subject her to, and she has like a list of anime she needs to subject me to. Because
Are you guys gonna go see Wicked together?
I kind of want to, just to make you watch it.
You guys could go.
But I just want to I'm gonna make you watch it too.
I might watch it when it comes on.
I sent you that message. Critical Drinker said it was actually not bad. Yeah, he said it was decent.
I watched his video. He did say that it's probably not your cup of tea if you don't like musicals. So.
Well, yeah, obviously.
Yeah.
I do want to see the Christmas movie that's coming out. Red
Snow
One.
White? Oh, Red One?
The one with The Rock.
Right.
And Captain America, Chris Evans. That looks pretty funny. Lucifer the Doorman for 2 Canadians says, Sitch, have you watched Hellsing Ultimate Abridged? I have, yes. And I really like, actually it's funny, through the musicals, they did a funny, they have a really good some Hamilton songs with, based on the Hellsing that are very good. But yeah, Hellsing Ultimate Abridged is pretty good. Not as good as DBZ Abridged is always the best, but.
All right, I'll be right back.
Yeah, you get out of there. Have you seen the Godfather trilogy? I've seen the first 2. I don't think I saw the third one. I never saw the third one, no. Okay. Anyway. A long story. Oh, I read that one. Stuck for 32 months. Read that one. Why did it go back? It scroll back up for a second. Here we go. Lives and Does Well specifically for $5 says Hasan has difficulty understanding psychological issues surrounding the American military and the American military industrial base. He has a complex. Thank you. I like that. That's very funny. Satan for $5 says you can't argue that partisan media lies influence people's perception of people and issues while arguing manufactured consent is a myth. Huge friction. So the idea is that the manufactured consent idea, and I thought I said this, is this concept that there's a narrative that's essentially created from a top down, like a bunch of people get together in a shadowy room. And they're like, okay, we got to convince the American people of like XYZ. We got to convince the American people to not care about the fact that us big business are making all the money and keeping it away from the people. Hey, we're gonna manufacture this consent, right? Or we're gonna manufacture this consent that like we're gonna support everyone in the media is gonna support a war. And this call goes out to all like the media companies, and the media companies all kind of trickle it down, and they kind of create a narrative in order to manufacture, consent among the populace, right? That is not a model that is correct. That doesn't mean that the media doesn't influence people, because obviously it does. But that's why I framed it, and I think this is a pretty intelligent way of framing it, if I do say so myself, is that a lot of the way that the media, partisan media functions is to craft arguments that already people haven't thought of, but align with their moral intuitions that they can then use, to justify their positions. So, and obviously the media can like lie about things and promote false stories and, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So, but I don't think the media can like make people just go 180 in terms of their belief systems or their moral intuitions, obviously. Okay.
It's a tough
Lethal
one.
Strain for $5 says Frank Lutz is the jackass who said Thanksgiving was 10. What? Frank Lutz is the jackass who said that Thanksgiving for 10 was $58 this year. What does that mean?
What? That can't be true.
That Thanksgiving for 10 people
was $58.
What is Thanksgiving for 10? I don't know what that means.
Like feeding 10 people for Thanksgiving dinner.
Who
for $58?
Who would say that?
Frank Luntz.
He didn't say that. Did he say that?
Frank Luntz is the jackass who said that. That's what the super chat says. I don't know.
Veronica Nye, senior economist at American Farm Bureau Federation, says the cost of a Thanksgiving meal for 10 is now $58, down year over year, but up 20% from 5 years ago. But are they only talking about like the cost of a turkey or something? I mean, the turkey doesn't cost $58. I'm confused. I don't know what she's referring to. There's no way. 10 people for $58. What?
Yeah.
No.
What is that a person? $5? $5.80?
Okay, I don't know where they broke it down. Interesting. I never heard that before. I don't know where they're getting their food, but
grow your own potatoes.
Yeah. I wish I had access to wherever that was. Lethal Brian for $2 says, do kids not get physicals for sports anymore? I don't know, like, what you guys are talking about. Maybe it's like an old thing. But I did sports growing up. I played soccer. I played a lot of street hockey. I never got a physical for sports, so I don't know what people are talking about.
It's so ridiculous to think that you need genital inspection to tell if someone is male or female. Like,
right.
It doesn't seem like there's a lot of genital inspection going on. And people seem to be able to tell who the males and who the females are. So,
right.
I guess they're implying, look, everyone just passes so well.
Lives in Dev's wall specifically for $2 says, oh, yeah, genital checking could be solved by AI. There you go. You just have to have the computer take a picture of your dick. There you go. I like it.
Could they just do how do they do a chromosome check? I mean, you don't have to check someone's genitals.
They just take like a blood test or something. So,
I mean, can they do it with a swab? I bet they could.
Yeah, there you go. What about penis inspection day? That was the real.
No. Don't bring that up.
Okay. The Golden Pepper for 50 a month says, Sitch, is someone 30 minutes behind and watching at 125 speed? I'll notice the speed up since at 125, Hasan speaks at normal pace. A-team reigns supreme. There you go.
Thank you. Yes.
There you go.
We had to do what we had to do. Sitch is sick. Sitch does not feel well. So
when I actually first watched this stream, I think I watched it 175 and it seemed normal to me. So
yeah.
Austin Peters for $5 says, how could keeping trans women out of women's bathroom or women's sports be enforced if you don't check genitals? Should it really be enforced? I think you can enforce. I mean, I think you can enforce it. I guess if you're going to be like contentious, there'd have to be some kind of thing. I don't think that would be the average experience though, of the situation. So
if you have a, I think you would know. You don't have to go and inspect everyone's genitals.
yeah, I mean, I
So
think
it's
usually you could look at
stupid.
someone
Yeah.
and tell, but I guess you just do
Yeah.
your little chromosome test or something. You don't need to look at their genitals, which, by the way, you look at their genitals doesn't even necessarily help because you had that situation with the boxer person, though they weren't trans, they were just intersex. But
Right. Yeah.
Death by Slot for 32 months says Cenk and Anna break with other progressives and mostly defining their political goals by what policies they want rather than who they're in opposition to. Oh, that's interesting. Lucy Lemonbug, thanks so much for the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you.
Did you miss Clown Moose Bean? Member for 19 months. Discipline equals freedom.
I did miss that. Thank you.
Hmm.
Clown Moose Bean for 19 months says, I'm a vessel without hinges, lock, or lid, yet within my walls a golden treasure is hid. What am I? Wow, look at that. Let's answer that one, Adam. Do you like riddles?
Not really, but I am interested in what it might be.
I am a vessel without hinges, lock, or lid, yet within my walls a golden treasure is hid. I know the answer to that.
Mm-hmm. What is it?
It's an egg.
Oh, it is?
I'm assuming it's an egg. Like the
Fascinating.
golden is like the yolk. I think I've heard that one before. I don't think I was smart enough to know that without have heard that one. Let me see. Let me Google search it here.
A vessel without hinges, lock, or lid. Oh, yeah. An egg.
Not necessarily an egg, but could be argued as one. Okay, well, I guess I got a maybe on that one.
Oh.
I'm gonna say egg. So it'd be oh, is that from The Hobbit? That's probably where I heard it from then. That sounds like one of those
Beautiful.
riddles between a Gollum and Bilbo. Death by the one. Libertarian Sasquatch for $2 says I saw the ads as quote we're spending taxes on this. Yeah, that is how you're supposed to see the ads. So
yes,
right.
But they're so thirsty to frame Republicans as attacking trans people that they can't resist, which is probably part of the effectiveness of the ad.
Mm-hmm. M8566 for 5 gifted memberships. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm. And PC for 10 gifted memberships.
Thank you so much, PC, for 10 gifted memberships. So
nice.
Lives in Deswalp for $5 says, I don't know about the baby eating argument. There's not a lot of current politicians. I can't imagine casually drinking an infant for adochrome. That's true. That's a good point.
Mm-hmm.
They would all do that. So that's going to be the future.
But that's justified, right? To de-age themselves. Yeah.
Right. Probably.
But they just drink the baby's blood. They don't actually kill the baby. So
there you go. You don't want to kill the golden goose on that situation. Got to keep that baby alive so it can keep getting its vital blood youngening nutrients or whatever it is. So okay.
What happened? Did you fall asleep?
I did.
Are you sleepy?
Old. I'm getting sleepy. Lethal Strain for $5 says the sports issue is bad. Oh shit, territory was courts removing children from parents for gender affirming care. True.
Ooh, yeah, that was horrible. Good. Yeah. But you're just imagining it.
I know, right? Lethal Strain, thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seekers.
Yeah, welcome.
Coding Jesus. Thank you so much, Coding Jesus, for being 15 months a Free Will Seeker. Look at that.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Coding Jesus just got his check mark too. So congratulations.
What does that mean?
That means you're verified on YouTube, right? Or it says Coding Jesus always had that, and I just never noticed it before. I don't know. Either way, congratulations. Coding Jesus says, I love your content. I never get here when you start, so I always end up watching it 2 times to catch up the live streams. Keep it up. Well, thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Glad you like the show.
Cameraman 502 for $5 says this whole exchange needs the Cabana sound on a loop in the background. You know who doesn't cope and seethe? A-Team and S-Class. That is
of course not. Yes, never.
That is
never cope and seethe.
Gellion the Driven for 6 months says it doesn't matter. Doesn't make them sound like an idiot. It makes them sound like a malicious liar. True.
I agree. Yep.
You get the check mark at 100K subs. Oh, nice. Well, congratulations, Coding Jesus.
Don't you have a check mark?
I guess I do on my main account. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anonymous Coward for $5 says there has to be a name for this thing, like Schrodinger's apathy. It doesn't matter until you make them take a stand. Leftists do this all the time.
That's
There
a
you
good
go.
name.
Oh man,
Anything Schrodinger, I love.
You know what would have been funny for the if we had planned this, if I had thought about it for election night when Sam came on, I should have had like my YouTube plaque behind. People would have been like, wait a minute, how'd she get that? Like, that would have been like that would have been the reveal. Like, how did Sam get Sitch's plaque?
Oh, nice.
M8566 for $5 says, what's best in life? Quote, to crush your enemies, see them driven before you, and hear the lamentations of their women. Cenk Uygur. That's true. That is what he said. He did say that. Yeah.
Wow. Did he really?
He did. Yeah. You don't remember when he said that?
I don't.
Oh, okay. Well, he
That,
did.
hear the lamentations of their women.
Yes.
I mean, can you really say that on the left these days?
It was when he was in his barbarian phase. So.
Okay.
Right. Lucifer Domer for 5 Canadian says, since January 20th is my birthday and Trump's first day in office, will I be getting my comic before then? A-Team reigns supreme.
Hopefully, yes. Yeah.
Nice.
Hopefully we'll be sending him out early January.
M8566 for $5 says, Sitch, does Adam even know what grifting is? Please show him the grifting episode of Community so he can become educated. Grift. That, yeah, you should watch that episode of Community. Have you seen Community at all?
I do like Community, yeah.
Okay.
I've seen a few episodes.
That's
not like a religious watch or anything, but I've seen a couple.
That was I don't know, the last like season, it's funny, but it's like the tone is definitely different. So I do like that grift episode, but the tone is like more just, it's weird. I want to say wacky, but Community was always wacky, so I don't know. This seems a little different, but that's a funny episode. I like the grift episode.
I used to watch a lot more TV and media when I was writing because I just felt like I had to be informed.
Well, that makes sense, right?
But
it's like following politics when you're a political commentator.
So. Yeah, now I feel obligated to read and watch politics stuff. So
right.
It's funny. Yeah. I'm always spending most of my time reading books and shit.
There you go. So those Ventura says, Adam, I sent you the next meme warfare video.
Did you now?
I don't know what that means, but
it's probably something horrible.
Oh, Strain sent me the article. The Frank Lutz, he retweeted the article. Let's see. It says a 16-pound turkey costs $25. Cranberries cost $2, $2.39. Sweet potatoes, 3 pounds of sweet potatoes cost $2.93. 3 pounds of sweet potato. I feel like sweet potatoes cost more than where I live. Carrots and celery cost 84 cents. Green peas, $1. 9 pie shells, $3.40. Pumpkin pie mix, $4. Whole milk gallon,
$3.40
for the crust. They're saying.
I mean, I couldn't get a bag of flour for less than $3.
Right.
And the name brand flours were like $6. I was like, what the fuck? A bag of flour?
I haven't bought flour since I try to stay away from gluten usually, so I don't know what that cost. Dinner rolls, $4.16. Whipping cream, $1.81.
Look, we were gonna make rolls, and we couldn't even buy the bag of flour for like. But they're saying you can buy a bag of rolls for $4.
Yeah, 1 dozen dinner rolls. Well,
I say bullshit.
You're only gonna buy. First of all, I have a problem. First of all, you're only gonna buy 1 dozen dinner rolls for 10 people. Come on, you gotta at least get 2 dozen. Right? People love them dinner rolls. Okay, they want more. So there's some price breakdown. I am highly skeptical of this chart. So, but okay, that's what the people are saying.
Maybe.
What is this? Is there like a fake? There's like a fake YouTube bot in the chat. Oh my god, that is.
Look at this.
Spamming the chat.
Oh, we haven't had that in a long time.
Wow. Yeah, what is this? That's true. Wait, yeah, we didn't have like bot spam in a long time. Now it's back.
Something new.
Right. Well, something old.
We're under attack.
I know. Max Rudin for $10 says, just wrote a sci-fi book about genetics. Villains are hypocritical leftist CEOs. It was fun to write about how their moral intuitions impact their actions, called Fall of the Four Bases on Amazon. Ooh.
Yeah,
Well,
check it
that's
out.
cool.
That sounds great.
Check it out, everyone. Fall of
I
the
love
Four
sci-fi.
Bases
Sci-fi is my favorite.
on
My
Amazon.
absolute 100% favorite.
Wow.
You
Very
like
cool.
sci-fi?
Yeah, of course.
Who doesn't like sci-fi?
That's awesome. Well, good for you, Max. Publishing a book and everything. That's based. Oh my god, the spam in the chat's terrible.
What the
Keeps coming back. Like, because it like what they do is like they'll ban it and then there'll be like a new account with a slightly different name. I guess,
Really?
or something. I guess. I mean, the name looks the same, but it's got to have like invisible characters or something, right? So, Lethal Strain for Joe says,
I guess they
"Hey,
are hiding it.
hey, Cenk, I gotta pee. Watch this music video. LOL." Yeah, you should have done that. Made him watch the Houthis.
Oh
D5.
my god.
Right, but like,
That
oh, I
would
gotta
have
go to
been
the
hilarious.
bathroom. Yeah, right.
Look at this Hamas video.
Yeah. Latest music video. D5280 for $2 says, do a book review channel, classics and modern.
I've contemplated doing that.
There you go. PC for $5 says, if people commit crime due to their economic conditions, do the homeless commit the most crimes relative to other groups? No, there you go. Well, they can't because they're homeless, PC. They don't have anywhere to put their the shit that they steal.
What are they
Okay,
stealing
obviously.
shit for if they
Come
don't
on,
even have a home?
PC. Get your head. Get your head straight. All right. It's only like the almost homeless that commit all their crimes.
As it
So
should be.
you gotta make all the almost homeless so they stop committing the crimes. Obviously. Lucer Doman for 2 Canadians says, "Got to take the dogs for a walk. A team reigns supreme."
Thank you.
Eco Shadox for $5 says, "You guys should check out the new animated Watchmen movie, faithfully adapted. Love the animation style. Highly recommended." Wow, I didn't even know they did a new animated Watchmen movie. That's pretty cool. The last one I saw is that they did the motion comic, which was pretty good.
Who did that? I thought that was just some YouTuber.
No, it was official. It was DC officially did the motion comic.
Really?
Yeah,
Wow.
what do you mean? It was like completely professional quality and everything. So,
That's how I actually read the comic.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. Let's see.
Well, okay, well, I'll check it out. I didn't even know they were doing one. What is it on? Is it on Max? Because that's where I think all the HBO has all the DC stuff. I hope so. I'll definitely watch it and force Sam to watch it with me.
Watchmen Chapter 1, 2024.
Nice. Yeah, there's a trailer I see. Oh, no, you have to pay for it. Watchmen Chapter 2. Oh, they're splitting it up.
Yeah, that's like multiple episodes.
Well, they're gonna do, because like is it gonna be like one episode per book or one chapter? So there's gonna be 12 chapters. Huh.
Art looks cool.
Okay, well, so check it out.
Actually, it looks I don't know.
Yeah, the Watchmen motion comic was up on YouTube for a long time too, for free. So yeah, it was one guy doing all the voices, because it's like an audiobook. It's just one person. So they don't, They even include the Black Freighter lines. Oh, I'll be real, I was never a fan of the Black Freighter stuff in the Watchmen comic, but I always kind of skipped it. So Demon Buddy for 28 months says, there's prisons in Ohio that has Potosi prisoners. I don't know what that means. Farming to grow food for the prison. They're mostly minimal security prisons, though. Oh, that's cool, I guess. I mean, I'm not opposed to that. I don't know why people would be. Zero Fuck for 27 months says, breaking, Joe Biden pardons son Hunter. Oh, there you go. Look at that.
He was running out of time.
He was. Lethal Strain for George says, it's Hasan praising the First Step Act. I don't know if I've ever heard him talk about that. That was the Trump prison reform, right? The First Step Act.
Oh, yeah.
That, what's her face?
Was that good or bad? Hasan probably doesn't even know that he did that. Hasan doesn't know about the hospital transparency. Hasan doesn't know about any of that stuff. Right.
Eagle Shoot Oxford $5 says Hasan freak out versus Cenk freak out. Let me pull up a chair and pop some corn. I love the internet. There you go.
Look at that. We still have the most based jank.
We do. We have that
Emoticon.
great
Yeah.
Cenk emote. Yeah. Though I feel like now we need the middle fingers one. Though I don't know if that would. I don't think it'd come out. It's be too small. But
Yeah.
such a good picture. I want that GIF. Zero Fox, make that GIF. I want the GIF of Cenk doing the double birdies. Okay. Mr. Ubercross, thanks so much for the $10. Says apparently Trump won't have to pardon Hunter. Biden beat him to it. There you go. Tom waiting for $10 says actually there's a major difference between 5 years and 3 year sentences. They have found recidivism goes up drastically if someone is in prison for more than 3 years. Oh, really? That is interesting.
Because they're institutionalized, as they say.
Right. They don't have anything else to do. But I don't know about. I'm unfamiliar with that information, but that's interesting. All Souls Night for $5 says, I wonder if Hasan would be equally forgiving of white collar criminals. I somehow can't imagine him defending Exxon Valdez, LMAO, S class is best class. That's a good point. When he's going on about like, oh, the economic conditions of crime, blah, 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 blah. It's like, okay, but what about like white collar crime? No, fuck those people. Those people aren't poor, or they're not poor enough for me to care. The real whole thing for $5 says 0 people in the United States need to commit crimes to survive. Literally 0. That is true. That is true.
Yeah. It's ridiculous.
Well,
and naive.
That's not true. Listen, there's one crime that we all have to commit. Okay. Mm-hmm. That's the theft of online pornography.
Oh my God, Sitch.
That's probably the most stolen object, or I guess virtual object in the entire world, don't you think?
But like, if you could stealing it?
Yeah, of course. What do you mean?
So you think when you go to Pornhub, you're stealing porn?
You are, unless you're watching it from the official person that uploaded it.
Right.
I wouldn't be surprised if they did a study in America of like, if you could somehow categorize like how much, every industry loses money through theft, that porn's got to be like one of the top 3 or top 5 about like just pure amount of theft of material.
Really?
Yeah, this got to be, right?
I don't know.
Okay. The Real Hallucinator for $2 says, make leftists afraid again. There you go.
Ooh. That sounds like a threat.
Yep. M8566 for $5 says, look up the Robin Hood show from Canada. Adam might be right here.
Oh, yeah. Look at that. They probably are talking about how criminal activity is completely justified, especially with a name like the Robin Hood show.
Robin Hood, it's got a Y, is a Canadian action drama television series described as a modernized reimagining of the English legend of Robin Hood. Oh, that's... I'm sure it's fucking horrible. So...
Probably woke.
It looks super woke. And they're all wearing really goofy, stupid masks that look really retarded.
Did you watch Dark outfits. Matter's video yet? The anti-woke
I only watched the first 15 or 20 minutes of it. So I figure we should try to talk to him or something about it. So we've had him on before.
Of course. We've talked to him a bunch of times.
Atheist Kratos.
Yeah. He does look like
he looks like Kratos. He looks exactly like Kratos. It's pretty hilarious. Yeah.
Yeah.
Alex Wright for $2 says, was there a spike in grievance culture in the 90s? I believe there was. There was. Yeah. It was, I don't know why it went away. I don't know what started it and why it went away, but it rose and then fell pretty quickly. So
what was it?
I mean, that's kind of
you speak of.
That like remember that's like where Bill Maher kind of got his start. He's his politically incorrect show. So, but I was obviously too young to really understand what was going on. KP for $10 says, why can't criminals possess the same greediness that big corporations Hasan hates have? CEOs aren't poor, but Hasan sees them as criminals. Yeah, it's such a weird situation. Like he's this weird morality of being poor that Hasan has. Like, why can't, just because you're poor, I mean, it doesn't mean that you can't be like a shitty person. So
he probably just feels guilty because he's so filthy rich. That
Right.
he's like, oh, these poor people. I feel so bad for them.
Mm-hmm.
They should
Oh,
be able to do whatever they want.
Sofo said maybe like because of Rodney King stuff. Maybe that could be it. Joe the Mig for 32 months. Thanks so much for thinking 32 months. Remember, Joe. It's wild to me that Comer accused you guys of audience capture. Oh, Connor.
Yeah.
Accused you guys of audience capture and inadvertently allied himself with Hasan, king of audience capture, this election. There you go.
Yeah.
Lesson Self for $5 says, disagree. Hasan never moralized the issues. He moronizes them. There's the difference.
Moronizes
That's
them.
pretty funny. That's pretty funny.
That's true.
That's good. MA566 for $5 says, why eat the rich? Rich people don't do anything wrong. Only people with poor material conditions commit crimes. There you go. Listen, got it right there.
Yeah. Let's add that to the philosophy.
Eat the poor. Blue Silver for $10 says, I'm watching the channel 4 on the other screen. Apparently it's snowing in Buffalo.
Wow.
Wow, look at that. Crazy.
Already.
The
White
nice
Christmas early.
mid 70s where I am. Tom waiting for $5 says, socialists think economics is a fake science. I guess they also think incentives are fake. Yeah, exactly.
They hate incentives.
They do. Captain COVID for $10 says, I wonder what Hasan would say about how in Newark, New Jersey, you can get bail on a gun charge and get arrested again with another gun, 10 bags of heroin, and the judge still doesn't send you to jail. I mean,
that's crazy.
But what were the person's material conditions? Okay. Did you ever consider that?
He needed more guns, obviously.
Right. Dragon Keeper for $10 says, we need to ban the fascist Republican Party for being homophobic and anti-science, fascist, or regressive theocrats. We need a rational, progressive Democrat Party. I was waiting for that to turn into like a joke or something, but it never did. So it's interesting.
The Dragon Keeper super chat.
What?
You were waiting for the super chat to turn into a joke?
I was waiting for the super chat to turn, yeah.
Oh.
So. Fiery Patriot for 18 months says, food bank pizza sounds terrible, but Sitch could probably eat it at least. There you go, because the cheese is like completely fake.
Because there's no cheese.
Right.
Oh, I love cheese. I can't believe you can't eat it.
I feel like women love cheese more than men.
Do you?
Is that true?
Women
How
do
does the chat
like
feel about that?
Women do like cheese, but only because it goes so well with wine. And obviously, women are just crazy for wine.
Right.
Women are winos. I don't know what it is.
Really?
Men like beer.
I've never had a taste for wine.
Yeah, because you're a guy, obviously.
I mean, I don't know. There's like, I've tried a bunch of different ones. It's like a million. It's like fucking. It's the same thing with beers. I don't understand all the names for these different types of beers. I'm like, I don't know what any of that means, right?
I haven't had Newcastle in forever.
The Piffin Pfizer, the Amber Blocken Bluebird, the Hoppen Lager. I'm like, I don't know. I know like a brand name and I know whether I like it because I've tried it, but I don't know what all those like categories mean. There's like 20 billion categories.
The IPA and the PIZ.
Yeah, you're right. They're like, well, do you want the white lager or the amber lager? I'm like, I don't know. What does that mean? I don't know. No, listen, I hate to say it, but like, you know, one of my new favorite beers is your wheat beer, Kirin Ichiban. Super tasty. Super tasty.
I like Newcastle and oh God. One other beer that I can't remember at the moment.
Foster's, Australian for beer.
No Foster's.
Oh no.
Guinness, that's
Guinness.
it.
I don't really like Guinness that much.
Guinness and Newcastle, that's it. Okay. Anything else is trash.
Wow. I don't think I've ever had a Newcastle. I've had Guinness. So Sam likes Guinness, but I'm not a fan of it.
I don't like yellow beers.
Oh, okay. Like light colored beers.
Yeah.
Interesting. I do.
Gross.
I like Stella and Amberbach and Yingling and Ichiban. Shock
all these
Top.
Japanese beers.
Only one. Ichiban's the only one that's
Sapporo.
I've never had Sapporo.
Oh. It's gross.
So,
Like
oh,
all
really?
yellow beers.
Yellow beers. You're just a hater.
True.
Okay. Burger Dan for $2 says, you know who isn't lactose intolerant? A-Team. There you
True.
go. That's true.
Love my cheese and
go.
my half and half.
Right.
And my
It's
ice cream.
Those old Jew genes, they really get you in the stomach. Okay. I think there's a high rate of lactose intolerance in the Jewish community.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes. No, it's unfortunate because my dad's side of the family, like they all have like really iron stomachs, and my mom's side has like all the shitty stomach. Of course, I got my mom's digestive side, so. Oh, Blue Moon. Yeah, Blue Moon's okay. Someone said it was disgusting in chat. I'm like, yeah, Blue Moon's not bad.
Is it yellow?
It's just lighter color. When you say yellow, right? So,
Amber.
mm,
Amber's sort of darker though.
right.
Newcastle could be described as an amber beer, I guess.
Mm. Listen, does all specifically for $5 says, I wonder if deliberate anaphylexia has ever been used as a form of autoerotic asphyxiation. Oh, there you go, Adam. You could, if you ever want to like masturbate while you're choking, you can just eat, lick a lobster or like a shrimp shell or
What the
something.
fuck?
And you can go into anaphylactic shock and you can experience autoerotic asphyxiation.
No thanks.
No, you sure?
I mean, isn't that dangerous? Don't a lot of people die from that kind of stuff? I mean,
Yeah.
the lobster's dangerous enough, right?
Right.
You want me to choke myself at the same time?
No. They're saying that you lick it so you get like your throat closes up. You don't need to choke yourself. Like that is what
Right.
causes the choking.
So I'm like, honey, I'm at this lobster dinner. Let me just start whacking it.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
I think I'm having trouble breathing. Honey, why are you masturbating? We're at Morton's Steakhouse.
Listen, I mean,
Look, I want to try something new.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Right. Listen, it's a new trend. You'll see.
Oh.
Alex Wright for $2 says, if it's 7-Eleven pizza, I'm crashing out and stealing it. I've never had 7-Eleven pizza, but
look, you should go to jail for stealing 7-Eleven pizza.
Yeah.
It's gross. You should go to jail for eating 7-Eleven pizza.
Yes, true. Look at that. Liz and Des Wallace had a follow-up for GR says, don't actually do that. There you go. That's right. David Carradine. David Carradine died from that, unfortunately. So I think his family maintains that he was like killed by the mafia or something. And
really?
They staged that. I don't know if that's valid or not, but
didn't the lead singer of NXS die the same way? I think he died that way too.
I don't know.
Yeah.
David Carradine was Bill from Kill Bill and Kane from the hit 1970s TV show Kung Fu, which I am completely shocked and bewildered that show has not been remade for today's audiences.
What's the show?
Kung Fu.
Oh yeah.
That would be like a perfect show to remake
for modern audiences.
It's already kind of woke because you have a situation, you have a half American white, half Chinese person.
It's got to be a black woman in a wheelchair, though.
There you go. No, that's in the Dark Tower series. But that literally is true in the Dark Tower series. You have a half Chinese, half white American running away from Imperial China assassins in the old West in America. And it's about a kung fu master in the Wild West where no one knows what the fuck martial arts is, and they're just getting their ass kicked by like a kung fu guy because they're all racist against Chinese people.
Wow, that is kind of woke.
It is, but it's a good show. Or it was. I mean, for the 1970s, it was a good show. A lot of wacky shit going on in it, but
great representation though.
It was good. They bring it back.
That's all the people dying white men.
No, he kills some Asians. There's like Chinese assassins coming after him and stuff.
Oh, okay. Well,
and not listen. I'm just kind of being incendiary. most of the white people in the show are like not racist and good. It's just always like the evil racist person he has to beat up because they're like fucking with him.
Right.
That's it.
But he is fighting racism.
He is literally. Haven't you ever, that like meme of like, when you can snatch the pebble from my hand, your training has been complete.
Oh yeah. No, I know
That's from
Kung
that
Fu.
show, Kung Fu.
I don't think I ever watched an episode of it just because
Right.
it's like, what's this old timey show? Why am I
Yeah,
watching
well,
this?
yeah, it was a very old time. I only saw it because my parents really liked it growing up, and they bought like the DVDs, and they're like, "You should watch this," and I was like, "All right."
Watch all of this, son. Learn about racism.
It wasn't framed as like that, but
Learn about Kung Fu.
yeah, it's crazy. Lisa Shane brought us up. This is true. Is talk about like a fucking like mad job. Okay, so the show was pitched, and I think it was originally written and pitched by Bruce Lee, and he wanted to star in it. And for some reason, they said no. We're gonna have not Bruce Lee be the fucking lead, but David Carradine.
Yeah, whose idea was that?
I don't know. I don't know why they took it from Bruce Lee. I don't know if it was like a racist thing because they thought Bruce Lee looked too Asian. Because I'm pretty sure David Carradine is 100% not Asian. So
they were like, look, this is about racism against Chinese people. We need a white guy to play so the audience will empathize with him.
Right.
And audiences aren't going to empathize with the Chinese guy. Come on.
Mm-hmm.
This is 1960.
I mean, it's literally supposed to be like half Chinese. So it's the whole thing.
Right.
Also, the thing that, in Fight Club or in a lot of other things where, people want to they want to join like a martial arts club or they want to join some society and they keep telling you to go home and you just have to sit there for like multiple days and eventually they accept you. That's also from Kung Fu. When the young kid, I think his parents are both dead or something, and that's how he ends up trying to get into the Shaolin monastery. And they keep telling him to go home, and he stays there for 3 days or whatever, and they allow him in. So,
Know your meme.
Yep. No, Kung Fu. That'd be a good show to reboot. Unfortunately, I said the same thing about the show The Prisoner, but then they rebooted it and made it weird. Well, weirder. Prisoner was always a fucking wacky show. So, be careful what you wish for. Okay.
I don't know the show. Fair and Practical for $2 Aussie says, Anna Kay's debut on Piers Morgan was great / playful. Smiley face. Which I totally agree. Look, I loved it. I thought she did an amazing job. And Piers asked good questions and made her look good. Brought up like a lot of her backstory. So I thought it was great.
Right.
I'm sure Piers is trying to get her on a panel where she can be like the sensible, sane person.
That'd be cool.
One of these radical, insane people. Maybe he'll try to get her on a panel with Hasan.
Right.
Yeah.
Malik for $10 says
Hasan was on once though, and it took like an act of God to get him to go on. Remember?
Yeah, and Chris Morgan
had
just
to force him.
Annihilated him in that conversation. We covered that conversation.
We did, yeah.
Yeah. That's when Hasan said he didn't have a problem being a propagandist. So you're like, oh, okay. Interesting.
Yeah, that was not good.
Right. Malik for $10 says, bro, a girl literally birthed a baby in a toilet and then threw him in a trash can. I don't want to hear about how no one would do a third trimester abortion, not to mention Casey Anthony. That's a good point. That did happen. So
yeah, there's a lot of, I mean, this happens. I mean, it's not widespread or anything, but it does happen infrequently where the woman gives birth and then tries to dispose of it. And obviously, I'm thinking she's like, oh, I can't go to an abortion doctor because it's too late. So I just got to knuckle through and have this thing and get rid of it myself. That's like the home abortion, right?
Right.
Horrible.
M8566 for $5 says, would Hasan give Trump a pass for his 34 felonies? Obviously, Trump was a victim of material circumstances. Ooh, interesting.
It's true. Trump was a victim of material circumstances.
What about all the January 6 people?
Oh yeah, they should let him go.
What about like
is Trump going to pardon them like he said he would? Oh my God. Look,
right.
didn't he make that campaign promise? What if he was lying?
What about like if someone commits a hate crime, a non-violent hate crime, right? They like spray a swastika or they burn a cross or something in like a black guy's front yard. But if they're like a poor white person, does Hasan excuse them from the crime?
Of course. Look, it was their material conditions. They only hate black people because they were raised poor, and poor people are racist.
Of course.
Yeah. All is forgiven.
Right.
They even get the N-word pass.
You know, it's funny because remember Hasan had this whole thing about how like it's America's fault that the Palestinians are anti-LGBT.
Oh, I do remember that. Yeah.
Like they don't have time to become, progressive or enlightened because they're getting blown up by Israel or something. And then I saw another clip of him like bragging or sort of bragging is weird, talking about how like all these Hamas leaders are actually super educated and smart and intelligent. And they all have Western educations. I'm like, doesn't that kind of destroy the entire narrative that you were saying that they were too backwards because Israel was killing them? Okay. I guess when it's convenient for Hasan, when he wants to say that they're smarter than Americans, like he'll say it. When he wants to say that they're dumber than Americans, then he'll say it. Like whatever it takes, right?
Yeah. They went to Harvard, but they still hate LGBT.
Right. Madney85 for $10 says saying people only commit theft because they are poor is like saying men only do sexual assault because they are thirsty. If only every man had a personal female robot to take care of their carnal desires. There you go.
Well, that's coming. That's on the horizon. So
that is true.
Look to Hasan to be promoting that. So
I
all
wonder
the
if that
incels
will reduce rape and sexual assault dramatically if everyone gets a sex robot.
Of course.
Luso for $5 says, serious question. Do you seriously think Hasan believes his own BS? I mean, I in that conversation now, I thought he was totally lying about the whole what to do about the protesters hypothetical. That's like, that was too insane. M8566 for $5 says, I wish they gave Elon a technological department, the Department of Technological Advancement or the DOTA.
What about getting your significant other like a breakup present that's a robot that looks like you?
That's fucked up. Why would you want that?
You're like, listen,
that's weird.
I've had enough, baby. We're going our separate ways, but as a consolation prize.
No. You have to say like, listen, you're always trying to change my behavior, mold me into the man you wanted me to be. Well, I got you that man.
Here it is.
Here it is. You can program it however you want. Later.
I'm out of here.
I got mine, and then you have like it looks like her but hotter.
Oh my. Yeah.
Terrible.
Sad.
Han waiting for $5 says, quote, old people get an idea in their head and it cements in there forever. Sitch just perfectly described Adam. Aw, boo. Look at that. Shots fired.
Where was that?
Tom waiting for $5.
Oh, I guess so.
Very mean.
Is that me? I always think Sitch is far more stubborn than me, to be honest with you. So
I don't think that's true.
Sitch never changes his mind.
That I think is wildly untrue.
The only time Sitch has ever changed his mind is like in that Destiny stream, and he totally regrets it ever.
There you go.
So he's like, never again.
Never again, right.
Never.
Again. Like the Holocaust, never again.
Oh, is that a Holocaust thing? I probably shouldn't say that then.
You could say. I give you permission as the speaker of all Jews. AKA Botosai for 5 gifted memberships. Thank you.
Yes, thanks so much.
Malik for $5 says, Adam, I don't know how serious you're being, but he's definitely lying about the effects of the tariffs. Can't be ignorance at this point. Oh, that's right. You read that. That was you're reading.
We spoke up. Yeah. Right. That's when you found that crazy article that's completely insane.
Well, it's a database. I don't know if it's really an article.
A database.
Collection. It's a collection of things.
I could just go to any random one, and it's just here. Watch, I'll just stop on one here.
Mr. Middleman for $2 says ham and cheese is objectively the worst sandwich. That is not true. That is just blatantly not true. Okay.
January 11th, 2021. We're stopping a lot of illegal immigration. Our numbers have been very good.
I would say cucumber sandwich, significantly worse. There's nothing wrong with a classic ham and cheese sandwich. Okay.
Ham and cheese is objectively the worst sandwich.
Yeah,
I
that's
love ham and cheese.
no, yeah, who doesn't ham and cheese is a totally fine, good sandwich. Okay. It's like
Peanut
your
butter and
classic.
jelly is the most popular sandwich, though.
Is that true?
Yeah.
Most
I looked it
popular
up.
sandwiches.
I looked it up just the other day.
Really?
Yeah.
Top 20 popular sandwiches in America.
Do it up. Give them to us. Oh, top 20. Wow. That's like going deep into the sandwich lore.
Number 20, meatball sub.
That's pretty good. I like a meatball sub.
Number 19, egg salad sandwich.
I like some egg salad.
I'm
down with the egg salad.
Number 18, hot chicken sandwich. When they say hot, they mean hot, I mean spicy.
I like both.
Okay. Number 17, lobster roll.
Oh, I can't believe that's number 17. That should be like number 5.
Number 16, pastrami on rye.
I like pastrami, but I don't like it on the rye. So
right. 15 is a French dip.
Mm-hmm.
That's so huge.
That should be like French 20. Dip. Yeah.
Never been. 14, po' boy. Po' boys are top tier.
Love
fried shrimp po' boy sandwich. Oh god, so good.
I don't like the shrimp. I like an andouille sausage, but
that's good too. That's good too. 13 is the ham sandwich. There you go. Number 13 is a ham sandwich.
No cheese? Oh.
I'm shocked it's so low. Number 12 is a tuna sandwich. Now that's crazy.
What?
Who's grabbing tuna sandwich over the ham sandwich? That's crazy.
Tuna sandwich. I like chicken salad, but tuna salad sandwich, fuck that.
Well, okay, here's the problem. Like, I'm sure if you get like normal, good quality tuna, it's fine. Like that canned tuna is gross.
Hell yeah.
That's not good.
Sometimes there's like bones in it and shit.
Good. Yeah, the canned tuna is never good. So number 11 is a cheesesteak sandwich.
Oh, those are delicious. I like those.
Yeah, can't eat them, but they are good. Number 10 is the Reuben.
Didn't you?
I'm surprised. A Reuben is
the Dave Reuben.
The Dave Reuben, yeah. Reubens are okay. Not horrible. Number 9 is the turkey sandwich.
Boring.
Yeah, turkey over ham. Come on, ham is objectively better than turkey sandwich. Right?
Million times better, yeah.
Okay. Number 8, peanut butter jelly.
What? It's not number 1?
8, not number 1.
Wow.
According to Yahoo Finance. So this is like finance data.
I must have looked at a different website.
Okay. Number 7 is a grilled chicken sandwich. I don't know how that's different from the hot chicken sandwich. Number 6, the Cuban sandwich. I'm kind of surprised that's so high on the list. Yeah. Cuban sandwiches are good. But...
They're okay.
Well, look, it's all the Cuban bread, right? That's all it is. Number 5 is the club sandwich. Club is like the basic bitch of sandwiches, I feel like.
It's like tomato and turkey and bacon, right?
Right. But it's like it's like the it's multiple. It's usually like multiple, like it's a triple deck sandwich. They put like that third slice of bread in the middle. Give you the extra carbs. Number 4 is the BLT. See, I feel like the BLT is the worst sandwich.
BLT is delicious, but
no, because like, listen,
4.
No, hold on. I like bacon. I like bacon on a sandwich, but just bacon as the only meat in a sandwich with just lettuce and tomato? Come on. God, I don't like that. That's
ham
sacrilege.
BLT would be better.
No, yeah, exactly. But that's
ham,
not BLT.
avocado BLT.
Right. Avocado. Look at this guy, straight Californian. Terrible.
With a little sliced red onion and some pepperoncinis, maybe some jalapenos.
That's good.
And some habanero.
There you go.
Some
number
habanero
3,
pepper.
The roast beef sandwich.
Roast beef? Gross. Whoever you're reading from, these people are fucking high.
This is based on finance information.
What does that have to do with anything?
I think it's based on like how much is like what's sold in the country.
Mm-hmm.
So
gross.
You don't like the Arby's roast beef sandwiches are good.
Ah. And then you go with Arby's. First of all, you're talking about roast beef, and then you're going to go to Arby's.
Well, there's like Arby's is known for their roast beef sandwiches. Like that's their whole vibe. What do you mean?
Yeah, I know.
They're fine. They taste good. It's good if you want to go to a fast food place, but you don't want like something fried. You're like, oh, I want fast food, but not like a fried sandwich. Go to Arby's.
I don't think
I
I've
guess you get
ever
the fried
had
curly
like
fries,
a
which are pretty tasty.
delicious experience at Arby's.
Okay.
Yeah. Maybe
Number
we just got a
2.
bad Arby's or something. But
Okay.
every time I go to Arby's, I'm like, wow, I forgot why I didn't come back to this place.
I mean, it's fast food. You're not, got to expect it to not be high tier quality food, right?
Oh, yeah.
Number 2. I agree with this one. The bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich. That's pretty tasty.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. It's got to be on a croissant, though.
Croissant, yeah. That's better than the McMuffin or something like that.
Yeah.
Of course, there is the most delicious and unhealthy sandwich of all time is that McDonald's pancake sandwich.
Oh, yeah. Those are so good, though. The McGriddle.
The McGriddle, yeah. Oof.
I
So
like a
tasty.
fried egg sandwich with like lots of mayo.
Ooh, yeah.
Some sauteed onions.
Oh my God. McGriddle, man. I gotta figure out a way to like make those myself.
Mm-hmm. The McGriddle?
Yeah,
You can
like
get them at the
dairy-free
store.
pancakes.
You can get them in the frozen aisle
No,
of
but there's
your
milk in
grocery
them.
store. Oh, I guess you gotta make it without the milk.
So I'm saying I make it without the milk. And number 1, which you could probably guess, what is the sandwich
It's
that
not
has yet?
PB&J.
That was number like 8 or something.
I know.
What
I
sandwich
can't
have I
believe it.
not listed yet?
The submarine sandwich?
No. You're gonna be smacking yourself when I say it.
Because it's so obvious.
It's so obvious. It's the most obvious sandwich in the
Turkey
world.
Club?
No. Who said that?
The turkey. Did
Chat,
you?
what's the one sandwich I have yet to mention from
The Big
list?
Mac.
No.
The Big Mac sandwich.
No. What is the most popular sandwich in America? Come on.
Burrito?
No, my God. How are you guys fucking this up so much?
Has anyone in the chat
tuna.
got it?
I said bacon egg sandwich.
Has anyone in the
BLT.
chat got it?
There you go. Intrepid Seal grilled cheese sandwich. Come on.
Grilled cheese. He looked it up.
Cheese, obviously. Come on.
He looked it up.
That's the most obvious one. No one
grilled cheese? That's
grilled
ridiculous.
Cheese. That makes sense. What do you mean? People love their grilled cheese sandwiches. They eat that shit up.
God,
what are you talking about?
It's been so long since I had a grilled cheese because they're so fucking mediocre, and it's the kind of thing that an adult gives you when you're a child. And once you're old enough, you're like, I'm fucking wasting my time making a grilled cheese.
Okay, on one hand, you're 100% correct. Okay, on the other hand, people like their comfort food, right? It's like it's a comfort food classic. Grilled cheese, maybe if you're sick, you like get some tomato soup. You dip it in the tomato soup.
The dip it in the tomato soup.
The tomato soup, right? Yeah.
You're like, this grilled cheese sandwich is so fucking bland.
I need to dip it in ketchup. Liquid ketchup.
Give me something to dip this shit in.
I need some ketchup soup to dip it in. Yeah. No, listen, I like grilled cheese when I could eat that shit. It was good. So, I mean, I was also very picky, but you're correct. Nowadays, even if I could eat it, like I would never in a million years, because I'm like, where's the meat? I need some protein on this shit. Just cheese, man. Sammy says that you're sad. Adam is a sad man. I will stand the grilled cheese.
Really?
There you go. I don't think have I even seen you eat a grilled cheese sandwich? Fake grilled cheese stand. Look at that.
When I was a kid, I used to call them a girl cheese sandwich.
A girl cheese, oh, okay.
And my parents would always laugh, and now I realize why they were.
That's why you hate grilled cheese sandwich. Every time you were talking about it, your parents laughed at you.
You want a girl cheese sandwich?
That's hilarious.
Girl cheese. What's that?
So funny.
Yeah.
David Puff says, "Get fucked, all you losers. I have grilled cheese and soup every week."
What?
There you go. Look at that.
Why?
Sammy says,
Why
I
would
don't
you
eat
do
grilled cheese because I fear its power over me. Okay, that's
that?
fair.
Oh, like it's gonna be too delicious, and you're gonna have to eat
Yes.
more than one.
Yeah.
You have to come
Sammy
back
likes her
again and
cheese,
again.
okay? She likes those little cheese sticks.
Cheese is those mozzarella cheese sticks
Yep.
that are deep fried. Sammy, you can't eat
They're not
that.
deep fried. What do you mean? They're just like cheese sticks. Deep fried? What are you talking about?
Oh, yeah, no, there's mozzarella sticks that are just raw.
Deep fried? Holy shit,
Yeah.
what are you eating? That sounds like so unhealthy.
Like battered mozzarella sticks?
Oh
You've
my
never eaten
god.
those?
I have, but like,
They're
Jesus.
delicious.
Yeah, they are. They're very
Yeah.
tasty. I mean, I remember like back when I could eat cheese, and my mom would like make ravioli or pizza or lasagna or something.
Cheese ravioli with a white sauce. So good.
No, she used red sauce, but she would
Yeah, but I like white sauce.
get the best sauce is pink sauce, the vodka sauce, so tasty. But she'd get like a big block of mozzarella, and I'd grate it for her, and I eat a bunch at the same time because it was so tasty.
Yeah.
So,
Mozzarella is delicious. I like the fresh mozzarella.
yes, that's very good. Very good. Okay.
Someone's hungry.
I know. I'm actually not that hungry because I ate in the middle of the stream.
Oh, good.
So I'm actually completely full.
I've had a couple little snacks here and there, but I'm ready to go pig out.
Right.
I'm gonna chat. I'm gonna drive all over town until I can find that fucking lemon meringue pie.
Okay. Good luck with that.
It's almost 10 o'clock.
I know.
I wonder. Everything's closed.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because all the lactose cheese, like, it doesn't taste bad, but it's all made of like coconut oil. It's so fatty. Like, it's not good. It's well, it doesn't. It tastes okay, but it doesn't melt the same way normal cheese melts. So you can't get like if you try to make a pizza, like it won't melt the way cheese does, like evenly. And also, it's just so fatty and oily. Like, I always feel gross afterwards. Don't you laugh? Don't you laugh?
I brought up the Cenk gif of him flipping the birds.
Oh, nice.
It's great. It's immortalized. This is for Sam Cedar.
Thank you, Zero Fox. You are a god among men.
I know. It's great.
Oh my god. It's so good.
Cenk knew what he was doing.
Okay. Beautiful.
He's a hero.
Much better than the keys. Michael for 26 months says, here's to 2 years of supporting my favorite political streamers. Even when I disagree with you, which is rare, I still respect you. Thanks, fellas. Well, thank you, Michael.
That is awesome.
That.
Yeah. Yeah. It's so weird. Like people disowning other people over politics is so fucking gross.
Magaman for $10 says, quote, Republicans pounce on Biden pardoning his son Hunter. Politico. Shocking. No one could have ever
you
seen
knew that was gonna
coming,
happen.
right? Like,
yeah.
Geez. So
I wonder if they would pounce on Trump if he did it. Or if they'd be like, oh, this is the magnanimous thing.
Mm-hmm. It's interesting they changed the name of the article. The tweet's still up because that was the original one. They changed the name of the article to Republicans say Biden is a liar after he pardons Hunter, his son.
Is that better?
I mean, it's more accurate to the claim, right?
Right.
Equal Shit Oxford $2 says 3.5 hour stream covered. Efficient work, lads. Thank you. We did it.
Yeah.
Here we go. Short Fat Taku. Hey, Dev for 2 Canadian says, make the kids return all of Adam's shopping carts. There you go.
Busy
there you
work.
go. I
No
like
way.
it. I like it. M8566 for $5 says, shouldn't leftists be for a strong border? Shouldn't they want to prevent people from coming to our racist, sexist, evil, capitalist country?
They should, definitely. Yeah. They should save them. Should be like, go back. It's a colonialist hellhole. The patriarchy is completely taken over.
We're all racist here against your kind. Get out. Dan Richards for 5 Canadians says Hasan was a rich person in Turkey, and he still came to America. Well, his parents did. I think he was like a baby, but or no, he was an anchor baby. I think. My partner was rich in Iran and came to Canada. There's a reason they're coming. That is true. That is very true.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
they
why I
got
love when
money to immigrate to get out.
It's so funny when Cenk just looked at him square in the eye and he's like, "We came to America."
Yeah. Why did we come here?
The fuck are you talking about? Lives in Deswell specifically for $5 says so much of the American industrial base went overseas that we can't even manufacture consent anymore.
That's hilarious.
That's really funny.
We're trying.
That's really funny. Yeah. I do like that. Ew, what the fuck? Mr. Ubercross says elevate your grilled cheese by adding jam or jelly to it. That sounds gross. Jam and cheese? I don't know about that.
I mean, I have had that.
I have not had that, and that does not sound good.
I had jelly to my egg McMuffin, which has ham and cheese on it and an egg. Yeah. It does. It's delicious though.
Well, I used to make way back in the day, I used to make peanut butter and jelly sandwiches with sausage. Like a breakfast sausage in them.
Okay. Yeah, look, you get a little savory in there with the sweet.
Right. So that's the thing. I could see like even what you're doing. I could see mixing the savory with sweet with the jam, but like I just feel like that doesn't work with the grilled cheese. I just feel like the combination of just the cheese and the jam just doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah.
I think you need something else. Mr. McGrath says, it took my wife 5 years of marriage before she would admit it's actually great. Skeptical. I'm skeptical of that. I don't think so.
Well, at least you got her to admit it.
There you go.
Sometimes you just got to keep working on them.
Sitch is such a peasant. Jams always go with cheese. I feel like it's the opposite. I feel like that's a very like peasant thing to do. He puts his jam with cheese. Yes.
But I mean, if you had like crackers and cheese, you would put jam on the cracker and cheese. That'd be fine.
What? No, who does that?
I mean, that seems normal.
That does not seem normal. No. What's the best jam?
That's a tough one. I like apricot jam a lot. Apricot, strawberry's good.
The answer is blackberry.
Yeah, blackberry's good. I was thinking boysenberry's good too.
Boysenberry's not bad.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. I read those. Troy Thomas for $5 says Sitch. Or that one. That was Sitch. Oh, no, I didn't read that one. Did I read that one? Sitch, control your woman. Sammy's in the chat telling us what anime she's making you watch. I did read that one.
You did read it, but
that's true.
It's always good to check in.
It's always good to check again. Nomad for 19 months says, please, like there be a quote Revenge of the Sith Hasan Cenk arc, or Hasan becomes a Democrat donor, the very thing that Cenk sought to destroy.
Oh my God, that would be hilarious.
That would be pretty funny.
And he would totally do it.
Right.
He's gonna get some CNN gig. Oh, he's gonna be a commentator on MSNBC. And remember Cenk was a commentator on MSNBC for a while? Oh
yeah, I do.
God. Rage.
Look at that. Loves and Deswall for $2 says grilled cheese sandwich is assembled girl dinner. Wow. Shots fired. Lives in Deswall specifically for $2 says watch Fat Man with Mel Gibson for perfect Xmas vibes.
Is that new?
I never heard of this.
Maybe it's a Christmas movie. Fat Man might be the Santa Claus character.
My parents were telling me how much they liked that. I never saw it. It did look kind of funny. It was the guy from Stranger Things who's the cop. He's like Santa, and he's like visiting a house on Christmas that's being like robbed, or the people being kidnapped by like terrorist gang of people, and Santa has to use his Santa magic to stop the criminals. It looked pretty funny.
That was weird. I don't like it.
Yeah. Satan for $2 says, that's called a straw man. What is?
Is it? Nah.
Human Flourishing for $10 says, I'm beginning to believe the DI higher in the 21st century information age should reach the level of insult stigma that communists had back during the Cold War. Could this be an effective tactic?
DEI higher? The left just says anytime someone says DEI higher, they just mean black person. So
yeah, they say you're racist. I don't know if it will. I mean, maybe. I don't know. I would be skeptical that it would reach that level of effectiveness. So
Cenk hates affirmative action for the same reason Clarence Thomas hates affirmative action. It's kind of funny.
Right. No, we didn't talk about Cenk covering Al Sharpton. Sean did a great video on it where Cenk just annihilated Al Sharpton.
Did he?
From orbit. Oh yeah. It's really good. Everyone should watch it. So
bring it up.
Human Flourishing for $10 says, I'm beginning to believe that the DI higher. I read that one. Listen to this for $2 says, don't actually do that. I read that one. Grassroots Hegemon for $20 says, when you come at us, you come on debit. 100 communist scalps. Wow, look at that. It's a nice that movie, the Nazi Hunter movie reference.
Mm-hmm.
Grassroots Hegemon for $10 says, they're all educating the West on how to become a fine vapor. There you go.
Wow.
Lives and Does Wall Street for $2 says, objectively best sandwich to eat is vertical bacon. What? I don't know if that's a meme.
Bacon.
Oh, I know what that means.
What does that mean? What does it mean, Sitch? Explain it to me.
Terrible. Terrible. I've never heard that euphemism of for a vagina before.
What?
It makes sense, but
I've never heard it either, but I instantly knew what it meant.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Terrible. Terrible, terrible, terrible. Grassroots Hegemon for $2 says Reuben sandwich is the only way, but he spelled it Reuben. Like, I know he spelled it right.
He likes Reuben sandwiches.
Not the David Reuben sandwich. Harrison Dill for $2 says Adam is a Trump sycophant. Wow.
Sycophant. Oh my God. Harrison Dill is one of my full-time haters. It's great.
He is. Yeah, look at that.
You can't say anything good about Trump.
And
Harrison gets super upset about it, but
right.
But anyway, look, come on, I'm trying to will the unity route into existence here. One day, Harrison, you will see Trump is our FDR.
Okay, we'll see about that.
Our Lincoln, our Washington.
Hey, Dev, what's up?
Minus the owning of the slaves.
Dev's back in the chat.
Oh, he is?
Yes. What's up, Dev?
We should invite Dev on more often. He has like a mild case of TDS, right?
He does, yeah. No,
that's great content.
Dev is based incorrect.
Oh, he is?
About Trump, anyway. I don't know. I'm not gonna say everything.
What?
Grassroots Hegemon for $10 says, hate that I share a world with people that think Reuben doesn't deserve the #1 sandwich, but you are doing your best. No way, man. Listen, Reuben sandwiches are okay, but #1, no way. Obviously, the #1 sandwich is the McGriddle. It's just a fact.
Oh my God, McDonald's loves you right now.
McGriddle. It's so delicious. It's an egg and sausage sandwich in a pancake. What magic is this? This is magic, all right?
Oh.
I mean, it's evil magic, but it's tasty magic.
Last time I had one of those, I did savor it.
Yes.
Like, this is a special day.
It is. Angry Bellsprout for $2 says S-Class is gay space communism. A-Team is base. Ooh, there you go.
Ooh. Ooh.
Ooh. Kyle Petty for $2 says Harrison Dill is a clown. The super chat attacking Adam. Well, there you go.
Oh, well, thank you. Yeah.
Solandre for 12 months. Thanks so much for being a 1-year free. Will Sicker says, I'm a 1-year champion now. That's true. Thanks for all the great takes. S-Class.
What?
I had a copy of it. S-Class is a best class.
A-Team kills your dreams.
I need to read that comic. There you go.
Oh.
What does a McGriddle have anything? McGriddles don't taste. What does a McGriddle have to do with jam on grilled cheese? There's no jam in McGriddle. What are you talking
No,
about?
there is
What you
syrup,
talking about?
though.
That's completely
It's
different.
got sweet in there.
Syrup, maple syrup does not taste like jam just because they're both sweet. They have a very different taste quality to them.
Short Fat Otaku says, "What the fuck, Adam?" That must be in
That is a
response to
TDS
me
code.
saying yes, TDS.
I can prove it. I can prove it to you right now. Who in their right mind is going to eat a peanut butter and maple syrup sandwich? That's what I thought. That's what I thought. Take that, Mr. Ubercross. Okay, take that. Dev said, Adam, we got to fight over your TDS. Trump dick suck syndrome.
Oh my God.
Wow. Okay, we got to do it. And we'll do it this week.
I take it back. Short Fat Otaku definitely has TDS to say something like that.
There you go. There you go. Yeah, look, ew. That Mr. Ricardo says he would eat the peanut butter and maple syrup sandwich. Oh no, he said Dev would. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. See, you have to be Canadian to enjoy that. Okay. Not good. Grass's Hegemon for $2 says somehow less disabled than his nephew here for it. Yeah. Listen, that's all for $2 says, or that one. Mr. Ubercross for $10 says try a grilled cheese with jam. Your hangup is your emotional attachment to standard grilled cheese. Embrace your free will and ascend to a higher plane of existence. Wow, there you go. Oh, why? Don't be mean. Look at what does this mean?
Well, what
Don't
are you
be mean on this
talking
poll.
about?
Okay.
It's a scientific poll. It's not
So, is
me.
it?
Come
Okay.
on.
I don't like throwing this. I don't like you throwing out TDS. Okay.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
We got 30 votes in. Come on.
You have a bit of TDS, Adam.
Scientific poll. Does Dev? What are you talking about? The dick sucker one?
Yeah, a little bit. Okay. Maybe
Look,
a little bit.
if you, I can take it. If people are gonna make that claim, they can make that claim.
Okay.
And it's weird because look, my gut intuition is to turn to me saying like, oh yeah, he's probably lying about the situation with the people running the ballots multiple times, to point to that and go, look, I can say Trump is lying too. But it's not really an effective defense for any of that anyway. So who cares?
Lethal Shane Provider says, is Trump correct? Is Trump correct that the DOJ is corrupt? Since according to President Biden, the DOJ went after Hunter for political reasons. Did Biden say that? That's pretty funny. So read his comments on that tomorrow. Listen, does all for $2 says, do you want to see elves assemble A10 warthogs? Obviously.
Cat Branchman says, I don't think Dev has TDS, but I'm voting yes anyway.
Oh my God. Cat, no! You've embraced the chaos.
That's hilarious.
The meme vote. All these polls that we put
70%. Look at this.
Votes anyway.
I am hopeful that Trump actually accomplishes something good for the country and brings people together. So I don't think that's wrong. So who else? Ace says, Adam, you think anyone who does not like Trump has TDS? Is that true? I mean, I think TDS is very specific. I think it's the people who believe like all the bullshit, all the nonsense. Like they totally turn to like the 34 felonies and he's like a rapist and.
Well, Dev doesn't do that.
A sexual assault. Yeah. Well, I'm joking about Dev, obviously. So
right.
I'm playing into the meme because I know a lot of people, a lot of right wingers are saying Dev has TDS now because he's been super critical. And I think Dev made a video about January 6th. I mean, he's like 2 years late to the party, but whatever. And a lot of people didn't like it. So a lot of people are claiming that he has TDS. I don't know. I have friends that legitimately have TDS. Like they can't think clearly about Trump. They can't, Trump can do something good and they can't even acknowledge it. So I think that's that's a breaking line for me, right?
Right.
How do you define who? I mean, obviously you say your dad has TDS, so
Yeah.
yeah. So you know there's a delineation.
Yes.
Yeah. It's just that.
Yeah. Yeah. It's an irrational hatred.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I sent you something for $2 Soldo streamline this. He wants you to sing this to the tune of Jingle Bells.
what?
It
No,
is in Japanese.
I don't. How do you say it? Tell me how to say it.
Hashire sori yo kaze no yu Nitsukimi hare wo padoru padoru.
That was pretty
There it is.
good.
Want to give it a shot?
Hashiro sori yo kaz no you
No, wait, you gotta say the Jingle Bells. What are you doing?
ni
You got no Jingle Bells,
toshimo
Adam.
wo pareru pareru.
A better Christian than that.
Hashi sori
See,
yo kazi no you ni no toshamai ni.
you're doing a Chinese accent for Japanese. It's very offensive.
Wo pareru party.
You're doing Chinese, not Japanese.
Hashihari sorry kazi
All the
no
harsh nasal accent sounds are Chinese, not Japanese.
Kazamakari who.
Jesus.
What the fuck is it? What does that mean? Probably just said something
It's like
terrible and offensive.
It's like a little meme. It's like a little anime meme. People saying it. I don't actually know what it means, but
Oh, okay.
I don't think it's anything
It
offensive.
probably means like gas the Jews or something.
I don't think it does.
How terrible.
Okay. Dr. Diller for 2 hours says, you want trans people in women's sports for trans inclusion? I want them there because clearly high school girls need to be taken down a peg. We are not the same. Oh, that's a good point.
Oh, do you think that's a good point?
That is a good point.
Terrible.
I think high school girls do need to be brought down a peg.
Oh,
Dr.
you're
Diller for 2 hours
awful.
says, young men are currently failing out of schools. Have we considered transitioning those men to even the odds? Politics is so easy, I swear. Oh, yeah, but you never considered that. Okay, obviously. Oh, look, it's my mom. My mom for $2 says, Sitch, I'm here to ask you the real JQ. Do we call it Fuestini or Dentes? This will be one of the greatest ships ever, and it needs a proper name. Get the adorable Goyim girl of yours to provide the right answer. Well, there you go.
Wow.
There you go, Sammy. You've been tasked to come up with a ship name for Destiny.
Finally, somebody brought it up.
Right. Yep. We made it this far. Soul Doge for $2 says Hasan is halfway correct, though, about crime. The year-over-year variation in crime since 2004 has been so small that it's considered statistical noise. Words and numbers did a good episode on it, episode 403. I don't know what words and numbers are, but
I'm just laughing at the jokes in the chat. The chat's being hilarious right now.
Good for chat.
They're making fun of my singing.
They should.
And saying that I sung down to America in Japanese.
No, it's not. Sam says Padaru is the onomatopoeia in Japanese for the noise you make when you stomp or wade through deep snow. The song is based on the words to a Japanese version of Jingle Bells. See?
Oh, nice. So it's wholesome. Look at that.
Right. It's all good.
What is this meme? I think it's Solidos really wants us to bring up this meme, but I don't know.
What meme?
I don't get it. I don't understand the meme.
What's the meme?
What is this meme? Where is it? It's Solidos. How I imagine the average disagreement between PSA Sitch and Friended forever goes.
Oh. He's just calling you old and me young. That's the meme.
Oh, it is?
Yeah. I didn't think it was very good.
Is that the mom?
Yeah.
I
also don't know what it's from, so I don't want to get hit with something.
Right, copyright.
Yeah. So Ladoge for said Cenk and likely actual justice warrior is literally proving my point. Crime rate increase versus raw data numbers. Up 15%. Crime rate can be raw numbers. Increase of only 1,000 crimes across the entire country. Lies, damn lies, and statistics. Well, we'll see what they say. Oh, I missed one. Photos Retro says, to Adam's point, actual crime is so small in America that any minor change is perceived as a huge jump, i.e., the increase from 1 murder to 2 is perceived as 100% increased catastrophe, even though the actual number is small. Well,
True.
I don't think,
Yeah.
well, that is true, but I don't think that's representative of what's going on. There definitely has been a noticeable crime increase in a lot of cities. That's not just like 1 to 2, so it's 100%. Like, I don't think that's remotely fair way to cast the situation.
Dev is going crazy in the chat, man. He's got fucking TDS off the charts.
Listen, we all know Adam scanned 50 Trump ballots. Is that true?
Yeah. Hey, look at this.
Adam, why did you end up voting for Trump after the January 6th committee? Was it the communism being too far left, basically?
I didn't vote for Trump. I left the top of the ballot blank. So
there you go. That's true.
After all the consternation everyone had, I didn't even vote for Trump.
Right. Which is
well, look,
funny.
I didn't vote for the guy, but he's my president, and I hope he does a good job. Yeah. And I didn't. What was that? What was that? A real sneeze, or did you say dick suck?
That was a real sneeze. I thought Zoom would cut that out.
That was hilarious. Ah, dick suck.
Did it sound like I was saying dick suck?
It did.
That's pretty funny. I never would have. I never thought my sneeze sounded like someone saying dick suck.
He's my president, and I hope he does a good job.
Okay.
Dick suck.
Dick suck. That's pretty good. I like it.
Oh yeah.
I like it.
Look at this. Here's Dev's real problem. Okay.
Right.
He's Canadian. He just wishes. He wishes Trump could be his president.
Right.
Yes. He's so sad. He's so jealous right now. Jealous and sad.
Thank you.
Listen, Adam, we both know you use these super chats to operate a massive ballot harvesting ring. You think I'm going to spend your money on ballot harvesting for fucking Trump? You're high. But look, I don't like people. I don't like people lying about Trump. I don't.
Yeah, you know what? Actually, Sammy, so Dev, me and Samuel were like watching your 3-hour video. I think we only made it like through an hour of it. I had to stop it because then me and Sammy had like a 4-hour long argument about your video that included alternate timelines. So I think you and Sammy should argue about this.
Oh, really?
Okay. Yeah, that'd be fun. If you want.
You guys argued about January 6th?
Yeah, we were watching Dev's video and it spawned like a 4-hour conversation argument that included multiple timelines where AOC was running for president as one of the scenarios. So
AOC is running for president.
there you go. See, I predicted
she is, yeah. Look, yes. I predicted long ago she'd be running. So
okay.
Everyone knew she was going to run.
Everyone, yes.
AOC is going to be the first female president.
God, I hope not.
Yeah. If it's not Carrie Lake. Carrie Lake hasn't won anything.
We gotta go back and finish that video. Gotta watch the rest of Dev's video. It was good. That was a good video.
We have to watch it? I mean,
no,
we didn't watch
me
it on
and
stream.
Sam gotta go finish. I have to subject Sam to the. I have to subject her, show her how wrong she is, shove it in her face.
What was the crux of the argument? What was the disagreement over?
It was that she just doesn't think that she thinks that if the Republican Party had gone along and the courts had gone along with Trump stealing the election, that it wouldn't have like caused much instability in the country.
Oh yeah, that's your.
Yeah,
you think obviously would have ripped the country apart. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
I think the chances of the Republicans going along with it are just non-existent. So
no, well, I agree with that, but like before we could get, that's why there were like 6 hypothetical universes, and we had to start at the most extreme and then work backwards. And so, but we couldn't even get past the extreme ones because she just didn't believe that if everyone went through with it, she didn't think it'd be that damaging to the country and people wouldn't freak out. And I'm just I think it would be very damaging and people would freak out. And there would be a lot of violence in the country.
A lot of violence. I don't know about that. People would freak out, obviously, but they get over it.
Right. Well, I don't know. I don't know if they get over it. I think there'd be a lot of people trying to assassinate a lot of Republican politicians, including the president, like pretty nonstop if that occurred.
Why didn't that happen with George W. Bush and the 2000 election where the Supreme Court literally decided the election?
Because I think number one, because Al Gore conceded.
Mm-hmm.
And number two, that was far more valid circumstance for the Supreme Court to weigh in on and rule on than I think. I think the Supreme Court was technically correct in that outcome, in that ruling. Or if they had handed it to Trump to the fake electors, that would just be so blatantly, like, obviously fraudulent.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's the difference.
I think a lot of people saw the Supreme Court thing as fraudulent.
They did.
But no violence erupted.
Yeah, but but there's a difference if some people see it as fraudulent, but the candidate themselves concedes and the majority of people don't see it as fraudulent versus the candidate does not concede, says that the election was literally stolen from them, and literally half the country thinks that they're not sure if they actually can win another election in the country anymore because the other party will just legitimately steal it and the courts went along with it.
Mm-hmm.
And this isn't sort of the headcanon of like the MAGA, people sort of huffing their copium to declare that it was stolen. This is nothing. It was just everyone saw it stolen. It's not even in question.
Do you think if Al Gore didn't concede and if Al Gore said this election was stolen from me, and
I think that would have caused a lot of violence. Yeah, I don't think it would have been as bad.
Really?
Yes, I don't think it would have been as bad as if they went along with Trump stealing the election. I don't think it would have been anywhere near as bad as that, but I think there would have been violence if Al Gore had refused to concede after that and said, well, yeah, because like imagine if Al Gore was Donald Trump.
Yes.
And he was all like, "Oh my God, it was so rigged. The governor of the state is the president's brother, Jeb, and he rigged the whole thing. Okay, he rigged the whole thing in the Supreme Court. The justices were put in place by his father. It's his family Bush dynasty. They've all rigged everything for Bush. Yeah, you can, and that's how a lot of people left framed it. 100%. If Gore fought, well,
It's difficult for me to imagine this.
Well, I think there's another scenario part two why I think there'd be much less than if Trump. Number one, not a lot. Like there wasn't really Gore didn't have like a fan base that like loved him, and at that time, in the election, like Bush wasn't reviled the way he became like later.
Right.
So it's different than if Trump, because everyone hated Trump so much. Well, not everyone, but half the country hated Trump so much, obviously in 2020. So. Like
would 9/11 have turned everyone around
against Bush or for Bush?
No, in this alternate timeline, Gore is like complaining about how the election was stolen.
No, because then Gore would have said that if there was this massive contention when 9/11 happened, I don't think so, because then they would have framed it that 9/11 was Bush's fault, as opposed to sort of giving him a free pass on that one. So. But no, obviously I don't think it'd be anything like if in 2020 well, let me ask you, because you're kind of, I think you're kind of implying something that I think is batshit crazy.
My TDS is taking over.
You don't think your TDS is taking over? I mean, if Donald Trump successfully stole the election in 2020, if Pence went along with it, the Republicans went along with it, and the Supreme Court went along with it, do you think people would just shrug and like nothing would happen?
Well, first of all, I don't think there's any way in hell.
I agree.
I
don't think it would happen. Right, but
in this fantasy world where
it does
the
happen.
Supreme Court basically
throws away all their credibility and integrity. Yes.
And the Congress.
Yes. Everyone. Well, I believe Congress would do that, but I don't believe the Supreme Court would.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's hard to think, like, what does Trump's presidency even look like after that, right?
Well, no, but the question is, do you think there'd be violence in response to that? Do you think people would be trying to take out Trump, take out Republicans, take out Supreme Court justices? Like, it's hard for me to see that there just wouldn't be mass violence in the country.
Who's gonna commit the violence, though?
Anyone on the left. What do you mean? You literally had an election stolen in front of everyone's face. And if the Republicans don't close a loophole, which that's part of our hypothetical scenarios. One scenario where they did, one scenario where they didn't. Especially if they didn't close the loophole, then I think you'd actually kind of have to commit violence at that point, because essentially that'd be a signal that the Democrats would never win the presidency ever again.
Yeah, I don't. It's hard for me to imagine that. I guess, yeah, there's people in the country that are so wrapped up in politics.
Let me ask you a harder question. If Donald Trump
would you turn to violence? Would your mom and dad turn to violence?
No,
what would be the reaction?
No, I'm too
yeah,
lazy
look,
and apathetic.
me too. I'd be like, wow.
Right.
Things just got super weird.
But
it's like the fucking Twilight Zone.
But
we're going to hunker down through, I guess, 4 more years of Trump and hope the next election is
here's the $1 million question. If Donald Trump successfully stole the election via the elector scheme, okay, and someone assassinated him, would you say he deserved it?
Yeah, probably so. I guess.
Based. Yeah. I agree 100%.
Yeah.
100%, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like the violence would be some sort of assassination. Like they're already trying to assassinate Trump. So
true.
Yeah.
I think it would have been like times like 100.
Right. But you got to, I mean, half the country is going to think that there were election shenanigans. Like the Republicans are never going to admit that like the election was stolen. They're going to say, look, the Democrats faked a bunch of ballots and really we won the election,
which we can't prove whatsoever.
Yeah.
But
we have absolutely no proof.
Our gut tells us so. Yeah.
Right. So this is we're just riding the scales of justice here by putting our guy in the presidency. So then, so then Pence would be president, right?
Yes,
because Trump would be.
Right.
Pence would have went along with him.
Right.
What if Pence ends up being even worse and he's like prayer in public schools and like it just goes full abortion ban,
theocratic authoritarian?
Yeah.
Right.
Oh,
and the violence would just increase and continue because obviously Pence would have been involved with the plot in the first place. So
I guess people are looking for some galvanizing force to come together and fight.
Weren't you arguing with me that there's the whole civil, like you thought there was like the potential for civil war in the country?
I mean,
I thought this would be like, this would be what caused the Civil War. Donald Trump successfully steals the election, right? Like if there ever was going to be a civil war, I can't imagine what else it would be about.
Yeah, look, I never really been a civil war type, just because I think the material conditions have to be much worse for people to engage in violence. So, yeah. But look, I'm sort of insulated, obviously. I think there could be worse material conditions out there. I mean, it's hard for me to imagine there is when you see those like polling fluctuations between people thinking the economy is good or bad depending upon who is in charge.
Right.
Which makes me think the economy's not that bad. It's like you're just getting a false signal from your own political views. Right. Seems like if the economy is bad or people in most people are in dire straits, then I think they could turn to violence. But I think some people might just hope for the best and knuckle down and think, okay, well, we're gonna live in this timeline for a while. But look, it's my bias because I'm not gonna join. If the militia shows up on my doorstep and says, we gotta fight, they stole the fucking election.
Well, you're right.
Right? You said you're not gonna fight either, so.
Well, it would depend.
You're gonna hope things work out.
For me, it would depend on I mean, if they're doing crazy shit, maybe. But I'm pretty lazy, so.
You said you would fight if the communists took over.
Yes. 100%, of course. What do you mean?
Then you'd fight.
Yeah.
What if they enact UBI though?
I mean, it depends what they do. So when I said the communists take over, I don't mean like we elect someone who's like kind of socialist. I meant like communists take over the country through violence.
Right.
So,
well, yeah, if they start taking my shit, fuck yeah, I'm
right.
gonna fight. Because what do I got? I got nothing to fight for but my shit.
Right? Lisa Strain for George says the steal would have forced a forensic recount, but it wouldn't matter though, because if you had a recount, a forensic recount, all that would happen would be that if the recount showed that Trump still lost, which it would if it was done legitimately, then they would just say, oh, well, it was still rigged or the recounters were fake. It doesn't matter who they are. Recounters are all fake. It's all bullshit, blah, 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 blah. There would never be an acceptance. Like, I mean, I hope you'd acknowledge that if they did a recount, like quote forensic recount, and it still showed Trump lost, Trump would never, ever, ever accept it. Especially if he stole the election successfully in the hypothetical. Number one.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. At that point. And then number two, if
he'd
the recount
gone too far, like what would be the point?
Exactly. Right. And then that's true. Number one, you're actually incorrect. There would not be a forensic recount because if Donald Trump successfully stole the election,
what would the point be?
What would be the point? Yeah, because what if it turned out he didn't win? That would just completely destroy his legitimacy. So, and then number two, even if they did do a recount and it showed Donald Trump did win, that doesn't matter. The other side would just say, oh, well, he used his powers now to fake it, his presidency, because obviously he had to justify it. So it would make zero difference. It wouldn't happen, but if it did happen, it wouldn't matter. So.
We do need to work on the election integrity problem. And this was one of Trump's campaign promises, and it'd be nice if he actually did something about it. And the problem is...
He doesn't give a fuck. He won the election. There's no, zero talk of election integrity. All out the window. That's why it shows the whole issue is fake. The whole issue was completely fake.
It's not fake because people like Trump can come along and ruin an election integrity.
No, but
we do need something to fight against the next Trump.
But that's why it was so disgusting and dangerous. He just destroys everyone's faith in the institution based on fucking smoke and mirrors. And then when he wins, I guess everything was totally fine. I guess there was not a problem ever. It was just totally made up.
Disgusting, huh?
Yeah, it is disgusting. It's morally reprehensible.
I'm surprised. Whenever anyone says disgusting, I always think,
as someone, wait a minute, I'm shocked. Mr. I love so much democracy. Mr. Palpatine, I love democracy over here. The lover of democracy doesn't give a shit if the main mechanism for creating democracy is completely smeared and destroyed by a candidate. And no one has faith in it.
I am the one arguing for some system so that people can't do what Trump has done. Make people question the election integrity.
I don't think. First of all, I don't think if there was some magical way for some expert to say, well, you can't, the elections can't be rigged because of some technical process that, maybe he explained, and if we dug deep into it, be like, oh, okay, this makes sense.
I disagree. I totally disagree.
Well, you think that would make a difference? You think any of those people? Totally. Okay, I think that's naive. I don't think
you have to set up a process that's like indestructible. And right now, the process is it's not indestructible, so that's the problem. There's too many ways people can go, oh, this is easy. This could easily be cheated. You don't think the process is indestructible, right? You think people can cheat?
I'm sure there's cheating. There's always cheating.
Okay.
I don't think there's any of this wide scale cheating they're talking about. And when I looked into it, there's so little in-person voter fraud. It's like statistically insignificant.
But you do believe that.
So wait, how does that this is why my position okay, about it doesn't matter. All the evidence shows that in-person voter fraud is so fucking minuscule. We're talking about like 12 people, 12 to 30 people in the entire country maybe are going to be found to be doing in-person voter fraud, across the country per like election. Like it's very, very tiny numbers. And it makes sense because obviously if you want to do voter fraud, you wouldn't do it through in-person voter fraud because that's such a inefficient way to do it. You do it through like ballot stuffing or some other process like that. But what do you mean? No, that's how you would do it. You try to stuff a bunch of mail-in ballots or something to that effect. You know, you go to the old folks' home and you do some ballot harvesting. Like that's like that'd be like the efficient, sensible way to rig an election sheet or do
You
something
just
like that.
send ballots out to every
Right.
every legal age
Every
voter
Democrat.
in a household.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. Oh, right. 100%. Well, that's not really like cheating per se, but it is going to have a massive impact on the election, which is why they did it. But like that's the way to do it. And yet, even though there's literally no fucking there's zero evidence that in-person voter fraud is some like statistically significant thing. What does everyone say? Oh, voter ID, voter ID, voter ID, voter ID, voter ID, voter ID. I go, okay.
Voter ID won't solve the mail-in ballot. It won't solve anything.
I know, but that's why. But this is my point. It sounds what I'm saying. Even if there's some magical system that could totally show, there's no voter fraud. It doesn't matter. The thing that everyone's complaining about didn't actually affect. It's like not even a fucking fix for the problem that they imagined existed in the first place. It's like it's literally the same thing as the left complaining about gun crime, and they want to ban assault rifles when that's not even the gun that is used for fucking crimes like 99% of the time.
Maybe it would solve it though, because they couldn't mail a mail-in ballot out to someone who didn't have a voter ID, right?
No,
voter ID is how you register.
It's not a voter ID. It's just no. Voter ID is just that you have like a picture ID. Bring a picture ID when you go to vote. You have like a driver's license or something. When you mail in your ballot, you don't scan a photo of your driver's license with your mail-in ballot or anything.
Right.
So.
Yeah. I don't know. It's weird. I think obviously if they mail ballots out to people who did not register to vote, I do think that's like.
Well, if you hadn't registered, I agree with you. That's kind of sus.
Yeah, they did that.
Yeah, I know they did.
Horrible.
Okay. Doc Diller for $2 said, Cenk, you don't agree with Hasan as much as you think. You have similar moral intuitions, but they led you into two converging and mutually exclusive paths. That is true. Solo for Jorah says, I used to consider myself a civic nationalist, unlike whatever Carl is calling himself these days. But Sitch changed my mind about why it's kind of productive label, and that's why S-Class is the best class thing.
Yeah, Sitch doesn't like the term nationalism, and maybe he's right. I think we did a poll on it, so.
Yeah, we did.
Technically, I think I'm the one that changed your mind, though, because I'm the one that did the poll. Well, I did the poll. Nobody listens to just what Sitch says. There was like a poll. Thousands of people voted in, and everyone was like, yeah, nationalism is crazy.
Sodoge Futura says, TLDR, check out the Words and Numbers episode 4.3. On average, America is an extremely safe place to live. The exact effect of any change in policy on crime is hard to pin down because of how safe America is.
Right.
Okay. I'll check it out.
I mean, you're not dying when people are stealing your shit, though.
I mean, I live in a safe area. Like I'm very privileged and white, so
Yeah.
Soto Futura says, okay, maybe I'm not done because Hasan is right about narratives. What's the most popular Zelda game? Raw numbers say Breath of the Wild, but if you use attachment rate, you could say it's Ocarina of Time. Both data sets are true, so which narrative do you use?
Dick suck.
Well, I mean, it just depends on you just have to. I don't think that's a good analogy or comparison, I should say, at all. Depends on what you mean by popular. What does that mean, right? So I would imagine Breath of the Wild would be, I would probably say, is the most popular Zelda game, even over Ocarina of Time. Doug Diller for Joe says, Hasan is right. Your circumstances are ultimately what decides your actions and makes you do dumb shit. We shouldn't hold people accountable for that. Anyway, let's talk about it. Roger. Ooh. Isn't it interesting that all these people, that all these radical left people or all these people that commit, crimes, Hasan says, oh, they're just poor. It's okay. It's not their fault. It's all just economic conditions, blah, 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 blah. But then when they talk about someone on the right who's young, they're like, oh, you're an incel. You're a dirty, dirty, dirty incel, and you should feel bad for being an incel, right? That's always what
wasn't Elliot Rodgers just poor in Poo-Tang?
Yeah, exactly. Right. So interesting. It's a good point. Good comparison.
Yeah.
Dr. Joy says, Hasan, I'm not applying morality to thieving and making people out to be good, bad. Also, Hasan, corporations are bleeding American dry and CEOs are devils who must die. Or, there's that clip of Hasan talking about like the people who own property but are not, remember that, not renting it or something. They're like sitting on it. He was like shouting, kill them or something. He's like, take their
Ooh.
property and kill them. And he's like pounding the table when he was screaming this. That clip's
Wow.
out there. I've seen it. Sulfur GR says, Adam, what's your opinion on Prop 13, 1978 property tax cap in California? I hear they have to have bake sales there just to pay for school.
It's great. Absolutely fantastic.
The bake sale or the property tax cap?
Keeping the property taxes low. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Prop 13 was a proposition, and I think Prop 13 passed when I was too young to vote. So, but it basically said that the cities couldn't raise the property taxes any more than a certain percentage each year. So
Interesting.
Otherwise, property taxes would get out of control.
Do you pay a state income tax in California?
Yeah, sucks, but
That's
I'm
crazy.
moving to Florida. Sitch, help me find a place.
Yeah, there's no state income. I mean, they have the property tax instead of the income tax.
What's the housing like in Florida?
I don't own a house. So, it's very expensive. I mean, property prices are like crazy. So,
Florida homes. What city should I look for?
I mean, when you look at like top inflated property market, like top 10 inflated property markets, I'm pretty sure like 5 of the 10 cities are all in Florida.
Where's Ben Shapiro live?
Don't go to any of those cities.
He moved to Florida, right?
Is he in Florida? I'm not sure.
Florida homes for sale. Give me a city to. I'm gonna have to look up some housing prices.
I don't know what's like a cheap. I don't know what's a good but also cheap city to live in Florida. They're all like super expensive. So.
I'm not looking for cheap. I'm looking for cool. Okay.
Oh, okay. Okay.
What's a good city?
I'll tell you. Listen, I'll tell you after stream.
Pensacola.
You can be me and Sam's neighbor. How about that?
No, don't tell. Oh, I don't want to live anywhere near you freaks.
Okay? Oh, okay. Why not?
I want
this. Adam doesn't
look.
want to be
I want to
near
live
me.
in the cool place.
Oh wow, wow! I live in a very cool place. Okay.
No. Sounds like everyone has TDS where you live. Where? I want to.
So you want to live in a red area,
a red
Florida.
district. Yeah.
Well, I have some bad news for you. All the cool. Well, that's not true. I think Miami-Dade's a big city, and it went my big city. It went red. So there you go. You can live in Miami-Dade.
Okay, I'm gonna look Miami.
There you go.
Let's see how much is a homes for sale in Miami, Florida.
It's very expensive.
Right here.
Yeah, I think that was like on the list of the top 10 cities in Florida of prices.
I can get a two bedroom, 2 bath.
Mm-hmm.
It's 1,200 square foot.
Mm-hmm.
It's a modest size home right there.
Okay, sure.
$392,000. That's not bad.
Where?
That's not bad. Oh, look at this.
Where in Miami is that?
3 bedroom, 2 bath for $440,000.
Okay. Is it like a shack? Like, does it look like it's falling apart?
No, it looks fucking great. Are you kidding me?
Okay. Where is it?
It's in Miami-Dade. No, wait a second. I don't know. Let's see. Doral, Florida.
Doral.
Okay, where's that?
Doral's not in Miami.
Doral's
not bad.
Is that not bad? The place looks pretty cool.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Looks modern. Looks done.
Okay, go live in Doral.
Look. What the fuck? Oh my God. $3,400 a month. That's got to be because interest rates are so fucking crazy right now. But look, think of how much money I'll save on taxes. I heard Florida property taxes are insane though.
Of course, because there's no income tax, so the property tax is very high. I don't own property, so I don't know what it is, but
I think this is a condo. It has unit 301, so it must be a condo.
You should live in Orlando. Don't you want to go to like Universal?
I told you to give me a fucking city. You gave me Miami. Why now you're picking Orlando?
You said you want to live in a city, but that was red.
Oh yeah. Orlando's blue.
That was the only big city I remember on the map that turned red in Florida.
Orlando's that where Destiny lives.
Wait a minute. Yeah, wait. Oh, wait, look at this. No, Tampa's blue. Okay, here, according to the electoral map, the only big red cities was Miami, Tampa, and Jacksonville.
Holy shit. 3-bedroom, 4 baths for $2.5 million.
Where's that?
It's only, what the fuck? It's only 2,000 square feet. How is that possible?
Where's it at?
Miami, Florida.
Oh, yeah, but it's probably it's probably on like the like hoity-toity beach.
Oh yeah, it is.
Building.
It's
Yeah.
it's on the beach, Miami
Yeah.
Beach. That's
Right.
it. Yeah. Oh, it's in one of these high rises and has a view of the beach.
Yeah. There was I remember I don't remember if it was in Miami or Tampa. What's his face lives in Tampa? Charlie. Moist Critical.
Oh
And he
really?
did like a review of this like super expensive, I think it was like the most expensive hotel in Tampa or something. And it was like so not worth the price. It was like so insanely expensive. And it just was so not completely not worth it at all.
Hmm. I mean, there's some reasonable places here.
Well, yeah, I mean the cities in Florida, like Orlando, Miami, Tampa, Jacksonville. Well, Miami especially. Miami is like massively gigantic as a city. So
Yeah.
Fort Lauderdale is nice. You can go to Doral, you can go to Palm Beach, Boca Raton. There's a lot of choices.
I'm gonna check it out. We're gonna go house hunting.
Okay.
Why are there so many houses for sale? Jesus. Is everyone leaving Florida or something?
Everyone's leaving Florida again.
Like massive housing.
Global warming.
They got tons of houses.
Sell it for $2 says Joe just pardoned Hunter. A Trump self-pardon is now more likely than ever. On credit card interest caps, they're stupid because only people with high credit scores will get credit cards now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Is that how it works? I guess if you're high risk, the 20% interest rate is the reward for that high risk, right? They're going to be like, look, if we're only going to get 10% and you're going to run and chances are you aren't even going to pay it. They're like, fuck that. No credit card for you. It's probably a good thing, right?
How many? Yeah, I don't know what the stats are on people defaulting on credit card debt. I know how much risk they're really. I mean, the interest rates in credit cards is like retardedly high. Like it's like literally the worst mechanism for borrowing money. If you're using your credit card that way, it's very stupid.
Oh yeah.
Financially, yeah, you should not be using your credit card like that at all.
But it's fun. I mean, if you really want it, and
I mean, it's better just try to get a loan from the bank. Loan for the credit, like that's just you're gonna get a better rate.
What you go? Look, I'm having trouble paying my bills.
I don't know.
Can I get $100,000?
There you go.
To tide me over.
There you go. So just
I
like
got
that,
no job and no credit, so.
Oh, okay. But you have a credit card somehow. You have no credit.
Yeah, because they send you those things in the mail.
That's true. They do. Yeah. Sodos for 2 hours says, so Biden pardoning his son is definitely a sign that he couldn't work out a deal with Trump to do the pardoning. Looking very likely that Trump will not be some unifier, but seek to use the federal government to attack his enemies.
TDS.
I mean, maybe. I don't know if that's a lot to read into the action. I mean, I think it's possible that he was afraid that Trump would do something like that, but I don't know how much communication there is between Trump world and Biden world, to have that conversation. So.
Yeah, I don't know that they even negotiated it.
Right.
Can you imagine, like, he shows up to the White House for that meeting with Biden and Biden, like, slips over and is like, hey, you gonna pardon my son or what?
Right.
Like, how do you broach that topic?
Yeah, you gotta be kind of subtle about it, I guess.
Boy, it sure would be great if someone could pardon my son, Hunter.
Right.
Trump's like, well, you're a president. You could pardon him.
There you go. Salvador says, years ago, Hasan gave an interview where he said one of the only things about America he appreciates is his ability to sell degeneracy. Wow, that's fucking terrible.
Really?
Dr. Diller for $2 says, you're abandoning your S-Class duties here, Sitch. I sent you at least 15,400 messages on the last S-Class meeting, including the full transcript, and you left me on read. You're letting this relationship ruin your fake team.
Wow, Dr. Diller's upset with you.
Listen, I don't know how to tell you this, Dr. Diller, but I actually have never read a single one of your secret S-Class meeting messages, okay? I actually had an assistant that would read and respond to all of them using ChatGPT, but they had to go on leave. And so I'm going to have to get a new assistant to deal with those messages.
Evil.
But
you did the ChatGPT thing.
I'll pass that on to the next assistant that takes place.
I think ChatGPT 4, you can just have it automated. So it just responds. You don't even have to look at them.
Right.
You're like, read and respond to my email, please.
There you go. That's going to be like a big problem in the future. How many people are going to use that?
No, I respond to all emails.
Okay.
It's great. I don't know what they say.
I don't know what it's saying, but I'm responding. Dr. for $2 says, don't move near Sitch. He lives in those places in Florida where the ground spontaneously eats your house. Did I mention that's a thing here? Sometimes you just wake up to a pit of 40 feet deep and covered in your house. I mean,
wow.
It doesn't happen that often. Okay. It's a pretty rare occurrence. Don't scare anybody about the sinkholes.
It's worth it, though, for no income tax, right? If it's just a trade-off, if you're going to pay through the nose for property tax,
that's the trade-off,
what's
income tax or your house melting in a sinkhole.
I mean, look, if it has high property tax, what's the point of not paying income tax?
There you go.
Got to move to some place that has no taxes.
Okay. Thought for General says, what's the difference between Trump and Dev? Trump isn't a failure at life and goals. Jesus, Thought, what the fuck?
Ooh, where was that?
That was a super chat. Jeez.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
It's horrible. Why would you say that?
Why are you being so mean to Dev, Thal? Jeez. I'm not gonna read your other ones. Stop being mean. I don't like Dev here. Chill. Turfat Taku. Hey Dev. Dev for 5 Canadian says, question, what happened to the Trump supporter who went to see Trump in person for the first time in his life? Answer, he got his mind blown. But dumb.
I
don't get it. Oh, is that supposed to be a joke about the guy that got shot? What's this? I don't remember the name. The fire rescue guy?
What happened to the Trump supporter who went to the Trump in person for the first time in his life?
Right.
He got his mind. Oh, yeah, that's not good.
Okay. New provider says, holy crap, it's over 1 in the morning here. Why are you still up? Why am I still up? I'm trying to end it. We keep going on these tangents. Shadox for $2 says, watch Andre Antunes election meltdowns. Go metal. I'll check it out.
That'll be
Drew
great.
Diamond for $5 says, Sitch, look up the woman in Muscadine, Michigan, who turned in 10,000 fraudulent ballot applications in 2020. Okay,
well, at least she applied, right?
Yeah, exactly. What does that have to do with in-person voter fraud? You think that she was going to go in person 10,000 places and try to vote 10,000 times?
Wow, 10,000 people.
That's
live
pretty
in this
impressive,
2-bedroom apartment.
Right, that's pretty impressive. That's
Can you
that.
imagine?
Let me be impressed. Okay.
You think the post office is going to turn her in when 10,000 ballots show up?
Yeah.
Oh, I can't stuff them all in your box, lady. Here.
And also, guess what? She totally got caught. So, I guess people are checking.
But what you don't know.
Oh, okay. What?
Are the ones that didn't get caught.
Ooh.
How dare you?
That's true. Okay, good. Michigan officials counter that far from a smoking gun, the Muskegon case shows that the system worked to prevent any fraudulent votes because the forged voter registration applications questions were intercepted before the election. It did not affect the outcome.
Sure. The ones they caught didn't affect the outcome.
Oh, okay. gone clerk. Oh, they were a clerk. And Maish, who had alerted authorities, said at the time that her office. Oh wait, no, that's the person that's not the person that was doing the fraudulent stuff. That's the person that alerted them. So the office had received an estimated 6,000 applicants from a single organization. There you go. They said most of the most of the applicants were valid, several hundred had irregularities, including wrong birthdays, addresses, and signatures that did not match versions of files. Look, they 100% were they were checking. Look at that. Good to know.
They figured it out.
Right.
And they sent those people to jail,
Look at
right?
that. I don't know. I didn't
or
say.
did they get away with it?
I closed the tab already. Amoeba Sheep
okay.
for 50 knock knock says, saw you were live, but had to go to bed for work. Figured I'd catch you in the morning. Sure enough, here you are. Good morning, guys. Good morning. Welcome up. Welcome to our fellow knock knocks. Become the Knight for 20 months. Thanks so much. Since I have to watch this whole stream tomorrow, just sending love. I assumed you wrecked Hasan and found the secrets of world peace. Hint, it's barbecue. True and true. Muggy for 15 MR says, Sitch, have you ever played XCOM 2? If not, get the DLC when you buy the game. Maybe stream it on your guy's dead media channel. Wow, harsh.
I know. What the fuck? People are coming for us.
Mean. What's going on here?
We're hanging in here for you guys. And this is the thanks we get.
The left-wing gender insanity being pushed on our children is an act of child abuse. Very simple.
I think it was the first
Here's my plan to stop the chemical, physical...
It feels like the one I played.
You must have closed the watch together.
I did.
Why?
Because it was drawing too much memory, and I haven't changed my RAM yet.
Open up the watch together. We have to watch this short video before we log off.
I gotta go to sleep.
It's very important.
Oh my god.
It's very important. And Dev, I hope you're still in the chat. You have to hear this too. Dev.
Oh my god. We have another one. Trump screaming at the cameras video.
Dev needs to be part of this too.
Okay. I'm ready.
The greatest president of our lifetime is speaking.
The left-wing gender insanity being pushed on our children is an act of child abuse. Very simple. Here's my plan to stop the...
Wait, hold on. It like totally skipped for me.
Very simple.
The left-wing gender insanity being pushed on our children is an act of child abuse. Very simple.
Very simple.
Here's my plan to stop the chemical, physical, and emotional mutilation of our youth. On day one, I will revoke Joe Biden's cruel policies on so-called gender-affirming care. Ridiculous. A process that includes giving kids puberty blockers, mutating their physical appearance, and ultimately performing surgery on minor children. Can you believe this?
Oh, they're going to fact check that one.
I will sign a new executive order instructing every federal agency to cease all programs that promote the concept of sex and gender transition at any age. I will then ask Congress to permanently stop federal taxpayer dollars from being used to promote or pay for these procedures and pass a law prohibiting child sexual mutilation in all 50 states. It'll go very quickly. I will declare that any hospital or healthcare provider that participates in the chemical or physical mutilation of minor youth will no longer meet federal health and safety standards for Medicaid and Medicare and will be terminated from the program immediately. Furthermore, I will support the...
Well, you better not disband those organizations, right? They got a job to do.
Creation of a private right of action for victims to sue doctors who have unforgivably performed these procedures on minor children. The Department of Justice will investigate Big Pharma and the big hospital networks to determine whether they have deliberately covered up horrific long-term side effects of sex transitions in order to get rich at the expense of vulnerable patients, in this case, very vulnerable. We will also investigate whether Big Pharma or others have illegally marketed hormones and puberty blockers, which are in no way licensed or approved for this use. My Department of Education will inform states and school districts that if any teacher or school official suggests to a child that they could be trapped in the wrong body, they will be faced with severe consequences, including potential civil rights violations for sex discrimination and the elimination of federal funding. As part of our new credentialing body for teachers, we will promote positive education about the nuclear family, the roles of mothers and fathers, and celebrating rather than erasing the things that make men and women different and unique. I will ask Congress to pass a bill establishing that the only genders recognized by the United States government are male and female, and they are assigned at birth. The bill will also make clear that Title IX prohibits men from participating in women's...
Look, you missed it. Did Sitch leave? He must have taken off. Sitch is like, fuck this, I'm out of here.
No, I'm just like listening bored.
You're just zoning out.
Zoning out.
Look, you missed it.
What
You
I
fucked
miss?
up. Listen.
Erasing the things that make men and women different and unique. I will ask Congress to pass a bill establishing that the only genders recognized by the United States government are male and female, and they are assigned at birth.
He fell for the left-wing framing.
I'm not following.
He said male and female are assigned at birth.
Oh,
like
as opposed to
observed at
observed.
birth.
Okay,
Yeah.
I got you. I got you.
What the fuck?
Okay, yeah.
He doesn't even know. What the
You
fuck?
got him.
We're not assigning genders at birth. We're just observing reality, for heaven's sakes.
Right.
How could he make such a critical error?
What a fool.
I know, this was so based until he said that.
What
Now I've lost
fucking
all faith.
idiot. What a retard. What a
Anyway.
maroon. What a jagoff. What a dumb fuck.
What a maroon.
I know,
What?
I was going full Looney Tunes.
No, it's great. All right, let's finish these super chats.
I know. I'm
Enough of
trying, but
this.
you're gonna bring up fucking. Okay.
What do
So
you,
for-
hold on. You think this will have a tangible effect on wokeness, right?
Yes. Sell for $2 says Prop 13 also freezes property valuation from when it was bought versus when it currently is in the market. My aunt lives in California. Her house is more valuable than my mom's, but they pay the same amount in property taxes.
Yeah.
That's
I mean, the bad thing about that is it does disincentivize people from moving, obviously, because
Right.
you're like, holy shit, if I move, my property taxes are gonna skyrocket. So
oh, okay, that's interesting.
yeah.
This helps to be for $5. Says as long as we're suggesting things for Adam to play a blind playthrough of Doki Doki Literature Club, what price? I'll start a collection. There you go. I'd
Any
like to see
price.
Adam play that.
I'll do it.
Muggy for 6 MRs says I'd like to see you guys play Disco Elysium. Probably not gonna happen.
That sounds fun. What is that
Yeah,
game?
Adam
Disco
can play it.
Elysium.
It's a game.
Is it fun? Oh, look, we got to the end. Holy shit.
Got to the end. Anyway, thank
This was
you
a lot of
all
fun.
for coming.
Oh, yeah. Thank you all for your incredibly
generous donations. You have made to this
Hey, I
stream.
was
You
saying that part.
are the true heroes. You are the true thrill seekers. You are the true isekai protagonists of the classy isekais, not the sus isekais. You're the true people who only make
The bill
edgy
will also
jokes
make clear
when
that
they're
Title IX prohibits men
proper.
from participating.
Come on.
You are the true people that don't have TDS. That is either the Trump derangement syndrome or the Trump dick sucking syndrome. And we'll see you all on Tuesday.
In women's sports,
Hope you had
and
a
we will
fantastic
protect the rights of
Thanksgiving.
parents from being
I'm giving
forced.
Adam 10 seconds before I hit end of the stream. Okay.
Bye-bye, everyone.
There you
Don't
go.
let the TDS get to you, either
There you go.
kind.
There you go.
Dick suck.
Terrible. Okay.
Oh, my God.